This summer is extraordinarily hot, hot and humid, all kinds of heat. The scorching sun was scorching hot, and although it was in the mountains, there was not even a shred of wind. Ling Yun, cultivated to the peak of the second largest realm of the Dian gathering star treasure art. Although he was not afraid of the cold and heat, he also hated this kind of suffocating ghost weather. Baby, run your profound ice art to lower the temperature. Ling Yun hugged Lin Menghan and looked around, using his divine sense to find the best place to do things. Lin Menghan is still acting, but where can she run the exercises now? It doesn't work, it's only when you meditate. Lin Menghan said shyly after trying for a long time. After Lin Menghan had tasted that wonderful taste, she already knew the taste, and of course she would not refuse Ling Yun's request. But Ling Yun brought her to such a shameful place in the wild, to do such shameful things. Lin Menghan was still very excited, and felt that he was running out of bounds. Lin Menghan's heart beat like a drum hammer, and he wrapped his arms around Ling Yun's neck. He shrank in his arms and remained motionless, as well behaved as a cat. Seeing Ling Yun holding her, she glanced around and couldn't help but shyly asked, "What are you looking for?" "Woolen cloth?" Ling Yun said anxiously, "What else can I look for? Look for a place." What a broken place for him, why are there trees everywhere? Ling Yun searched for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable place to work. He couldn't help but take out his anger at the nearby trees, and even at Lin Menghan's father. If it weren't for him, the thunder would have hit the ground long ago. Lin Menghan giggled, and her face was full of red clouds. She stretched out her spring-like index finger and pointed lightly at Ling Yun's Land Rover. "Idiot, isn't this the place?" Ling Yun was stunned. "In the car? Isn't the car used to drive around? Can you be a bedman?" Ling Yun's soul traveled through, and he absorbed less than 30% or 40% of his memories. He rarely watched TV, and seldom used the internet, in some respects. Really is the Xiaobai of Xiaobai, absolutely rookie. He didn't have the concept of cars and shocks in his mind at all. Lin Menghan quietly pecked Ling Yun's face, and then said charmingly, "Put me down." Ling Yun put Lin Menghan on the ground. I saw Goddess Lin get into the car, and after some fiddling, the driver's seat and the passenger seat were miraculously flattened. "Damn it, that's fine too?" Ling Yun couldn't help but look at Goddess Lin differently. He gave her a thumbs up and complimented. Lin Menghan had a different feeling in his heart. She thought that Ling Yun brought her to this barren mountain just to play with cars and shocks, but he didn't understand it at all. "How on earth did you learn this car? You know how to drive it?" Lin Menghan gave Ling Yun a white look and said in a sullen voice. Ling Yun scratched his head speechlessly. Doesn't he just know how to drive? However, now is not the time to discuss this issue. Ling Yunfei entered the car, closed the door, and kissed Goddess Lin wildly. Next. The movement was so loud that it scared the birds in the nearby forest within 100 meters. The space inside the Land Rover is very large, but compared to the spacious bedroom, it is still very small, and the two people are lingering, which is exciting. Forget it. After more than an hour, Ling Yun finally let out a clean vent, and felt a sense of transparency. The millions of pores on his limbs and bones were all comfortable. After being tossed by Ling Yun for so long, Lin Menghan couldn't bear Ling Yun's conquest for a long time, starting when Ling Yun entered her body. She felt like she was floating in the clouds all the time. It was really wonderful. At this moment, Lin Menghan was half lying on the back seat of the car. Her dazzling red dress was thrown somewhere by Ling Yun, and she was still reminiscing about the wonderful taste just now. After a long while, Lin Menghan said with a pretty face in surprise, "It's over, you've hurt me badly. How can I go back?" She suddenly remembered that her red dress was torn off by Ling Yun, and she couldn't wear it at all. "What's wrong?" Ling Yun smiled and stared at Lin Menghan, not understanding what she meant. Lin Minghan's face turned red, he covered his chest with one hand, and covered his lower body with the other. He gave Ling Yan a blank look and said, "You have torn their skirts to pieces again, and they have no clothes to wear. How can you let them go back? What's so hard about it? Wear mine." Ling Yan smiled and took out a shirt and a pair of trousers from the space ring with a thought, and handed them to Lin Minghan. "Your pants are so long," Lin Minghan complained while quickly getting dressed. It was because of their luck that for more than an hour, there were no pedestrians or vehicles passing by on this road. Otherwise, even if the scenery inside the car could not be seen from the outside of the car, Goddess Lin would be ashamed to death. However, if someone dared to come up to see it, Ling Yun wouldn't mind rewarding him with 2 flying needles and piercing his eyes. "You're not short either, just pull up your trouser legs," Ling Yun teased, casually. When Goddess Lin got dressed, Ling Yun had already packed up and sat in the driver's seat. He went back along the original road, but did not go back to Fuhua Manor. Instead, he drove to the city first, found a relatively high-end clothing store, bought 2 dresses for Lin Minghan, found a place where no one was there, and let her pick one to replace. "What do I do now? My dad must be waiting for me at my door. If he knew that I had done such a thing, he would definitely not forgive me." Lin Minghan sat back in the co-pilot seat again, looking at Ling Yun pitifully with a pair of beautiful eyes, and started to worry. The Lin family's family is very strict. Although this kind of thing is common now, in the Lin family, it is definitely a major event comparable to an earthquake, and Lin Minghan is in trouble. But Ling Yun didn't take it seriously at all. He smiled and said, "You are stupid, you have to say what happened to us? You can't even let you talk about a relationship in your family, right?" Lin Minghan frowned tightly, and said distraught, "What do you know? I have never lied to my parents. If they ask how far we have progressed, what should I say?" Ling Yun smiled lightly and said, "What's so difficult about that? Since you can't lie, then tell the truth and say what you want to say." Lin Minghan said in horror, "Ling Yun, are you really confused or fake? My father is the commander of the army. If he really gets angry, maybe he really shoots you with a machine gun." Ling Yun yell, "Don't worry, even a missile can't kill me." "Fuck you, your mouth is full of nonsense." Lin Minghan patted Ling Yun's arm angrily. Ling Yun was bombed with missiles by Toyo's patrol boats. He didn't tell Lin Minghan, so Lin Minghan didn't believe it at all. Ling Yun laughed, turned over 2 bundles of 100 yuan bills, put them in Lin Minghan's hand, and said to her, "The boat will naturally go straight to the bridge, you don't have to be afraid, everything is my husband. You go back first. Have a good talk with your father about this matter, and say whatever you want. As for the rest, leave it to me." Lin Minghan said in shock, You won't go back with me?" Ling Yan shook his head and said, "I have something urgent. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu are still waiting for me at Villa number 1. They really don't have time to see your father." Ling Yan really wasn't afraid to see Lin Zhenggang, but he really had business to deal with. If he went back with Lin Minghan and the 2 sides started to fight, then he wouldn't be able to accomplish anything today. Lin Meng sneered coldly, "Then you still have time to do that with others?" Ling Yan laughed and said, "I'm suffocated, I miss you. Little is better than newlyweds." Lin Minghan had a deep understanding. Hearing Ling Yan's words, his heart was as sweet as honey, and he blushed and stopped talking. In fact, there is another layer. Lin Minghan has met Yao Ro. She already fully understands Yao Ro's feelings for Ling Yun, but Ling Yun is burning with lust. But she came to her in a fiery flame, which gave her a sense of victory. "Then why are you going?" Lin Minghan stared at Ling Yun, a little curious and a little reluctant to ask. Ling Yun raised his eyebrows, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said solemnly, "Didn't I tell you? Someone tried every means to kill me. I have found some clues now, and I must go over and ask clearly." When Lin Menghan heard that Ling Yun was actually going to do this, she immediately understood that this was a matter of life and death, and there was no way to delay it. Then you have to be careful, be sure to ask clearly, don't miss any details. Lin Menghan's heart twitched. Just like a wife carefully admonishing her husband, she admonished Ling Yun. Ling Yun raised his hand and stroked Lin Menghan's cloud-like hair, with a slight hook at the corner of his mouth, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I promise to complete the mission." Lin Menghan felt Ling Yun's confidence, she felt a little relieved, nodded, and said, Then I'll go back first?" Ling Yun embraced Lin Menghan's body, gave her a deep kiss on her smooth forehead, and said, "Go, call me if you have anything." Lin Menghan turned his head and looked at the things he bought in the back seat of the car, and the red dress torn by Ling Yun. His face was ashamed, and he asked, "What about these things?" Ling Yun said with a leisurely smile, "You don't have to worry about this, I will definitely take care of it. You can just concentrate on dealing with your father." Lin Menghan reluctantly got out of the car and took a taxi to leave. Ling Yun drove straight to Villa number 1. The sun was already in the west, and the time was almost up. The police car that escorted Li Gang should have returned to Qingshui City. The door of Villa number 1 was open. Ling Yun drove the car directly to the door of the villa, got out of the car and entered the house. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were both there. The two stood up to greet Ling Yun. When they saw Ling Yun's appearance, they laughed at the same time. Seeing the ambiguous smiles of the two, Ling Yun couldn't help but lower his head to check himself, and found that his clothes were neatly dressed and everything was normal. He couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? What are you laughing at? When Ling Yun was buying a dress for Lin Menghan just now, the clerk was laughing, but now the two brothers are laughing again, he is inevitably a little annoyed. Tang Meng almost smiled and bent over. He covered his stomach with his hands, pointed at Ling Yun's neck and said, "Brother Yun, there are so many tooth marks on your neck." When the car shook, Lin Menghan was also crazy, and she also left traces of love on Ling Yun. "I'm dizzy." Ling Yun raised his hand and touched it, and sure enough, he felt something. He frowned, and flew into the bathroom. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come, Kyan. Your support is my greatest motivation. Mobile users, please come. Kyan. Read. To be continued. Ling Yun rushed into the bathroom, glanced in the mirror, saw the dense tooth marks on his neck, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. He took out a clear healing talisman and threw it on his neck to use it. The tooth marks on his neck disappeared instantly, and everything was as good as before. Ling Yun is really a luxury. Now his ordinary clinic is about to open. As long as it is a trauma, whether it is a knife, a sword, a stab, a burn, etc., a wound no more than the size of a palm, this healing talisman can instantly heal it. And without leaving any scars, he used it to remove tooth marks, which is pure waste. Ling Yun didn't care, as long as he had spiritual energy, he could do as much as he wanted with this ordinary healing talisman. Now that he entered the bathroom, Ling Yun simply took off all his clothes, took a cold shower comfortably, and then put on new clothes and walked out, feeling refreshed. Where's Tang Meng? Ling Yun saw that there was only Tai Xiaohu left in the huge living room, and asked him casually. Tai Xiaohu's eyes flashed like a falcon. "Brother Yun, the police have already escorted Li Gang to Qingshui City. It was the team led by the Kong Brigade personally, and Tang Meng went over to pick him up." Ling Yun sat on the sofa, nodded lightly, and asked, "Where's the other one?" Tai Xiaohu knew that Ling Yun was asking about Wang Lei's wife, and he immediately said, "I made a phone call just now. Several brothers from Qinglong have already rushed here with Luo Erfeng, and they will be here soon." Having these two brothers really saved Ling Yun's worries and troubles. He smiled contentedly and said to Tai Xiaohu, "Xiaohu, your cultivation speed has been very fast for more than a month. The Great Evolution Star Treasure Art has also reached the 4th small realm, which is higher than my expectations. Tai Xiaohu got the praise from Ling Yun. He scratched his head embarrassedly, and said embarrassingly, "I can't compare with Brother Yun at all. I can't help Brother Yun at all, I'm really depressed." What Tai Xiaohu looks forward to most is of course being able to fight side by side with Ling Yun. Every time he thinks of this, his blood boils. Ling Yun laughed and said, "Cultivation matters must not be rushed, the most important thing is your mentality. You don't practice any exercises right now, just by cultivating the Great Evolution Star Gathering Treasure Art, you can reach the acquired strength of the 4th floor. That means I'm not wrong. I think your realm is still a little unstable. You should consolidate your cultivation in the near future and lay a solid foundation. After I have been busy these days, there are some exercises for you to practice." Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed when he heard it. He jumped up from the sofa excitedly, and the floor of the villa shook, rubbed his hands together and said excitedly, "Really? Brother Yun? Tai Xiaohu looks forward to this day. It's been really long awaited." In fact, before Tai Xiaohu and Ling Yun, when he was still in Qinglong, he occasionally got advice from the 2 mysterious bodyguards of Long Kuan, as well as from Long Kuan himself, and his strength barely reached the 2nd-tier realm of the acquired day. Tai Xiaohu's kung fu practice with Long Kuan and the others can't be considered wrong. But in Ling Yun's opinion, those kung fu are too childish, and they can't be seen at all, so he used the golden needle to break up all his kung fu and abolish it, and reborn him and let him practice again. Later, on the night of Qingming Festival, Ling Yun received the help of the immortal spiritual qi instilled by the human Emperor Pen, and his strength instantly soared to the 9th level of qi training. Based on the principle of being cheap and not taking the bastard, he washed the tendons and cut the marrow of his own people who were present at the time, so that they are truly reborn, also according to their physique. Different amounts of immortal aura were injected into their bodies. Tai Xiaohu is one of the beneficiaries. After 2 rebirths, he took more than a month to reach the 4th small realm of the Dian Star Treasure Art. When he deliberately operated the treasure art, it was difficult for ordinary swords and guns to hurt him. Body. The Dian Juxing treasure art is a pure body training method. It absorbs the energy of the sun, the power of the moon, and the power of the stars. Even more powerful, but because Tai Xiaohu didn't practice any martial arts, he didn't have any true qi running in his body. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu is not a real acquired realm at the moment. It can only be said that his strength is comparable. After experiencing the thrill of a breakthrough in cultivation, Tai Xiaohu, who was eager to become stronger, was looking forward to it day and night. Now that Ling Yun finally said that he wanted to teach him the cultivation technique, it was strange that he was not excited. "Of course it's true, I'll start teaching you after the clinic opens this weekend," Ling Yun confirmed with a smile. After the college entrance examination, Ling Yun will definitely leave Qingshui City. He already has many relatives in many industries here, and these need to be protected. Tai Xiaohu is undoubtedly the best candidate. "Thank you, Brother Yun." Hee. At that moment, Tai Xiaohu was inexplicably excited. He jumped, and he almost didn't hug Ling Yun for a few kisses. Half an hour later, Qinglong's people first brought Wang Lei's wife Luo Erfing to Villa No. 1, and Ling Yun finally saw this woman again. "The first time I saw Luo Erfing, Ling Yun was at the home of the head teacher Kong Xiuru, and I saw it on the news on TV. Luo Erfing is in her 30s, with an average stature, an ugly appearance, and a sallow complexion. The most impressive thing is that she has a big mouth and thick lips, but her eyebrows are drawn, she wears lipstick, she wears fashionable clothes, and she looks good. It's tougher up. Why did you arrest me here? Believe it or not, I will sue you?" As soon as Luo Erfing entered the villa, she glanced around with panicked eyes. When she saw the black iron tower like Tai Xiaohu, she couldn't help but startled, but when she saw Ling Yun again, she instantly regained her confidence and rushed. Ling Yun shouted fiercely. No way, Ling Yun's appearance is there, no one will think that he is a bad person. Please sit. Ling Yun leaned on the sofa casually with Erlang's legs crossed, gave Luo Erfing a faint smile, and then said to Tai Xiaohu, Xiaohu, take the brothers to guard outside the gate, don't let any people come in. Tai Xiaohu immediately waved at Qinglong's 4 brothers and led them outside the gate. What do you want? Luo Erfing didn't sit down. When she saw that there was no one in the room, she and Ling Yun were the only ones left. She suddenly thought that Ling Yun was going to rape her, suddenly folded his arms, and said in a defensive posture. It's just that she thinks beautifully in her heart. The young man in front of her is so handsome, he is 1,000 times stronger than the man she died and the lover she is dating now, and she still lives in such a big villa. If she is raped, she will make a lot of money. She made up her mind that as long as Ling Yun dared to rush over, she would recklessly turn against the guest and eat Ling Yun. Seeing Luo Erfing's hard-to-find action, and the look in his eyes diametrically opposed, Ling Yun couldn't help but feel amused, so he pointed at her bloody mouth. Ling Yun didn't even bother to look at her. I haven't been free for more than a month? Ling Yun asked with a smile. Luo Erfing is just an ordinary woman who can no longer be ordinary. If such a woman is stared at by Qinglong, why is she still not stared to death? It can be said that for more than a month, she has no freedom at all except to eat and sleep. What do you want to do? Luo Erfing was very annoyed when Ling Yun mentioned this, she asked angrily. Ling Yun's expression turned cold, and he said solemnly, you don't have to be afraid, don't think too much, I won't hurt you, I just want you to clarify one thing, why did your man die? Luo Erfing's heart froze, her body trembled violently uncontrollably, her face turned pale, her thick lips were trembling, she was obviously frightened. What Ling Yun asked was not how he died, but why he died. No matter how stupid she was, she could still hear what Ling Yun had brought him here for. How do I know? All I know is that he fell into the river and drowned. Although Luo Erfing was frightened, she was very stubborn, and she didn't say anything after biting her to death. Fell into the river and drowned? TSK, it seems that your memory is not very good. Do you want me to remind you? Ling Yun sneered and said lightly, Wang Lei, 36 years old, transport driver, specializing in sand and stone, with a natural gamble, owed a lot of gambling debts before he died, but on the afternoon of March 25 this year, he suddenly $1 million more on my account. When Ling Yun said this, he looked directly into Luo Erfing's eyes, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with a stern smile, do you need me to continue? Although she is the enemy's wife, the other party is just a woman with no power, and this matter has nothing to do with her. Ling Yun does not want to use force against her. As long as she can honestly tell the truth, Ling Yun will let her take it easy. Leave. The injustice has the head and the debt has the owner, Ling Yun clearly distinguishes. Seeing Ling Yun talking about Wang Lei, Luo Erfing was almost paralyzed with fright. She swayed, leaning on the sofa and said, who are you? My man's business, how do you know everything? Ling Yun smiled indifferently. What he said, Qinglong from Qingshui City Police and Tai Xiaohu had already investigated clearly for him. Based on these, he himself had already guessed something. He asked Luo Erfing to come over, he just wanted to check it out for yourself and get more clues. You don't care who I am. First, I won't hurt you, second, tell me the whole story, exactly what you know, and I'll let you go, you understand? Of course, you can also choose not to say, have you seen this cup? Ling Yun raised his hand to pick up a teacup on the coffee table, and with a gentle force on his hand, the whole teacup instantly turned into a mass of powder, rustling down Ling Yun's palm, and all fell on the coffee table. Luo Erfing was stunned when she saw this scene. If you don't tell the truth, or if you tell a lie, I'll kill you. Ling Yan's face sank, murderous intent flashed in his handsome eyes, and he looked directly into Luo Erfing's terrified eyes. His eyes were as sharp as knives. To be continued. If you dare to kill me, the police won't let you go. Luo Erfing is still lucky. She doesn't care about her dead man, Wang Lei, now. She is worried about the money Wang Lei left her. HP//772E6F742E6F6. People die for wealth, birds die for food, this is really not a delusion. Ling Yan shook his head, sighed softly, looked at Luo Erfing with some pity, and said, think about it, you have lost your freedom for more than a month, has any police searched for you? Oh, by the way, forgot to tell you. Your man has a very good friend, his name is Li Gang, right? The police are escorting him here, and you can see him soon. After Luo Erfing heard this, she was completely stunned, her face was pale, her heart was ashen, and she was cold. Ling Yan spread his hands and smiled lightly at her, even if you don't say it, I believe Li Gang will definitely say it, whether it's life or death, it's up to you to choose, if you tell me the truth, I promise no one will in the future. Embarrassing you. Ling Yan made her words so straightforward, Luo Erfing had no choice at all, she thought about it, and asked cautiously, will you rob me of my money? A look of contempt flashed in Ling Yan's eyes, he frowned slightly, raised his hand and pointed to the ceiling above his head, how much do you think my villa is worth? Do you think I will like it for your money? In fact, according to Ling Yan's character, if the other party was a man, Ling Yan would really force her to hand over the money without hesitation. But Luo Erfing actually suffered a disaster. It was her man who couldn't help the temptation of money and went the wrong way. All the men were dead. Of course Ling Yan would not make money from a widow again. Luo Erfing subconsciously followed Ling Yan's finger and looked up, and said blankly, all right, I'll say it. Speak slowly, don't worry, tell me all the details you know, and you can leave after that. Ling Yan raised his hand and pointed to the sofa opposite, indicating that she could sit down and speak. Luo Erfing did not sit down, but stood there and started talking. It turned out that Wang Lei was indeed a transport driver, but unfortunately he got into the bad habit of gambling a few years ago and became a bad gambler. Because of his addiction to gambling, he has been working in the city for more than 10 years. Not only did he not save a penny, but he lost everything. He almost owed his wife more than 100,000 yuan. Creditors come every day to demand debts. Wang Lei couldn't afford it, so he could only drag it on day by day, and he didn't know how many times he was beaten. Until the end of March this year, someone suddenly approached him and said that he had a business of 5 million for him, and as long as he agreed, he would pay him 1 million in advance. This is simply pie from the sky. Although Wang Lei knew that what people asked him to do was definitely not a good thing, he was really short of money and needed money to save his life. He almost didn't even think about it, so he agreed on the spot. Sure enough, that person agreed after Wang Lei. Tell him to let him kill someone, a high school student, Ling Yan. When Wang Lei heard that he was actually asked to kill, he struggled fiercely in his heart, but in the end he couldn't resist the temptation of 3 million, not to mention the other party told him. Even if he was caught, it was nothing more than a car accident. Even if he compensated Ling Yan's family with 1 million yuan, he would still have 4 million left. Wang Lei didn't hesitate anymore, he agreed immediately, and the next day, it was in his bank account. Just over 1 million. This made Wang Lei inexplicably overjoyed. He felt that the money came too easily. He immediately took out 200,000 yuan, paid off all the debts first, and then gave the remaining 50,000 yuan to him. The best my friendly gang asked Li Gang to help kill him. After everything was planned, the next step was of course action. Originally, the time to murder Ling Yan was on the night of March 26th. Unfortunately, Ling Yan stayed overnight at the Speed Internet Cafe that night and did not leave at all, and was in charge of observing Ling Yan's whereabouts. Li Gang, of course, also squatted in the speed internet cafe for a whole night. If Ling Yun did not leave the internet cafe, Wang Lei would naturally not be able to run into people. Therefore, the first murder between the two fell through and they had to wait for another chance. They didn't wait too long. Ling Yun finally left the speed internet cafe late at night the next night and went back to school. Of course, Li Gang also settled the bill immediately, and followed Ling Yun from a distance. At that time, Wang Lei had already driven a heavy stair full of stones, waiting on Ling Yun's only road. When Ling Yun was about to reach the intersection on his bicycle, Li Gang called Wang Lei in time and said, "Come on, let's do it." Thinking of the 4 million that would be available soon, Wang Lei's blood was already boiling. He dropped the phone and started stare. He stepped on the accelerator to the end, accelerated with all his strength, and rammed directly into Ling Yun, who was riding over there, knocking him into the air. More than 10 meters, and then directly drove away from the scene. This is the scene at the beginning. This Wang Lei finally has a bit of humanity. Chinsen takes killing for fun, and in pursuit of bloody excitement, he once explicitly asked Wang Lei to drive over Ling Yun, but Wang Lei did not do this. Doing it was like leaving a whole corpse for Ling Yun. Otherwise, after Ling Yun was run over by the heavy-duty stair full of stones, he would definitely be crushed into a puddle of flesh. Not to mention Ling Yun, even De Luo Jingxian would not be able to survive. Next, Wang Lei drove the car to the suburbs, parked by a small river, cleaned the blood on the front of the car, and then returned the car as if nothing was wrong. After that, Wang Lei took a taxi and went to the agreed place to meet the person who hired him to kill, to get the remaining 4 million murder fee. But what he never imagined was that not only did he not get the 4 million, but he was strangled to death, and then threw his body into the moat. It was not until 3 weeks later that he was unintentionally salvaged. This is the whole process of Wang Lei hitting Ling Yun to death in the middle of the night on March 27th, and then being cut to the ground. Ling Hao spent 20 million to ask Chen Sen to kill Ling Yun, and Chen Sen took Ling Yun's life for only 1 million. The whole thing was arranged seamlessly. It's a pity that the Skynet is extensive and sparse, but not omissions. Ling Yun felt that things were strange at first, but he happened to see the news again. What kind of person Ling Yun is, he would be surprised if he didn't investigate. You know what happened before your man disappeared? After listening to Luo Erfeng's story, Ling Yun asked lightly with murderous intent in his eyes. Yes, after hitting and killing the student, he once called me on the way to get the money. Luo Erfeng didn't hide it anymore, and recruited them all. You knew he was going to kill, why didn't you stop him? Ling Yun frowned slightly and asked one more question. Who said I didn't stop it? Murder and arson are the worst. I tried my best to stop it, but I couldn't stop it. Besides, I've taken all the million, and I'm scared too. Luo Erfeng smiled miserably. Do you know what he looks like who is looking for your man to kill? Ling Yun asked. If Luo Erfeng knew, it would definitely be another clue, and it would be much easier for Ling Yun to find it. Unfortunately, Luo Erfeng shook her head and said she didn't know. Then why did Li Gang escape from Qingshui City? Wang Lei didn't come back all night. Li Gang knew at the time that something was wrong, and the next day, he went to the school to inquire about the news, but heard that the student was not dead, and then he was frightened, so he ran away. Why don't you go? Since the student didn't die, my man is not considered a murderer. It turned out that my man disappeared. Why should I leave? Ling Yun smiled slightly, thinking that this Luo Erfeng was a little scheming. Ling Yun began to ponder deeply. In Luo Erfeng's place, he did not get any valuable information except that he really confirmed that his predecessor was murdered. He could only pin his hopes on Li Gang. At this moment, Ling Yan's cell phone rang. The call was from Tang Meng, saying that he had brought Li Gang, just outside the gate of the villa. Ling Yan directly asked Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to escort Li Gang in, then he hung up the phone, raised his hand to the fitness room next to him, and said to Luo Erfing, "Go to that room and wait, don't make any noise, I don't want to make any noise." "Let you come out, you are not allowed to come out." Luo Erfing heard that Li Gang had been captured. She was shocked by Ling Yun's power, she could only nodded silently, and walked quickly to the fitness room. As soon as Luo Erfing hid in the gym, Tai Xiaohu carried Li Gang to the living room, and beside him was Tang Meng, who was sweating profusely. "Brother Yun, this is Li Gang," Tang Meng said as soon as he entered the room, pointing at Li Gang, who was thin in stature, being held by Tai Xiaohu. "Throw him on the ground, you two go out." Ling Yun said lightly to the two of them and waved his hand. Bang! Tai Xiaohu slammed Li Gang to the ground and walked out with Tang Meng. Li Gang, 34 years old, was born with a thin body, sharp-nosed monkey cheeks, a pair of small eyes, and sunken eye sockets. Obviously, this time was not going well. When Tai Xiaohu threw him, it was very hard. Li Gang was hit by a dog. Ling Yun was not as polite to Luo Erfing as he was to him. He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Li Gang, so he raised his hand and pinned 2 large needles directly on Li Gang's thighs, but they were all gone. "Ah!" Li Gang cried out loudly, and the sound was worse than killing a pig. Ling Yun pinched 4 big needles again, and shook it at Li Gang, who was howling miserably on the ground, and said lightly, "Hold it for a while, shout again, and I will reward you with 4 more needles. Tell me what you and Wang Lei did, from the beginning to the end, tell me word for word. If you are slow, I will destroy you." I said it all." Li Gang fell to the ground, sweat dripping from his painful body, grinning and panting loudly, but he really didn't dare to scream. He was first caught by the police, brought back to Qingshui City after traveling thousands of miles, and was sent here inexplicably by the police. If Li Gang didn't know why, he would be a fool. Li Gang started hissing, but what Luo Erfing said was not the same as what Luo Erfing said. Ling Yun repeatedly compared them and confirmed that neither of them lied. "Okay, needless to say, let me ask you now." Ling Yun knew that if he wanted to find out any clues that would be useful to him, he could only start with Li Gang. To be continued. At this moment, Li Gang, who was sitting on the ground, turned blue with pain, his teeth chattered and rattled, his 2 stovepipes trembled involuntarily, obviously suffering great pain. A thorn in the hand will make people feel unbearable pain, not to mention 2 large needles that are more than 2 inches long, pierced into the thigh and disappear. Ling Yun stared at Li Gang, his eyes were calm and leisurely, he showed no pity for him, his voice was cold but very penetrating, and asked in a deep voice, "Think about it, was there any suspicious person that night, was there anything suspicious?" Thing? Li Gang is different from Luo Erfing. Luo Erfing is mostly an insider, while Li Gang is a real participant. It can be said that before Wang Lei drove the stare into Ling Yun, it was Li Gang who sent Ling Yun step by step under the wheel of Wang Lei. Ling Yun knew that before Wang Lei raised the butcher's knife in his hand, everything about him was in Li Gang's palm, and he knew the most information. Li Gang didn't disappoint Ling Yun. He didn't even need special memories, he just nodded his head and said, "Yes. Yes." Ling Yun was secretly delighted, and he said to Li Gang calmly, "Tell me about it." Li Gang raised his head slightly, and muttered to himself with a look of memory, "There are 2 suspicious people, there is a suspicious thing, that night." The afternoon before Ling Yun was hit, Li Gang had already received Wang Lei's money and promised to help him keep an eye on Ling Yun's every move. According to the detailed clues provided by the murderer, he went to the Speed Internet Cafe to guard Ling Yun. During that time, the business of the Speed Internet Cafe was booming. Ling Yun worked part-time in the Speed Internet Cafe. He was both a network administrator and half a cashier. Can be counted. Ling Yun was always the bottom 3 in Qingshui No. 1, at that time. Of course, no one would care about this useless piece of wood, but, except for Chao Shanshan, the monitor of the 3rd and 6th grades. In Qingshui number 1, Chao Shanshan's identity is undoubtedly the supreme. If you really compare it, even Shui Mining is a little worse than her. Just in terms of identity. Compared with Chao Shanshan, the other students in class 3 and 6 of senior high school, it can be said that they are all ants. As long as they graduate from high school, it will be difficult for them to have any intersection in their lives. Therefore, Chao Shanshan was able to treat every student in the class equally from the point of view of the superior, including Ling Yun, of course. Ling Yun is not good at studying, but Chao Shanshan doesn't care. But Ling Yun skipped class every day and didn't come to the classroom. More and more unscrupulous, this undoubtedly makes this super school flower, the beautiful monitor, even more annoyed. Chao Shanshan asked Zhang Ling to help, and through Zhang Dong and Chai Hanlin, they got Ling Yun's QQ number. Contact Ling Yun through the Q number and directly order him to come back to class, otherwise, Ling Yun will look good. At that time, Ling Yun really had a crush on Chao Shanshan, and he was angry when he saw the goddess in his heart. I had to ask for leave from Su Bingyan, the proprietress of the Speed Internet Cafe, and honestly went back to school for a few days. After Ling Yun returned to school, he could go to class as he wanted to, but after the evening self-study, Ling Yun mostly went to the Internet Cafe to watch all night, and then went back to school during the day. Catch up on sleep in the classroom. On the night of March 27th, after the evening self-study, Ling Yun went to the Speed Internet Cafe as usual to work at the cash register and play games, unaware that 3 people in the Internet Cafe had already been eyeing him. One of the 3 is naturally Li Gang, but he is also the least important one. There were 2 other people. One had been staring at Ling Yun for a long time, and was sent by Ling Hao, the eldest son of the Ling family. The photos of Ling Yun in Ling Hao's hands were secretly photographed by him and sent back. The other one was sent by Chen Sen, the dandy young master of the Chen family. When Chen Sen stepped into this killing game, of course he had to see Ling Yun die with his own eyes, so he would definitely arrange for someone to watch. Ling Yun, Li Gang, the subordinates sent by Ling Hao, and the subordinates sent by Chen Sen gathered at the Speed Internet Cafe this night. No one knew each other. However, at that moment, Ling Yun was the prey, but he was unaware of it. In fact, from the night of March 26th, this wonderful scene had already formed. It was only because Ling Yun stayed in the Internet Cafe all night, and did not leave the Internet Cafe and go back to school until the morning of the 27th. The hunting party, of course not, will do it in broad daylight, so he lives an extra night. Originally, on the night of the 27th, Ling Yun didn't plan to go back after he came out. He was still planning to spend the night in the Speed Internet Cafe, but he suddenly remembered something. That thing is, this weekend, Ling Yun will go home with his sister Ning Lingyu. Qin Qiuyue and Ning Lingyu were Ling Yun's most important relatives, and Ling Yun was never sloppy when facing them. He didn't want to go home with dark circles under his eyes, and he didn't want to go home in a trance, so he temporarily decided that this night would not be the end of the night, and he would go back to the school dormitory to sleep. Just after midnight, Ling Yun left the Extreme Speed Internet Cafe. At the same time, the people sent by Li Gang and Chen Sen saw the opportunity, and of course they immediately checked out and left, and followed Ling Yun. It was normal for people who surfed the internet in internet cafes to check out and leave. At that time, Li Gang stared at Ling Yun intently and didn't think about these issues, but after Wang Lei died, when Li Gang looked back and thought about it, he realized, not right. There is a person who behaved the same as I did at the time, and even the seat is not too far away, because if you want to stare at Ling Yun, there are no dead spots in those seats. The more Li Gang said, the more he confirmed his thoughts, and his eyes lit up and continued, yes, that person may have stayed in the internet cafe longer than me. He was there when Ling Yun was there, and when Ling Yun left, he also left right after. 2 months ago, Ling Yun was a big fat man weighing more than 210 jeans, but now, he is less than 160 jeans. his temperament and appearance had changed drastically. Li Gang couldn't even recognize the person in front of him as Ling Yun. Of course Ling Yun didn't bother to tell him. He frowned and tried to recall the memories of those few days, but unfortunately his mind was blurred and there was no impression. Needless to say, he even forgot the Speed Internet Cafe, and the owner of the Speed Internet Cafe, Su Bingyan, to go out of the sky, let alone other things. However, this clue provided by Li Gang is definitely good news for Ling Yun. What about the other person? Ling Yun nodded and asked lightly. Li Gang raised his hand. Wiping the cold sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand, he said in a trembling voice, "The other person is not so suspicious." Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu quickly entered the living room. At Yuan. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng directly, "Is there any surveillance video in the bar now?" Tang Meng answered directly without thinking, "As long as it's not black, there should be." "Very good." Ling Yun was overjoyed. He leaned over gently, lifted Li Gang from the ground with one hand, and said to the two, "I want to go out." Ling Yun secretly sent a voice transmission, instructing the two to take good care of Luo Orfeng in the gym, and wait for him to come back and deal with everything, then carry Li Gang and walk out. When he came to the Land Rover, Ling Yun threw Li Gang into the passenger seat, and at the same time put his chin on him, then got into the car, started the Land Rover, and quickly left Villa Number 1. At this time it was almost evening, and it was the rush hour. Ling Yun's car came out of the Qingxi Villa area and encountered a serious traffic jam. The slow speed of the car was like a turtle crawling, but he was not in a hurry. The journey of more than 10 kilometers took Ling Yun nearly an hour. By the time he came to the intersection where he was hit, the sky was already dark. This intersection is indeed very remote, less than 1 kilometer away from Qingshui Number 1 Middle School. Even at this time, there are not many vehicles coming and going. Where did it hit? Ling Yun stopped for a while, and asked Li Gang, who was standing beside him, without turning his head. Li Gang endured the pain, raised his hand and pointed to 7 or 8 meters in front of him with grinning teeth. "It's there." Li Gang is right, he can match the number. Ling Yun nodded and asked Li Gang again, "Where was that black Audi Q7 parked at that time?" Li Gang turned his head, pointed to a roadside 200 meters away and said, "Stop there," but after Wang Lei hit someone, the car drove away quickly. "You said extreme speed, where is it?" Ling Yun asked Li Gang. Li Gang raised his hand and pointed to the front, "Cross this intersection, go straight ahead for another 400 meters, and you're there, on the left side of the road. The green light is on." Ling Yun stepped on the accelerator without hesitation, and soon came to the door of the speed bar. "Get off." Ling Yun stopped and ordered lightly. Li Gang bowed his head miserably. Looking at his trembling legs, he said, I can't walk." Ling Yun smiled lightly, "You have to walk even if you can't walk. If you do well today, I will let you live. If you do not behave well, I promise you will die miserably." Li Gang's face was pale. "I could only grit my teeth and get out of the car, and I stumbled before I could stand firm." 2 large needles were stuck in his thighs, and every time his muscles stretched, there was a burst of pain in his heart, but he could only endure it. Ling Yun got out of the car and took Li Gang directly into the speed bar. The speed bar is a mid-range bar. There are 2 floors up and down. Each floor has more than 100 machines. The cashier is located on the left side 3 meters away from the door, and further inside is the machine room. This time period. It's not the peak season yet, so there aren't many people in the bar. There are only about 30 people in the bar. Most of them play online games. "Do you want to go?" A little girl standing at the cashier asked casually when she saw the two coming in. The little girl was about 17 or 18 years old. He was a medium-sized man with neat short hair. Although he had a general appearance, his eyes were very sharp. She stared at Ling Yun, who was entering the door, and felt that he was very familiar. "Wait a minute," Ling Yun replied. Grabbing Li Gang's arm, he walked in, came to the front of the first row of computers, glanced at the entire computer room, and then transmitted a voice to Li Gang. "Where were you sitting at that time?" Li Gang gritted his teeth and raised his hand to point to a machine in the second row, on the right side of the corridor. "I've been sitting here for 2 nights in a row." Ling Yun came to the row of machines, turned around to look at the cashier, and felt that he could observe the cashier from here. An excellent location indeed. "What about those 2 people?" Ling Yun asked again. Li Gang pointed to the left side of the corridor and said embarrassingly, "The one who is very strong and wears a suit is also sitting in the second row. He is sitting next to me. This corridor is between us." "What about the other one?" Li Gang thought for a while and said, "I don't remember that one clearly, because he is too ordinary, and it is difficult to attract others' attention, but no matter how he changed his seat, he never left the first row." "Where is Ling Yun sitting?" Li Gang replied, "It's either the cashier, or playing games on the computer in the first row." Li Gang said, and pointed to the computer. "The computer is not currently in use and is still turned off." When Ling Yun saw it, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. My dear, these people were staring at him tightly enough, and they were almost completely surrounded by them. "Okay, you can go out." After Ling Yun finished asking what he wanted to ask, he took Li Gang and walked out again, came to the Land Rover car, tapped the dumb and soft numb holes on his body, and then threw him into the car. Ling Yun already knew about the whole situation before the accident. What he has to do now is to get the surveillance video of Speedy in March. Ling Yun returned soon, went directly to the cashier counter, and said to the cashier, "Beauty, can we discuss something?" After speaking, Ling Yun smiled at the cashier, showing a charming smile with great lethality. It really worked. The short-haired girl looked at the dimple on Ling Yun's left cheek, and she was a little dazzled. She couldn't help but chuckle and said, "What's the matter, handsome guy?" Ling Yun said with a smile, "I want to see the surveillance video from March, is it all right?" The short-haired girl immediately looked vigilant. "What are you looking at?" "No." Ling Yun smiled, stretched out his index finger and raised his finger to a surveillance computer on the cashier's desk, and then raised his finger to some of the cameras that were glowing on top of his head. "It seems like there are." The short-haired girl blushed and said angrily, "Even if there is, I can't show it to you. It's a business secret, and you're not a policeman." Ling Yun frowned slightly, while he was thinking about how to get the surveillance video, when he noticed a very beautiful figure walking into the speed. The woman is about 30 years old, 1.68 meters tall, with long straight hair, picturesque eyebrows, a slender nose and a sandalwood mouth, fair skin, and a protruding figure. It is a perfect S-shaped curve when viewed from the side as a ridge and a peak. This is a familiar super beauty, but her eyes are very sharp and cold, naturally revealing a temperament that rejects people thousands of miles away. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous. But it exudes a cold breath. This is the proprietress of the speed bar. Su Bingyan. That is what Zheng Dong said, the pretty widow who went to the school to find Ling Yun. She has a nickname called Ba Shishir. Swallow, I bought dinner for you. It's dumplings. Eat it while it's hot. As soon as Su Bingyan entered, she went straight to the cashier and said to the little girl in the cashier. At the same time, Su raised his hand and handed the bento in his hand to the cashier Yanzi. "Thank you, Miss Su." When Yanzi saw that the proprietress was back, she ignored Ling Yun, smiled and took the convenience bag with bento in Su Bingyan's hand, and was about to start eating. "Oh. By the way, Sister Su, this person said he wanted to watch our surveillance video." Before eating, Yanzi did not forget to raise her head and say something to Su Bingyan. Su Bingyan was stunned for a moment, and then turned to look at Ling Yun who was standing beside her, and Ling Yun also just turned her head with a smile and looked at Su Bingyan. The two came looking at each other. Su Bingyan looked at Ling Yan's face, her indifferent eyes couldn't help flashing a hint of surprise, but she quickly returned to normal, and asked lightly, "May I ask who you are? Why are you watching our surveillance video?" Su Bingyan's voice was indifferent and not polite. In less than 2 months, Ling Yan's appearance and temperament had undergone a complete change. Li Gang couldn't recognize it, Yanzi and Su Bingyan couldn't recognize it either, but they both thought Ling Yun was familiar. If an ordinary person loses 10 pounds or 20 pounds, others can usually recognize him, but Ling Yun lost nearly 60 pounds in one fell swoop, and changed from the sickly and cowardly look he used to be, with a handsome and unrestrained figure, with between his brows. With strong self-confidence, it is no longer what it used to be. Ling Yun didn't hide it, he gave Su Bingyan a faint smile and replied directly, "I'm Ling Yun, because of a last resort, come and watch the video in March." Ling Yun? Which Ling Yun? Su Bingyan was stunned. What? You are, Ling Yun? Yanzi at the cash register was even more exaggerated. She just ate a dumpling in her mouth and almost vomited. She suddenly stood up from her seat. He got up and exclaimed. Ling Yun couldn't help scratching his head and smiling bitterly. Since both of them knew him, he must have known them too, but they just disappeared from his memory, which was extremely embarrassing. Sister Su, I'm Ling Yun from Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. I helped you here in March. Ling Yun looked at Su Bingyan, who was stunned, and could only explain patiently. Su Bingyan's eyes were full of shock and wonder. She looked up and down, looked at Ling Yun repeatedly, and murmured, "Are you Ling Yun? This is impossible?" Of course not, Ling Yun lost too much weight and too fast. Yanzi rushed out of the cashier even more exaggeratedly, scratched Ling Yun's body with both hands unceremoniously, and shouted in shock, "It's actually you, the dead fat man, it's only been a few days, why have you lost weight? So much? God, why did I look at you so familiar? How did you lose weight? How can this be clearly explained in a short while?" Ling Yun can only smile bitterly. This is really a long story. After Su Bingyan looked at Ling Yun's face carefully, and imagined what Ling Yun looked like after losing 30 kilograms, she began to believe it. "You are really Ling Yun," Su Bingyan murmured to herself with a special look flashing in her eyes. Ling Yun smiled slightly, "It's really me, it's like a fake." However, what surprised Ling Yun was that Su Bingyan's face changed instantly. Her face was even colder than when she first entered the door, and she said indifferently, "Wait a minute." After saying that, Su Bingyan walked into the cash register, took out a thick envelope from the drawer where the money was placed, raised her hand and handed it to Ling Yun. "This is your salary for March, a total of 2,400 yuan, you yourself click." "Sister Su, I'm not here to ask for money," Ling Yun said with a wry smile to the money that Su Bingyan handed over, but he didn't answer the connection. "Take your salary and go, we don't welcome you," Su Bingyan said coldly. To be continued. Ling Yun held the envelope with the money in his hand, and looked at Su Bingyan with a cold face, feeling a little inexplicable. "Pinshu Network?" he asked patiently, "Why?" In any case, Ling Yun had worked in the Speed Internet Cafe, and through the expression that Su Bingyan and Yanzi recognized him as Ling Yun just now, and the fact that Yanzi has been hugging Ling Yun's arm intimately, Ling Yun felt that there should be nothing between him and Su Bingyan. Too much contradiction. In fact, Ling Yun guessed right, he did not have any contradiction with Su Bingyan. On the contrary, the relationship between the two has always been very good. Well, it's a little bit ambiguous. The conflict between the two of them appeared after March 27. Su Bingyan was annoyed that Ling Yun didn't even say hello and never came to the Speed Internet Cafe again. "Didn't I just mention to you, let you go to my house and help me reinstall the system? As for being scared to hide from me for 2 months. Even if you can't come to the internet cafe to work in order to meet the college entrance examination, you should say hello to me, right? Moreover, you are so scared that you don't even want the salary for March, and you have to ask me to go to the school to give it to you in person? Su Bingyan finally made up her mind to go to school, but still couldn't find Ling Yun's person. She quietly inquired. Ling Yun hadn't been in the classroom for a long time. From Su Bingyan's point of view, Ling Yun was deliberately avoiding her, and as soon as she hid thousands of miles away, so that she couldn't find it, which greatly affected Su Bingyan's self-esteem. This is the fundamental reason why Yanzi was so passionate towards Ling Yun and Su Bingyan was indifferent towards Ling Yun after they knew that the person in front of them was Ling Yun. There's no reason. Our internet cafe is small, and we can't afford to pay for your big Buddha. Now we've settled the account, you can go quickly. Su Bingyan said angrily. Ling Yun suffered a pure disaster. After the car accident, he only knew Ning Lingyu and Qin Qiuyue, and all the current connections were re-established by himself. He had forgotten all the friends that his ex knew, and he didn't know anything about what happened in the middle. Therefore, when Ling Yun met someone he knew before, he was the most embarrassed. The most awkward time. However, Ling Yun didn't want to delay here for too long. Since people didn't want to see him, he wouldn't deliberately curry favor with Su Bingyan. He didn't ask any more, just said lightly, "Okay, I'll take the money, but it's okay to let me go, but I have to see what happened in March." Surveillance video. When Su Bingyan saw Ling Yun took the money without saying a word, she couldn't help but feel an unspeakable anger. Angrily, he said, "What are you doing watching the surveillance video in March? It's been 2 months, and it's been deleted long ago." Ling Yun suddenly found out that this icy woman in her 30s was acting like an angry child at this time. He couldn't help but chuckle. "Whether it's deleted or not, let me take a look, how about it?" Su Bingyan bit her lip and asked, What are you doing with that?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's very important to me. It's a matter of human life." As soon as Su Bingyan heard that it was about Ling Yun's life, a flush of anxiety appeared on her fair and pretty face, and she hurriedly said, "Swallow, look around and see if there is any surveillance in March." Yanzi sneered and responded. He took Ling Yun and walked into the cashier. After Ling Yun sat down, Yanzi lay on Ling Yun's shoulder and whispered, "Ling Yun, don't blame Sister Su for being angry, you haven't come here for 2 months. Not even a letter. Sister Su is very worried about you." Ling Yun was a little stunned. He couldn't help but looked up at Su Bingyan, who was nervous, then thought about his previous appearance, and thought to himself, with such a strong contrast between the two, can you be worried? Speaking of now, Brother Yun definitely has this confidence, but if it was 2 months ago. Ling Yun felt that it must be the little girl Yanzi who was fooling around, and it was not reliable at all. Su Bingyan was nervously watching the computer that was being monitored in real time, when she suddenly noticed that Ling Yun looked up at her, and snorted coldly, "What are you looking at? Why don't you hurry up and do your business?" Su Bingyan was yelling at Ling Yun, but her eyes didn't dare to look directly into Ling Yun's eyes, because the current Ling Yun is really charming and a little too much, and the changes are too great. Ling Yun retracted his gaze and looked at the computer in charge of surveillance video. He knew that he was a rookie, so he had to ask Yanzi next to him for help. "Yanzi, help me check it out and see the surveillance video from March, is there any?" The handsome guy asked for help, and Yanzi was naturally very brave. She didn't ask Ling Yun why she didn't check it herself, she just drove Ling Yun aside and started to check. Ling Yun's luck was really good. On that computer, the surveillance video of the last 2 months was kept. "Which day do you want to see?" Yanzi opened the surveillance records in March, stared at the screen with dismay, and asked Ling Yun. "Look at March 27th first." Ling Yun said calmly, staring at the screen without blinking his eyes. Su Bingyan's heart moved when she heard Ling Yun say to watch March 27th first. She glanced at Ling Yun in surprise, and her eyes began to stare at the screen. Ling Yin soon saw the old self appear on the screen, and thought to himself, is this fat man really the old self? After Su Bingyan and Yanzi saw Ling Yin appear, they couldn't help turning their heads to look at the current Ling Yin at the same time, thinking that this was too amazing. None of them would have imagined that Ling Yin would become so handsome after removing those fats. Ah, isn't that the same person just now? Yanzi suddenly exclaimed, because she saw Li Gang. After Li Gang appeared on the screen, Ling Yin immediately swept around him and himself, and soon saw the two people Li Gang mentioned. There is absolutely no mistake, these two people, one tall and sturdy, a suit and leather shoes with a short head, dressed very rigidly, the expression on his face is very indifferent and very cold, very similar to someone's bodyguard. As for the other person Li Gang mentioned, Ling Yin only looked at his face and recognized him because Ling Yin had seen him before. That was Ling Yin, going to Shui Mining's house. After seeing Shani Shui, the two went shopping on the pedestrian street in the afternoon, but when Sun Xing got into a car accident, Shui Mining insisted on pulling Ling Yin over to save people. At that moment, Ling Yin suddenly felt a faint sense of danger. At that time, he turned his head and saw a middle-aged man not far away, who turned his head nonchalantly. It turned out to be him. Ling Yin immediately called the number in his heart, and he was a little surprised. He kept these two people firmly in his heart, making sure that no matter where he saw them, he could recognize them, and then said to Yanzi with a smile, Yanzi, can you record these surveillance videos from March? Cut it for me, and let me take it away? Yanzi pouted, it was absolutely no problem to put this in the past, but now, the proprietress is taking out her anger at Ling Yin, and she still has to look at Su Bingyan's face. Su Bingyan didn't hesitate, take all the surveillance footage to him, just clean up the hard drive. She was angry with Ling Yin, but Su Bingyan was very knowledgeable on the issues of right and wrong. Thank you Sister Su, in fact, I only need the last few days of March. Ling Yin wanted to take away the surveillance video, on the one hand to use it as evidence in the future, and on the other hand to confirm when his ex started being targeted. After everything was done, Ling Yin got up and said to Yanzi with a smile, Yanzi, thank you for your help today, I'll treat you to dinner later. Idiot, it's not me who is helping you, it's Sister Su who is helping you, why are you inviting me to dinner? Yanzi gave Su Bingyan a grin and meant something. Ling Yin said knowingly, I know, please, please. After my clinic opens, after the busy days, you can eat wherever you want. Su Bingyan asked in shock, your clinic is open? What clinic? Clinic? What clinic? Yanzi was also puzzled. Ling Yin said in his heart that it seems that my reputation is not big enough. He smiled and said, the clinic that treats and saves people, it's called Ordinary Clinic, it's at the intersection of Qingxi Road and Gufeng Road, if you are not feeling well, you can go there. Find me there. You really opened your own clinic? Su Bingyan and Yanzi asked at the same time. The two of them had a lot of contact with Ling Yin's ex, and they could be said to be friends Ling Yin could talk to. Therefore, they all knew about Ling Yin's dream. Like my mother, I opened a clinic of my own to treat patients and save people, and I also tried to cure my own body. Ling Yin walked out of the cashier counter, smiled slightly and said, opening on the 20th, please introduce me to any patient. Hey, how long has it been since your account number Q? How can I contact you? Seeing that Ling Yin was about to leave, Yanzi couldn't help asking for his contact information. Ling Yin didn't know that he had a Q number at all. Fortunately, he still had a mobile phone number, so he told Yanzi his mobile phone number. The 69 tail number still shocked Yanzi. She was determined. I didn't believe it, until I shook Shen Ling Yin's phone with my phone and saw the caller ID on his phone, and I finally believed it. I'm leaving, call me if you have anything, goodbye. After Ling Yin finished speaking, he walked out of the Speed Internet Cafe. He didn't specifically say goodbye to Su Bingyan, nor did he say anything to her. He went straight to the Land Rover and drove away. Sister Su, Sister Su, Sister Su. After Ling Yun went out, Su Bingyan kept staring at the door. Yanzi called her 3 times in succession, and she heard it and turned her head. It's not that I can't hear you, why are you so loud? Su Bingyan blushed and blamed Yanzi. Yanzi smiled and said, can you really hear me? People even called you twice, but you didn't respond. Su Bingyan snorted softly, but did not refute any more. Sister Su, I didn't expect Ling Yun to be so handsome now, it's really tempting to see it. Yanzi glanced at Su Bingyan and said tentatively. Whether he is handsome or not has anything to do with us. He even drives a Land Rover now, and he has already looked down on our speed internet cafe. Su Bingyan snorted coldly and said with a sigh. To be continued. Yanzi deliberately accompanied Su Bingyan with a sigh, and said, hey, that's right. Ling Yun's appearance has changed a little, mainly because of his temperament, which is completely different from before. However, he is really manly, so cool. Yanzi's eyes had already turned into stars, she added immediately, and was about to sit down and start eating dumplings. Seeing that Yanzi was deliberately acting stupid with her, she was so angry and anxious that she leaned over across the cashier counter, letting the 2 plump lumps in front of her chest press down on the cold bar, and split her hands to grab the chopsticks in Yanzi's hand. Yanzi raised her head with a smile and said, why? Su Bingyan's mature and beautiful face was as bright as the sunset. She bit her lips and said coquettishly, you bastard, don't play stupid with me, and tell me his cell phone number. Didn't you hear it just now? Yanzi sneered. I didn't hear. Su Bingyan said, biting her white and neat teeth. Sister Su, I think you're afraid of misremembering, right? It's on my phone, you can write it down yourself, so I don't have to read it wrong again. Damn girl, dare to talk to me again, let's see if I don't deduct your salary this month. Su Bingyan snatched the phone from Yanzi's hand. Ling Yun left the speed internet cafe, but did not return directly to Villa No. 1 in Qingxi District, but went to a rental house near Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. As soon as Ling Yun parked the car, Bai Xianer flew out from the yard. She was wearing a snow-white dress, her long hair was flying, and her fair face was beautiful. She was wearing a big sunglasses, covering most of her peerless face. Brother Ling Yun. Bai Xianer plunged into Ling Yun's arms. Bai Xianer's appearance is covered, but her bright and clean forehead, pretty nose, and red and sexy mouth can't be covered. Coupled with the black sunglasses, it forms a strong contrast. Appear more mysterious. People can't help but guess what a moving face it would be if she took off her sunglasses. However, with these sunglasses, Bai Xianer will definitely not cause such a big confusion when she goes out in the future. These sunglasses are really good. Ling Yun praised and asked Bai Xianer's soft waist, where's the dragon dance? Bai Xianer said, she bought sunglasses. Some things like hats came back, and I saw that I had been sitting there cultivating. I was bored here alone and went out. Ling Yun nodded and smiled, thinking in her heart that she was at Long Wu's character. It would be strange if she could sit at home alone and be bored. Advanced house. Ling Yun let go of Bai Xianer, opened the car door, lifted Li Gang out of the car, and returned to the house with Bai Xianer. You are, Ling Yun? Li Gang was thrown to the ground by Ling Yun, and he didn't care about the pain at this time, so he asked with trembling all over. Obviously. Just now, Bai Xianer called Ling Yun's name, and Li Gang heard it. He finally knew that this tall, handsome and charming guy was the fat man who was stabbed by Wang Lei and bleeds from his 7 orifices back then. Ling Yun smiled lightly, yes, I am Ling Yun. However, all of this will soon have nothing to do with you. Ah? Please don't kill me, I'm just in charge of monitoring you, I don't mean to kill you. Li Gang completely forgot the pain caused by the 3 large needles on his body, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Ling Yun. His forehead was smashed, and blood was flowing. "Don't worry, since you didn't lie today, I definitely won't kill you. However, there are some things I don't want others to know about, so you have to let me pierce a few needles." Ling Yun carried Li Gang, who was covered in scum all over his body, and walked towards the bedroom that no one had ever lived in, talking as he walked. He wanted to perform acupuncture, to clear the recent memory in Li Gang's mind. Many things about Ling Yun can be known to others, but he did not want others to know about him being bumped into. "Li Dai Tao Zheng, this is one of Ling Yun's biggest secrets." "Brother Ling Yun, what's wrong with him?" Bai Xianer naturally followed. Ling Yun smiled indifferently and said, "Oh, some time ago, this person helped others kill me, and I was caught today." When Bai Xianer heard this, her eyebrows immediately frowned, and murderous intent emerged in her beautiful eyes behind her sunglasses, and she said softly, "Then why are you being polite to him? Just kill it and burn it to ashes." Ling Yun was madly sweating, thinking that Xianer was really domineering. He could only patiently persuade him, cough cough. "Xianer, you don't know, he is just an ordinary person, and he is greedy for some money, not to mention he has no idea. Kill me, and now I'm getting the lesson I deserve." Bai Xianer's hands trembled, and two fiery red flames instantly shone in her beautiful Sue's hands. It was the flaming art of Fire Fox. She snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with Ling Yun's being too kind. For Bai Xianer, everything else is easy to say, but if anyone is unfavorable to Ling Yun, she will not care who the other party is. It is absolutely killing if they can, or completely maimed if they can't. There is no other way to go. Li Gang saw that two flames appeared out of thin air on Bai Xianer's hand, which made him even more horrified. "Xianer doesn't need to kill him." Ling Yun didn't talk nonsense anymore. He directly took out a dozen silver needles, then split his hands, and immediately stabbed it towards Li Gang's head like lightning. As the first silver needle plunged into the big acupoint on the top of his head, Li Gang felt like his brain was struck by lightning, and then his eyes went black and he didn't know anything. Ling Yun didn't take Li Gang's life, he just used acupuncture to clear Li Gang's recent memory. This kind of acupuncture, to put it bluntly, is equivalent to a very powerful brain blow, which can cause permanent memory loss. However, Ling Yun's acupuncture is precise and old. Of course, it is much stronger than hitting Li Gang's head with a sharp object. Now, he just cleared Li Gang's memory for nearly a year. Instead of taking his life by erasing his memory for a year, for Ling Yun, this time was really merciful enough. After only a few minutes, Ling Yun pulled out the silver needle on Li Gang's head. At the same time, he tapped the three places where Li Gang's needle was inserted with his palm, and three large needles shot out from Li Gang's body. Ling Yun no longer cared about Li Gang, who was in a coma, but went to the living room with Bai Xianer and asked Bai Xianer, "Xianer, where are the sunglasses that Long Wu bought for me?" Bai Xianer smiled tenderly and said, "That pile is yours, this one is mine." Ling Yun picked up one and put it on. He immediately felt the scene in front of him darkened, and after a little bit of getting used to it, Ling Yun turned to look at Bai Xianer. "How is it, cool or not?" Bai Xianer sneered and nodded, "Very cool." Ling Yun made a confident tick at the corner of his mouth, and then deliberately turned his yin and yang eyes again, and found that these sunglasses really work well. Yin-yang eyes are one yin and one yang, which is reflected in the pupil, which is black and white. If Ling Yun uses it, even ordinary people can see the strange changes in his eyes. Now that there are sunglasses, at least ordinary people can't see the changes in Ling Yun's eyes. Xianer's breasts are so beautiful. Ling Yun secretly swallowed his saliva, then copied it, and put all the 7 or 8 sunglasses left on the coffee table into the space ring. "Xianer, put on another hat and follow me to Villa number 1. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he flew into the bedroom, lifted Li Gang out, who was still unconscious, went out, and shoved Li Gang directly into the trunk of the car. After closing the courtyard gate of the rental house, Ling Yun and Bai Xianer got into the car and drove towards Villa Number 1 in Qingxi District. On the way back, Ling Yun called Long Wu and told her that she did not have to go to the rental house today. After hanging up, Ling Yun sent Zheng Ling another text message. After the evening self-study, I'll pick you up. Ling Yun and Miao Xiaomiao inquired about Chao Shanshan's news. Miao Xiaomiao asked him to ask Zheng Ling. Now that the college entrance examination is less than half a month away, Ling Yun doesn't want to affect Zheng Ling's study, so he plans to ask Zheng Ling after the evening self-study. He also happened to take Zheng Ling home. Speaking of which, Ling Yun had not seen her since he brought the students from the 3rd and 6th grades of high school to the principal's office before going to see. Ling Yun and Bai Xianer returned to Villa Number 1. The two got off the car and entered the living room of the villa, only to find Tang Meng and a few Qinglong's little brothers in the living room. Tang Meng was bragging with the younger brothers of Qinglong, "You know, I'm also the boss of your Qinglong. In the future, my words will be no different from Tai Xiaohu's words, understand?" He was bragging right there. Seeing Ling Yun and Bai Xianer coming in, Tang Meng quickly jumped up from the sofa. "Brother Yun, Sister Xianer, I'm dizzy." After Tang Meng said hello, he suddenly noticed that Ling Yun and Bai Xianer were both wearing sunglasses. The strong aura of the two made Tang Meng take a few steps back and muttered, "I am Go. Is this the legendary Matrix? Or the legendary Godfather? Where's Tai Xiaohu?" Ling Yun hugged Bai Xianer's graceful waist, sat directly on the sofa, and asked Tang Meng. Tang Meng scratched his head, he smiled, and said, He was caught by Ninger to be a strong man. Needless to say, Tai Xiaohu must have brought someone to move Shui mining. Ling Yun chuckled, "You ask them to get Li Gang out and send him directly to the Public Security Bureau." Tang Meng was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at the Land Rover outside the door. "Where is the grandson?" Ling Yun smiled and said, "It's in the trunk, I should be almost awake." Tang Meng said in his heart that Brother Yun was really good at pretending to be a man, and he actually stuffed Li Gang into the trunk. He covered his mouth and laughed, and quickly gave orders to Qinglong's younger brothers. "Take them there, send Li Gang to the Public Security Bureau, and come back immediately," Ling Yun instructed Tang Meng. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun was afraid that these people would be in trouble, so he nodded, took a few people out, got Li Gang, who had just woken up, out of the trunk, and dragged him away. "Luo Erfeng, come out." Ling Yun knew that Luo Erfeng was still squatting in the gym, so he called Luo Erfeng out. "You go, leave Qingshui City, the farther you go, the better. I only give you 1 day. After this time tomorrow, if I see you again, I will kill you." Ling Yun stared at Luo Erfeng, whose face was ashen, his eyes were like knives, and his tone was cold. To be continued. Luo Erfeng left unscathed, and Ling Yun didn't even clear her memory. #. She left Ling Yun's villa, immediately took a taxi home, simply packed her things, then took her luggage and went straight to the long-distance bus station. She left Qingshui City on the same day. Ling Yun let Luo Erfeng go. She was just a poor woman whose husband had gone the wrong way and suffered an innocent disaster, and would not pose any threat to Ling Yun. These sunglasses are easy to use, but they are awkward and uncomfortable to wear. Ling Yun raised his hand and took off his sunglasses, threw them on the coffee table in front of him, and said with a frown. Bai Xianer followed suit. She also took off her sunglasses and threw them on the coffee table. Her slightly elongated, charming eyes were full of complaints and dissatisfaction. "It's just awkward, I might as well just use the blindfolding technique in the illusion," Bai Xianer said coquettishly. Ling Yun was madly sweating, so scared that he quickly waved his hand. "That's not good, in case you forget at some point and suddenly show your figure. If anyone sees it, then you won't be scared to death." Bai Xianer's use of illusions can indeed prevent herself from being seen. For the nine-tailed celestial fox who successfully transformed, this is just an extremely simple skill, and it is not difficult to perform. The difficulty is that no matter where she goes, Baixianer has to hide her body anytime, anywhere, and how to communicate with Ling Yun, or with these people around Ling Yun. For example, Ling Yun and Baixianer walked out side by side. If Baixianer was invisible, whether Ling Yun hugged her waist, put her shoulders, or talked to her, others would think Ling Yun was crazy, because others would think that Ling Yun was crazy. Only Ling Yun could be seen alone, making a strange appearance and talking to the air. Rather than being treated as a lunatic by others, Ling Yun might as well let those lechers crash into a car. He still has fun to watch. When you come into contact with new things, you have to have a gradual adaptation process, just get used to it. Ling Yun carefully measured the length of Baixianer's waist with his arms. He smiled and comforted her. Baixianer pouted in dissatisfaction, and soon her delicate body twisted like a snake, panting and huffing. She shrank in Ling Yun's arms, her pretty face was blushing, and she squinted as she enjoyed Ling Yun's big hand, which rested on her delicate body. Walk around. Master Brother bullied Xianer again. The two groups on Baixianer's chest stood tall and trembled. Squiggly. Ling Yun smiled. Suddenly she stood up holding Baixianer's delicate body. Walking towards the second floor of the villa, he said, Xianer, Villa number 1 is a great formation for gathering spirits. You need spirit energy most for your cultivation now, so you can live here in the future. Baixianer nodded shyly, she turned her beautiful eyes, but asked Ling Yun again, then, which room does the master let Xianer live in? Ling Yun said with a smile, look at the so many bedrooms on the second floor, of course Xianer wants to live in which room? Just live in which room? Baixianer glanced at Ling Yun with captivating eyes, and said coquettishly, Xianer wants to live in a room with the master. Live in a room with Xianer? Ling Yun wished that, but in that case, Shuem Mining would set fire to the villa. Hey, Ninger moved here tonight. You can discuss this matter with her carefully. I'll show you around first. Villa 1 is on the second floor. There is the largest master bedroom on the sunny side. Of course, this bedroom is for Ling Yun, but Ling Yun has never lived here since everything was done. For ventilation, the door to the master bedroom was open, and he walked in with Baixianer in his arms. Bright floor-to-ceiling windows. Gorgeous curtains, soft carpets, high-end red leather sofas, air conditioners, TVs, computers, etc. are all available. The most conspicuous thing in the master bedroom, of course, is the large bed that can accommodate 5 or 6 people sleeping side by side without feeling crowded. This should be my room. Ling Yun put Baixianer down and said to her with a smile. This room is so big. Baixianer looked around and exclaimed. But no matter how good this place is, it is not as good as the cave mansion opened by Ling Yun on Diaoyu Island. This is Baixianer's heart. At this time, Ling Yun was staring straight at the super big bed, and a certain crazy and fragrant scene of one man fighting 9 women appeared in his mind. Beauty, come to a big quilt. There is a long way to go. Ling Yun's Adam's apple trembled, and he muttered to himself. Master, brother, what is the long way to go? Baixianer heard Ling Yun's muttering and asked. Ling Yun returned from his dream to reality in an instant. He hurriedly shifted his gaze from the big bed to the window, and said embarrassedly, nothing, I mean, Tang Meng told me that many things in this villa can be remotely controlled, including this windows and curtains. You want to live here, you need to learn, slowly. The master bedroom has its own toilet, which is divided into 2 parts. The outside part, like the ordinary bedroom, has a shower, a bathtub and a toilet, except that it is more luxurious. There is no difference. It's just that it's different inside, there's nothing in it. There is a 20 square meter, constant temperature living water swimming pool, as well as a large and comfortable water bed, and a retro big wooden barrel, which can be used for 2 people to sit in it and take a bath at the same time. Ling Yun took Baixianer in. He studied the water bed for a long time, but couldn't figure out why there was a bed in the bathroom. I bought such a big villa, but I have a lot of things I don't use. I have to study it with that boy Tang Meng. When it comes to cultivation, healing, fighting and killing, Ling Yun is definitely the grandmaster among the masters, and the existence at the top of the pyramid. When it comes to all kinds of knowledge, high technology, and strange things in the city, Ling Yun is the battle among the rookies. Bird, completely finished. In addition to cultivating, he has no time to really adapt to and study urban life and urban enjoyment. Taking Bai Xianer around his bedroom for a long time, the two went to the next room to take a look. Ling Yun only glanced at it and knew that the right side of his bedroom was the west side, which was the bedroom that xuanhuan had chosen. The decoration style is lavender and pink tones. The whole room is warm and soft, giving people a hazy and comfortable feeling. On the wall near the writing desk, there are 3 maps of the meridians and acupoints of the human body, which do not match the style of the whole room. There are a lot of acupuncture points missing, and some of the marked positions are not right at all. Ling Yun frowned slightly. He felt that it was necessary to draw a complete picture of the acupoints and meridians of the human body. The car rang outside the hospital. Ling Yun's consciousness swept away, and he knew that Tang Meng had returned. He took Bai Xianer downstairs and returned to the living room on the first floor. Tang Meng just entered the room. Brother Yun, Li Gang, has already been sent to the Public Security Bureau. But after he woke up, why did he become like a fool? No matter what the police ask, they always ask 3 questions. Ling Yunxin said that I had ruined his memory for nearly a year. It would be strange if he knew what happened. He smiled indifferently and said, "Isn't that bad? We saved a lot of trouble." Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun must have done something to Li Gang, so he didn't ask any more questions. He just smiled and said, "Understood. Brother Yun, ordinary clinic will open the day after tomorrow. How do you plan to open it? Would you like to make it a little more lively?" Ling Yun entrusted Tang Meng to take care of all the business under his hands, but he had to operate this clinic by himself. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yun valued ordinary clinics very much. Ling Yun didn't even think about it. He waved his hand and said, "No need, it's just a small clinic that opened. On the Saturday the day after tomorrow, I'll go to the clinic for a day, even if it's officially opened." Tang Meng scratched his head and said, "Brother Yun. I'm afraid this is not easy to handle." Ling Yun wondered, what's wrong with this? Tang Meng smiled and said, "Since the clinic has finally opened, we must set off firecrackers, cut a ribbon or something." Ling Yun interrupted directly, "I don't need those vain heads, the cure depends on medical skills, so what's the use of those useless ones?" Tang Meng said with a bitter face, but my parents will come, and so will Uncle Li Yifeng." Ling Yun understood. He wanted to open a business in a low-key manner, but he couldn't keep a low-key position at all, because over there, Shani Shui was also going to come over to cut the ribbon. "Tell them now, don't let them come to congratulate." "I don't dare to say it, you can only say it yourself." Ling Yun was a little speechless. He thought about it and said, "Come on then, you can see the arrangement yourself, but I will be attending the clinic in person that day. As for the entertainment, I will leave it to you." Tang Meng patted his chest, then made a K gesture to Ling Yun, indicating that there was absolutely no problem. "One more thing." Ling Yun smiled and said, "What else is there?" Tang Meng said, "As the saying goes, the fragrance of wine is afraid of deep alleys. When our clinic opens, do we want to bombard it with advertisements? In that case, the money will be guaranteed." Ling Yun laughed and said, "No need, any advertisement is not as good as people's word of mouth. Treat one better, and it is guaranteed to be more effective than any advertisement." Still advertising? Ling Yun was afraid that within 2 days, the patients who went to his clinic to see a doctor would cross his threshold. Tang Meng saw Ling Yun's confident tone. He asked with a smile, "Brother Yun, are you so sure? Can you really cure any disease? Ling Yan smiled and said, you'll know when the time comes. Tang Mei raised the bar and asked, deliberately, can those who are missing arms and legs be allowed to grow back? Ling Yan almost kicked Tang Mei into the Qingshui lake. He laughed and scolded, you give me deaf. That's not a disease, that's a disability, and even the great Luo Jingxian can't do it. The two laughed for a while. Ling Yan told Tang Mei that he would live in Villa number 1 tonight, and asked him to buy some necessary items to come back after dinner. At this moment, the engine sounds of several cars sounded outside the door, and a red Ferrari sports car rushed into Villa number 1. Ling Yan turned his head and saw that it was the little demon girl xuanhuan who was driving, and sitting on the other side was the radiant and sexy beauty Miao Xiaomiao. Tonight was lively. To be continued. Sinner, hide your figure first, and come out when those outsiders are gone. Ling Yan knew that there were many people outside, so he smiled and said to Bai Xian'er through voice transmission. Bai Xian'er didn't want to be seen by those people, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble, she smiled coquettishly at Ling Yan, and her delicate body flicked to hide her figure. Tang Mei, what are you still doing? Hurry up and help move things. Ling Yan said something to Tang Mei. He stood up and took Tang Mei to the door. Brother Ling Yan, aren't you at home? You don't even know how to help others move when you are at home, really. Xuanhuan got out of the car and ran to Ling Yan's side like a gust of wind with her two iconic slender legs. I was really busy just now. Ling Yan only smiled bitterly. Miao Xiaomiao didn't walk fast, she looked at the surrounding environment, her beautiful face showed an unconcealed look of surprise, and she was extremely shocked. During the time that Ling Yan was out to sea, Miao Xiaomiao and xuanhuan visited Villa number 1 several times. Each time, she could feel that the spiritual energy of the world was much stronger than the last time. Gu technique is witchcraft. Miao Xiaomiao is very sensitive to the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, because of the cultivation of the strongest Gu art. She is now at the early stage of the 8th level postnatal cultivation. Although she cannot directly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, she can rely on Gu. Whether she is practicing or fighting, these auras of heaven and earth have a very powerful auxiliary effect on her. It's amazing, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here is even richer than those valleys with abundant spiritual energy in our 100,000 mountains. It's almost liquefied. Miao Xiaomiao was shocked. Southern China, the Yunnan-Guizhou Plateau and Guangxi are said to have 100,000 mountains, where there are many mysterious places that are inaccessible but full of spiritual energy. Miao Xiaomiao has followed Miao Fenghuang to learn Gu and poison techniques since she was born. She has also followed Miao Fenghuang to many valleys full of spiritual energy, and her knowledge is naturally extraordinary. A chubby, top-quality golden silkworm with a pair of transparent golden fleshy wings. It dived straight down from the sky and landed on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder like lightning, but at this time, it felt a strong unease, looked left and right, suddenly fluttered its wings again, and disappeared in an instant. There are spirits stronger than Xiao Jin here. Miao Xiaomiao felt Xiao Jin's fear and anxiety. She faintly guessed that it should be the white fox she had seen before. Ling Yan saw all this in his eyes. He felt amused in his heart, knowing that what Xiao Jin was afraid of was Bai Xian'er, which was an instinctive fear of spiritual creatures towards more powerful and advanced creatures. Whether it's the Jiaolong Xiaohe or the top-quality golden silkworm Gu Xiao Jin, although they are all powerful creatures that are rarely seen in the world, they are still a bit inferior compared to the 9-tailed celestial fox Xiao Bai. Before Bai Xian'er had 3 tails, Xiao He was not afraid of Xiao Bai at all. But when it saw that Xiao Bai had transformed into a 3rd tail, it was so frightened that it hid away from Xiao Bai, and that was the reason. Of course, if by chance, Xiao He still has a chance to evolve into a real flood dragon, and even if there is a big chance, it is possible to grow into a real black dragon. It is also the most powerful spirit in the world. And Shaojin can also grow gradually. If it completes the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the god silkworm, it is also one of the powerful spiritual beasts in the world, only a little bit worse than the 9-tailed celestial fox. Ling Yan looked at Miao Xiaomiao with a hint of surprise, and walked up the steps of the villa step by step. He smiled and said, "Welcome to this beautiful lady. It's an honor." "Humph, if it wasn't to prevent you from bullying Ninger, I wouldn't be too lazy to come and live here." Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yan a lukewarm white look, as if he didn't accept Ling Yan's affection at all. "Haha, let's see where you go. Why am I willing to bully Ninger?" Ling Yan said with a dry laugh after begging. Ling Yan was not in a hurry. "Don't be annoyed, it's good to come, and there is a chance when you come, right? Damn it, what's in this wooden box? Why is it so heavy?" Tang Meng had already come to Ferrari's car at this time. He took out a rectangular wooden box from the trunk, but he didn't expect it to be very heavy, said with difficulty. The little demon girl xuanhuan had a playful smile in her beautiful eyes, and said to Tang Meng, "You just need to work honestly, where is there so much nonsense?" Then, xuanhuan put her mouth close to Ling Yan's ear and whispered, "Brother Ling Yan, these are the medical books that I brought to you from my grandfather." Ling Yan only swept away with his divine sense, and knew that the wooden box was full of books, all kinds of medical books. Xuanhuan moved, apart from her clothes and shoes, as well as some favorite cosmetics, toys, etc., the rest is naturally books. One is high school study books, and the other is naturally a lot of medical books. These are the only copies of Chinese medicine classics in Shueshini's study, which are extremely precious. With Ling Yan's current medical skills, he naturally doesn't need to study these traditional Chinese medicine books, but he needs to prove it. Medicine itself is the exploration and study of human diseases and the mysteries of human life. The medical skills of this world may not have reached the level of Ling Yan, but among these medical books, there are many medical sages who have explored the mysteries of the human body and thought about the philosophical category. All of them are of great help to Ling Yan's cultivation, and he cannot be ignored. Boom. Tang Meng carried the large wooden box and tried his best to reach the top of the steps and put the wooden box heavily on the ground. "Brother Yun, help me, give me a hand," Tang Meng said with a gloomy expression. In front of the two stunning beauties, he couldn't even move a wooden box. "I'll do it." Miao Xiaomiao knew that the box was heavy. She smiled sweetly at Tang Meng, bent down and copied it with one hand, put the wooden box in her arms, turned around and walked into the villa. Tang Meng stared at this scene with his mouth open, stunned. "Stupid." Xuanhuan glared at Tang Meng. She let go of Ling Yan's arm, turned around and followed Miao Xiaomiao into the house, shouting, "Sister, wait for me." At this time, several more cars drove into the courtyard of the villa. Tai Xiaohu got off the first one from the black Benz. After he greeted Ling Yan, he began to instruct Qinglong's younger brother to move things. The things that Xuanhuan and Miao Xiaomiao brought over were not much, but not much. Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng, together with 7 or 8 Qinglong young men, worked for a total of 20 minutes before they moved everything into Xuanhuan's room. Let the brothers have a good night and have fun. After moving things, Ling Yan took out 10,000 yuan and gave it to Tai Xiaohu. Let him give it to the brother who came to help. Tai Xiaohu hurriedly said, "Brother Yun, there's no need for this." The 7 or 8 Qinglong brothers. It was the people among the 100 younger brothers who followed Long Kuan to the Linjiang garden. They had seen Ling Yan's divine might, and when they saw that Ling Yan was actually giving money, they were all embarrassed and shook their heads at the same time. "You can't mess around for nothing, you can't work for nothing, give you the money, you can take it." Ling Yan smiled lightly, but still gave the money to Tai Xiaohu. Let him distribute to these little brothers. You have to let the brothers follow you to have meat to eat and benefit, and then they are willing to work for you. Seeing those Qinglong personnel leaving with emotion, Ling Yin said to Tai Xiaohu indifferently. Brother Yun, there are so many things. It seems that the two of them will take a while to clean up. I'll go buy something for you first. Tang Meng knew that Ling Yin was staying at Villa No. 1 tonight. He wiped his sweat and said to Ling Yin. Also. Ling Yin nodded, and after Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu drove away, he flew to the second floor of the villa and went directly into xuanhuan's bedroom. You two, don't you live in the same room? Seeing that Miao Xiaomiao was making her bed in the bedroom on the west side of xuanhuan, Ling Yin asked Ninger with a smile. Sister usually needs to practice. And I have to study every day, do homework and so on, she doesn't want to disturb me. Xuanhuan stared at the pile of things on the ground and said worriedly. Hey, there are so many things to pack, if only there were a few babysitters. The little demon girl pouted, where did she do these chores? Ling Yin was a little speechless. Ninger. We are not suitable for looking for a nanny here. This is really not suitable, because this is Ling Yin's place. Not only does he have uncertain risk factors, but he also has to practice here, alchemy and talisman. There are many secrets, which cannot be known by others, so as not to shock the world. Then, you can find a few hourly workers, but you always have to clean up. Xuanhuan muttered, and began to pack up her clothes and hang them in the closet one by one. Only then did Ling Yin know that Ninger had so many clothes. Moreover, this is only the clothes she wears in summer, and she only brought half of them, and the other half is still in Shueshini's house. After all, she has to go back to live. Ling Yin was also idle when he was idle, so he simply started to help and promised, okay, I'll talk to Tang Meng today and ask him to find it. Such a large villa, the daily sanitation must be cleaned by a special person, which is unavoidable. Seeing Ling Yin willing to help her pack up, Xuanhuan was overjoyed and didn't feel troublesome for a while. Since the two established their relationship, in fact, they didn't spend a lot of time together alone. On the contrary, they spent very little time together. Ling Yin was too busy to spend time with Xuanhuan at all, which inevitably made her very disappointed. However, this is the past, and it will be fine in the future. She now lives next door to Ling Yin, and the two finally have a chance to get along day and night. However, the little demon girl didn't know that even if Ling Yin lived in Villa No. 1 every day, the time they spent together was full, and at most it would only be until the end of Ling Yin's college entrance examination. Ninger, let me help you. Miao Xiaomiao came over from next door. Miao Xiaomiao quickly finished cleaning up her house. Compared with Xuanhuan's pile of things, Miao Xiaomiao had very few things, and she had lived alone in a big city for a long time, and she was very independent. Brother Ling Yun, it's enough for me and my sister to clean up here. You can take these medical books to your bedroom. I don't need them now. Xuanhuan began to organize her study books. She pointed to the large wooden box containing medical books and said to Ling Yun. It is good. Ling Yun looked at the pair of superb sisters who were as busy as butterflies and flowers, and agreed with a smile. To be continued. Ling Yun carried the big wooden box and returned to his bedroom. He went straight to his writing desk and put the big wooden box on the ground. The bookcase made of mahogany was next to the desk. Ling Yun was not in a hurry to put those medical books in the bookcase, but left the box on the ground and left it alone. Ling Yun straightened up, turned to look at the leather sofa beside him, and said with a smile, Xianer, haven't seen enough yet? Do you want to play hide-and-seek with me? Bai Xianer used the blindfold technique to hide her figure. She was sitting on the sofa in the bedroom at the moment. No one else could see her, but Ling Yin had a condensed consciousness and yin and yang eyes that could see through. Bai Xianer's blindfold method was fundamental, can't hide from him. It's not fun, you found out again. Bai Xianer took the invisibility technique and instantly revealed her devilish perfect figure. She sat lazily on the sofa, pouting at Ling Yun and acting like a spoiled child. Ling Yun laughed, but thought in his heart, if you have free time in the past 2 days, go to the rental house and bring over the medical books that he has kept there. After Ling Yun and Tang Meng rented the house, he also moved once, and moved all the Chinese medicine books in his family into the rental house, but he never had time to read them. Now is the time. Xianer, in addition to cultivating in the future, I will also start reading and recognizing characters, you know? Ling Yun asked Bai Xianer seriously. Ling Yun couldn't be by Bai Xianer's side all the time. Although Bai Xianer was powerful, she definitely needed to learn some necessary knowledge if she wanted to live a good and independent life in this society. In this era of information explosion, reading and literacy is the first step that cannot be avoided. Oh, I see. Bai Xianer agreed reluctantly. Ling Yun had already told her many times about this matter, and her ears were almost full of cocoons. However, brother Ling Yun, you have to teach me personally. Bai Xianer's beautiful eyes flashed, and she immediately put forward her own conditions. Ling Yun smiled and said, no problem. Of course I teach, I don't feel relieved when others teach me. Bai Xianer was the incarnation of the nine-tailed celestial fox. Although her strength was strong, her mind was flawless. Ling Yun didn't want her to be led astray by the potential enlightenment in the book in the process of learning knowledge. If Bai Xianer had learned those hypocritical virtues of benevolence and righteousness, she would have turned into a patriotic young beauty with 5 virtues and 4 beauties. Who is Ling Yun looking for to cry? Brother Ling Yun. I want to go to Ning'er sister's room to play for a while. When Bai Xianer was still a white fox. Xuanhuan loved her very much the first time she saw her, and Bai Xianer also liked her very much. Ling Yun laughed and said, go, don't forget to knock on the door before entering. Bai Xianer blinked her charming eyes at Ling Yun, twisted her delicate body, and floated outside the bedroom door, and then Ling Yun heard her knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, there were 2 extremely high decibel screams. Xuanhuan and Miao Xiaomiao were shocked by the sudden appearance of Bai Xianer. Ah! You are Sister Xianer! Xuanhuan exclaimed. Immediately reacted, she happily rushed to Bai Xianer's side and hugged her tightly. Ling Yun explained everything to Xuanhuan before going to see, so the little demon girl had already prepared enough psychologically. She was not afraid that Bai Xianer was transformed by a white fox, but was shocked by Bai Xianer's peerless beauty. Miao Xiaomiao was an authentic Gu technique master in Miaojiang, and some powerful Gu techniques were used. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is no different from witchcraft, so she does not have too much fear. After a flash of shock in her beautiful eyes, her expression quickly returned to normal. Ling Yun Amren sat in front of his computer desk and sensed everything next door with his divine sense. He just smiled lightly. Let the 3 stunning beauties complete the process from first meeting to happy acquaintance. After Ling Yun turned on the computer and connected to the internet, he started frantically searching and absorbing all kinds of knowledge he needed to know. About an hour later, Xuanhuan finally packed her things. She and Bai Xianer walked into Ling Yun's room hand in hand and told Ling Yun that she was hungry. At this time, it happened that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu also returned from shopping. Ling Yun immediately took the 3 beauties downstairs, and after Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu put down the things they bought, a group of 6 drove 3 cars, first went to the ordinary clinic to pick up Yao Rou, and then went straight to Shangri-La Hotel. The 7 people ate a sumptuous dinner, beautifully. The meal took 2 hours. After leaving the hotel, Qingshui No. 1 Middle School was about to finish their self-study next night. Ning'er, the 3 of you will go back to Villa No. 1 first. If you have nothing to do, you can rest early. You are not allowed to miss school tomorrow. Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, you 2 send Sister Rou back to rest. Don't go back to the clinic tonight, go back to Nangqi Bun to live. After explaining this, Ling Yun spoke to Bai Xianer alone. Xianer, tonight, before I go back to Villa No. 1, you must stay in the villa to protect Ning'er and the others. Breaking into the villa, killing it and burning it to fly ash, you know? The masters of Toyo Ninja and Demon Sect could force their way into Villa Number 1 at any time, so Ling Yan of course had to be careful. Bai Xianer's current absolute strength was much higher than Ling Yan's. As long as she was there, it would be difficult for the enemy to harm Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao in the slightest. Besides, Miao Xiaomiao could be regarded as a master. Brother Ling Yun, you told us to go back, why are you going? Shui Mining looked at Ling Yan's meaning, because she didn't want to go back to Villa Number 1 with them, so she couldn't help but ask. Ling Yan smiled and said, I'm going to school, to do some errands, and I'll be home soon. In the dark of night, Ling Yan drove a Land Rover and quickly came to the door of Qingshui Number 1 Middle School. He sent a text message to Zhang Ling, and sat in the car with his eyes closed, waiting for Zhang Ling to finish school. The bell for the last night of self-study finally rang, and the quiet campus soon became noisy, and students who did not live on campus began to pour out of the campus one after another. Qingshui Number 1 Middle School, Grade 3 and 6 of Senior High School. At this time, Zhang Ling was like a ripe red apple, but also a blushing red apple. After school in the afternoon, Zhang Ling received a text message from Ling Yun, who was coming to pick her up. Without any hesitation, she immediately went out and took a taxi home. She almost turned her wardrobe upside down. Dressed up and put on light makeup carefully, and after thinking that she was satisfied, she hurried back to school for class and was almost late. No matter what Ling Yun said, Zhang Ling always had an inexplicable lack of self-confidence when facing Ling Yun. She always felt that she was not worthy of Ling Yun. But she was looking forward to it in her heart. She wanted to see Ling Yun very urgently, and wanted to be with him. Even if she could look at him one more time, she would feel even more sweet. Hey, look at me now, is there any problem? After Zhang Ling checked herself again, she nervously patted the female classmate who had a better relationship on the front table and asked softly. Oh, little auntie, please forgive me. How many times have I answered you? No problem, really no problem, you are 10 times more beautiful and sexy than usual tonight, okay? The female classmate turned her head, with a bitter face, and said to Zhang Ling, who begged for mercy, with envy and hatred. Frankly speaking, there are really a lot of beauties in the popular concept of the liberal arts class. Zhang Ling is considered to be very outstanding, but before, Chao Shanshan, the school's number 1 beauty, covered her light. Now, Chao Shanshan is no longer in class 3 and 6. Miao Xiaomiao and Long Wu did not come to class tonight. Zhang Ling naturally became the most beautiful class girl in class 3 and 6, but she was extremely unconfident and asked questions. The female classmates she asked had reason to believe that Zhang Ling was deliberately showing superiority in front of them. Hey, Zhang Ling, I said you're wearing so much today that your skirt will show your ass when the wind blows. Who are you going to see? Anyway, after school was over, the female classmate was interrupted by Zhang Ling. After answering Zhang Ling's question, she couldn't help but leaned into Zhang Ling's ear and asked gossip. Don't talk nonsense. No. I didn't see anyone, I'm going home soon. Zhang Ling said with a guilty conscience, grabbed his school bag, covered his skirt with the other hand, and ran outside the classroom. She didn't want Ling Yun to wait for her at the school gate for too long, and she didn't want to delay the time for the two of them to meet. If they met later, the time they spent together would be reduced for a while. This was the biggest loss for Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling quickly rushed down the teaching building, ran towards the school gate, and went to see the boy who was thinking about it day and night. Her short hair was flying, her skirt was fluttering, and her waist was twisting, her plump and attractive body beyond her age, exuding youthful invincibility, the breath, sprinkled a fragrance all the way. As soon as Zhang Ling rushed out of the school gate, she saw the Fuji white Land Rover car parked quietly on the west side of the gate. Her pretty face instantly flushed red, and she calmed her breath a little while clutching her tall and fair chest, and rushed immediately past. The car window was open. Ling Yun gave Zhang Ling a stunningly handsome smile, and said softly, "What are you doing in such a hurry? Get in the car." So Zhang Ling got into the car in a panic, pulled the door. Ling Yun said, "Sit firmly," and then kicked the accelerator. The Land Rover started with a bang, and immediately rushed out. "Ling Yun, I told my mother that I would study for a while at school tonight. I will go home later." Zhang Ling gasped for a while, and after she calmed down for a while, she realized that Ling Yun was heading towards Qingxi Road. She couldn't help blushing and reminded the idiot. "Hey, who said he was going to take you home?" Ling Yun gave Zhang Ling a bad smile, and then said, "I'll take you to Qingshui Lake." A big rock in Zhang Ling's heart fell to the ground in an instant, but seeing Ling Yun's bad appearance, his heart pounded like a deer, thumping. "Didn't you say that you are not allowed to wear low-cut clothes, and the skirt is so short?" Ling Yun drove straight to Qingshui Lake, but did not forget to tease Zhang Ling in the passenger seat. "Bastard, want you to take care?" Zhang Ling raised his hand carefully, clutching the 2-inch deep grooves that were squeezed out by the two white and smooth breasts. The other hand pressed the hem of the rose-red short skirt tightly, biting her red lips with her teeth. She said it. Ling Yun glanced at him and said in a sullen voice, "To be continued." "Hey, boss, where are your eyes? Rent a boat." Ling Yun's right hand shook in front of the owner of the boat rental business, frowned slightly, and said with a displeased expression, "Zhang Ling has neat short hair, a strapless tube-top tight-fitting shirt, a pink short jacket, a ruffled skirt, and a pair of transparent high-heeled sandals. The whole person is sexy and beautiful." Invincible Youth, the owner of the charter, looked straight. I'm sorry, it's too late now, we have to close the door and rest." The boss finally retracted his gaze with difficulty, looked at Ling Yun, and said a little embarrassedly, and at the same time he thought to himself, "Where is this young man from? He rented a boat for a lake cruise with his girlfriend in the middle of the night. Shake it? Rent or not? If you don't rent, I'll find another one." Ling Yun took out a bundle of red and bright 100 yuan bills, a full 10,000 yuan, rubbed the thumb of his right hand, making a rustling sound, looked at the boss with a smile and said, all for me?" The boss's eyes lit up instantly, brighter than the eyes staring at Zhang Ling just now. "Take it." Ling Yun smiled and threw the 10,000 bills into the boss's hands. "The boat is yours, pick whatever you want, play as much as you like, just drive the boat back when you're done playing." The boss immediately raised his eyebrows and smiled, while Zhang Ling stomped his feet in a hurry. Ling Yun is really generous. These people in the boat charter business earn less than 10,000 yuan a day. Ling Yun didn't care. If he wanted romance, how could he not spend money? With the help of the boss, Ling Yun picked out the most luxurious yacht, took Zhang Ling on board, and drove directly to the center of the lake. The rainy season in Jiangnan province did come relatively late this year. Although it has been half a month since summer, there has been no rain for the past half month. Every day, the scorching sun scorches the earth, and the heat waves are rolling in. Only at night can there be a rare coolness. The bright moon is in the sky, the stars and rivers are dazzling, a hanging tianhe hangs in the sky, the breeze is refreshing, and the lake surface is sparkling. A late night tour of the lake, although the scene is not as magnificent as the sea. But there is another wonderful taste. This yacht is good and feels good. Back and forth in the East China Sea. Ling Yun has already become an excellent boat driver. The yacht slowly sailed to the center of the lake, but he became the big shopkeeper and was too lazy to take the helm. "Crazy, you, 10,000 yuan, he didn't earn that much for 2 days, but you are willing." Zhang Ling still felt sorry for Ling Yun's bundle of 100 yuan bills. Hee. "Since I went to your house last time and was caught by your aunt, we haven't had a good time together alone. The night is so good tonight, what's the point of spending more money?" Ling Yan thought about it, took out 2 bottles of drinks from the space ring, and ran the yin-yang art of qi. The cold infuriating qi in the body skyrocketed and spread to the palm of the hand, and the 2 bottles of drinks were instantly cold, better than 10 hours in the refrigerator. Give. My God, how did you do it? Zhang Ling said in shock as he took the bottle of drink with ice-cold water droplets hanging on the surface. With Ling Yun's current strength, running the yin-yang art of qi has already been running smoothly. Wherever you want to fight, there is only cold air in the palm of your hand, and the surrounding air has not fallen for a while, so Zhang Ling naturally can't notice it. Brother Xinyun, you will live forever. Do you understand? Ling Yun unscrewed the drink and took a sip, and said with a smirk. Fuck you. Zhang Lingjiao rolled her eyes at Ling Yun angrily, but couldn't help looking around to see how far she was from the lake. The farther away from the lake, the faster Zhang Ling's heart beats. Ling Yan's actions are always unexpected and unpredictable. She has no idea what Ling Yan will do next. However, she likes this kind of nervous and anticipatory stimulation very much, and even hopes that the time at this time can stop. Did you miss me? Ling Yan stared at Zhang Ling, changed the look of his hippie smile just now, and said with a serious tone and a gentle tone. Zhang Ling's eyes turned red instantly. She bit her bright lower lip and said, I sent you so many text messages, can't you see it yourself? Zhang Ling really couldn't figure out why Ling Yun was so busy, and why there were so many stunning beauties around him. If there was a medicine for regret in the world, she would rather go back to 2 months ago when Ling Yun was nowhere to be seen. I see, didn't I reply to you? Ling Yun felt a little embarrassed when Zhang Ling complained. Zhang Ling pouted the corners of his mouth, and said coquettishly, I sent you 20 text messages, but you couldn't reply one, so this is also called a message back? Ling Yun could only shut up obediently. The cabin was quiet, the ambiguous atmosphere soared, and silence was better than sound at this time. After a long while, Ling Yun's voice broke the ambiguous calm again. Did you not delay studying? Zhang Ling chuckled and said, Of course not. In the 2nd thorough examination last month, I scored 3rd in the class and 5th in the overall liberal arts. Zhang Ling is the kind of person who can turn her thoughts into learning motivation. Whenever she misses Ling Yun and can't sleep, she will try her best to immerse herself in her studies. She knows that only in this way can she reluctantly follow Ling Yun's pace, will not be thrown too far by him. Her academic performance has improved a lot, and she has been firmly ranked in the top 5 of the whole grade in Qingshui City. With such grades, as long as the college entrance examination is normal, she can choose any famous colleges and universities in the country. However, if Shanshan is still in our school, I definitely won't get into the top 5 in liberal arts. Zhang Ling's excited eyes dimmed, and then he added. Chao Shanshan, how is she now? Is there any contact with you? Ling Yun asked quickly with a change of expression. Zhang Ling glanced at Ling Yun sadly, and said faintly, I know you asked people out to ask Shanshan's news. Ling Yun didn't dare to touch Zhang Ling's eyes, his voice was low, but he said seriously, Zhang Ling, you know, Shanshan came back to the capital for my business, she has no news now, I'm really worried, it's so abnormal. Zhang Ling could see the deep worry between Ling Yun's brows. Although he knew that Ling Yun was worried about other girls, Zhang Ling couldn't help but feel his heart beat. Ling Yun rarely showed such a worried look, he had been hiding it well, silently improving his strength. According to Ling Yun's guess, Chao Shanshan lost the news as soon as she got home, and she must have a lot to do with the cousin of the Chen family who had been calling and harassing her some time ago. The Chen family is now colluding with Dongyang's family, stirring up wind and rain in the country, attacking from all sides, and I don't know how many backers are left. It is absolutely impossible to say that Chao Shanshan forgot Ling Yun or changed her mind. Something big must have happened in the Chao family, but in that kind of high-level game, Ling Yun still doesn't have the strength to participate. Zhang Ling sighed faintly, and gently leaned her soft body against Ling Yun's body. Two pink arms hugged Ling Yun's arm and said, "Ling Yun, don't worry, Shanshan should be very safe now, but..." Hearing that Chao Shanshan was safe, Ling Yun felt a little relieved, but when he heard that, he immediately raised his heart again. But what? Hey, see for yourself. As Zhang Ling said, she took out her mobile phone and began to rummage through the SMS records of her mobile phone, and finally found one, and then handed the phone to Ling Yun. Ling Yun took Zhang Ling's cell phone and saw that a text message was indeed sent by Chao Shanshan, and the content was: "Zhang Ling, I'm all right now, don't worry, it's impossible for me and Ling Yun, you help me take care of him, let him forget me, I wish him, I wish you, and I wish all our classmates happiness. 0125. After Ling Yun read the text message, his sword brows rose immediately. He pondered for a long time before he said in a deep voice, "Fuck. This can't be what Chao Shanshan said at all. Chao Shanshan is not like this at all." She was able to be with Ling Yun. Although the road of love cannot be said to be difficult, Chao Shanshan at least gave everything, including her thoughts and actions. She even handed over her body to Ling Yun. If they are broken boys, the two have already been combined. Moreover, when Chao Shanshan returned to the Jingqing family, it was originally for the sake of the two of them. The first time she went back, she could return safely, but the second time she went back, it was like this? Something must have happened to the Chao family, and it was a great event. Ling Yun looked at the time of the text message, and found that it was at 4 o'clock in the morning on May 2nd. He immediately asked, "It was sent at 4 o'clock in the morning? Is this the only one?" Zhang Ling said depressedly, "Yes, this is the only one, this is my fault, I slept after 1 o'clock in the morning that night, and at 4 in the morning, I slept too much. I woke up in the morning and saw the text message, then called go back, Shanshan's cell phone can't get through." Seeing Zhang Ling's annoyance and self-blame, Ling Yun gently took Zhang Ling's shoulder and said, "It's not your fault, it's fine. 4 o'clock in the morning was originally the sweetest time for people to sleep, not to mention Zhang Ling didn't start to rest until 1 in the morning, and it was strange to hear the text message." Ling Yun said, took out his mobile phone, found Chao Shanshan's number, and dialed it directly. Ling Yun basically called Chao Shanshan's cell phone number every day, but it was a pity that he never got through. "Are you sure that the person who sent the text message is Chao Shanshan himself? What does 0125 mean?" Ling Yun put away the phone and asked Zhang Lingdao again. Zhang Ling nodded and confirmed, "The text message is definitely sent by Shanshan herself, because that 0125 is my birthday. Even if someone wants to send me a message for her, it is impossible to know the number. It is precisely because of this that I can be sure that Shanshan is definitely safe now." Ling Yun naturally thought of this, he frowned and thought for a while, then said lightly, "I understand. Chao Shanshan may have no problems with her personal safety, but she must have lost her freedom. Otherwise, she would not have been able to send such a heartless text message at 4 in the morning. The potential information is that something must have happened to the Chao family." To be continued. Because of Chao Shanshan's incident, the cabin fell into an atmosphere of unspeakable silence, and the lake was even more silent, only the rumbling sound of the engine could be heard. The luxury yacht finally came to the center of Qingshui Lake. Ling Yun turned off the engine and walked out of the cabin silently to the bow deck of the yacht. The yacht is indeed very luxurious, with a width of nearly 4 meters, a length of more than 10 meters, and a cabin height of more than 2 meters. The detachable sunshade makes it easy for 4 people to sit around and play mahjong. There are comfortable benches and coffee tables next to it, where you can drink tea and chat. As for the 3rd floor, although the area above is the smallest, the scenery is the best. There is a large bathtub at the front and rear ends, allowing visitors to take a bath and relax in it. The place where the whole yacht can be seen is almost completely white, and it looks pleasing to the eye. Just imagine, a certain powerful person from other places, when he comes out to play with his beautiful mistress or enchanting mistress, at the same time completes some power and money transactions, renting such a luxury yacht to swim in Qingshui Lake, after everyone enjoys the lake tour, go to the second floor to play mahjong, complete the transfer of money and benefits, and then have a couple of wonderful Mandarin duck baths with the woman, all without knowing it. What a wonderful enjoyment. He's it, people in this world don't practice cultivation, just thinking about how to enjoy it. Ling Yun couldn't help but secretly complained. Ling Yun, you don't have to worry, there is still half a month before the college entrance examination. When our college entrance examination is over, we can go to the capital and go to Chao's house to find Shanshan. As long as she is at home, she will not be able to find her? Zhang Ling knew that Ling Yun was upset, so she walked gently to Ling Yun's side, stood with him, and comforted Ling Yun. Ling Yun turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ling. He was thinking in his heart, if something really happened to the Chao family, with his current strength, it was still unknown whether he could enter the door of the Chao family. Whoa! A large splash of water suddenly appeared on the lake 10 meters away. Ling Yun's consciousness swept away and knew that a big fish had emerged from the water to breathe fresh air. Ling Yun became childish. He flew up in an instant, and a phantom fish and dragon came to the top of the water where the big fish was. When he hit the water with his head and feet in the sky, and his body fell suddenly, he slammed into the water with his left hand, and instantly caught the big fish that was too late to escape. At the same time, Ling Yun's right hand patted the water surface lightly, and his figure flew up again, flying upside down more than 10 meters in the air. Leisurely landed on the bow deck, still beside Zhang Ling, as if he had never moved. However, on Ling Yun's left hand, there was already a fat and beautiful carp nearly 2 feet long. This unfortunate carp was extremely vigorous and struggled violently in Ling Yun's hand. If it wasn't for Ling Yun, ordinary people wouldn't be able to catch it at all. Yes, Qingshui people deceive tourists, their steamed koi are not from Qingshui Lake at all. Ling Yun held the belly of the plump koi with one hand, not forgetting to make his own judgment. Zhang Ling was stunned, she was speechless at the moment. Ling Yun's actions just now were so handsome. Ling Yun, you are so handsome. How did you do it? Zhang Ling couldn't help but said what she was thinking. It's a piece of cake. How about it? Give it to you, take it home and steam it tomorrow, it will definitely replenish your brain. Ling Yun smiled and handed the koi carp to Zhang Ling. How can people handle such a big fish? Let's talk about it. How can anyone give this away? Really? Zhang Ling's eyes sparkled with admiration and joy, but his mouth was full of anger. Didn't I take you home? Don't worry. Ling Yun chuckled and threw the carp into a clear water tank on the yacht. The water splashed. It's fishy, go wash your hands. Ling Yun's magic brush softened the unspeakable depression just now. Zhang Lingjiao smiled and pushed Ling Yun to find a place to wash her hands. The two quickly came to the stern. The yacht's head was high and the tail was low. The bottom of the stern was a small deck, only 30 centimeters above the water. You could wash your hands while squatting. Would you like to come and play for a while? The water is very cool. Ling Yun squatted after washing his hands, turned his head and smiled at Zhang Ling. I won't go, it's too dangerous. Zhang Lingjiao refused with a smile, her chest trembling violently. Ling Yun had no choice but to get up and go back. He walked to Zhang Ling's side, grabbed Zhang Ling's waist with his right hand, and jumped up while she exclaimed softly. Zhang Ling was so frightened that she quickly closed her eyes, only to hear a whistling in her ears, and when she opened her eyes again, Ling Yun had already landed on the second floor of the yacht with her in her arms. Sit here for a while. Ling Yun said in a gentle tone, hugging Zhang Ling's waist. For Zhang Ling, this was really an experience that he had never had before. It turned out that Ling Yun used to fly when there was no one around. Never had an experience, never had a romance. Hold me, don't let go. Zhang Ling's two pink arms had already wrapped around Ling Yun's neck, and it was estimated that it would be difficult to let go. Ling Yun, hugging the youthful and invincible body in her arms, sat on a bench similar to a leather sofa, with inexhaustible tenderness. Zhang Ling is optimistic about Ling Yun, and even likes Ling Yun. Even before Chao Shanshan, these Ling Yun are very clear. Feeling the coolness of Ling Yun's freshly washed arms, and the fiery heat from his incomparably solid chest, Zhang Ling was completely lost. Zhang Ling was 1 year older than Ling Yun, and it was her big birthday. To be precise, she was already 19.5 years old. With her bold personality, she was already familiar with it. Because of eating papaya and milk every day, Zhang Ling's breasts have grown extraordinarily large. The cup size is 36E, and the skin is extraordinarily fair. It is as white and delicate as cheese, soft but elastic. This is Zhang Ling's pride and most worthy of self-confidence. Body parts. The two towering snow-white balls squeezed and rubbed against Ling Yun's chest, tugging at Ling Yun's heartstrings, causing him to tremble a little. Xuanhuan, you know, she moved to my villa today. Ling Yun lowered his head, looked at Zhang Ling, whose eyes were slightly closed, and told him frankly. It's just the two of us here, don't mention other women, those I don't care about, and don't care about. Zhang Ling was so enthusiastic, she closed her eyes slightly, raised her head boldly, and looked for Ling Yun's lips. Ling Yun is now considered a master of flowers. How could he be polite? He lowered his head and kissed Zhang Ling's delicate lips, and began to taste the fragrance between her lips and teeth. With a fascinated cry, Zhang Ling's first kiss was dedicated to Ling Yun. Ling Yun's breath was long, he greedily kissed Zhang Ling deeply, panting until Zhang Ling's kiss, his chest trembled violently, and his delicate body was numb like an electric shock. At the same time, Ling Yun's big hands were not idle, and quickly roamed Zhang Ling's delicate body, searching for her various sensitive parts, kneading and pinching to the fullest. After a long while, it wasn't until Zhang Ling was about to lose his breath that Ling Yun ended the long intoxicating kiss. Huh. Zhang Ling gasped for a long time, and after a long time, he was willing to open his eyes, looked directly into Ling Yun's gentle eyes and said, "What a wonderful feeling." Ah. Zhang Ling suddenly trembled, and let out a coquettish cry, her almond eyes widened, her body tensed, and she said to Ling Yun in horror, "Don't touch there, you just caught a fish." "Don't worry, I've cleaned it up a long time ago," Ling Yun said with a wicked smile. He has cultivated to the peak of the second-level great realm of the Dian-gathering star treasure art, and he has long since been dust-free, not to mention the fishy smell. "Why are you running so much water?" "Look, my hands are wet again." Ling Yun raised his right hand like a prank and shook it at Zhang Ling, thinking that it was still through his underwear. Zhang Ling is not that kind of slender girl. Although she is not fat, she gives people a fleshy feeling. She has a plump and attractive figure, and her waist is not particularly thin, but her lower abdomen is flat, without any fat, and it is very tight. Her chest was big and her skin was white, and what Ling Yun didn't expect was that the two of them only kissed for so long, and her body would react so strongly. "I'm so ashamed, you bastard." Zhang Ling finally got her wish. She had taken the initiative to be bold, and now she is courting love and is infinitely satisfied. With the first time, everything will follow naturally. Anyway, there is no one in the middle of the night, and it is in the heart of Qingshui Lake. No one disturbs them. The two enjoy the sweetness of love to the fullest. The yacht was rippling in the center of the lake, and circles of ripples bloomed on the lake, as if to announce Zhang Ling's blooming love. After more than half an hour, Zhang Lingkai struggled from Ling Yun's arms to sit upright, holding Ling Yun's big hand, begging for mercy. "Okay, don't bully others anymore. If it goes further, Ling Yun will eat Zhang Ling on the spot," but this is obviously not the original intention of the two. Ling Yan stopped decisively, seeing Zhang Ling arranging underwear with red ears, smiling, without saying a word. "What are you laughing at? Help others to fasten their bras," Zhang Ling said with a blushing face. Ling Yan admired Zhang Ling's two crystal white balls. He smiled, and said, "I think this is good." "Destroy you." Zhang Ling scolded shyly, put on the bra by herself, then pulled down the tight-fitting shirt that Ling Yan pushed up, and stood up to straighten her panties and skirts. "If my mother and aunt found out, they would have to kill me," Zhang Ling muttered in a low voice, while arranging his clothes, but his heart was infinitely satisfied. "Isn't it?" Ling Yan was stunned, but he thought of Liang Fengyi's beautiful face and that seductive beauty mole. "Why not? Now is the time for the college entrance examination. If my mother knew that I was bullied by you, she would definitely not forgive you." Zhang Ling gave Ling Yun a white look and said intimidation. Of course Ling Yun was not from Shaman University, he just smiled proudly and did not answer. Zhang Ling finally sorted out the messy clothes. She smiled at Ling Yun and sat down beside him again, hugging Ling Yun's arm, snuggling up to him, and being intimate. "Ling Yun, your clinic is about to open, right?" To be continued. Zhang Ling's home is in Qingshitsui Yuan, and it is on the 17th floor. Through the window of her home, she can see the ordinary clinic at Lingyun Crossroads. Of course she will pay attention every day. Ling Yun nodded. "Well, the day after tomorrow, it will open on Saturday." "Opening on Saturday?" "The school will have classes on Saturday as usual. Why did they come to help you?" Zhang Ling was instantly lost. Ling Yun laughed and said, "You just need to study with peace of mind and prepare for the college entrance examination. Don't worry about the rest, there are so many people." There are indeed many people, not to mention how many people Tang Ming can recruit. Tai Xiaohu and Wan Qinglong are enough, not to mention, the opening of a small clinic does not require many people to work at all. Unexpectedly, Zhang Ling did not agree at all. She said that even if she asked for a half-day leave, she would go to Ling Yun's clinic to help. Ling Yun was helpless and could only nod his head in agreement. After a while, Zhang Ling suddenly turned a pretty face, and said to Ling Yun very seriously, "Ling Yun, people know that you are very good, but you really can't get into a university just by relying on your memory, even if we are in the liberal arts. No, don't forget, English has listening, Chinese and composition, and there are some large-scale comprehension questions and analysis questions, all of which need to be reviewed in a targeted manner." Kong Shouru also emphasized this point to Ling Yun. Of course what Zhang Ling said was absolutely correct. Ling Yun was very grateful. "Don't worry, after the clinic opens, starting from next Monday, I will go back to school to have a good class and start to concentrate on reviewing." Ling Yun now has a condensed consciousness, and also has a yin and yang eye that sees through. His learning ability is countless times stronger than before. 2 weeks is enough for him. With the further understanding of this world and the magical country of Huaxia, Ling Yun knew that the college entrance examination was just a poor bridge, and for the rich and powerful, it was worse than a. He takes the college entrance examination or does not take the college entrance examination. It doesn't matter whether you go to university or not, Ling Yun doesn't care now. However, he had promised his mother, Qin Chuyue, and his sister Ning Lingyu that he would be admitted to Yenqing University. Ling Yun said it, and naturally he would do it. Not to mention, there is also a gambling debt of 100 million yuan, although Xie Zhenyan and Go Junfa's 2 grandsons are hiding now. But Song Jingyang is still there. As long as Ling Yun is admitted to Yenqing University, he can make a net profit of 100 million. Why not do something so cheap? Is our head teacher okay? Speaking of learning, Ling Yun thought of Kong Shouru, he asked lightly. Ling Yun originally thought that Kong Shouru was now the grade director of the 3rd grade, and everything should be smooth sailing, but Zhang Ling unexpectedly gave him the opposite answer. Our head teacher is very tired now. I feel like she can't hold it anymore. Speaking of Kong Xiuru, Zhang Ling's face became depressed, as if she felt sorry for Kong Xiuru. Oh? What's going on? Ling Yun hurriedly asked. After Ling Yun returned from the sea, he and Kong Xiuru also kept in touch by text message and phone, but Kong Xiuru didn't talk about it. Zhang Ling snapped his fingers and said, including the repeat classes, there are more than a dozen classes in the third year of our school, which is enough for the head teacher. There is a lot of messy work every day, and she has to focus on our classes. However, some people are still ostracizing her in secret, embarrassing our head teacher, and making her work like a boat against the current, which is extremely difficult. Ling Yun was instantly furious. He asked in a deep voice, who is there? What a guts. Zhang Lingqi said, who else could it be? Of course, it's our school's vice principal Wang Weiqing and that vice principal Qiu Fenghua. Before Ling Yun went out to sea, he made a big noise in the principal's office and trampled the two vice principals to death, making them disgraced and disgraced. As a result, Ling Yun was away from the school for more than a month, and the two vice principals relied on the power in their hands. Relying on the convenience of work, she began to wear small shoes for Kong Xiuru, making it difficult for her to carry out her work. Kong Xiuru didn't go to Principal Zhang or tell Ling Yun about these things, and they silently endured it. However, as the school had long been rumored, Kong Xiuru stood on the cusp of the storm again. After Ling Yun heard this, he laughed instead of being angry, and said coldly, okay, this is your own death, so don't blame me for turning my face and being ruthless. Don't Principal Zhang care at all? Zhang Ling shook his head. Principal Zhang is a civilian principal, Wang Weiqing and Qiu Fenghua have a strong relationship behind them, they are difficult to be the head teacher in their work, and Principal Zhang can only turn a blind eye, and it is inconvenient to manage some things. Everyone has their own difficulties, and Principal Zhang is not omnipotent. I see. Ling Yun finally suppressed the fire. Next, Zhang Ling asked Ling Yun about going to sea. Ling Yun told her roughly. Zhang Ling was stunned for a while, and after he finished speaking, Ling Yun said with a smile, Zhang Ling, in this world, it's not just the college entrance examination to go to university, there are other ways to go, do you want to try it? Zhang Ling was very excited when she heard it, and she immediately asked excitedly, Ling Yun, you mean, I can become as good as you? Ling Yun laughed and said, as long as you want to learn, don't be afraid to endure hardships, sooner or later you will become as good as me. Ling Yun said, raised his finger and pointed to the cistern containing the big carp, catch the fish, it's that simple. That's just pediatrics. Zhang Ling nodded without hesitation and said, of course I'm willing to learn, well. I'm not afraid of suffering. With an excited expression and a firm tone, Zhang Ling's body was full of blood, and Ling Yun was fooled into the thief boat again. Ling Yun smiled slightly, he took Zhang Ling's shoulder, put his mouth close to Zhang Ling's ear, and whispered a few words in a low voice. Zhang Ling blushed with embarrassment, and lightly beat Ling Yun's chest with a blushing face, and said in a low voice, Shuang. Xiao? You're dead. Ling Yun smiled, it's not bragging, as long as you cooperate well, I guarantee that you will immediately reach the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow. This is a realm that many cultivators dream of breaking through. Zhang Ling's physique was worse than Lin Minghan's, similar to Yao Rou's, and with Ling Yan's double cultivation, he could reach the 7th floor of the day after tomorrow, but it was difficult to reach the 9th floor of the day after tomorrow. How about it? Well, everyone listens to you, but we have to wait until the college entrance examination is over. Zhang Ling blushed, her delicate body undulating violently, barely finishing her words, and threw herself into Ling Yan's arms with a bang, not daring to raise her head for a long time. Thinking of the wonderful taste of shuangxiu, Ling Yan also became emotional. He held Zhang Ling's round face up again, aimed at her bright lips, and kissed her fiercely. Zhang Ling was lost again, but this time she quickly took the initiative to kiss back. Her lips and teeth were intertwined, and her enthusiasm was like fire. Time flies. It wasn't until Zhang Ling's phone rang that she was shocked, pulled away from Ling Yan's arms, and said timidly, "It must be my mother calling." He took out his mobile phone and saw that it was indeed a call from Zhang Ling's mother. Looking at the time, it was already past midnight. Zhang Ling took a few deep breaths and tried to calm down her breathing before she dared to answer her mother's call. "What time are you still not going home?" Zhang Ling's mother's voice came from the phone, quite stern. Zhang Ling glared at Ling Yan fiercely, and then said to his mother, "Mom, I'm packing my school bag and I'll go home soon. My classmates will take me back. Come back quickly, pay attention to safety on the road." Zhang Ling's mother instructed, and hung up the phone. "I was hurt by you. My mother must know that I lied." Ling Yan said with a smile, "If you know it, you will know it. You can't study so hard every day. This is called the combination of work and rest." Zhang Ling glanced at Ling Yan and said, "What is the combination of work and rest? You have taken all the cheap. You will definitely lose sleep tonight." Ling Yan laughed loudly. "If you can't fall asleep, study for a while and make up for the 2 hours wasted just now." Zhang Lingjiao smiled, but said seriously, "What is wasted? I will never forget the 2 hours just now. Oh, by the way, my mother knows that I like you. She told me that when our college entrance examination is over, let you come to my house." Ling Yan smiled and nodded, indicating that there was no problem at all. Zhang Ling was very nervous at first, but seeing Ling Yan nodded and agreed, she was finally satisfied, not to mention the sweet happiness in her heart. If it weren't for the big mountain of the college entrance examination pressing in his heart, Zhang Ling would definitely take the initiative to dedicate himself tonight. "There's one more thing." "What's the matter?" Zhang Ling said, "My aunt has been keeping an eye on when your clinic will open after knowing that you are going to open the clinic. You'd better give her a call before opening and say, maybe she can help you." Ling Yan was stunned, thinking that Liang Fingyi is a surgeon. "How can she help me?" Zhang Ling seemed to see Ling Yan's thoughts. She laughed and said, "Fool, my aunt is the chief surgeon of the provincial hospital. She can help you pull patients." Ling Yan suddenly realized that this was the case. Connections were resources, and it was really good. "That's fine, then I will definitely call her." Ling Yan was very straightforward. He doesn't need to use other resources. Ling Yan will definitely use Liang Fingyi's resource. There is a saying, what is it called, squatting grass and fighting rabbits. "It's getting late, I'll take you back." Ling Yan and Zhang Ling returned to the cabin, drove the yacht at full speed, and quickly returned to the shore. I asked the owner of the chartered yacht for an oversized bag, packed the lively big carp with at least 9 pounds, then said goodbye to the owner and drove away. "It's awesome, this big carp is so plump, it must be a female, and if you see a handsome guy, you will die." "You jumped onto the yacht by yourself?" The boss watched Ling Yan drive away, shocked, and muttered to himself. Qingshui Lake is only 4 kilometers away from Qingshitsuiyuan International Garden. In just a few minutes, Land Rover stopped downstairs at Zhang Ling's house. "Can you lift it?" Ling Yan asked Zhang Lingdao, with a smile. "Yes, there is an elevator inside." Zhang Ling said shyly. She hadn't thought about how to explain it when she got home. "Kiss again?" Ling Yan said with a smile. "Absolutely not, if my mother sees it, she will die." In the night, Zhang Ling's face was as red as blood, and his heartbeat was like a drum. To be continued. Zhang Ling blushed and watched Ling Yan drive away until Land Rover turned a corner and could no longer see it, and then reluctantly turned around and entered the building. "And Yuan?" Taking the elevator to the 17th floor where she was, Zhang Ling kicked the door nervously, with both hands occupied. The door opened soon, and it was her mother, Liang Fengqin, who opened the door for Zhang Ling. Although Liang Fengqin is nearly 40 years old, her figure is mature, plump and attractive, and her face is beautiful. Apart from giving her a mature and attractive body, the years have not left any traces on her body. Her skin is snow-white and crystal clear, smooth, firm and elastic. Full. She was wearing a rose-red nightdress. Although she was a half-old MILF, she still had the charm and was full of mature femininity. Her appearance is not inferior to that of her sister Liang Fengyi at all, and her figure is even hotter and enchanting, but the look in her beautiful eyes is rather severe. Humph, come in quickly. You're back so late, what is this in your hand? Liang Fengqin's tone was not good. It's a fish. Zhang Ling entered the room, threw off his sandals decisively, and ran into the kitchen with his bare feet in the bag carrying the fish. Liang Fengqin was stunned for a moment. Her daughter came back so late, and even brought a fish back, and it seemed that the fish was not too small. Sister, is Zhang Ling back? The sexy and charming Liang Fengyi, wearing a loose white lace nightdress, stroked her wet long hair, and walked out of Zhang Ling's bedroom. Zhang Ling's father is engaged in geological exploration. He often goes out for more than half a month. At this time, Liang Fengqin will ask his sister, Liang Fengyi, to come to accompany her. The relationship between the two sisters is very close. Whoa. Clap clap clap. There were continuous noises from the kitchen. Zhang Lingang put the carp in a large water basin. Who knew that the carp thought the water basin was too small, so it jumped out of it and jumped on the ground. Mom, come and help. This fish is too big, I can't catch it. Zhang Ling pressed it twice, but failed to catch the big carp, so he had to ask his mother for help in a hurry. Humph, what is reviewing in the classroom? It's a lie at first glance. How can there be such a big fish in the classroom? Liang Fengqin muttered. But she still came to the kitchen, and she saw Zhang Ling squatting on the ground catching fish. Because the skirt is too short, even the lace panties are exposed, and her face is even more ugly. If there is a sexiness ranking for Zhang Ling's clothes in summer, what she is wearing today is undoubtedly the sexiest suit. Liang Fengqin quickly grabbed the koi, put it into the big water basin, and poured a bucket of water into it, and the koi became honest. The mother and daughter washed their hands and returned to the living room. Zhang Ling was about to run into the bathroom immediately, but was stopped by Liang Fengqin. Zhang Ling, let's be honest, why did you come back so late today? Who brought you back, and where did that carp come from? Liang Fengqin crossed her arms and stared at her precious daughter. With a look of covetousness on his face, he had to ask to understand. Zhang Ling stood in front of the TV with her bare feet, looked at Liang Fengqin, and then looked at her aunt, Liang Fengyi. Seeing that both pairs of beautiful eyes were emitting sharp rays of inquiry, she immediately knew that this test would not be over. Dialing Yun. It's okay to catch a carp and give it to others. How can the classroom and carp be linked together? This lie can't be solved at all. Well, I went out to play with my classmates. He gave me the carp to supplement my brain, and he also brought me back. Which classmate? Is that Ling Yun? Liang Fengqin asked in a deep voice, frowning slightly. Liang Fengqin's face was not good-looking, but Liang Fengyi quietly raised her ears. In fact, she had already guessed that Zhang Ling was going on a date with Ling Yun. It's just that I didn't break it with Liang Fengqin. Yes. Zhang Ling knew that it was useless to lie, so he simply told the truth. Look at the time for yourself. For 2.5 hours, where did you guys go to play? He didn't do anything to you, did he? As Liang Fengqin spoke, she suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Zhang Ling. She was about to lift her skirt and wanted to check Zhang Ling. Zhang Ling hurriedly turned around to dodge. Mom, where did you go? Ling Yun just came back from out of town, we just met and talked, it's not like you think. Liang Fengqin snorted coldly, Humph, I don't know you yet, you are more courageous than the sky, and you are more crazy than anyone else. She really knows her daughter Imoruomu, and Liang Fengqin really knows Zhang Ling too well. Liang Fengyi sat on the sofa lazily, watching a good show, biting her red lips lightly. The eyes in her beautiful eyes were ambiguous and playful. The beauty mole on the corner of her mouth trembled slightly. She didn't know what she was thinking. What kind of smell is this? Liang Fengqin suddenly noticed that the smell on Zhang Ling's body was a bit special. Zhang Ling's face blushed, and she panicked. What kind of smell can it be? That fish has been lifted all the way, and it smells fishy. It's really annoying, I won't tell you. I'm going to take a bath and rest. Looking at her suspicious mother, Zhang Ling didn't dare to stay in the living room anymore. She ran to the bathroom without saying a word. Hey, the kids these days are real. Zhang Ling also said that this Lingyun can take the Yanjing University entrance exam, but it's no wonder that he can pass the exam without going to class all day. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and Liang Fengqin was also afraid that Zhang Ling's study would be delayed, and it would be too embarrassing for her daughter. She could only sigh helplessly, blaming all the responsibility on Ling Yan's head. Originally, through Liang Fengyi and Zhang Ling's dictation, Liang Fengqin's impression of Ling Yun was almost a perfect score, but now it has completely returned to 0. Should be able to pass the test. Liang Fengyi smiled and answered casually, but she thought about the scene of Ling Yun leaving in a Land Rover. Ling Yun sent Zhang Ling back, and Liang Fengyi saw it from Zhang Ling's bedroom, but the lights were dim and the floor was too high, so she couldn't see it clearly. You're an ant too, talking for an outsider all day long. I really don't understand you. Liang Fengqin glared at her sister and went to Zhang Ling's bedroom to help her get her pajamas. Liang Fengyi's delicate body trembled, and an inexplicable blush appeared on her enchanting and charming face, reaching her ears. She stood up and went to the kitchen, slowly squatted down on her hot body, and touched the plump koi with a hand that was accustomed to a scalpel. Koi man. After sending Zhang Ling off, Ling Yun drove away from the Qingxi Suiyuan International Garden. He went directly to the door of the ordinary clinic. The car stopped for a while and swept away with his divine sense. He knew that the second floor was empty, and Yao Rou did return to Nangqi Buyuan. The villa went to live, and then the Land Rover was restarted and returned to the Qingxi Villa area. Ling Yun parked the Land Rover at a distance from Villa number 1, locked the door, used his body techniques in the dark, and quietly came to Villa number 1. He used his spiritual sense to visit him and found that everything was normal. He was worried. Go. There is nothing wrong at 1 o'clock in the morning, so there should be no enemy to die tonight. Shui Mining has a good work and rest habits. At this time, she has fallen asleep, while Miao Xiaomiao is sitting cross-legged in her bedroom, practicing exercises. Bai Xianer was sitting cross-legged on the bed in Ling Yun's bedroom, practicing her natal exercise, the heavenly fox flying immortal art. Ling Yun didn't disturb them. He quietly fled away, exerted his movements to the limit, and went straight to the third area of Qingxi Villa district, the villa where Chao Shanshan lived, as fast as a cloud of smoke. With such a movement speed, even the cameras installed on the roadside are difficult to capture his figure. Ling Yun was familiar with the road, and soon came to the door of Chao Shanshan's villa. He stopped under a big tree with lush branches, and explored with his spiritual sense, and found that the building was already empty. Ling Yun flew into the courtyard of the villa, jumped dozens of meters, and came directly to the second floor, outside the window of Chao Shanshan's bedroom. The doors and windows were closed and the curtains blocked, but it was not difficult for Ling Yun. He didn't bother to use his divine sense, and instead stroked the window glass lightly with his fingers. The next moment, Ling Yun was already standing in Chao Shanshan's bedroom with a piece of circular glass more than half a meter in diameter. Revisiting the old place, Ling Yun couldn't help but think of Chao Shanshan's goodness. A date on the school playground, a heart-to-heart dance in the SS disco, driving a Lamborghini to the Zhuangjia villa to rescue him on the night of Qingming festival, and the splendid scenes that happened in Chao Shanshan's boudoir. Scene after scene came to mind. Ling Yun's face changed, and he secretly decided that he would just wait for the college entrance examination to end, fly directly to the capital, and enter the Chao family. No matter what, he had to find Chao Shanshan first. Ling Yun felt really unhappy with the feeling of hanging his heart at all times, and it even affected his spiritual cultivation. Zhuang Meifeng, Chao Shanshan, Xiao Mimi, these three beauties, are all of Ling Yun's heart. Although he never mentioned it to outsiders, he has been thinking about them and worried about them. Therefore, Ling Yun is trying his best to improve his strength. Every time his strength increases, he will face the powerful Jing Xinan, the enemies of the Chao family, and the organization of Heavenly Kill, and his chances of winning will increase by 1 point. Ling Yun shook his head violently, trying to repel the depression in his heart as much as possible. Everything in Chao Shanshan's boudoir was reflected in Ling Yun's sea of consciousness, and he soon discovered one thing. It was a thick diary, which was locked in the drawer of the writing desk by Chao Shanshan. Ling Yun flew forward unceremoniously, pulled the lock off with a twist of his hand, opened the drawer, and found the diary. He opened the diary and flipped through it, and found that the last entry was the eve of Chao Shanshan's second return to Beijing. Chao Shanshan's font is very beautiful and handsome, and her writing is even more extraordinary, with nearly 1,000 words. It recorded Chao Shanshan's thoughts and worries about Ling Yun, her confidence in Ling Yun's safe return, and her longing for the future of the two. She even returned to the family in the capital, expressing her determination not to marry Ling Yun. Ling Yun read the diary quickly, and with a thought, he put the diary into his space ring. Ling Yun never found anything else of value, so he left Chao Shanshan's villa without looking back. He did not go back to Villa No. 1, but went directly to Longpan Mountain. He wants to practice. To be continued. The south of the mountain and the north of the water are called Yang, and the north of the mountain and the south of the water are called Yin. Seriously speaking, Tianyang grass is not grass, and it cannot even be classified as a plant. Its shape is very similar to the bamboo shoots that have just grown on the ground. The height should not exceed 3 centimeters. Tianyang grass only grows in places where pure yang qi gathers. It is formed by countless pure yang qi over many years. Even if there is pure yang qi, it must grow in a place that is absolutely sunny. There must be enough pure yang energy in the innate and enough sunlight the day after tomorrow to grow such a sky-sun grass. Earthshade grass is the exact opposite. It is a rhizome, similar in shape to sweet potatoes or potatoes, and grows completely under the surface of the earth. It is a long string, and the number of rhizomes is absolutely 9, not too many, not too few. Compared with Tianyang grass, Dian grass has 2 notable characteristics. First, although Dian grass has 9 roots, it only has 1 branch and 2 leaves. The 9 rhizomes of the grass seem to have been carved by someone, and there is white sap at the crack. Although it grows in the soil, it will never be contaminated by the soil. To use a very vulgar but very vivid analogy, every rhizome of Dian grass resembles a woman's private parts. There are a total of 9 rhizomes, and the number of 9 is extremely high, which is called 9-yin. Therefore, Tianyang grass is also called a yang grass, and earthine grass is also called jiuyin grass. However, in terms of direction, the sky-sun grass grows in the north of the earth-shade grass, across the valley between Longpan Mountain and Nanquifeng, and the earth-shade grass is opposite to the north and south. This is because Nanquifeng and Longpan Mountain face each other in the north and south, and the valley in the middle, under the surface of the earth, is a wide underground river rushing from west to east. Tianyang grass grows in the south of the mountains and the north of the water. Naturally, it grows on the Longpan Mountain in the north, but it is to the south of the Longpan Mountain and the north of the underground river. Of course, the earth-shade grass grows in the north of Nanquifeng. The entire Yin and Yang Lock Dragon Formation. It was built on this basis. Therefore, Ling Yun entered the Tianqing, rushed to the fourth floor of the body training, practiced the yin-yang art of Wen Qi, and went directly to the yin formations. It was in the belly of Nanquifeng. Now, Ling Yun came to the sunny side of Longpan Mountain, a very steep ridge. In the place where the sky sun grass grows, sit cross-legged and frantically absorb the pure yang energy released by the sky sun grass. After going through the calamity of life and death, and through the tempering of heavenly thunder, Ling Yun has already broken through the middle stage of the 7th level of body training. So, now that he is cultivating, he is in the same realm. The yin and yang infuriating energy and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth are naturally 100 times more than that of ordinary cultivators. Of course, the benefits Ling Yun has received are also countless. He is not yet at the 8th level of physical training, so he can only be said to have the same strength as the masters of the 8th level acquired, but now he has been able to easily defeat the masters of the 4th level innate. It can kill opponents across 6 realms. Just how terrifying and astonishing Ling Yun's strength is, one can see the clues. If coupled with the powerful defense of the Dian Juxing Baojue, coupled with the underworld blood demon sword and the dragon-marked sword, Ling Yun is completely capable, and he will be able to compete with the masters of the 6th layer Xiantian realm without any loss. This is Lu Suifeng in the early stage of the 5th layer innate. The reason why a face-to-face meeting was a big loss in Ling Yun's hands. An hour later, the pure yang energy that Ling Yun absorbed was full and saturated, and he went to the place where the earthine grass grew and began to absorb the purine energy. Because Ling Yun is a man, the yang energy in his body is self-generated, so he always absorbs as much purine energy as possible. This ensures the balance of yin and yang in the process of cultivation. Of course, he doesn't need to absorb the 2 yin and yang qi to improve the realm of strength, because when the 1 qi yin and yang art is running, the body can naturally generate pure yang and pure yin and 2 qi, but what Ling Yun is now pursuing is the speed of cultivation. The sooner the better. The dantian and meridians in the body could no longer contain any purine energy, so Ling Yun stood up satisfied and quickly came to the place where the ambergris grows. Absorbing the aura of ambergris is of course slower than drinking ambergris directly, but Ling Yun saves it if he can. After all, as long as ambergris grows, it releases dragon aura every day, but ambergris only takes a sip. Just one less mouthful. Although Ling Yun has more than 2,000 caddies of dragon saliva, he can't stand the crowd. Ling Yun himself is the biggest consumer of ambergris. In the future, Ning Lingyu will drink it, Qin Dongxue will drink it, Bai Xiener, Lin Menghan, Shui Mining, Long Wu, and even Zhang Ling will drink it. If it is not enough, Ling Yunding can last for half a year to burn high incense. Otherwise, Ling Yun would not even think about going to the antique street. This is called planning ahead. Fortunately, the spiritual energy in Ling Yun's body is very thick at present, because when he faced the 9-colored tribulation cloud on Diaoyu Island, the Earth Emperor and the Human Emperor Pen generously released endless immortal spiritual energy in order to protect his life. Ling Yun bathed in it and stole a lot of money, but he couldn't use it now. As for the power of thunder and lightning he absorbed, Ling Yun still doesn't know why he uses it, but he knows that these power of thunder and lightning will definitely bring him unexpected surprises when he is in the future. The body was filled with spiritual energy, and Ling Yun began to run the Great Evolution Star Gathering Treasure on the spot. At the same time, the power of hundreds of millions of stars also poured on Ling Yun without hesitation, helping him to hit the 3rd realm of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art. As long as the Dian Gathering Star Treasure Art breaks through the 3rd realm, Ling Yun's strength will be at least twice as strong. At that time, even if he can't reach the Qi training period, he will still have enough confidence and competence to kill the capital. However, the Dian Gathering Star Treasures became more and more difficult as it went on. No matter how frantically Ling Yun cultivated, he couldn't touch the threshold of the 3rd realm at all. It's like the 100-meter race. Bolt might be able to run 9.810 times, but you let him run a 9.7? Let him run along the 12th level wind, maybe it is possible. In order to make a breakthrough, Ling Yun still needs new opportunities. Ling Yunjuan's eyes were slightly closed, his 5 hearts turned to the sky, he forgot both things and focused on cultivation, he had long forgotten the time. A crisp bird call woke up Ling Yun, who was addicted to cultivation. He slowly opened his eyes and found that the darkness before dawn had passed, the east was white with fish belly, and the sky was bright. The last time it took me half a year to go from the peak of the second largest realm of the Great Evolution and Star Treasure Art to the third largest realm, this time. Ling Yun couldn't help shaking his head and smiled bitterly. Just now, he used all his strength to continuously attack the third layer of the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art, a total of 12 times, and all of them returned without success. The pass did not mean to loosen. This is not because of impatient, nor because Ling Yun's aptitude is not enough, but because this great essence-gathering star treasure art is too heaven-defying. The effect is against the sky, and the difficulty of cultivation is of course also against the sky. If there is no Dian star-gathering treasure, Ling Yun's current strength is at most equal to that of the second-tier congenital masters. If the Dian star-gathering treasure art is very easy to cultivate and Ling Yun reaches the 6th realm soon, it will be invulnerable to all poisons, fearless of fire and water, astonishing defense, and infinitely powerful. There is no need for any Taoist method, it is enough to just rush in and out. However, in order to reach the 6th realm of the Great Evolution gathering star treasure art, even if Ling Yun's peerless aptitude does not have 10 years, don't even think about it, let alone the 7th realm. It seems that it is more reliable to hit the Qi training period as soon as possible. Ling Yun muttered to himself. Ling Yun turned his head to look at the ambergris beside him, then raised his head to look at the sky sun grass and earth shade grass in the distance, thinking that after the college entrance examination, these 3 spirit grasses had to be transplanted into Villa No. 1. The Yin and Yang lock dragon formation here has been destroyed, and the dragon saliva in the underground formation center has also been taken out by Ling Yun. If it is not transplanted, these 3 spirit grasses will wither and die in a month at most. Gone. Looking at the time, it was already 5 o'clock in the morning. In order not to be discovered by the morning exercisers, Ling Yun stood up and galloped towards Villa No. 1. Ling Yun returned to the place where he parked his Land Rover and drove the Land Rover back to Villa No. 1. And said to be back soon, but it came back the next morning. Miao Xiaomiao had already practiced in the courtyard of the villa. There was a lot of spiritual energy here. She practiced twice the result with half the effort, and she couldn't bear to stop. The extremely golden silkworm Gu Xiaojin stopped on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder, chirping. Obviously, after Miao Xiaomiao and Bai Xianer got to know each other, Xiaojin was no longer so afraid of Bai Xianer. There are those who dislike Ling Yun, and there are those who are ecstatic to see Ling Yun. Brother Ling Yun, are you back? Bai Xianer flew out. Ling Yun gently patted Bai Xianer's shoulder, he smiled and waved at Xiaojin, who was on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder, and fooled Xiaojin to come over. Come here, brother, there is something for you. Xiaojin turned his head in a lively manner, ignoring Ling Yun's flickering at all. If love doesn't come, I will save Lao Tzu's dragon saliva and 1,000-year-old ginseng, Ling Yun secretly said in his heart. Your practice method is wrong, you don't practice witchcraft like this. Ling Yun said unceremoniously to Miao Xiaomiao. Miao Xiaomiao has not yet reached the innate realm, and it is still too late to correct it in time. Fart, I practiced gu, not sorcery at all. Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yun a blank look and retorted. He, relying on pure soul, cultivating powerful spiritual power, using one's own blood essence as a medium, mobilizing the natural power of heaven and earth for my use. This is not witchcraft, what is it? Ling Yun talked eloquently, calmly, speaking slowly and slowly. What is the control of gu worms? Mental strength. What do the worms feed on? Anything is possible, but the most important thing is the person's own blood essence. Ling Yin said in a simple sentence, the essence of the Gu technique. Miao Xiaomiao was instantly horrified and speechless. Do you understand the Gu technique? After a while, Miao Xiaomiao murmured. I understand a little, but at least I understand it 800 times better than you. Ling Yin said with a smile. Humph. You don't even have a serious word, the ghosts are too lazy to care about you. Miao Xiaomiao's heart trembled, but she was rude to Ling Yin. To be continued. Seeing that the beauty didn't appreciate her at all, Ling Yin didn't bother to argue, he just gave Miao Xiaomiao a smile that didn't matter whether you believed it or not, and walked towards the villa with Baixianer's slender waist in his arms. Humph. A big radish. If you don't brag, you will die? Miao Xiaomiao's coquettish voice sounded crisply behind Ling Yin. Hey, are you bragging? You'll know when the time comes. Ling Yin said with a smile without turning his head. Ling Yin was not in a hurry. If Miao Xiaomiao wanted to break through the innate realm, it would not take a year to even think about it. At that time, Ling Yin had already reached the middle stage of qi training, and everything was in time. Miao Xiaomiao stared at Ling Yin as she entered the house and went upstairs with her beautiful and light eyes. She stomped her feet in anger. When she wanted to concentrate on her practice again, she found that her thoughts were chaotic and she could no longer maintain a pure heart. When they came to the second floor and passed by Shui Mining's bedroom, Ling Yin listened carefully, and found that Ninger was breathing long and her dream was in full swing. Ling Yin had a special love for Ninger, of course he wouldn't use his divine sense or yin and yang eyes to peep at the little demon girl. Turning on the light, finding paper and a pen, Ling Yin sat in front of the writing desk and began to write quickly. Baixianer stood beside Ling Yin curiously and watched for a while, but because she couldn't read it at all. She couldn't help but ask, Brother Ling Yin, what did you write? Ling Yin smiled and said, the 9-needle needling technique of Ling Shu has a set of matching exercises, called Ling Si Ju. Why are you writing this? I want to teach Ninger the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. Ling Yin has a dual purpose, writing while answering, with extremely fast hand speed, and the handwriting is clear and neat, and the handwriting is handsome and elegant. Is Ling Si art very powerful? It's just a technique for absorbing and storing spiritual energy. It is not very powerful at first, but when you use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, if you run the spirit art at the same time, you can call out the aura in your body. Successfully cast the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. Oh, so that's the case. Brother Ling Yun is so kind to Sister Ninger. Baixianer was a little jealous. Ling Yin suddenly put down his pen, turned his head and smiled at Baixianer. Isn't it bad for Xianer? Suddenly being watched by Ling Yin, Baixianer's beautiful face blushed. She said coquettishly, then why don't you teach Xianer the exercises? Ling Yin laughed and said, Xianer. One way to practice. Don't be greedy, as the saying goes, you can't chew too much. Your Tianyuan Jiuxing Yaoshu and Tianhu, flying immortal art, are actually very powerful demon cultivation techniques. If you can master these techniques well, it will be very difficult. Too much, and eventually lead to nothing, or even go crazy. This is the biggest taboo for us cultivators, understand? Baixianer bit her tender lips and nodded, but she was still unwilling to act like a spoiled child. Then you have to teach me one kind of. Ling Yin could only sigh. Okay, you can teach it if you want, but I won't teach you the exercises, I can only teach you the moves. Thank you, Brother Ling Yin. Baixianer was satisfied. Ling Yin smiled softly. He buried himself in writing again. More than an hour later, Shui Mining muttered to get up. She didn't wait to wash her face after getting up. She was wearing a nightgown, her long hair was loose, and her feet were bare. With hazy eyes, he ran to Ling Yin's bedroom. Ling Yun's door was not closed. Brother Ling Yun, what time did you come back last night? They waited for you until after 12 o'clock. Xuanhuan came directly to Ling Yun, who was still writing, and asked Ling Yun's arm naturally. Ninger woke up? Hee, I came back at 5 in the morning and went to Longpan Mountain to practice last night. Ling Yun put down the pen in his hand and said to Xuanhuan with a smile. Cultivation, you know how to practice all day long. You don't have time to accompany others. Xuanhuan shook Ling Yun's arm in protest. Huh? What did you write? Xuanhuan blinked, then rubbed her eyes vigorously with her hands, and her diamond-shaped mouth suddenly opened into shape. 9 needles of the spirit pivot? Ling Yun chuckled, yes, it's the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, but it's still less than a third of it written. Wow, you've written so many pages, why are you writing this? Xuanhuan seemed to have thought of Ling Yun's purpose, and said in surprise. Of course, choose a smart, beautiful, kind and lovely little girl, and then teach her the 9 needles of the spirit pivot. Ling Yun giggled, he deliberately didn't specify. Smart and beautiful? Kind and cute? Isn't that me? Xuanhuan was not modest at all. Ling Yun laughed loudly, and wrapped his left hand around the little demon girl's slender waist. You guessed it right, it's you. Hey, take this away first, this is the Lingxi art. You need to use the fastest time to write down all the Lingxi art. Only after you have learned the Lingxi art, can you use the 9 needles of the spirit pivot and give full play to this set of needles. Effect. Wow, that's great, Brother Ling Yun taught me the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot, thank you Brother Ling Yun. Xuanhuan cheered and hugged Ling Yun's neck and kissed him twice on his left cheek. Ling Yun raised his hand and touched the dimple on his left cheek. It was a little itchy when kissed by the little demon girl, but the taste was wonderful. The corner of his mouth twitched and he said, How is it, did you sleep well last night? Xuanhuan blushed and nodded and said, Well, I slept soundly, it would be better if you were at home. Then I'll sleep at home tonight, okay? It's almost there. Ling Yun glanced at the time, okay, don't miss class today, wash your face and brush your teeth quickly, I'll take you to school. Brother Ling Yun, I'm hungry. Xuanhuan clutched her shriveled stomach, pouting her lips and pretending to be pitiful. Ling Yun sighed and said, I'll cook for you, how about some noodles? It seemed that the fate of the chef Ling Yun was impossible to escape no matter where he was. Xuanhuan blinked her eyes proudly, kissed Ling Yun twice, grabbed the Lingxi formula that Ling Yun wrote to her, and ran out. Don't let others see this Lingxi art. Ling Yun reminded him through voice transmission. I'm not stupid. Xuanhuan's crisp voice came from outside the door. Ling Yunqin said, I mean, don't let your sister Xiaomiao see it. Of course, this is just what I say in my heart, and it doesn't matter. Humph. Ling Yun, don't come here, this girl is too lazy to learn. Xiaomiao's anger and scolding came from her ears. Sound transmission secret. Ling Yun's mouth twitched, pretending he didn't hear it at all. He got up and went downstairs to go to the kitchen to cook for the 3 beauties. After Qing Dongxue and Ning Lingyu's high demand and high standard training, Ling Yun is now a qualified modern chef. In less than 10 minutes, the fragrant egg and pork noodles are out of the pot. They all lived in the same family, and of course they were all of their own. Ling Yun was not stingy. The 1,000-year-old ginseng and the 1,000-year-old shouwu were combined reasonably. Finally, a few drops of ambergris were added, and the noodles were not unpleasant. Not to mention Xuanhuan, even Xiaomiao was greedily swallowed by this fragrance. She never confronted Ling Yun tit for tat, but looked at her with admiration. I didn't expect this big radish to cook so deliciously. Xiaomiao's heart moved again quietly after watching Ling Yun make a fuss in the principal's office. This is the beauty and beauty breakfast that I have carefully prepared for you, please try it. Ling Yan said proudly as he looked at the three stunning beauties sitting around the dining table, eager to try. Beautiful beauty, bragging again. Miao Xiaomiao whispered. Bai Xian'er smiled tenderly, got up first, filled a big bowl for Ling Yan, and brought it to Ling Yan obediently. Xuanhuan had already started. It's delicious, it's the first time I've eaten so much, I declare that I failed to lose weight today. After the meal, Xuanhuan sighed again with an aftertaste and a distressed sigh. Ling Yan laughed and said, Ning'er, you can eat as much as you want, don't worry, no matter how you eat in the future, I promise you won't gain weight. If he really wanted to lose weight, Ling Yan used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to poke a few needles. The effect was definitely better than any weight loss pills, and there were no side effects. Of course, Xuanhuan doesn't need to be pierced at all, she is about to start practicing, starting from the body training, Ling Yan is referring to this. Really? Then I'll have good luck in the future. Xuanhuan cheered again and lived with Ling Yan. There were too many surprises to count. Ling Yan looked at Miao Xiaomiao, are you going to school? To be honest, Miao Xiaomiao has now found Ling Yan, and Ling Yan also promised to mediate the relationship between Shani Shui and Miao Fenghuang. Her mission in Qingshui City has been completed, and she does not need to go to class at all. But Miao Xiaomiao and her sister, who is stubborn, are really close, and she wants to accompany Xuanhuan to school for the summer vacation. Of course I'm going. Do you think everyone else is like you? If you don't attend classes all day, what kind of Yanjing University do you still want to take? Dream about you. Miao Xiaomiao gave Ling Yan a blank look and said disdainfully. Yo, this means you won't recognize the bill after eating. Brother Yan was furious, you can cook and eat by yourself in the future. Miao Xiaomiao also showed no weakness, do it yourself, can't you starve to death without you? Ling Yan was even more angry, today you go to school by yourself. Go by yourself. Miao Xiaomiao Ying smiled and stood up leisurely. Bai Xian'er frowned slightly, but before she could get angry, Ling Yan's voice transmission arrived. Bai Xian'er pouted and gave Ling Yan a white look, and said nothing. No matter who it is, as long as she dares to be awkward with Ling Yan, Bai Xian'er will definitely not allow it. She will definitely deny her 6 relatives for Ling Yan's sake. Elder sister. With her lover on one side and her sister on the other, Xuanhuan looked at this and that, and finally felt that Miao Xiaomiao was wrong, and she begged coquettishly. The little demon girl also wondered, her sister is very good-natured and talkative, why is it different every time she faces Ling Yan? Miao Xiaomiao glared at Ling Yan, snorted at him, and went straight out, driving Xuanhuan's Ferrari away. Ling Yan tried to threaten not to send others to school, but failed completely. Ling Yan was a little dizzy. He didn't expect Miao Xiaomiao to drive, so he muttered to himself, she can drive? Xuanhuan gave Ling Yan a sullen look, and said with a smile, of course, the driving skills are good. I'll go. I didn't expect it. Let's go and send you to school. To be continued. Ling Yan sent Xuanhuan to Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. On the way, he repeatedly told Xuanhuan that she must write down the Lingxi tactics verbatim, and he would teach her how to practice. After sending Xuanhuan off, Ling Yan and Bai Xian'er immediately returned to Villa No. 1 and continued to write his 9-needle acupuncture method of the spirit pivot. After Ling Yan's college entrance examination, it is inevitable that he will leave Qingshui City temporarily. However, ordinary clinics cannot be opened in vain, and there must be someone in charge. This person Ling Yan had already chosen, it was the little demon girl, Xuanhuan. She has studied medicine with Shueshini for more than 10 years, and her traditional Chinese medicine skills have already achieved a small success. It is no problem to hear and ask questions. Ling Yan will teach the 9 needles of Lingshu again. In ordinary clinics, it is the little demon girl who practiced traditional Chinese medicine and carried forward the world-shattering medical skills. Great place. At 8:30 in the morning, Tang Meng called and asked where Ling Yun was, saying he was coming. Ling Yun asked Tang Meng to buy a complete set of human meridian and acupuncture maps, and then continued to bury his head in the book. Bai Xian'er was very bored, and she was in the yard, cultivating her heavenly fox flying immortal art, diligently, and looking forward to being able to kill her parents and avenge her parents. More than half an hour later, Tang Meng drove a Porsche to Villa No. 1. Since Ling Yun has organized more than a dozen expensive luxury cars, this kid has changed a lot. Vehicle. You have to shy, wait for the people who are killed by the gods to come to the door, and you will be the first to die. Ling Yun smiled and scared him. Hee, if they really want to kill me, they have to find out who is covering me first, right? Tang Meng was not afraid at all. Hey, this is the meridian and acupuncture map you want. I bought 4 sets. As Tang Meng spoke, he took out the things Ling Yun asked him to buy from the car and gave them to Ling Yun. This is a complete map of human meridians and acupuncture points, marked with the 12 main meridians, the Rondu-2 meridians and the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the TCM acupuncture points that can be named. There are 3 pictures in one set, including the front and back of the human body, and the side, and the 3 pictures hanging in Shui Mining's room. Except for the size, there is basically no difference. What did you buy so much for? Tai Xiaohu also needs a set. Be prepared, I can't go there for nothing, right? Tang Meng said indifferently. Where's Iron Tiger? Hey. An underground casino in his Qingxi district was won more than 30 million in one go last night. Are depressed. Tang Meng gloated a little and said with a smile. Ling Yun was stunned and kicked. He shouted angrily, you are still laughing, it's all Lao Tzu's money, more than 30 million, can you laugh too? Tang Meng slapped his head and body, and grinned in pain. Now he can't smile anymore, he said with a bitter face, Brother Yun, there is a battle letter for all the casinos in Qingshui City. Well, they threatened to bring in 500 million gambling capital. They will gamble all the casinos in Qingshui City. 500 million, Brother Yun. Who wouldn't be jealous of this money? If we don't keep the 500 million in Qingshui City and let them lose their pants and leave, then why are our brothers hanging around in Qingshui City? Ling Yun couldn't help but sneer when he heard it, 500 million? What a big hand, it seems that the other party's background is not small. With the condensed consciousness and the yin and yang eyes, Ling Yun decided to take the 500 million yuan into his pocket. How about Brother Yun? Is there any way to slap them hard? Tang Meng saw Ling Yun's expression and knew there was something to be said for this. With green light in his eyes, he said excitedly. So you're excited for this? Ling Yun finally understood why Tang Meng laughed. He was non-committal and did not immediately make a clear statement. Ling Yun had never gambled at the gambling table in this world. He didn't understand the rules of gambling. He needed to practice with Tang Meng first. Okay. You listen to me first. Ling Yun paused and said to Tang Meng, have you paid for the speedboat you built in Wenzhou? Speaking of this matter, Tang Meng had a gloomy expression on his face. Can I not pay? It's just an old one, with a discount of 2.6 million, hey. It really hurts. Don't cry for me there. Of the dozen or so cars I got back, which one cannot exceed 1 million? Who would think too much money? It's a pity that you sank such a good speedboat. I spend money to buy tranquility, and I still have to take the college entrance examination. Ling Yun knew that he had been targeted by the Huaxia Condor group, and they would come to him at some point. Of course, the later the better. You could do 2 things for me as soon as possible. First, buy me 2 luxury yachts. In short, the more luxurious the better, a smaller one in Qingshui Lake and a larger one in Qingshui Bay. Is there any problem? There is a problem. Private boats are not allowed in Qingshui Lake. Besides, we don't have a place to put them. Tang Meng immediately explained the problem. Ling Yun smiled and said, you can find a way to solve these problems. Wouldn't it be enough to build a private dock next to our villa number 1? Tang Meng said with a bitter face, I'm going to vomit blood again and spend money. Tang Meng didn't know why Ling Yun wanted to buy a luxury yacht on a whim, but, with 2 luxury yachts on the table, no one would even think about it. That thing was the darling of the super rich. However, he was also secretly thankful, saying that it was fortunate that Ling Yun didn't ask to buy a private jet, but judging from the situation, it was estimated that it would be soon. What about the other thing? Tang Meng was uneasy, thinking that he really wanted to buy a private jet, right? That was a bloodbath. Ling Yun chuckled, have you seen this villa? You hired 10 or 8 cleaners for me to clean twice a week, oh, and also, the number 9 villa in Qingshui Bay, and Yao's Nan Shui. Bun. Tang Meng's dangling heart finally fell to the ground. He patted his chest and said, this is very simple. Find a housekeeping company and work directly together. Also, I can't let you drive all the cars I got back. After you change the license plate, give 1 to Lin Menghan, 1 to Yao Rou, 1 to. Ling Yan almost blurted out and gave Kong Shuru a car, but suddenly felt that it was not suitable, and quickly swallowed the words back in his stomach. Of course, Ling Yun didn't care about the teacher-student relationship, but Kong Shuru definitely did. On Kong Shuru's side, he had to take it slow. I know. Tang Meng replied succinctly. After explaining all this, Ling Yun finally asked about the business. The clinic will open tomorrow, how are the preparations? Tang Meng smiled and said, don't worry about this, Brother Yun, I have already arranged it, there will be absolutely no problem. You're keeping a low profile. Ling Yun frowned and asked again, have you hired a nurse? I've hired 3, they're all beauties. Having said this, Tang Meng blinked at Ling Yun ambiguous. Furthermore, it's not a beauty pageant. What you do with so many beautiful women is mainly about experience. At least you can complete simple cleaning and dressing up wounds. Ling Yun said casually, not taking this seriously. Okay, you can do your business first, I'll go upstairs to do something. Ling Yun stood up. He had not finished writing the 9 needles of the spiritual pivot. This set of needles was extremely effective, and the needlework was extremely complicated. It was really troublesome to write. Hey! Brother Yun, the 500 million? Tang Meng stomped his feet in a hurry, and asked Ling Yun's arm. Ling Yun smiled brightly, don't worry, the 500 million is ours, we can't run away. Ling Yun went upstairs, and behind him came Tang Meng's voice calling Tai Xiaohu, I'm here with Brother Yun, come here quickly. Going back upstairs again, Ling Yun spent another hour to finally write down all the acupuncture techniques for the 9 needles of the Ling Shu, and then began to revise the map of the meridians and acupuncture points of the human body sent by Tang Meng. Ling Yun was most familiar with the acupuncture points of the human body. This was definitely a pediatric subject. He brushed a few points. On the original acupuncture point map, he pointed out a lot of acupuncture points, and marked the basic functions of the acupuncture points on the side. Then, in addition to the 12 serious meridians and the second meridian of Ren and Du, Ling Yun drew all the other 6 meridians of the 8 extraordinary meridians, marking them clearly and accurately. The other 6 meridians are Chong, Dai, Yinwei, Yangwei, Yinqiao, and Yangqiao. The Yangqiao meridian was the one that Ling Yun abolished at the beginning, but this meridian has already been completely cured by him, and it is as perfect as the other meridians, and there is no longer any worries. After everything was done, Ling Yun was extremely satisfied. He admired his masterpiece and nodded with a smile, well, this is the human body's meridian and acupoint map. It was nearly 11 o'clock in the morning. Ling Yun knew that Tai Xiaohu had already come, and was sitting on the sofa in the living room smoking a cigarette and sulking. He didn't rush to comfort him, but sat down again. Ling Yun quickly wrote 2 sets of exercises, which are suitable for Tai Xiaohu's physique. One is called Nu Tao Nei Gong, and the other is called Longxiang Shenjin. Tai Xiaohu is already equivalent to the strength of the 4th floor of the acquired day, and it is time to teach him the inner strength and mind method. Tai Xiaohu is only 18 years old now. He is already 1.93 meters tall. His stature is majestic and burly, like a black iron tower. The inner strength of the raging waves, specializing in the cultivation of inner strength. When the time comes, the inner strength in the dantian and meridians is like a sea of raging waves, endless. Dragon Elephant Divine Strength is to improve the explosive power in battle. In the later stage, when you use Dragon Elephant Divine Strength, you can instantly increase your combat power tenfold. Tai Xiaohu itself has infinite strength, and there is also the Great Evolution Star Treasure Art to protect the body. Imagine how terrifying his fighting power is. After writing the 2 sets of exercises, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and Ling Yun went downstairs happily. Brother Yun. Brother Yun. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu quickly stood up when they saw Ling Yun coming down. Ling Yun came to Tai Xiaohu in a flash and stretched out his hand. Here. Starting today, I will teach you martial arts. Ling Yun said with a smile. Really? Thank you, Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu's hands trembled with excitement. He had long since thrown the depression of losing money out of the sky, and he jumped 5 feet high. This is a map of human acupuncture points that I redrawn. You should also keep these new acupuncture points in your mind, and remember all these 2 sets of exercises as soon as possible, and start practicing this afternoon. Tai Xiaohu swallowed his saliva in excitement, grinning straight at Tang Meng, both envious and worried. Ling Yun continued with a smile, however, before that, let's go out for lunch. To be continued. After lunch. Ling Yun brought Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu back to Villa No. 1. He asked Tai Xiaohu to memorize the 2 exercises written to him with all his strength, but he took Tang Meng as a strong man and helped him make the Qingyu talisman together. In fact, there was no need for Ling Yun to instruct him at all. After Tai Xiaohu got the 2 sets of exercises, he never put it down. Tai Xiaohu is a martial arts fanatic, and his obsession with martial arts has reached a crazy level. Ling Yun wrote to Tai Xiaohu the inner strength of angry waves and the divine strength of dragon elephants, which were more difficult to master than the treasures of Dian Gathering Stars that were taught to him at the beginning. Although Dian Gathering Star Treasure Art is against the sky, it is a pure physical training method. It is simple and easy to understand, extremely easy to use, and quick to get started, but there is a very strict premise, that is, the requirements for physical fitness. The best physiques to cultivate the Great Evolution and Gathering Star Treasures are metal and earth, and Tai Xiaohu's body only has these 2 5 elements. This is the reason why Ling Yun had a love for talent when he saw Tai Xiaohu in the first place. As long as the physique is suitable, the Dian Gathering Star Treasure Art is very easy to learn, but easy to learn does not mean that it is easy to cultivate. There are 7 major realms and 49 small realms. Each time you improve a small realm, the power will show a geometric progression. Growth, and at the same time, the difficulty of cultivation, is also doubled. To put it simply, 1 to 2, 2 to 4, 4 to 8, to the 49th power of 2, that is, multiplying 49 2s, what is the value? 562 trillion. Moreover, this is just a simple multiplication of power multiples, only 49 small realms. Don't forget, every 7 small realms, there is a big realm, a big pass. A big realm rushes over, and the increase in the power of the treasure is definitely not as simple as doubling the current power. Ling Yun is now stuck at the peak of the second largest realm of the Great Evolution Congregation Star Treasure Art, and there is not enough time and special fortunes, even if a genius is like him. Don't even think about breaking through this third realm. It is precisely because it is easy to get started and extremely difficult to cultivate in the later stage. Therefore, in the world of self-cultivation, there are many super geniuses who practice the great evolution star treasure art. Finally reluctantly gave up. Switched to other exercises. In the eyes of countless cultivators, I want to cultivate the Dian gathering star treasure art to the 7th realm. It is simply an impossible goal, just a dream. When cultivating the great world, even if Ling Yun had cultivated to the transcending tribulation period, he had only managed to cultivate the great essence gathering star treasure art to the 5th realm, which shows the difficulty of cultivation in the later stage. As long as the Dian gathering star treasures has broken through the 7th realm, the body is comparable to the stars. Of course it is very difficult, otherwise, the gods and gods will be gone. Overcoming a catastrophe is easy. That is to say, the Dian gathering star treasure art, its cultivation threshold is inside the door. Anyone can enter this door, but there are 99% of people. It will be blocked by the small realms one by one, and it will be difficult to enter an inch again. Only 1% of the people who practice the great evolution gathering star treasure art in the same realm can break through to the next small realm, and the elimination rate of each small realm is 99%. Tai Xiaohu and Qin Dongxue. Now they are all in the same small realm, which is the 4th small realm of the great evolution star treasure art. Qin Dongxue has a physique of metal and fire attributes, so Ling Yun will teach her. As for Ning Lingyu, she has all the 5 elements, and the 2 attributes of water and wood are the best, but the metal and earth attributes contained in her body. Not worse than Iron Tiger. A natural spirit body is a natural spirit body, it is too heaven-defying. Other than Ling Yun, no one else can compare. Tai Xiaohu's advantage is that he is better at specialization. Ling Yun said that he is afraid of being greedy and chewing too much. Tai Xiaohu concentrated on cultivating the great evolution star treasure art, but his progress was exceptionally rapid. Even Ling Yun felt extremely satisfied. However, the internal energy of the raging waves and the divine energy of the dragon elephant are different. Although they are both the most superior martial arts, they are undoubtedly many times weaker than the Dian star treasures in the category of self-cultivation. The more you go to the later stage, the more incomparable it becomes. Just imagine, if you practice until the end, even if you can shatter a mountain with one punch, can you shatter a star with one punch? They are difficult to get started, and the difficulty is at the door. As long as you learn it, you will know it. The rest is basically a matter of time. As for the speed of cultivation, it is about aptitude and understanding, as well as the amount of cultivation resources. Therefore, Tai Xiaohu might be able to comprehend the essence of the great evolution and star-gathering treasure within a few hours, but it would be difficult for him to learn the inner power of the raging waves and the divine power of the dragon elephant in a few days. It is very fast to learn in a few days, because these are the best martial arts. If you want to sense the dantian, sense the inner qi in the dantian, and let the breath run freely in the body's meridians, this is easier than simple. It is much more difficult to sit there and absorb the essence of the sun, the power of the yin, and the power of the stars. All wipe, Tai Xiaohu is free and doesn't have to do anything, hey. Tang Meng went to the kitchen to carry all kinds of medicinal herbs, looking for the medicinal herbs with labels, facing dozens of sacks, he had a headache. Every time he came out and saw Tai Xiaohu sitting cross-legged, facing a few pieces of tissue paper, and chanting words in his mouth, Tang Meng would sigh once. Ling Yun was concentrating on refining the medicine. He was annoyed by Tang Meng's arguing, and he said with a smile, "Hey, why don't I write a martial art for you, and you go to practice with him?" Tang Meng froze instantly, grinned and said to Ling Yun, "Brother Yun, please forgive me. I want to be like Tai Xiaohu, I will suffocate after sitting for a while." "Then don't complain, work hard." Ling Yun taught Tang Meng a lesson. Whether these medicinal materials or the yellow watch paper that I bought a long time ago, they have been stored in Villa Number 1 for more than a month, passively absorbing and contaminating a lot of spiritual energy. The brewed medicinal soup, and the talisman paper produced is full of aura, which is much better than before. With the talisman ink and talisman paper concocted from this, plus the blood of several big black dogs living in the yard, Ling Yun was confident that there would be no problem in making a 4th-level talisman. The ordinary clinic will open tomorrow. Today, he only makes Qingyu talismans and Shuimu spiritual talismans for emergencies. If only human Emperor Pen could come out to help. Ling Yun thought to himself of good things. Although Ling Yun now has a condensed spiritual sense and has successfully communicated with the sea of consciousness between the eyebrows and the eyes, his spiritual sense is still too weak to sense the existence of the human Emperor Pen, let alone summon it. Ling Yun knew something in his heart. Before the late stage of Qi training, if you want to be able to control the human sovereign brush and the earth sovereign book, don't even think about it. In one afternoon, Ling Yun made hundreds of clear healing talismans, ranging from 2nd level to 4th level ones. As for the 1st level clearing healing talisman, Ling Yun was too lazy to make them now. Pure waste of time. The talismans are dried and bundled into bundles. All of them were taken into the space ring by Ling Yun. With these healing talismans, tomorrow, there will be a bloody man with dozens of knives in his body in the clinic. As long as he has a breath, Ling Yun can cure him in an instant. If you have time, you should try to make a 5th-level talisman, or try a 4th-level fire spirit talisman. The 4th-level fire talisman can instantly burn the body to ashes, which is very easy. This is a must-have for destroying corpses after killing people. It's time to consider refining medicinal pills, and that can sell for a lot of money, hehe. Shenong Ding will come in handy soon. Of course the Shenong Ding can be used, but 2 major problems need to be solved. One is where to put it, and the other is what fire to use. There are 4 major elements in refining medicinal herbs. Herbs, cauldron, fire, and of course alchemy skills. Now, there is no shortage of Ling Yun medicinal materials, and there is no shortage of Ding furnace. His alchemy skills are naturally invincible, but fire has become the biggest problem. You can't just use the fire talisman and the fire spirit talisman. On this planet with a lack of spiritual energy, even Ling Yun's death is not enough. His spiritual energy is mainly used for self-cultivation. Raise the limit. The true fire of Samadhi is not possible now, let's just burn wood and coal. Ling Yun could only do it. To make medicine pills, only open flames can be used, so Ling Yun had to build a secret room, which was specially used for medicine. After the talisman was made, Ling Yun and Tang Meng cleaned up everything, and the sun was about to set. With a smile on his face, Ling Yun came to the living room and saw Tai Xiaohu, who was still madly memorizing the exercises. He couldn't help but nodded secretly. This kid can sit still. This state of mind really makes Ling Yun feel satisfied. How's your back? Ling Yun interrupted Tai Xiaohu and asked with a smile. Brother Yun, what did you say? Tai Xiaohu was too attentive, so immersed in it, Ling Yun asked him twice, but he didn't hear it, until Tang Meng kicked him, and then he raised his head blankly. Your back is stupid, Brother Yun asked how your back is. Tang Meng scolded with a smile. He had done all afternoon's work, not to mention the suffocation in his heart, he could only vent on Tai Xiaohu. Oh, I've already memorized the internal skills of the angry waves. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and said embarrassedly. What about the dragon elephant divine strength? No back. Tai Xiaohu laughed awkwardly. But Ling Yun is very satisfied. In cultivation, patience and perseverance alone are not enough. This concentration is incredible, it is too rare. Ling Yun asked Tai Xiaohu to stand up, and then moved his muscles and bones a bit. Finally, he calmed down and sat down on the carpet again. Ling Yun sat on Tai Xiaohu's back, with his palms on his back. Hold your breath and concentrate. I will let you feel the movement of inner qi in the meridians, so you can fully appreciate it. Soon, Ling Yun put a faint trace of yang energy in his dantian into Tai Xiaohu's body, and guided this air current, slowly swimming away a small zhou tian. 10 minutes later, Ling Yun withdrew his palm. He flew up, came to Tai Xiaohu, and asked with a smile, "How do you feel?" Tai Xiaohu opened his eyes after a long while, and said in shock, "I feel warm and comfortable all over." Ling Yun was a little speechless, and asked again, "I'm asking you, have you felt the movement of the airflow?" Tai Xiaohu nodded as if pounding garlic, and said excitedly, "I feel it, it's amazing. Now you can concentrate on cultivating the inner strength of the angry waves. You just need to remember that it is too early to cultivate now. You are practicing here tonight, and I will instruct you to get started as soon as possible." Ling Yun said with a smile. To be continued. Brother Yun, our clinic will open tomorrow. I invited a few buddies to help. I have to meet them tonight. What buddy? Ling Yun didn't expect Tang Meng to play such a trick, and asked with a smile. It's just the buddies that Li Qingchuan and I have played with since we were young. At this time I'm exhausted, so of course I can't make them comfortable. Tang Meng laughed. What kind of buddies could they be? Of course, they were friends who had been with Tang Meng since childhood, urinating and playing with mud. They had a common name, Playboys. Why have I never seen it in school? Ling Yun asked in confusion. Hee, Brother Yun, there is not only one Qingshui No. 1 middle school in Qingshui City. Tang Meng looked at Ling Yun like an idiot. A provincial capital city with millions of people will of course not have only one senior high school. That's fine, then you can go. Xianer and I will go back to Villa No. 9. Tai Xiaohu is here to look after the house. Before I come back, you can practice the Dian Star treasure art. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu wanted to see what Bai Xiano looked like. Ling Yun was almost done with things now, and it was time to bring Xianer back for them to see. Xianer, you've seen Lingyu long ago. The one I'm going to see this time and my aunt are my closest relatives. You have to protect them well in the future, understand? On the way, Ling Yun did not forget to remind Bai Xianer, also, some people may scold me, quarrel with me, etc. Don't take it too seriously, they may be for my good, but because of different personalities and different expressions it's just. Of course, what Ling Yun said was about the quarrel with Miao Xiaomiao this morning. He had to teach Bai Xianer to slowly understand. Miao Xiaomiao was okay to say that Qin Dongxue was Ling Yun's relative. If she taught her to clean up Ling Yun and Bai Xianer fought back, it would really be a fire in the backyard. Ling Yun had to be tossed to death. Bai Xianer was not as naive as Ling Yun imagined, she smiled and nodded charmingly, as she agreed to Ling Yun. Take off your sunglasses, we are all family, we don't need this. Arriving at the entrance of Qingshuiwen Villa No. 9, Ling Yun said to Bai Xianer with a smile. Land Rover isn't slowing down. The engine roared and drove into the villa courtyard. It stopped directly at the front door of the villa. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu were both at home. They heard the sound of the car and quickly came out. The food in the villa was fragrant. Ling Yun got out of the car and sniffed it hard, thinking that it was the smell of my mother's cooking. Could it be that my mother is back? Auntie, who made the food, why is it so delicious? No one answered Ling Yun. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu were both shocked by Bai Xianer who got out of the car. Bai Xianer's shocking beauty, that kind of smoky demeanor, that kind of peerless charm that is naturally shown in every word and deed, whether male or female, are all instant kills, so far. There is no one exception. There was an exception. When the holy maiden of the demon sect saw Baixianer, she was calm as usual, without any surprises. Lingyun, this? She is so beautiful. This is what Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu both want to blurt out. Actually, to compare, the current Ning Lingyu is no worse than Baixianer, but Ning Lingyu is too young and does not have the instinctive coquettishness of a fox spirit. One is an immortal body that is hard to find in the world, and the other is a fox spirit transformed from a nine-tailed celestial fox. The two are not much different. Of course, Fairy Qin is also stunningly beautiful. She is better than that kind of natural maturity and agility. Between movement and stillness, dreamy and ethereal, the fairy descends from the mortal world, and does not touch the fireworks of the world. It's so beautiful. Lingyun looked at the stunning beauty among the three, but felt that he couldn't tell the difference, so he could only secretly praise in his heart, where to enjoy this boundless beauty. Auntie, Lingyu, this is Baixianer, I came here to meet Auntie. Lingyun admired it for a long time, and then was busy pulling Baixianer over to introduce each other. This was Baixianer. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu had already guessed it. Before Lingyun could finish her introduction, Qin Dongxue pulled up Baixianer's plain hand. Xianer, let's go into the room and talk, we'll have dinner soon. When Baixianer came, Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu were busy receiving her. They had been in the house for a long time, and there was no one to bring tea or water. Lingyun could only express his helplessness with a sigh. A woman in her 50s, calm and indifferent, with a kind and amiable smile, came out of the kitchen, holding the brewed tea in her hand, and her movements were neat and tidy. Acquired 9th floor master. Lingyun's heart moved, and he immediately saw the realm of this woman. The young master is back? The young master is really handsome. You are thirsty. Come, drink some tea to moisten your throat. Little master? When did I become a master? Is there another guest at home? Lingyun was sitting there, not knowing why. Qin Dongxue suddenly flew over, kicked Lingyun, and said, "Why are you still sitting stupidly? Get up, I've seen Aunt May." Lingyun finally knew who cooked the food. He immediately got up, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Hello, Aunt May." "Little young master, you can't do it at all. It's time to kill the old man, get up." Aunt May looked a little flustered. She quickly put the tea on the coffee table, and hurriedly supported Lingyun to stand up straight. "Aunt May, Lingyun is still a child, and he is outside, you don't need to do this to him." Qin Dongxue took Aunt May's arm and said softly, then turned her head and glared at Lingyun. "Lingyun, listen to me, you stinky boy, Aunt May is from our Qin family. My sister and I were both brought up by Aunt May. If you dare to be disrespectful to Aunt May, see how I teach you a lesson." When Qin Dongxue said a word, Lingyun knew it immediately. If nothing else, this Aunt May should be a loyal servant of the Qin family. In layman's terms, when they were young, she was Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue's maid, who served them with food and daily life. Lingyun was secretly shocked. Isn't the Qin family already in decline? He couldn't help but secretly muttered about the true strength of the 7 major families in the capital. It was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Second miss, this is the etiquette, and the etiquette cannot be broken. Since Lingyun is the child of the eldest miss, he is the same as Lingyu. Aunt May's short words were very humble, and Lingyun instantly developed a favorable impression of this kind old woman. Lingyun bowed again. "Aunt May, I'm just a junior, I don't have so much attention here, you can just call me Lingyun." Lingyun was a little embarrassed. He wasn't very used to it, and he said, "That young master or something, don't shout again." Qin Dongxue gave Lingyun a sullen look, and said to Aunt May again, "Aunt May, just like Lingyu, you can just call him by his name." Aunt May stayed in the Qin family for more than 40 years, taking care of Qin Qiuyue and Qin Dongxue successively. Of course, her status and knowledge were different. She did not refuse, but smiled kindly, which was considered an agreement. Then there was a lot of busy work. Qin Dongxue introduced by Xiener to Aunt May. After being shocked, Aunt May happily served tea and water, and took care of the 4 people. Although Qin Dongxue did not deliberately ask for salutation and etiquette, she took Aunt May's service calmly. She was used to it since she was a child. Besides, when Aunt May came, she was the one who called to take care of her and Ning Lingyu's diet and daily life, which would save her a lot of trouble. You guys sit here, I'm going to serve the meal, and you can eat right away. Aunt May said with a smile, turned around and went back to the kitchen to serve food on the table. Stinky boy, if you know you're back today, you'll have a good time. Your mother's cooking skills were taught by Aunt May. Lingyun suddenly realized that it was so, but it also reminded him of Qin Qiuyue, who was thousands of miles away. His mother went to Tianshan alone, and he didn't know what happened now? So far, no news has come back. Aunt May's craftsmanship is indeed comparable to Qin Qiuyue's, and even the taste is exactly the same, so it is difficult for Lingyun and Ning Lingyu to tell them apart. Auntie, I asked Tang Meng to find a housekeeping company. In the future, I will let them do the cleaning of the villa, 2 or 3 times a week. After dinner, Lingyun said to Qin Dongxue. Little young master, you don't need to spend that unjust money. I alone are enough for this trivial matter. Aunt May packed up the dishes and said to Lingyun with a smile. Aunt May, didn't we agree? You should still call me Lingyun, I'm really not used to it. Lingyun is a cheap bone, and this name sounds awkward. Yo, look at my mouth, eat a meal, and then forget. Aunt May smiled and blamed herself. She didn't expect Lingyun to be so handsome, she really liked it, and unconsciously imagined him as a Qin Qiuyue's own son. Aunt May watched Qin Qiuyue grow to 18 years old, taking care of her diet and daily life, and accompany her to practice exercises. Her feelings were almost better than that of mother and daughter. At the age of 18, Qin Qiuyue was kicked out of the house, and it was 18 years in a flash. You can imagine how much Aunt May misses Qin Qiuyue. After she came, she saw Qin Qiuyue's photos and clothes, saw things and people, and listened to Ning Lingyu talking about how her mother came here for 18 years. Aunt May couldn't help but feel sad, and there were no tears at all. Cut off. Now that she sees Ning Lingyu and Lingyun, Qin Qiuyue's 2 children, can there be any pain? No wonder it hurts. Lingyun quickly started talking about business. Auntie, my clinic will open tomorrow. That's what he came back for. Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu laughed at the same time. I knew it for a long time. Wait for you to say, the cucumber dishes are cold. Ning Lingyu once lived in Shueshini's house. She and Shui Mining have a very good relationship now. The two have to make phone calls almost every day to communicate with each other. Of course, the little demon girl will tell her about such a big event as the opening of Lingyun Clinic. Since that's the case, then ask Auntie and Lingyu to come over and give me a show tomorrow, okay? Lingyun rubbed his nose and said with a smile. To be continued. Your mother opened a clinic, and you also opened a clinic, which can be regarded as inheriting your mother's business. You have your own business, and of course my aunt will go. Qin Dongxue took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Brother, what time does it open tomorrow? Ning Lingyu was afraid of missing the time, so she quickly asked Lingyun to confirm. 10 in the morning. Lingyun replied, and then asked Qin Dongxue, Auntie, these few days, the people from the Eagle Group haven't come here to inquire, right? Lingyun knew that Long Tianjiao had not left Qingshui City yet, and the members of the Eagle Group were still active in Qingshui City. Qin Dongxue smiled disdainfully. Lei Xing knew that I was here, and even if he gave him 100 courage, he didn't dare to send someone over. It was purely because he was uncomfortable for himself. When Lingyun heard this, he thought I'd give it a go, Auntie is Auntie, she is so domineering. Don't worry, I've asked Qin Wei long ago. Lei Xing doesn't dare to trouble you yet. He can only secretly act in private. Ling Yan asked, who is Qin Wei? Qin Dongxue chuckled, who else could it be, like you and Ling Yu, the younger generation of our Qin family, my little nephew, is also staying in the Condor group. Ling Yun was even more dizzy, and he said it in his heart, it seems that the big family of Huaxia really has their descendants in the Condor group. Of course, it is impossible for the Qin family to have only Qin Chuyue and Qin Dongxue as sisters, otherwise, the family's incense inheritance will be broken, and what is the point of growth? Huaxia's family with a little background has not really broken the incense, because there is no male in the family. As for the family planning policy, in the eyes of these families, it is simply shit. This is a big killer for the dead to exterminate the species, and cut off the incense, and it is just a means to fool the people at the bottom of the society. Ling Yu, how are you reciting the exercises I asked you to learn? Ling Yan thought about it and began to care about Ning Lingyu's practice. He taught Ning Lingyu 2 exercises. One is the Taiyan Jiuxing Baojue for body training, and the other is the Wan Shuixianju taught for her tailor-made clothes. When Ning Lingyu practiced and entered the door, Ling Yan would also teach her to practice the Supreme Qing Emperor art. The water attribute in Ning Lingyu's body is as powerful as the wood attribute, so Ling Yan will never waste it. It's all memorized. Ning Lingyu's pretty face blushed slightly, but she said with a hint of pride, have you all memorized it? Ling Yan couldn't believe it, thinking that his younger sister's memory was unbelievable. No wonder learning is so good. It is not difficult to memorize the Dianju Xingju, but the difficulty is the Wanshuixinju. That is the supreme law that is on an equal footing with Ling Yan's Yin-Yang art of Wan Qi. It only has more than 3,000 words in writing, and it is extremely complicated and difficult to understand. Come out with me. Ling Yan didn't believe it, he took Ning Lingyu's arm and walked out the door. Xiener, tell me about you. Qin Dongxue knew that Ling Yan was going to teach Ning Lingyu. She sat still, and left by Xiener who wanted to go out. Arriving outside the villa, Ling Yan casually chose a few exercises. Then let Ning Lingyu go down and recite it, but Ning Lingyu memorized it word for word, which surprised Ling Yan. Ling Yan is a genius among geniuses, and Ning Lingyu is not bad at all. How much can you comprehend? Ling Yan asked excitedly. Well, there are more than half of them, I just don't know how to cultivate. Ning Lingyu said shyly. This is not a problem. With my brother here, I tell you. Ling Yan was also happy. It was too late to go back to the house. He asked Ning Lingyu to say what she didn't understand and began to explain it in detail for her. Ning Lingyu was talented and savvy, and she understood many things. Ling Yan only said it once, and she nodded to show that she understood. After talking about the 10,000 water immortal art, Ling Yan began to instruct Ning Lingyu on the great evolution of the star treasure art. After he explained it in detail, he let Ning Lingyu try to practice it. Ning Lingyu had long since understood that she did not disappoint Ling Yan, and it was the first time that she ran the great evolution star treasure art. She achieved a complete success, and even felt the lunar power of the moon, which shocked her. Ling Yan was even more shocked, because Ning Lingyu's physique was against the sky, and his comprehension was even more extraordinary, definitely above Tai Xiaohu. When he taught Tai Xiaohu at the beginning, although Tai Xiaohu only took 2 hours to grasp the essence of the great evolution and gathering star treasures, it took a day or two to feel the mystery of the practice, but Ning Lingyu was the first. It was a success. The second time, could Ling Yan not be shocked? It's amazing, it's almost surpassing me. Ling Yan was extremely excited, hugging Ning Lingyu's fragrant shoulders, full of praise. To say that it surpasses Ling Yun is an exaggeration. After all, before Ling Yun taught Ning Lingyu the exercises, he did a lot of foreshadowing, including shaping Ning Lingyu's fairy body, including deliberately changing Ning Lingyu's state of mind, blah, 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 blah. Moreover, Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu have been together for more than a month. It's not that they are tired of shopping together every day, and they are not talking about losing weight, whitening, makeup and decoration. She has been guiding Ning Lingyu how to practice. Demo. With the guidance of such two famous teachers, Ning Lingyu's cultivation is of course smooth, and everything will come naturally. Ning Lingyu's heart was naturally overjoyed when she received Ling Yun's praise, but what made her heart pound like a deer was Ling Yun's embrace of the shoulders. Feeling the rubbing of Ling Yun's big hand, smelling the fragrance of spiritual energy emanating from him, this kind of incomprehensible and wonderful feeling, Ning Lingyu really seldom understands, and she feels cherished. Is there anything you don't understand? My brother will teach you step by step. Ling Yun also forgot to return to Qingshui City for the time being, and decided to teach Ning Lingyu the great evolution of star treasures first. An hour later, Ning Lingyu finally learned the treasure formula and practiced it thoroughly. He didn't end the instruction until Ling Yun thought there were no more problems. Just follow this practice, don't worry about the Wanchuixian Ju, and understand what my brother taught you. Have you seen the sea? When you practice Wanchuixian Ju, you can go to the beach and watch the tide rise. Falling can increase your understanding of water. For his younger sister, Ling Yun was really careful to guide her, she didn't hide her secrets at all, and she brought out all the skills at the bottom of the box. Well, I see, thank you brother. It was the first time that I experienced the beauty of cultivation, and it was my brother who taught me hand in hand, which made Ning Lingyu feel like a dream, extremely happy. When I'm away, I encounter a bottleneck in my cultivation. Don't guess by yourself. Go ask my aunt, understand? Ling Yun was still instructing her carefully, as if she had become a long-winded mother-in-law. Ning Lingyu nodded, Ling Yun was relieved, and took her back to the villa. Qin Dongxue glanced at Ling Yun with her beautiful eyes, and secretly said, how is it? Awesome, Lingyu is too powerful, such a difficult exercise, can be penetrated at one point. Ling Yun also replied to her through voice transmission. Humph, there are a few places where my 9-kill swordsmanship is not satisfactory. Qin Dongxue suddenly felt a little jealous, for no reason. Ning Lingyu is the younger generation of the Qin family, and her talent is against the sky. Of course Qin Dongxue knows this. After Ling Yun's confirmation, Qin Dongxue is even more happy, but she is still jealous. Innate 4th level peak master, within a radius of 100 meters, the needle can be heard. Ling Yun is so careful outside teaching Ning Lingyu that he has forgotten the time, which makes Qin Dongxue's careful heart a little sour. There was also Bai Xianer who was also jealous. Bai Xianer's realm strength was much more than Qin Dongxue's. She really could not have imagined that Ling Yun would be so good to Ning Lingyu. Now, Bai Xianer is pouting her sexy blushing little mouth, looking at Ling Yun pitifully, that look, anyone who sees it will feel distressed. But she was surprisingly well behaved and did not speak. Hey, auntie, tell me which tricks are not satisfactory. Ling Yun sneered at Qin Dongxue and asked, through voice transmission. Forget it, Aunt May has just arrived today, and I have to talk to her, let's talk about it another day. Qin Dongxue regained a little balance and was no longer difficult for Ling Yun. However, when she remembered that she had eaten the vinegar of her aunt and niece, Qin Dongxue stomped her feet secretly with Hongxia flying over her beautiful face. That's okay. Ling Yun responded, he said with a smile, Auntie, the clinic will open tomorrow, I have to go back to the city to deal with some things, I can't live here tonight. It was getting late, and it was estimated that Tai Xiaohu was also anxious, and Ling Yun was also worried that there would be no masters at Villa Number 1, and there would be variables over time. Well, you can go back. I'm going to have a good talk with Xianer tonight, let her stay, and we'll go to the city tomorrow. Qin Dongxue opened her mouth and left Bai Xian'er behind. Ling Yan could only agree. He secretly instructed Bai Xian'er a few words, so that she didn't have to hide it. She could just tell the truth when Qin Dongxue asked her. After everything was explained, Ling Yan spoke to Aunt May again, and then prepared to return to the city. "Hey, this is for you." When Qin Dongxue saw that Ling Yan was leaving, she took out a big red envelope and handed it to Ling Yan. Ling Yan received a red envelope for the first time. He was a little stunned and said, "Auntie, what is this?" Qin Dongxue chuckled, and Aunt May also smiled kindly. "This is a red envelope. You opened a clinic and have your own career. This is the reward your aunt gave you." Red envelope? Award? And so to speak? However, although this red envelope is quite large, it is so thin that it looks like it only contains a 100 yuan bill. Although Ling Yan pouted in his heart, he didn't dare to show it, so he obediently reached out and took it. "Open it and take a look." Qin Dongshue's pretty face smiled even more, like a beautiful flower in full bloom. Ling Yan opened the red envelope, reached inside, pulled out the contents, and found that it was not a 100 yuan bill, but a check. Just looking down at it, Ling Yan couldn't help but buzz in his mind. So many zeros. This is 500 million? The check was very clear. There were 8 zeros after a 5, of course it was 500 million. "I'm dizzy, give me these 500 million, why am I still opening a clinic?" Ling Yan held this check tightly, he was going crazy. "This is given to you by my aunt, save it for a little use, don't waste it." Qin Dongxue looked at Ling Yan's shocked expression and couldn't help but chuckle in her heart. "Stinky boy, I finally shocked you once." Qin family, Qin Dongxue, if you don't make a move, it's already a big deal. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The Qin family is indeed in decline, but the skinny camel is bigger than a horse, with a mere 500 million, which is really nothing to Qin Dongxue, the arrogant daughter of the Qin family, the second young lady. However, she really loves Ling Yun too much, because of her personality. If Qin Qiuyue is at home, she will definitely not allow Qin Dongxue to do this. Doting Ling Yun, doting too much. Ling Yan held the 500 million check tightly like a miser, for fear that it would suddenly fly away. For a long time, he still couldn't believe it was true, and he asked blankly, "Auntie, this is really for me?" "Of? Yeah, Auntie doesn't need any money. When you are starting a business now, who won't you give the money to you?" Qin Dongxue giggled coquettishly. "That's called a charming and charming." If it wasn't for Bai Xian'er still in the room, and Ning Lingyu and Aunt May present, Ling Yan swore that he would hug Qin Dongxue and kiss her like that no matter what. Even if you get a fat beating, you have to kiss it. This kind of aunt is really generous, and she is very generous, and she is super powerful. Hey, Auntie, you are so kind. Long live Auntie. Ling Yan was so excited that he almost didn't say that Qin Dongxue had ruled the rivers and lakes for thousands of years. Seeing this scene, Ning Lingyu was filled with emotion, and her eyes were hazy with tears. She knows that her brother is not short of the 500 million now, and she doesn't really care about the 500 million. She is just happy for her brother and herself, and thinks of the past. Ling Yun said that if Ning Lingyu wants to do whatever she wants, she doesn't need to go to the university for the sake of the bullshit, for the sake of the school's first place, and to learn the garbage knowledge that is almost useless after graduation. Ling Yan did what he said, and he did it very well and perfectly. For Ning Lingyu, it would be difficult to find such a brother in the world again. Ling Yun, in her eyes, had already achieved perfection. However, it would be nice if Ling Yun and her were not siblings. If that's the case. Although there is no blood relationship, Ling Yun is really just a brother and sister to her. She can see how smart Ning Lingyu is. Ning Lingyu's heart is difficult to solve, infinitely entangled, she can only sigh in her heart. happy for Ling Yun again. He sighed for himself again. Okay, don't worry about it. Go back quickly. He gave Ling Yun 500 million, but Qing Dongxue didn't take it seriously like he gave Ling Yun 5 yuan. Hey, then I'm going back. Ling Yun proudly kissed the check, then flicked it with his finger with a snap, and after hearing a crisp sound, he flew out of the house. Brother, slow down on the road. Ning Lingyu hurriedly chased after him and told him. This brat. Seeing Ling Yun kissing the check, Qing Dongxue Xia flew her cheeks and stomped her feet, but she also flew out at the same time as Bai Xianer and sent Ling Yun away. As soon as Ling Yun got in the car, he put the check into the space ring, but he was not at ease. He quickly took it out with a thought and carefully put it in. That's it. That's 500 million. The Qinglong that Long Kuan gave him left him 300 million yuan. Tang Meng took out a loan of 200 million yuan, plus Ling Yun's various assets added up, it was just over 600 million yuan. As soon as Qing Dongxue made his move, he gave a red envelope of 500 million. The so-called back to the big tree is good to enjoy the shade. This is true or not, this is not, the benefits come, right? Ling Yun didn't think deeply. In fact, Aunt May's shout from the young master already represented a certain attitude of the Qin family. Since Ling Yun is Qin Dongshua's son, in a sense, he is already the dandy young master of the Qin family, and his identity is quietly changing, but he is too independent, and has always relied on his own strength to conquer the world, and he has not noticed this yet. In other words, because Ling Yun's surname is Ling and his surname is not Qin, so although he already knew that Qin Chuyue was a member of the Qin family, he subconsciously did not think that he was a descendant of the Qin family. In fact, to be honest, Ning Lingyu is not, because her surname is Ning, the Qin family can only be regarded as her mother-in-law's family, that is, her grandmother's family, but it can't be said to be the descendants of the Qin family. But then again, Qin Chuyue didn't marry Ning Tianya. If she doesn't get married, she will be a member of the Qin family one day, and her children will naturally be the descendants of the Qin family. As long as the Qin family doesn't care, no one can say anything about it. People are in good spirits on happy occasions. Ling Yun has long thrown Ning Lingyu's advice into the clouds. Land Rover flew very low and returned to the number 1 villa in Qingxi district in a blink of an eye. Tai Xiaohu, if you continue cultivating like this, when will you be ahead? Look at me. When Ling Yun got out of the car, he called out Tai Xiaohu, who was cultivating in the yard, and began to teach him martial arts. In the house of Li Yifeng, the head of Qingshui City and secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Old Li, that kid Ling Yun's clinic will open tomorrow. Tang Meng has been busy jumping up and down these days. He's having a lot of fun, but it makes me sad. Tang Tianhao, director of Qingshui City Public Security Bureau, was wearing a police uniform and sat opposite Li Yifeng, smoking a cigarette with a sad face, and pouring bitterness against Li Yifeng. 49-year-old Li Yifeng, his hair was still meticulously combed, and he was still wearing a white shirt, decent blue trousers with straight trousers, and sat there with a smile, listening to Tang Tianhao's complaints. Ling Yun Clinic is open, what are you worried about? With a smile on his face, Li Yifeng said with a smile on his face, making fun of Tang Tianhao. Of course I'm worried. I've been thinking about what gift to give him these days. It's too vulgar to send money. Besides, I have a little family background, you know, but I can't give it away. I really can't make it out. Can't you just send him a banner of congratulations and hang it at the door of the clinic? Tang Tianhao said frankly that he came here for this matter and asked Li Yifeng to help him make up his mind. Hee, I know what you're talking about, don't worry, I've already thought about this gift for you. Let's go there together and give it together. Li Yifeng is always so confident and said with a smile. Really? When Tang Tianhao heard this, he stood up directly from the chair, grabbed Li Yifeng's arm, and asked anxiously, "Tell me, what are you giving? Why do you look like a child? Sit down first." Li Yifeng was speechless, moved his body to the side, and said with a frown. Tang Tianhao immediately sat down and asked eagerly, "Come on, what kind of gift is it?" Li Yifeng smiled lightly, "You remember, some time ago. Did I ask for a meeting? About the land in the eastern suburbs of Qingshui City." Tang Tianhao was stunned for a moment, his mouth opened to the fullest, and he said with a stunned expression, "You mean, the 100 acres of land in Linjiang district? Qingshui City is planning to build Linjiang New City, connecting Qingshui Bay with Qingshui City, and taking advantage of the strong economic advantages of Hedong City to boost the economy of Qingshui City faster. 100 acres of land. That is 66,666 square meters. Everyone knows that every inch of land is worth the money. To put it bluntly, he is the most potential land king in the entire Qingshui City. Everyone is jealous, staring at this piece of super fat, and the well-known real estate developers in the country have already broken their heads for this. The bare land price of this piece of land is at least 10,000 yuan per square meter. This is still the result of no bidding. If it comes down after several rounds of bidding, God knows what price can be hyped. Regardless of Tang Tianhao's imagination, he could not have imagined that Li Yifeng would have the idea of 100 acres. Tang Tianhao felt that his brain was not enough. He was shocked by Li Yifeng. After a long time, he muttered to himself, "Then, what are you going to do? You don't need to ask, just give it to Ling Yun." Li Yi said calmly. Tang Tianhao suddenly jumped up. This time he really jumped up. "Lao Li, are you crazy? This is impossible. Unless Li Yifeng wants to destroy his political future, or he has gone crazy. Look, you're in a hurry again, aren't you? Can you sit down and listen to what I have to say? To be honest with you, I'm not crazy yet, I'm awake." Tang Tianhao didn't say anything this time and didn't sit down. He had to stand and finish listening, but he wanted to hear what Li Yifeng was going to do. Tang Tianhao is now the chief of public security in Qingshui City. He is still upright personally, and he doesn't want to see his big brother, for a little gift, make a big mistake. If Li Yifeng couldn't come up with a good reason and method to convince Tang Tianhao, he would rather send a banner to Ling Yun. The fact is that he thought things too simple. Li Yifeng was not as stupid as Tang Tianhao thought. If you want to do great things, you have to have great courage, and you have to be calm. Li Yifeng first smiled and nodded to Tang Tianhao. "How good is the location of the 100-acre land? We both know it in our hearts. The major real estate companies in the country are fighting for this land, and you and I both know." Tang Tianhao frowned and said anxiously, "Let's get to the point." At this time, he didn't care about the identities of the two. In this room, there were originally no superiors and subordinates, just brothers. The two of them had just escaped from death, and he didn't need to play with those twists and turns. However, the last meeting has basically passed, and this land will not be sold. Of course Tang Tianhao knew that he would not sell it. If he sold it, how could he give it to Ling Yun? Besides, even if he sold it to Ling Yun, he couldn't afford it now. If there are not more than 1 billion, no one will want to get this land. The municipal party committee and government have decided that this land will be used to build a large-scale medical and drug research center. Who do you think is the most suitable for the leader of this medical research center? Li Yifeng asked Tang Tianhao with a smile. After speaking, he comfortably took out a cigarette from Tang Tianhao's cigarette case and struck a match to light it for himself. Tang Tianhao was dumbfounded. A real touch of magic. All in one stroke, absolutely and in one fell swoop. I said, "Lao Li, what kind of brain do you have? Can you come up with such a ghost idea?" Tang Tianhao was about to kowtow to Li Yifeng, and doing so is really like an antelope hanging its horns, and there is no trace to be found. Not only that, but also the gospel of the entire Qingshui city, and even the entire Jiangnan province. Why? Because Ling Yun's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. As long as this medical and drug research center is built, Ling Yun sits in it, and in the future, the world's top medical experts, the richest and most powerful patients will not have to squeeze their heads to come here. How many opportunities are there? To be continued. Li Yifeng wakes up the dreamer with one word. Tang Tianhao could even clearly foresee that in the next few years or even many years to come, as long as Ling Yun is willing, the world's top medical exchange conference will definitely be held in Qingshui City. What is a big vision, what is a small knowledge, and what is a forward-looking strategic vision? Tang Tianhao really learned from Li Yifeng. When one leaf falls, one knows the next autumn, and Li Yifeng is only the leader of a provincial capital city. Li Yifeng took a puff of cigarette and sprayed it out slowly, letting the smoke linger. He smiled and stared at Tang Tianhao, who was dazed in reverie, and continued to talk. The first time I learned about Ling Yun's medical skills, it was because he cured my son, Xuanhuan. You and I both know that Xuanhuan's disease is an incurable disease at all, not even the genius Dr. Xue, but Ling Yun cured him. Well, good and thorough. In the past 2 months, after repeated inspections, no problems have been found. As for the second time, I don't need to tell you, right? You know better. One of us was investigated by the Disciplinary Inspection Commission and the other was suspended. As a result, your son, Tang Meng, was beaten by Xie Zhenyan of the Xie family. All limbs were cut off, head was bleeding, and I almost became disabled. But as soon as Ling Yun came back, the younger brother and sister just went out for a drink. Tang Meng was jumping around like a normal person, and now he is fierce. The congenital heart disease that Li Qingchuan brought from his mother's womb can be cured by Ling Yun. Tang Meng's broken limbs were beaten with blood, and Ling Yun can also be cured, and they were cured in an instant, without even a scar. Brother, let yourself say, such a medical skill, what kind of medical skill is this? Ling Yun is still unknown, and his medical skill only needs to be spread once. Think about it, this will be in the medical field of China, and even the whole world. The medical world. What a shock. This will trigger a super earthquake. This is the greatest and most brilliant change in the medical field. From now on, the medical history of the world will turn a new page. When Li Yifeng talked about his excitement, he stood up excitedly, his Adam's apple trembled, and he took a few steps back and forth. With a wave of his arm, he said, such miraculous medical skills, such a top-notch talent. If we let him go in vain in Qingshui City, you say, what face do I have to be the leader of the city of Qingshui? As long as Ling Yun can be kept, let alone 100 acres of land, it is 1,000 acres of land, and I will grant him without blinking an eye. Tang Tianhao was completely stunned after listening to Li Yifeng's words. Lao Li. I thought you were busy managing the government affairs and official hats of Shimizu City all day. There is no time to think about these issues at all. You have thought so much about co-authoring? Li Yifeng was excited for a while. He tried to take a few deep breaths, and soon sat back on the chair. His fair face was still full of excitement. He smiled confidently and said, the time was not ripe before, of course I would not follow you said this. Now that Ling Yun's clinic is open, everything will come naturally, I will tell you this. Tang Tianhao scratched his head, and said indifferently, but, Ling Yun's medical skills, in the eyes of ordinary people, are really mysterious and mysterious, too mysterious, and it is easy to be understood as superstition. Li Yifeng heard it, and sneered disdainfully again, xuanhuan? Superstition? These things are said from someone else's mouth, and I may tell him that superstition is wrong, but from your mouth. It's a big deal. It shouldn't be. People have instinctive fears and fantasies about the unknown. These things are often referred to as superstitions. However, things you don't understand and things you haven't seen are definitely not superstitions. More than 400 years ago, when Copernicus proposed the heliocentric theory, people didn't call him a heretic, tied him at the stake, and burned him alive? But now? It used to be a fantasy and an absolute superstition that people can go to the moon, but now? I've always thought that what people can't do and can't recognize is just because they're not capable enough, and it's definitely not a superstition. Tonight, Li Yifeng really opened the conversation box. He talked endlessly and talked endlessly. At our level, we have been able to come into contact with some secrets. Moreover, you used to be the best special scout in China, and you have done criminal investigation work for so many years. You have seen many strange and bizarre cases, right? Those are unbelievable. How do you explain this to the public? It's not over yet? Zhuang Meifeng of the Zhuang family was taken to Jingxi nunnery. After Chao Shanshan of the Chao family returned to the family, there has been no news so far. It is said that there is also a stunning woman named Xiao Mimi who also disappeared at the same time. Until now, her life and death are unknown, although Ling Yun has remained silent. No sound, but I don't believe he will be indifferent. If nothing else, Ling Yun is just waiting for the college entrance examination. As long as the college entrance examination is over, Ling Yun will definitely leave Qing Shui. At this time, if I don't make a big move, I'm afraid that after the college entrance examination, even if we want to keep Ling Yun, I'm afraid that the water in Qing Shui City will not be able to keep the big dragon Ling Yun. This small temple, I can't keep the great Buddha Ling Yun. Li Yifeng suddenly stopped his voice, his slightly long and narrow eyes squinted slightly, the corners of his mouth pursed tightly, and he squeezed out the cigarette butt in his hand. Tang Tianhao understood it. For a long time, he nodded violently, and shouted, "Okay, I understand, I have to do it." In this matter, Tang Tianhao chose to support Li Yifeng unconditionally. Even if there is no such big reason, Ling Yun still has great kindness to the Li family and Tang family. Ling Yun not only saved Li Qingchuan and Tang Meng with medical skills, but also defeated the police chief Luo Zheng all morning, causing the Xie family to be in trouble. Qing Shui City is hard to sing, Li Yifeng regains power, and Tang Tianhao easily ascends the throne. What kind of grace is this? Li Yifeng was startled by Tang Tianhao's cold voice. He frowned slightly. Why are you so loud? Tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning, an emergency meeting will be held to discuss and approve the use of this 100-acre land. There are 11 standing committee members of Qing Shui City. I have now received 8 votes. Tomorrow's meeting will be a formality. Tomorrow, at 9:30, let's cut the ribbon for Ling Yun's clinic. Okay. Tang Tianhao stretched out his palm and clapped heavily with Li Yifeng's palm, with a crisp snap. Qingxi District, in a luxury private room of a 5-star hotel. Brother Yun's medical skills are really good. I won't tell you any more, now, I'll just say one sentence. Tomorrow, the 5 of you, if anyone from him loses the chain at the critical moment, don't blame me, Tang Meng, for turning his face and not recognizing anyone. The red wine and foreign wine bottles on the wine table were scattered all over the place, but Tang Meng was surprisingly untouched. He looked at the other 8 people on the wine table and said with spittle. It wasn't that Tang Meng was wrong, it was because in addition to Tang Meng's 5 buddies, there were 3 young and beautiful girls at the wine table. It's really a father and son soldier. Tang Tianhao went to discuss with the secretary of the municipal party committee about the gift. Tang Meng's side will do chores for tomorrow's opening ceremony. Dandan, I don't care what game you are playing now, what porn is downloaded on your computer, from now on, let me have your cell phone vibrate and ring, and you have to call me in one call. Tang Meng pointed at an 18-year-old man with glasses, and said unceremoniously. This guy named Eggy, wearing a pair of glasses, wearing a very casual shirt, big pants, and even slippers, with a messy bird's nest on his head, is definitely a sloppy leader. It looks like a typical otaku. He is a master of online games and a computer technology expert. He stays at home all day and doesn't come out. Today, Tang Meng called him over. Oh, I see. Even now, Eggy is still holding his Samsung widescreen mobile phone, desperately playing games without raising his head. Rat, brother Fei, the same is true for the two of you. One loves to eat and the other loves to drink. Tomorrow's banquet at Shangri-La, you two will be responsible. Don't make any mistakes for me. Of course, the rat is a nickname. He is still eating it desperately. This guy is famous for being delicious and lazy. His ideal is to eat all the water, eat all the Jiangnan, and finally eat all of China. But what is amazing is that although the mouse can eat a lot, he can't get fat. Brother Fei is tall and tall, with a stature similar to Tang Meng's. He is a self-proclaimed god of wine. Half of the 7 or 8 bottles of red and foreign wine on the table went into his stomach. He is still not drunk, but his face is a little red. These two people are a foodie and a wine barrel. They have always been inseparable from Meng, and Meng is inseparable, and they go hand in hand. They are definitely a pair of good friends. Like Tang Meng, they are both. Chicken, you will do your correspondent job for me tomorrow, but one thing is, you are absolutely not allowed to go to the ordinary clinic. If you go there, something will happen. Tang Meng pointed at a slightly older, pale boy and gave him a mission order. The chick's surname is Ji, and his name is Ji Xiaochun. Originally, everyone called him Brother Chun. Later, because another Brother Chun was born, he was no longer called Brother Chun after killing him, so everyone changed his name to Xiaoji and called him Brother Chun. He was called a chick. Although he resisted many times, his resistance was ineffective, and he finally acquiesced to this title as a tailor-made name for him. The chick is really lustful, and has money and power in the family. He is a serious playboy in Qingshui City. He stopped going to school early, and spent the whole day in Qingshui Film and Television City, making fun of some third-rate female stars. Dinner tonight of the last 3 girls, 2 of them were brought over by him, and they were accompanying him on the left and the right. Bing, you will follow me tomorrow. If I am too busy, you can help me receive the guests who come to congratulate. Tang Meng turned his eyes to the opposite side of the wine table, looked at the cold-eyed Bing, who was holding a cigarette, and said with a smile. Bing is about the same age as Tang Meng. He is a descendant of soldiers. His father is a regimental commander of the provincial military region, and he is a deputy division cadre. Go recently. These 5 people, together with Tang Meng and Li Qingchuan, they call themselves the 7 Tigers of Qingshui, who eat, drink, prostitute, gamble, and smoke. To be continued. No. Bing's face was cold and stern, his expression was never sloppy, and he was very neat. After Tang Meng finished his business, he smiled and said, I tell you, in fact, last time our brothers were together, I called Brother Yun, but he happened to be busy that night, so he didn't come over. Wait. Tomorrow's work is over, Brother Yun will make a big gamble, and then it will definitely open your eyes. The mouse was quite disapproving. He gave Tang Meng a wretched look, and said with a stare, I said Tang Meng, I don't think you have been normal during this time, even if Ling Yun's medical skills are really good, but our brothers are in great health. What do you eat? Ma Xiang, you don't need to seek medical treatment from him, why are you so committed to working for him? Look at the fact that you have been busy with Ling Yun's affairs for more than a month. You are tired like a dog. We called you to play with you. You are busy except for being busy, and you don't even have time to go out for a drink. Tang Meng only told these 5 people how amazing Ling Yun's medical skills were, but he didn't say anything about Ling Yun's other deeds. Just relying on his medical skills, it was difficult for these playboys who had no worries about food and drink and had no worries about their health. I bought Ling Yun's account. Shut up for me, rat. Tang Meng shouted and stood up from his seat, pointing at the tip of the rat's nose and scolding, you don't understand shit. Brother Yun's business is mine. I'll spare you this time. If you poured so much cat urine tonight, don't blame me for not recognizing your brother. Brother Fei was really angry when he saw Tang Meng's bad face. He gently tugged at the mouse's arm. I said you are 219, right? We are all 18 now, and it's time to get down to business. Tang Meng, let us get to know Brother Yun, maybe it's a good opportunity. Hurry up and apologize to Tang Meng. This guy, the mouse, is a straight-up guy, what to say. Gu Qian ignores his shyness, but he is very wretched, and Tang Meng is really angry when he sees it. Immediately withered. Hey, little gambler, don't be angry, I'm wrong, okay? In this case, I'll let Brother Yun eat, and you can choose the place, how about it? This guy is 3 words inseparable from the line. Except eating is eating. Before Tang Meng's fire could be suppressed, he snorted coldly from his nostrils. Further, you and him are only eating, you know how to eat, look at your appearance, will Brother Yun follow you? Eating together, not necessarily. You don't have to think about it with your rat's head. You are not sick now, but where are your parents? Where are your grandparents? Do you dare to guarantee that your relatives will be healthy and live a long life? If one day they have a problem. I see who you are crying for. These playboys are used to fighting together, so no one really takes it seriously. Eggy was still immersed in the game. The chick was busy teasing the little star beside him, and his hands were stuffed into their underwear. On the other hand, Ah Bing smoked cigarette after cigarette, sat and watched the good show, leisurely, waiting for Tang Meng's fire to subside. Then he smiled and said, okay. The mouse also knows that he said something wrong. Tang Meng, we are all here. Up to now, I haven't met Ling Yun yet, so it's inevitable that there are misunderstandings. It'll be fine after we meet. Tang Meng finally sat down. He glared at the mouse and said, this table is yours tonight. Tang Meng was subtly influenced by Ling Yun. He had learned to save when he could, and he learned very well. Hey, mine is mine, then I'll eat more. Waiter, order. The mouse said nonchalantly. Qingshuiwen Villa area, in Zhuang Tianda's villa. Zhuang Meina was wearing a nightdress and fidgeting there, hesitating for a few times. Nana, do you have something to do tonight? Zhuang Meina's mother, Zhao Baomen, found her daughter's thoughts and asked with concern. Mom. I heard today that Ling Yun's clinic will open tomorrow. You said, should our family come over and congratulate him? Zhuang Meina is someone who can't hide her words. When her mother asked, she said it directly. Zhao Baomen looked embarrassed. She turned her head to look at Zhuang Tianda, who was beside her, who was devastated, sighed deeply, and said, hey. This matter, you have to let your father make up his mind, but our family's business has encountered with such a big thing, how could he be in the mood to take care of it? Zhuang Meifeng was taken away by the master of the Jingxinan, and before leaving, the master of the Desire once said that anyone who opposed the Zhuang family would be declaring war with the Jingxinan. Zhuang Tianda took it as the imperial edict, thinking that the world would be peaceful from now on, but this was not the case. The revenge of the Sun family in the capital has been carried out in secret. Although the Sun family did not come forward, they used their powerful power to suppress Zhuang Tianda's business in all directions. Zhuang Tianda's industry north of the Yangtze River is undergoing cleansing. In the situation, the wind and rain were swaying, and there was a miserable wind and mist. Although Zhuang Tianda's Zhuang's pharmaceutical group is based in Qingshui City, Jiangnan Province, and the Sun family's hand can't reach here for a while, but economic matters, pulling out the radish and pulling up the mud, Zhuang Tianda has been unable to. The bank has successfully loaned money, which is a heavy burden he cannot bear. Zhuang Tianda used to rely on the Xie family's side, but now the Xie family is not much better than him. How can he take care of his business? Zhuang Tianda was devastated, but Zhuang Meina didn't care about it. Now she only cares about Ling Yun, and desperately tries to find Ling Yun and inquire about Ling Yun. Dad, did you hear what I said? Mena, seeing that Tianda didn't respond, stomped her feet and asked. I heard. Tianda said annoyed, and dealt with it indiscriminately. Then what do you say? What congratulations are you giving? Mena was chasing after her, regardless. Lingyan looked down on Mena and didn't even pay attention to it. Mena knew in her heart that she had also asked Ning Lingyu for help, but Ning Lingyu flatly refused. Now, she finally found out that Lingyun Clinic is about to open. This is her best chance, and she certainly won't miss it. You're too embarrassed to bother me with such a trivial matter? If you give you so much pocket money every day, can you just buy something casually? Tianda frowned and waved his hand to dismiss Mena. Tianda is in today's predicament. It can be said that he has a great relationship with Lingyun. 3 times before and after, Lingyun beheaded nearly 100 people in his 2 villas. Pond fish disaster. Although the Sun family couldn't move Lingyun for the time being, they could blow Tianda to death with just a single breath. Of course, he didn't have a good impression on Lingyun. Besides, his eldest daughter, Meifeng, had completely forgotten about Lingyun. After Lingyun killed the 3 Sun Tianbiao at his house, he never came back. Buy something casually? Dad, what you said is too light. Do you know how powerful Lingyun is now? Give him $1 million now, and he won't see it at all. Mena snorted coldly. Tianda was shocked. What? 1 million? Can't see it? What kind of windfall did he make? Hey, I'll tell you one thing, there are rumors in our school now that Qinglong's current head of the family is Lingyun. Just think about how powerful he is. This. Tianda was shocked again, he babbled, thinking about it and thinking that it was really possible. Because he had seen Lingyun kill with his own eyes, and knowing Lingyun's strength was beyond the comprehension and cognition of mortals. Also, Lingyun's little aunt is the woman who flew around that night. She belongs to the Qin family. It seems that the Qin family is not much worse than the Sun family. Taizu said that you should be afraid of being serious in everything. Mena has really moved her mind to Lingyun. For more than a month, she has been looking for classmates in Lingyun's class, Ning Lingyu, Tang Meng, and Lingyun. Guotai Xiaohu, although she ran into walls everywhere, she also heard a lot of things from the side. Of course, Mena's study really fell behind because her mind was on Lingyun. Now it seems that it is very difficult to get into a first-class university. Qin family, Qin Dongxue. That night, Qin Dongxue flew into the dealer's house, and Tianda's memory was still fresh in Tianda's memory. Tianda was a little moved. Lingyun broke into the house twice to save his eldest daughter, Meifeng. He could know the relationship between the eldest daughter and Lingyun. Moreover, that night, Tang Tianhao was there. Lingyun and Tang Tianhao must have a very close relationship, if they can have a relationship with Lingyun. He stood in the most powerful official force in Qingshui City again, plus the Qin family, behind Lingyun, and Qinglong. Maybe your business can be saved. Tianda is a shrewd businessman. He will take advantage of opportunities. He has always rejected Lingyun before, so he never thought about it. Now, when he is reminded by his daughter, he immediately comes to his senses. It's just that he was really confused, he just wanted to use Lingyun to make friends with the forces behind him, but he didn't expect that Lingyun could become the most powerful umbrella for his banker. Then what do you think is the right gift? Tianda's attitude immediately made a 180-degree turn. You listen to me, and I will tell you. Mena locked her eyes on her father and said proudly. Okay, listen to you, let's talk. Tianda said, how much gift you can give as a little girl, I can bear it. Mena first glanced at her mother and asked her to be a witness. Then she said to her father with a pretty face, I have thought of 2 ways, you can choose one yourself. First, I can give Lingyun one of the most profitable pharmaceutical companies under our group. Second, I can give half of my shares to Lingyun. Stop, stop, stop. Zhuang Tianda stood up from the sofa and said 3 times in a row. Nana, don't you have a fever? Give Lingyun a pharmaceutical company? Or the most profitable one? Do you know how much assets our pharmaceutical company has? More than 400 million yuan. The annual profitability is 30%. If you sell all of your shares at the market price, it will be worth 1 billion, so you want to give half of it to Lingyun? Lingyun is running a small clinic, okay? Zhuang Tianda is angry. This is not a congratulatory gift, this is simply killing him. Humph, whether you like it or not. Anyway, I will marry him sooner or later. As soon as Zhuang Mena said that, her parents were all dumbfounded and dumbfounded. To be continued. Both daughters have fallen. What is this about? The matter of the eldest daughter Zhuang Meifeng has not yet been settled. Zhuang Tianda is being suppressed by the Sun family, and the youngest daughter, Zhuang Mena, wants to marry Lingyun. Nana, you are self-willed, but don't talk nonsense. The affairs between your sister and Lingyun have been so turbulent, and the city is full of storms. Now her affairs have not stopped. You said that you were going to marry Lingyun, the face of our banker. Do you still want it? It took Xiao Baomen a long time to react from the shock. When she saw her daughter's eyes and expressions, she knew that Zhuang Mena was serious, so she quickly consoled her. D.C. Not to mention Lingyun's feelings for Zhuang Meifeng, even if Lingyun can really accept Zhuang Mena, the Zhuang family can't afford to lose this person. The 2 daughters fell in love with the same man. The older one was taken away, and the younger one had to take the place of the elder sister. Really, it's not good to say it. Humph, have you forgotten that my sister has already swallowed the Wangqing Jingxin pill, and has already forgotten Lingyun, and she has gone to Jingxin nunnery now. It is uncertain when she will come back. Why can't I marry Lingyun? Zhuang Mena, plausible, obviously, she has been thinking about this idea for a long time. Zhuang Tianda and Xiao Baomen looked at each other, speechless, and couldn't think of any reason to refute. Zhuang Meifeng had such a deep affection for Lingyun, and after swallowing the pill of forgetfulness and purification, she really forgot about Lingyun, and Lingyun has never visited the door yet. It seems that this is the end of the matter. If the eldest daughter does not marry Lingyun, then since the younger daughter likes Lingyun so much, why can't she marry? When Zhuang Mena liked Xie Zhenyan, she never said that she would give away a pharmaceutical company and half of the shares for nothing. They all knew the character of their little daughter. If she hadn't really liked Lingyun to the extreme, she would never have done such a thing. It's just that it's too cruel to post so much against one Lingyun. Originally, Zhuang Tianda's psychological defense was 10 million. He thought that even if Zhuang Mena was crazy, it would not exceed 10 million. As a result, Zhuang Mena gave him 500 million at once. Zhuang Tianda completely collapsed. He took a dozen deep breaths in a row, and finally sat back on the sofa with a gloomy face. Thought for a while. Only then did he say to Zhuang Mena, Nana, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. I'm not crazy. Zhuang Mena replied decisively. But, Lingyun likes your sister, he may not like you. Zhuang Tianda began to pour cold water. That's my business. Today we only talk about this one thing. It's the 2 things I said. What do you give? Zhuang Mena directly did not give her father the right to give or not, but only let him choose one. It seems that she has taken the scales. With a gloomy face and heart-piercing pain, Zhuang Tianda looked at his wife Xiao Baomen. I want her to talk. But Xiao Baomen has no idea. As a mother, she still knows something about what her daughter has been doing for more than a month. Dad, I'll tell you clearly, as long as you can send this gift, our dealer will never suffer. Think about it. Lingyun killed Sun Tianbiao, and the Sun family still dare not touch him. Why? Why? Because the Sun family is afraid of Ling Yun's strength. They were afraid that they wouldn't kill Ling Yun, but instead attracted Ling Yun's more mad counterattack. Sun Tianbiao brought so many people, so show off their power. Where are those people now? Didn't they all get killed by Ling Yun? Think about it. We went back to the villa in the western suburbs the next day. How much blood was there in the house? From the door to the door, all the way is bright red. Moreover, this is after washing. 500 million, is that a lot? After Zhuang Meifeng left, Zhuang Meina seemed to have matured a lot at once, her logical reasoning ability. Actually, no less than his sister, very organized. Different personalities have different personalities, but they are always a compatriot. Zhuang Meifeng was able to pass the examination as a certified public accountant and a financial actuary at the age of 21. It can be seen that her IQ, Zhuang Meina, will not be too bad. Zhuang Tianda grinned. He suddenly realized that because of his rejection and prejudice against Ling Yun, he had unknowingly ignored a huge problem. Don't ask, it's Ling Yun, what her daughter said is not without reason. Can you guarantee that you will be able to send it out? Can you guarantee that after sending it out, Ling Yun will definitely help our family deal with the Sun family? Don't forget, since that day, Ling Yun has never entered our house again. This ruthless boy. Humph. Zhuang Tianda gradually calmed down. After thinking for a while, he asked his daughter. These are the two most important points. Zhuang Meina shook her head decisively. I can't guarantee it, but there is a big difference between sending and not sending, because it shows me and the attitude of our dealer. Anyway, my sister was taken away by the Taoist nun of Jingxi nunnery for Ling Yun's sake. He can't watch our banker be bullied, but he can't help him, right? When Zhuang Meina said the first sentence, Zhuang Tianda felt a chill in his heart, but when she said the second sentence, Zhuang Tianda was overjoyed again. Although Ling Yun may not accept his youngest daughter, he is definitely affectionate and righteous towards his eldest daughter. In order to save Meifeng, he was able to kill so many people in the Sun family. Now that he is in trouble, Ling Yun cannot ignore it. Call. Zhuang Tianda pondered for a while again, and finally exhaled a long breath, gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and said ruthlessly, well, listen to you, send it. Just, can it be a little less? 100 million is about the same, right? Zhuang Tianda still thought about saving if he could. He claims to have a fortune of 10 billion, but 500 million, which is also 5% of his property. It is impossible not to feel distressed if he gives it to others like this. In fact, Zhuang Tianda should be glad that if Zhuang Meifeng is at home, all the shares will be given to Ling Yun directly. Maybe 1 billion is not enough. Zhuang Meina achieved her goal, and was secretly happy. Her face immediately reflected. She jumped up with a cheer, ran to Zhuang Tianda's side, hugged his arm and said, Dad, don't worry, I promise you will not lose, Ling Yun. Being so good to my sister, he will definitely help our banker. If you want me to see, give him 5% of the shares, in that case. He is one of the major shareholders of our Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. Our group is suppressed by the Sun family. Can he ignore it? I have to say, Zhuang Meina's abacus is really good. Hey. I really can't do anything about you. 5% is 5%, what's the matter with him? He opens a clinic, and I have to post 5% of the shares. That's good. Why can't it be my turn? Zhuang Tianda couldn't help being tossed by Zhuang Meina, so he could only agree with pain, but he couldn't help but say a dirty word. You write the share transfer contract now, and I'll send it myself tomorrow. Zhuang Meina took an inch. Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen shook their heads at the same time this time. Absolutely not, you are a little girl, and they thought you were going to make trouble. Zhuang Meina didn't make any more arrogant demands. In fact, when she went to see Ling Yun alone, she felt a little panicked. Write quickly, write quickly. Xuanhuan took out the pen and paper she had prepared. Urge my father to write a share transfer contract. This child. Zhao Baomen sighed with a wry smile. Almost the same scene was also staged in Lin Minghan's living room at Fuhua Manor, Hot Spring Villa. Lin Minghan's father, Major General Lin Zheng, actually came to the Jiangnan military region on business. The two major military regions are about to hold a vigorous military exercise. He happened to stop by to see his daughter. As the third generation of the army, Lin Minghan is really not a spoiled child. She has very high requirements on herself. Unfortunately, his precious daughter is so beautiful. No matter where Lin Minghan went, others will only notice her beauty, no one cares about her ability. For the Lin family, this is a good thing, but it is also a bad thing, a double-edged sword. Long Tianjiao used an almost arrogant way to propose marriage, relying on the power of the entire Long family behind him. Even if they are as strong as the Lin family, they dare not refuse. What's more, Long Tianjiao is really good. Although his daughter doesn't love Long Tianjiao, the relationship can be cultivated slowly. Therefore, after a comprehensive consideration, after a special meeting was held within the family, the marriage was decided. But it was just over a month after the engagement. Inexplicably, the Lin family received a letter of resignation from the Long family. The letter was polite, indicating that the Long family voluntarily broke off the engagement. If it had any impact on the Lin family, they would be willing to compensate for all losses. This made the entire Lin family confused. Just the look of Long Tianjiao looking at his daughter, and the military power of their Lin family, the Long family could take the initiative to break off the marriage, and they didn't give a reason, only that the two children had no feelings, and it was not suitable for them to be together? Something must have happened. But the Lin family used a lot of relationships, but they still couldn't understand why the Long family broke off the marriage, which made the old man of the Lin family a little worried. Because, if there is no reason, there is only one reason. That is, the Lin family has lost its use value in the eyes of the Long family. This is often the beginning of the attack, and the beginning of some kind of super turmoil. Therefore, Mr. Lin called Lin Zheng and asked him to find out what happened to Lin Minghan. Father gave an order, and Lin Zheng happened to be on business again, so he came. As a result, it happened to hit the scene where Ling Yun drove Lin Minghan home. According to what Lin Zheng knew about his daughter, he immediately knew that there was no need to investigate. The problem was that handsome and outrageous stinky boy. He wanted to ask, but unfortunately, a scene that shocked him happened. Ling Yun actually kidnapped his daughter in front of him. No matter how much he shouted, the car didn't even stop. So he could only wait, but after waiting for a long time, he did not wait for his daughter to come back, but received a call from the Jiangnan military region, asking him to come over immediately. The military order was difficult to disobey, so Lin Zheng had to leave an officer behind and let him wait for his daughter, while he immediately went to the Jiangnan military region. It was not until this evening that he hurried to his daughter's house after having dinner with several leaders of the provincial military region. Tell me, what's going on? Lin Zheng was sitting on the sofa, drinking tea from his daughter's filial piety. But Lin Minghan's first sentence made him squirt out a mouthful of tea. To be continued. Brothers and sisters, don't worry, just say 4 chapters, just 4 chapters, code words all night tonight, and go to bed after code words. Please search product #book, net, to see the most complete. The fastest updated novel continues to ask for a monthly pass. Dad, I am now Ling Yun's woman. Lin Minghan said with certainty. Lin Zheng is now an army commander and used to be the best special forces soldier in China. Goddess Lin doesn't seem at all worried that this news will stimulate his father's steely nerves. However, Goddess Lin obviously overestimated Lin Zheng's mental defense bottom line. What? As soon as Lin Zheng heard his daughter's words, he immediately jumped up from the sofa. It was as fast as a cat with its tail stepped on. It is said that the father is the daughter's lover in the past life, and Lin Zheng is no exception. Although he is busy with military affairs, he loves Lin Menghan very much. From childhood to adulthood, he cared about everything, even better than Lin Menghan's mother. Listening to the meaning of his daughter's words, and looking at Lin Menghan's expression and actions, Lin Zheng couldn't hold it no matter how powerful his brain nerves were. Don't ask, that guy named Ling Yun must have got on the bus without buying a ticket and ate his precious daughter. Lin Zheng's face instantly turned ashen, the muscles in his eyelids and the corners of his mouth jumped wildly uncontrollably, and he almost didn't spit out another sip of blood after spitting out a sip of tea. Lin Zheng was furious, this daring Ling Yun, I had to use a machine gun to chug him. Where is that Ling Yun? Immediately call him and call me. Lin Zheng hurried back and forth in the living room several times with his hands behind his back, and finally came to Lin Menghan and gave an order in a deep voice. The regiment commander, brigade commander, division commander, and army commander all sat up all the way. Lin Zheng was used to giving orders, and his words were military orders. Undoubtedly. He was reluctant to take care of his precious daughter, but he had to take care of Ling Yun well. My daughter also dares to touch it, this is a love affair. Dad, he's not free now, so he definitely won't come. If there is anything, I'll just tell you. Lin Menghan was really angry when he saw his father. She muttered softly and said, No time? After such a big event, you still say that you are not free? Is he busier than my army commander? Why does he Ling Yun? Lin Zheng scolded Lin Menghan directly. I have to see Ling Yun tonight. Lin Menghan said in his heart, My father, Ling Yun is really busier than your army commander. It's just that I usually have a hard time seeing him, let alone you. His clinic will open tomorrow, so tonight must be very busy. Lin Menghan couldn't stand his father's direct gaze, he bowed his head slightly, and said with a blushing face. The clinic opened? Isn't it just a small clinic? I still have 50,000 tigers and wolves waiting for the military exercise. Is this small clinic comparable to one of my army? Lin Zheng snarled in anger again. He hurried back and forth a few times, and suddenly returned to the sofa and sat down. Wait. The Ling Yun you mentioned is the kid who saved you last time? The last time Lin Menghan was drugged by someone from Qingyun Film and Television, Ling Yun saved her, but in a fit of rage, he also abolished more than a dozen people. It was suppressed by Lin Zheng. Therefore, he still had a certain impression of Ling Yun. Who is he? He saved people twice, the first time to save their lives, the second time to save their innocence. Every time Lin Menghan thinks of these two things, there is an inexplicable joy and pride in his words. In Lin Menghan's eyes, Ling Yun was definitely a real man. Supreme, no one in a million. So you didn't get the consent of your family and promised yourself? Lin Zheng asked in a deep voice. In this day and age, unmarried cohabitation is not unacceptable to Lin Zheng, and of course he can understand it, but this happened to his daughter. It happened to their Lin family. The precious daughter he raised so hard became someone else's woman, but he, the father, was kept in the valley. His anger had grown so much that it was impossible to suppress it. He saved you, but he also hurt a lot of people. I personally suppressed that incident, and it can be regarded as saving his life. Lin Zheng was a soldier and had killed many people in battle. He originally admired Ling Yun's blood and courage, and liked the ruthlessness displayed by Ling Yun, but now, knowing that Ling Yun had slept with his daughter, there was a trace of this appreciation. It has long been thrown out of the sky. Besides, didn't you also ask your family for 10 million to repay him for saving his life? Lin Zheng felt that the matter was settled, and the money was given. It was supposed to be settled. who knew that his daughter would be entangled with this Ling Yun? The status between the two are 108,000 miles apart, okay? Money is money, feelings are feelings. Lin Menghan whispered, I just like him. The latter sentence is decisive and straightforward. Besides, people are not too young. How many sisters and boyfriends in our military compound have changed? Now Lin Jinggang has no choice. He knows his daughter's temper very well. What she has determined is that 10 cows can't be pulled back. Then you call him over to me, and I'll have a good talk with him to see what he thinks and what plans he has for the future, this head office. Lin Jinggang was angry, but he believed more in his daughter's vision of choosing a man. After all, he taught her daughter. After reluctantly accepting the reality, Lin Jinggang wanted to have a good talk with Ling Yun. At least he had to scold him first, which was refreshing and relieved. Dad, he really can't come now. If you want to see him, come with me tomorrow to attend the opening ceremony of his clinic. Seeing that her father's fire was finally suppressed, Lin Menghan pursed her lips and smiled, returning to the way she should be as a daughter. As soon as her delicate body twisted, she came to Lin Jinggang's side, wrapped her arms around him and said coquettishly, Nonsense. Oh, I asked you to call him. You said he was not available, so he didn't even call. A small clinic of his opened, but you asked me to come and congratulate him instead? Lin Jing just shook his head, thinking that a woman is outgoing, and she is completely speaking to others before she gets married. Meeting for the first time. Without saying hello or getting out of the car, he pulled his daughter around and left, causing him, Lin Jinggang, to wait in vain all afternoon. Now let him, the old man, come to the door first to congratulate his future son-in-law? What kind of thing is this called? Lao Tzu is a dignified army commander, isn't it? Dad, don't underestimate Ling Yun's clinic, his medical skills. But it's amazing. Isn't it just using the acupuncture method of traditional Chinese medicine to help you get rid of the poison of the drug? It's just a little wild fox meditation. It's not a medical skill. Having said this, Lin Jinggang suddenly remembered a question. He turned his head and looked at his daughter like a monster, his angular mouth gradually opened wide. Menghan, how did you come here just now? How do I remember? You seemed to be by my side after a swipe. The distance between the two was more than 3 meters, and Lin Menghan came over as soon as he twisted his delicate body, which shocked Lin Jinggang. This time, it was Lin Menghan's turn to be proud. Her delicate chin twitched. Looking at his father proudly, he said, What is this? Are you hot now? Do you want to cool down? The temperature in Qingshui City tonight is 30 degrees, which is already very hot. Lin Jing was so busy, just now that he forgot about it, and now he is reminded by his daughter. Suddenly it felt really hot. It's hot, go and turn on the air conditioner. Lin Menghan smiled and gave Lin Jinggang a look like you see, okay, and suddenly put his legs on the sofa, silently running the profound ice art. The icy cold air was centered on Lin Menghan's delicate body. In an instant, the air in the room plummeted. Lin Jinggang looked at the air exhaled from his nostrils, and it instantly turned into a white mist. He was completely stunned. Soon, Lin Jinggang felt that it changed from hot to cold, and then from cold to cold. He was wearing a military uniform. Couldn't help shivering. Stop. Lin Jinggang hurriedly called to stop. If it was a while longer, he felt that it would not be summer, but winter. Lin Menghan closed his eyes and opened his eyes. He glanced at his father proudly, and said with a tender smile, How is it? Isn't it amazing? After practicing the profound ice art for more than a month, Lin Menghan can already send and receive messages from his heart. When practicing, there will be no problem with a little interruption. Lin Jinggang didn't answer. He stared at his daughter in shock, and his heart began to beat wildly. As the commander of an army group in China, Lin Jinggang's knowledge is naturally more than that of Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng. He knows that what his daughter is practicing is martial arts, the mysterious ancient Chinese martial arts. Why are the 7 major families in the capital so powerful, and they control the lifeline and direction of Huaxia, both overtly and secretly? Because of these families, there are some excellent clansmen who are cultivating the mysterious ancient martial arts of China. The Lin family is also a big family in the military. They are powerful and famous in the army, but they can't compare with the big secular families in China anyway. What is the Lin family missing? Even in the family, no one cultivates ancient martial arts. Lack of confidence. But now, my daughter can do it, and the shot is extraordinary, it looks quite powerful. Menghan, you know ancient Chinese martial arts? Who taught you? Where is your master? Please ask me to meet him. Lin Jinggang grabbed Lin Menghan's shoulder and felt that her shoulder was still cold and biting, which was unbelievable. Hey! Where is there a master? It's not the wild fox Zheng you call. Lin Menghan slapped her back and said in a sullen voice. You mean, it's Ling Yun? Lin Jinggang was completely stunned, he couldn't believe it. Lin Jinggang knew that Ling Yun would meet twice, otherwise it would be impossible to shoot down a dozen people, and instantly kick these people into eunuchs. However, with such a kung fu in his army, he can easily go to the special team to pull a special soldier out. Of course he is better, so he doesn't care much. But now it's different, Ling Yun knows, not only those kung fu, he knows ancient Chinese martial arts. It's only been over a month, he can teach Lin Menghan to be like this. Then how powerful is Ling Yun himself? Let me tell you a secret, chapter 424 has been changed. If you haven't read it, you must go back and watch it. It's the first time between Brother Yun and Goddess Lin, To be continued. The second update is coming, a big climax, continue to ask for monthly ticket support. Thanks. This kid, I really didn't expect. Lin Jinggang muttered to himself in shock. He was really surprised, and began to speculate in his heart, the reasons and motives for the Long family to take the initiative to break off the marriage. Could it be that Ling Yun can still make the Long family in the capital very jealous? If that's the case, then it's amazing. If Ling Yun can really arouse the fear of the Long family, it means that the power of the Huaxia family will face a reshuffle. Dad, there are more things you didn't expect. Lin Menghan giggled, her beautiful face full of pride. After thinking for a long time in his heart, Lin Jing let out a sigh of relief just now. His sharp eyes contained a trace of inexplicable excitement, and he quickly asked, what else? Tell Dad quickly. Yo, don't you say that they are Yehu-chan at this time? Lin Menghan was still thinking about fighting for Ling Yun, ignoring that his father was already in a hurry. Menghan, this is related to family affairs. You have to talk to your father carefully and don't hide it at all, do you understand? What Lin Jinggang thought in his mind was, of course, a major military event. He sensed the opportunity, and his expression was calm and awe-inspiring, no longer the angry and shocked look just now. Dad, you have to promise, I told you, you are not allowed to tell outsiders? Ling Yan's affairs are almost always secrets. Lin Menghan never tells outsiders, but the person in front of him is his own father. Besides, how can there be a woman who knows that her husband is excellent, but can keep it in her heart and doesn't want to say it and be proud? Dad knows something. Lin Jinggang couldn't wait. Lin Menghan smiled sweetly. Dad, Dongyang's patrol boat was raided by a mysterious man from China in the waters of Diaoyu Island. More than 100 defense members were killed, and one of the main patrol boats fired a missile for this purpose. You sank one of your own patrol boats, do you know about this? Halo, if Lin Jinggang didn't know about this, then no one in Huaxia can know. Ling Yun, a speedboat. Toyo's 8 patrol boats played around and killed more than 100 Toyo. The flag was also planted on the highest peak of Diaoyu Island, triggering an unprecedented parade by the Orientals. Almost caused a war between the two countries. Lin Zheng, as the commander of China's main army, of course knew better than most people. At that time, when the news came that Lin Zheng's military area was in a boiling state, it was so proud that it had never been seen before, and everyone was so excited that Lin Zheng even issued an order immediately. Get your troops ready for battle. Afterwards, Commander Lin Zheng and some senior generals in the army celebrated with drinks and high fives. When everyone talked about the mysterious master of China, they paid homage. Yearning for it. No one does not praise, no one admires. The army is used to fight. They are always ready to meet the battle, and they will go to the battlefield at any time, where they complete their military mission. Therefore, the soldiers will not consider so many political factors. They only know that Huaxia finally raised his eyebrows once, and he will fight. Who is afraid of whom? What, this matter, is it related to Ling Yun? Lin Zheng's mouth suddenly became O-shaped. Can't get together anymore. Lin Menghan sneered, what has something to do with Ling Yun? That mysterious master of China is your future son-in-law, Ling Yun. What? As soon as Lin Zheng heard this, Deng immediately stood up from the sofa. And what shocked him even more? A few days ago, Long Tianjiao came here to entangle me and was bumped into by Ling Yun. Ling Yun slapped him out of the door, and then kicked him out of the villa. Look at that tree. Lin Menghan casually pointed to a tall tree outside. At that time, Long Tianjiao was hanging on the tree with a bruised nose and a swollen face. After he got down from the tree, he announced his divorce on the spot. Whenever she thought of this scene, Lin Menghan couldn't help but feel her heart beat. Originally, only the three parties involved knew about it, and it had been in Lin Menghan's heart for a long time. Now she finally told her father. Does Lin Menghan need to say more? Completely useless. These two things have already given Lin Zheng a brand new impression of Ling Yun and an intuitive understanding. Too powerful, too arrogant. Really cool. At this moment, Lin Zheng completely understood. He finally knew why the Long family took the initiative to send the letter of resignation, and did not cause any trouble to the Lin family. This guy is so powerful, how come I've never heard of it before? Lin Zheng couldn't sit still anymore. He left the sofa and paced slowly in the living room. An unprecedented excitement filled his mind and was inexplicable. Dad, how is your daughter's vision? Lin Menghan's beautiful face was shining with pride. She asked with a tender smile. It's okay. Lin Zheng responded casually, but one after another thoughts came up in his heart, like bamboo shoots after a rain, blossoming everywhere. Dad, you really are. Excellent is excellent, great is great, what is meant by it? Lin Menghan muttered in dissatisfaction. Good. Excellent, amazing. Well, this kid is really amazing. Before he knew it, Lin Zheng had stopped calling Ling Yun a stinky boy, this bastard, but this kid. Different names have extraordinary meanings, which represent recognition and acceptance. I have to see him. Lin Zheng finally made a decision. He stopped and turned his head to look at Lin Menghan. You said just now that his clinic will open tomorrow? Lin Menghan was thinking about her lover, and she replied casually, yeah, I was thinking about what gift to give him. He doesn't lack any other gifts. It's too vulgar to send money, and it worries me to death. Lin Zheng raised his hand, scratched his head, and said with a smile, you don't need to worry about this, I'll contact your grandfather right away. In the northwest mountainous area of Qingshui City, Qinglong's former boss, Long Kuan's villa. Dad, Ling Yun's clinic will open tomorrow, what gift are you giving him? Long Wu's face was full of sadness. For the past 2 days, she didn't think about anything else, she kept thinking about what gift to give Ling Yun. Long Kuan leisurely paced the yard with a calm expression and said with a smile, "And a gift? I gave Ling Yun the blue dragon that I worked so hard to build. I gave it to Ling Yun as a dowry, and left him with 300 million yuan of funds. Whatever he splurges, isn't that enough?" Long Wu stomped and said, "It's not enough. But this time is different, it's really different. Long Wu is so smart, Ling Yun has so many confidants around. And all of them have strong backgrounds, she can think of it completely. Tomorrow is definitely more than just the opening of Ling Yun's clinic, it is likely to turn into a competition. Long Wu is going to congratulate her, she doesn't want to lose to any woman in Ling Yun. Fight for face, fight for body, fight for temperament, fight for gifts, fight for family background. In short, all kinds of fights. Long Wu knew that Ling Yun of course didn't care about these things, it was okay to have them or not. But for women, it's not like that at all. If you lose this time, you will lose face. When you meet in the future, you will be lower than others invisibly. How can the arrogant Long Wu accept this? She is Ling Yun's righteous fiancée. Baby doll. Ling Yun even gave her the dowry, and her dowry was also given to Ling Yun, how could he lose it this time? Long Wu knew that Xuan Mining publicly declared that she was Ling Yun's girlfriend, so she didn't know about others. But at least compare Xuan Mining. Hey, how is it so difficult to raise a daughter? Long Kuan sighed deeply, shook his head and said, "Go to my bedside and take out the round wooden sign that I always carry with me." Long Kuan-shin said, it's time to take it out." "What are you doing with that?" Long Wu didn't know why, it was just an ordinary round wooden sign. Daddy treats it as a treasure and wears it all day, never leaving his body. "If you want to take it, take it." Long Kuan remembered the sad past, he couldn't bear to look back, and his nose was a little sore. "Oh." Long Wu walked quickly into the house and came to Long Kuan's bedroom, and immediately saw the round wooden sign the size of the palm of an adult's hand. She took it and left, came out and handed it to Long Kuan. Long Kuan took the round wooden sign, grabbed it in his hand and rubbed it for a while, and a moving figure appeared in front of him, with a gentle and quiet temperament, that was his wife, Long Wu's mother. "Your mother gave her life for it." Long Kuan said slowly, the muscles on his thin face shaking, and tears were already in his eyes. "What?" Long Wu was stunned. However, these are no longer important. 18 years later, it should see the light of day again. Before Long Kuan finished speaking, he vomited violently with his right hand, and shattered the circular wooden sign in his hand lightly. His hand was just right. As the circular wooden sign shattered, a circular jade pendant was revealed in front of Long Wu's eyes, with a diameter of 6 or 7 centimeters, and the whole body glowed with a blue light. This? Long Wu didn't expect that there was a jade pendant hidden inside the wooden sign that seemed to have no gaps. She couldn't help but rubbed her eyes forcefully, and leaned forward to take a closer look. It's a dragon. Now the dragon dance can see clearly, the round jade pendant is actually carved into the appearance of a dragon, with its teeth and claws, it is vivid and lifelike. Yes, this is exactly a dragon, a blue dragon. Long Kuan said in his heart, this is the real Qinglong. He rubbed it carefully again, not even letting go of every fine line on the Qinglong jade pendant, and finally sighed lightly and put the jade pendant into Long Wu's hand. Tomorrow, you take this jade pendant and give it to Ling Yun, and you will never lose to anyone. Long Kuan's eyes flashed brightly, his expression proud and confident. Jade is good jade, but... However, it's really not worth a lot of money, and if you sell it in an antique shop, at most 5 million. For this jade pendant, there is nowhere for your father to be hunted and killed, and your mother even kills her, isn't that enough? Seeing that his daughter was still muttering, Long Kuan couldn't help shouting sharply. Severe like never before. This piece of green dragon jade pendant hides a lot of secrets, of course Long Wu will not know. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The third update is sent. I can't stand it anymore. I insist on writing the fourth update. Ask for a monthly pass. After the evening self-study, xuanhuan and Xiaomiao immediately left Qingshui No. 1 Middle School. Copy address access 77777722E766F6474772E636F6D. They did not go directly to Lingyun's Villa No. 1, but went back to Shani Shue's house. Xuanhuan received a text message from her mother. For the opening of Lingyun Clinic, her parents, Xue Qingya and Zhang Manyun, both rushed back to Qingshui City. The plane in the evening had just arrived home. It is not indecent to come and go. When Xuanhuan celebrated her birthday, Lingyun gave such a precious gift. Now that Lingyun's clinic is open, it is impossible for Xue Qingya and Zhang Manyun not to come back. Mom. As soon as Xuanhuan entered the house, she saw her mother who was watering the flowers and plants in the yard, and she flew into Zhang Manyun's arms. Oh, my little baby, I want to kill my mother. Zhang Manyun suddenly hugged Xuanhuan, and kissed her on her bright forehead with love. Hello auntie. Xiaomiao smiled sweetly and greeted Zhang Manyun obediently. You are Xiaomiao? Come and show auntie, yo, look at this little face, it's really beautiful, he's taller than Ninger. Zhang Manyun let go of Xuanhuan, she walked over with a smile, took Xiaomiao's hand kindly, looked at it carefully for a while, and was full of praise. Xuanhuan is a girl, and now she is the owner of a famous flower, and Xiaomiao is also a girl. Although both of them are the granddaughters of Xue Shani, there is no such thing as a fight for family property. Zhang Manyun is also a lady, she is reasonable, gentle, and kind. After hearing about the fate of Miao Fenghuang, she is even very sympathetic and feels pity for her, so naturally she will not alienate Xiaomiao. Where's my grandpa? Xuanhuan asked. Your grandfather and your father are talking in the secret room. Don't disturb me at this time. Zhang Manyun said angrily. Holding the hands of Xuanhuan and Xiaomiao from left to right, they walked towards the living room of the villa. Inside the secret room of Dr. Xue. Father, this is according to your request. There are 365 gold needles in total, all of which are made of pure gold. Xue Qingya pointed to a long jade box on the table, and said respectfully to Dr. Xue. Dr. Xue picked up a few golden needles. He tried it in his hand, and then nodded with a smile, yes. The weight, thickness and length are exactly the same, not bad. Put it away, you can give it to Lingyun tomorrow. Xue Shani put the golden needle back in the jade box, paused, and then said, however, these are just gadgets, not enough. Xue Qingya smiled and said, compared with the gift Lingyun gave to our family. I don't know enough, but I don't know what gift to give him. It's all up to my father. Xue Shani nodded. Now, the goo worms in my father's body have been completely suppressed by Lingyun, and they can no longer harm my body. The flowers and plants in the yard outside are useless to me, so I'll give it to Lingyun. However, Lingyun's medical realm is far higher than mine, and these flowers and plants are given to him. Just let Ninger tell him, we don't move, when Lingyun needs to use it, let him come to pick it up. Besides, I also collected some Tianshan snow lotus, red sun grass, heartbroken grass, etc. All of them are in my backroom warehouse, and these can be taken tomorrow, so that Lingyun can use it as a medicinal guide in the future. Xue Qingya nodded again and said with a smile, my child understands. Xue Shani continued to ponder, most of our Xue family's properties are in the north of the Yangtze River and the 3 eastern provinces, and only a very small part is in the south of the Yangtze River. I think this area in the south of the Yangtze River will be taken care of by Lingyun, so that he can exercise. It's easy to take over in the future. Shani Shui didn't say this sentence, but he knew that his son would understand. It turned out that Xuanhuan was the precious granddaughter. She would definitely marry Lingyun. When Xuanhuan got old, of course these industries belonged to Ling Yun. Who would take over if he didn't? Although there is one more Miao Xiaomiao now, Xuanhuan knows better than anyone that the wealth of the Saintess of Miaojiang far exceeds that of his Xue family, so Miao Xiaomiao will not compete with Xue mining. Xuanhuan was slightly startled, and he asked, casually, all for Ling Yun? Although the Xue family's property in Jiangnan is only a small part, the total assets are at least 1 billion yuan, and they are all given to Ling Yun at once. He wasn't reluctant, but he was afraid that if Ling Yun's management was not good, the industry would collapse. Xuanhuan glanced at his son with a funny look and asked, how about you keep 1 or 2 companies? Xuanhuan scratched his head and stopped talking. It's still the grandfather's atmosphere, one size fits all, simply neat. With Ling Yun's medical skills, your father will be able to live at least another 30 or 40 years, and Xian's grandsons will be able to hold on to them, but you will be reluctant to give up 5 or 6 small companies? Xuanhuan smiled and nodded to his son, and then said, Ling Yun's career has just started, his stage is the whole earth, and then you will know that these small companies are not even a fart at all. 1 billion yuan, ha ha. Xuanhuan lowered his head sternly, and sincerely admitted his mistake, it's because my vision is too small. Xuanhuan smiled indifferently and said, okay, Ninger has come in. Guess what you will let us give Ling Yun? Xuanhuan laughed and said, don't guess, it must be money. Then give it as much as you want. Xuanhuan finished the arrangement and laughed loudly. Just because of one Ling Yun, the opening of the ordinary clinic has affected the hearts of many people? Ling Yun wants to open the ordinary clinic in a low-key manner, but can he be low-key? It's hard to be humble. In order to curry favor with Ling Yun, the Long family in the capital city did not only acquiesce to Long Tianjiao's divorce. I heard that Ling Yun's ordinary clinic opened, and the core of their family had held several secret meetings in a row to discuss what to give Ling Yun. A suitable gift. In any case, we must make good friends with Ling Yun. He has dragon saliva on him. As long as it is about dragons, our dragon family is determined to win. This is a top-secret order from the current head of the Long family, Long Hauran, personally. The Long family has been circulating in China for thousands of years. After several rises and falls, the Tibetan pavilion in the family has countless treasures of the secrets of the practice, which can be described as a lot of sweat. However, the people of the Long family, whether they are direct descendants or concubines, as long as they are cultivators, must cultivate a family mentality, dragon control art. There are a total of 9 realms in the dragon control art, and each state is divided into 9 levels. As long as you are a member of the dragon family, no matter who you are, as long as you can cultivate the dragon control art to the 7th realm or above, no matter your age, no matter whether you are a man or a woman, you will immediately become one of the elders of the Long family. That is, the real core layer of the dragon family, and can participate in any decision-making meeting of the dragon family. However, how difficult it is to cultivate the dragon control art, only the disciples of the Long family who have practiced it will know deeply. It is difficult to break through the 4th floor, let alone the 7th floor. In fact, cultivating the dragon control art is not difficult for the disciples with the blood of the dragon family in the past. The direct descendants can easily reach the 7th realm, and those with excellent aptitude and talent can even reach the dragon control art. The 9th realm of the legend can control the dragon. However, since the demise of the Qing dynasty, the dragon energy has been lacking and has become increasingly scarce, and the dragon family has gradually declined. However, this is the case. With the solid background accumulated over thousands of years, the Long family still firmly controls the lifeline of Huaxia, making it difficult for other secular families to match. For the Huaxia Long family, the dragon's muscles, the dragon's blood, the dragon's aura, the dragon's saliva, and the dragon's veins, etc., are all supreme treasures that can quickly improve their cultivation. This is the life of the dragon family. The Long family, every time they find something about the dragon, they can instantly become powerful and lead the Chinese style for decades. Even countless hidden families and ancient martial arts sects can only obey. 18 years ago, the Long family once found a dragon burial cave in a large dragon vein. Unfortunately, in order to open the dragon cave, a key is needed. The Long family tried their best to find the key in Huaxiao with the strength of the whole family, and was finally obtained by a concubine by luck. It is even more unfortunate that, for various reasons, the concubine of the Long family refused to hand over the key. He even destroyed the key in front of the masters sent by the Long family to hunt him down. The direct descendants of the Long family were enraged, one after another. The elders of the Long family, Long Hauran, were furious and wanted to kill him, but the patriarch of the Feng clan, a super hidden family, came forward and saved the concubine disciple and his wife. Just because the son of the descendant of the Long clan, his wife is from the Feng clan and has already given birth. It is said that in the matter of the Long family, it is not the Feng family's turn to intervene, and the entire Long family will not agree. However, the patriarch of the Feng family forced the Long family to submit and spared the threat that the two families would never intermarry. A concubine gave birth to a disciple. The children of the Long family and the Feng family intermarry, and the children born have a certain chance of a mysterious bloodline. Maybe it was the pure bloodline of the dragon family, maybe it was the pure bloodline of the phoenix family, or it might be a more powerful mysterious bloodline. Long Hauran had no choice but to choose to forbearance, not to mention that the key has been destroyed, it is useless for him to kill, he can only expel the disciple from the Long family, and the descendants cannot recognize their ancestors and return to the clan. If you want to open the dragon burial cave, you can only find another way. However, after 18 years, after exhausting countless ways, the door of the dragon burial cave is still closed, and it cannot be opened at all. Now, few of the descendants of the Long family can cultivate to the 7th realm of the dragon mastering art, and there has been a fault in the family inheritance. At this moment, the Long family got the news that Ling Yun was pregnant with dragon salmon, so they got the family secret order that Long Tianjiao received. Dragon saliva is naturally very useful for ordinary warriors to cultivate, but if the people of the Long family use it, even a drop of it will have 10 times the effect. Apart from the members of the Long family, few outsiders know this, not even some of the descendants of the Long family. Ling Yun was carrying a great treasure. Although he knew it, he didn't know this. Not only did he drink the dragon's saliva as plain water, but he also sent a bowl to the left and a bowl to the right. Fortunately, he has a lot. Even if such a wasteful method, it has only consumed 1% of it, and there are still more in the gourd. Such a baby bump, the Long family don't make friends with Ling Yun, and don't try to please him, okay? To be continued. Beijing, Ling family. D. C. Before Ling Yun went to sea, that is, a month ago, Ling Lai sent Cui Lao to Qingshui City to meet and contact Ling Yun first, as a buffer, in case Ling Yun couldn't accept them when the Ling family suddenly found him. The Ling family was already in decline. Ling Lai originally wanted to find Ling Yun and bring back his grandson, who had been living abroad since he was a child, so that he could enjoy peace of mind. Grandpa's duty. However, when Mr. Cui arrived in Qingshui City and saw Ling Yun, the shocking news of Ling Yun began to fly into Ling Lai's ears like snowflakes. Ling Yun's unparalleled magical medical skills, his terrifying and astonishing cultivation speed, his unfathomable sky-defying cultivation, and the kind of blood and courage that he has gone through alone for the sake of his loved ones, the blood and courage of the old man. I was shivering with excitement, I couldn't sleep all night, even if I fell asleep, I could wake up from a dream. Ling Yun stepped on the aggressive Sun family, but he stepped on it twice, each time destroying the group. In the end, even Sun Tianbiao was cut into 8 pieces. There is no doubt that this is the best and most delightful news that Ling Lai has heard in the past 18 years. As long as Ling Yun comes back, the rise of the Ling family is just around the corner. This is God bless the Ling family, this is the gift of God, how can Ling Lai still sit still? He was relieved, and after drinking happily, he decided that, no matter what, he would secretly come to see his precious grandson. Not wanting to wait for a moment, Ling Lai carefully prepared the gift to bring to Ling Yun, simply packed his bags, and was about to rush to Qingshui. However, before the others left the capital, they received two shocking news. Ling Lai's second son Ling Yu is missing. Ling Lai's third son Ling Xiao is missing. I exhausted all the contact methods and couldn't get in touch. I couldn't find it in every corner of the capital, and disappeared out of thin air. Misfortune is where the blessing rests. Blessings are where misfortunes lie. Found a grandson, but lost two sons, which made the Ling family even worse. The head of the family, Ling Lai's hair, turned white overnight. Really happy and sad. Ling Lai knew immediately. His third son Ling Xiao. In this huge gamble to find a family member, I lost the gamble. 18 years have passed since that tragic incident. However, the former enemies, those countless pairs of eyes hidden in unknown dark places, are still staring at their Ling family. The life and death of the two sons were unknown, and their whereabouts were unknown. How could Ling Lai dare to meet Ling Yun and cause trouble for his grandson, whom he had never met? Ling Lai did not hesitate to cancel the plan to go to Qingshui City to meet Ling Yun, and immediately recalled Mr. Cui and the current head of the Ling family. Ling Zhen, his only remaining eldest son, discussed countermeasures together. This is the reason why Ling Lai did not arrive at Qingshui City, but Cui Lao suddenly left Villa No. 1. However, Ling Lai, Ling Zhen, Cui Lao 3, plus 1 Ling Hao. The four of them discussed for a long time without finding a good solution. Why did the enemy arrest Ling Yu and Ling Xiao? These, the Ling family members, do not know. Was it because of the search for Ling Yun that the rumors were leaked? Or is it because the previous enemy came to the door, and they didn't know anything about it at all? The enemy is in the dark. The Ling family is in the bright place, and Mr. Ling is afraid that something will happen to the Ling family. Naturally, he does not dare to act rashly. He can only wait and bear it. Let Ling Yun recognize his ancestors and return to his clan? It was impossible for the Ling family to see Ling Yun's mother again, but now Ling Yun's father Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared again, and there are no parents. How do you know this parent? Fortunately, only these four people and the few dead men trained by the Ling family knew about the disappearance of Ling Yu and Ling Xiao. As for the others, not even Ling Yu and Ling Xiao's wives and children, including Ling Shui. Ling Lai didn't want things to get out of hand. He gave Ling Zhen a death order. He must not let this matter go out, otherwise, he will be killed without mercy. Whenever someone who has good things asks, Ling Lai declares to the public that Ling Yu is in seclusion, and Ling Xiao has made a mistake and is making him think about it. Days passed by in the frantic secret search and the painful and tormented waiting. For more than a month, news about Ling Yun has occasionally come from Qingshui City, but Ling Lai has never waited for news of his two sons. Ling Yu and Ling Xiao disappeared completely. However, the strange thing is that Cui Lao, who has been in contact with Ling Yun, made unannounced visits every day, but he did not encounter any changes. On this day, Ling Lai, who was losing weight without a heart, finally called old Cui to him. The two old people looked at each other, and they could see the frustration, hatred, anger, and helplessness in each other's eyes. Ling Lai's room was eerily quiet, and the needles could be heard falling. In the end, it was old Cui who spoke first. His voice was a little hoarse and unpleasant. Patriarch, fortunately, the young master has not had an accident so far. You need to open up some more. What matters is your health. Ling Lai's voice was even more hoarse, and there was an uncontrollable anger in his body. I want to open up. How do you want me to open up? Ling Lai's life is bright and upright, and I never bow my head. Shower made a mistake when he was young, but my Ling family was besieged by both good and evil in the world. Shower abandoned his wife and children, and abandoned his martial arts. My Ling family also suffered humiliation and accompanied him to endure the humiliation for 18 years. Not enough? 18 years? Even if it's wrong for Shower to fall in love with the holy maiden of the demon sect, this kind of punishment should be paid for in 18 years? Why do they keep staring at our Ling family? Now, I finally found my grandson, but they took my 2 sons away. Chui Lao, you said, how can you let me think about it? Ling Lai was humiliated by the sky, and finally broke out at this moment. He repeatedly asked Chui Lao, venting the anguish and humiliation in his heart. Chui Lao is the only person Ling Lai can open his heart to and pour out his heart, which is impossible for even Ling Zhen to do. It's not that Ling Lai doesn't believe in his son, but that he is the head of the dignified family. If his backbone collapses, the stormy Ling family will be completely over. Old Chui clenched his fists and quietly waited for Ling Lai to vent the anger and humiliation in his heart. He knew that Ling Lai was not satisfied, and Ling Lai was unwilling. 18 years ago, the Ling family could almost keep pace with the Long family, but now, they have to rely on the breath of the Long family to survive. Allowing the Long family to enjoy meals, Empty bears the embarrassing title of one of the 7 major families in the capital, and has actually become the laughingstock of others. After all, Ling Lai is old. After he vented, he gradually calmed down, but this old man. There were already tears on his face. Chui Lao choked and comforted, Patriarch, I think. Things may not be as bad as we thought. Think about it. Number 1, so far young Master Ling Yun, everything is going well in Qingshui City. 2 days ago, I heard that he brought a dozen luxury cars back. Tomorrow, his clinic will be coming soon. Opened. Second, Ling Shui is in the Tianying group. She has been running around, and she is safe and sound. There are also 2 children of the second young master. They are all fine, and there is no mistake. I think this shows at least 2 points. First, the disappearance of the second and third young masters is most likely due to other things, not the young master's business. Secondly, even if someone captures the 2 of them, I just want to use them as a card to play, and only come out at a critical moment. Their lives are safe and should be worry-free. As the saying goes, there is a grievance and a debt, and if an enemy comes to you, even if there are a few masters in our Ling family, it is not enough for them to kill them. The young master took it away, but did not give us any information or clues. That is purely unnecessary. Ling Lai can't collapse. If Ling Lai collapses again at this time, the young master will not be able to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan. If his mother does not have, his father does not. If even his own grandfather collapses, how can Ling Yun return to the family? Therefore, what Chui Lao said, although not unreasonable, was mainly for the sake of widening Ling Lia's heart. Elder Ling seemed to be drowning, and suddenly grabbed a life-saving straw. He raised his head abruptly, wiped the old tears from his face, and asked in a deep voice, "What do you mean, Mr. Chui?" "I mean, I want to go to Qingshui City again for you to meet the young master." When Ling Lai heard this, he immediately shook his head like a rattle. This is absolutely impossible. The Ling family is like this now. What face does I have as a grandfather for Ling Yun to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan? Besides, Ling Yun can be fine now. I still have a glimmer of hope in my heart. If he is also being targeted and something happens, how can you make me worthy of the miserable Shower and his miserable wife? The last thing Ling Lai wants to see is that something happened to Ling Yun. Even if he doesn't recognize his relatives, as long as Ling Yun is fine, the Ling family will be destroyed in the capital. At least he has a daughter. As long as the inheritance of the incense continues, with the current strength of Ling Yun, the Ling family will rise again one day, and still be able to gallop the world, proud of China. Old Chui shook his head slightly, and he coughed lightly, making his voice clearer. Patriarch, forgive me for not agreeing with your point of view. Because you still don't know the young master, he is different from other dudes. Every time he talked about Ling Yun, old Chui couldn't help but have a faint smile on his face. He unconsciously showed a gratifying smile, and said lightly, little young master is a genius, those genius disciples from other families are not even given to him. He doesn't deserve his shoes. His amazing medical skills, his cultivation speed, his endless trump cards, and his incredible abilities have long surpassed the cognition of ordinary people, even those of us ancient martial arts practitioners. Little young master is unparalleled in wisdom. He should be low-key when he should be low-key, and tyrannical when he should be tyrannical. He seems cold-blooded and ruthless, but in fact he has good intentions. When facing anyone, I have never seen him suffer a loss. I have full confidence that as long as the young master knows that he is a descendant of the Ling family, as long as he is willing to recognize his ancestors and return to the clan, he can lead our Ling family out of the quagmire and rise again in the forest of the great Chinese family. Chui Lao usually speaks very little, and he seldom praises people. Now that he can evaluate Ling Yun like this, Ling Lai is shocked. My precious grandson is really as powerful as you said? Ling Lai was a little moved. But he was extremely worried. But there are so many enemies in our Ling family, he is an 18-year-old child. Chui Lao knew that it was almost there, and he smiled confidently. Patriarch, the young master has a good impression of me. If you don't worry, give me a month, at most 1 month, and I promise to bring the young master to you. I'll see you in front of me. To be continued. The young master is not the kind of person who is greedy for comfort and enjoyment, and he is very mysterious and powerful. However, I see that he is practicing hard every day, and he is making rapid progress every day. He is the kind of person who dares to face any difficult predicament, dares to challenge all powerful opponents, regards dangerous predicaments as tempering, and becomes stronger when he is strong. If you want him to be a bird in a cage, a flower in a greenhouse, safe and ordinary, and a mediocre life after he recognizes his ancestors and returns to his ancestors, then you are really making a big mistake. Very wrong. The young master will never accept such a mediocre life arrangement. So, you asked me to go to Qingshui City, bring him back to the Ling family, and let him recognize his ancestors and return to the clan. I believe that the weaker our Ling family is, the more enemies we have in the Ling family, which will in turn stimulate the young master's fighting spirit, can force out more of his potential, let him grow stronger as soon as possible. His strength is the strength of the Ling family. There is no doubt that Chui Lao sees Ling Yun very accurately. Old Chui's words were like heavy hammers, hitting Ling Lai's heart with force and sound. Ling Lai scratched his head desperately, as if he wanted to scratch off the silver hair on his head. He really had a hard time deciding. The future and destiny of the Ling family, Ling Yun's life and death, now all depend on Ling Lai's decision. Of course Ling Lai has to be cautious and cautious. Old Chui, do you know that this is related to the fate of my Ling family, and even the incense of my Ling family? Can you guarantee Ling Yun's safety? Chui Lao smiled slightly. Patriarch, the strength of the young master has long surpassed you and me. He will never entrust his safety and destiny to anyone's hands. This child. Ling Lai was stunned, muttered something in praise, then put his hands behind his back and started to sprint around the room. But I'm really worried. Ling Liji walked around a few times, then suddenly stopped and gritted his teeth. Said with a frown. At present, it seems that the Ling family's real potential is this illegitimate child who is wandering outside. Ling Lai really doesn't want Ling Yun to risk countless dangers, to come to the turbulent capital and be involved in this turbulent family struggle. Old Chui smiled slightly and continued to play cards. Patriarch. Don't you forget that Ling Yun is not only protected by our Ling family. Behind him, there is also a Qin family. Chui Lao began to give Ling Lai a reassurance. And Xuanhuan's granddaughter is now the young master's girlfriend. Hi. Ling Lai immediately took a deep breath. He was concerned and confused, and he forgot that Ling Yun was still Qin Chueyue's adopted son. Ling Lai stood still. This time, he stood there and pondered for half an hour. Suddenly, with a fierce wink, he slapped his thigh sharply. Okay. I'll listen to you this time and fight for the fuck's sake. What do you need to prepare? I can arrange for you myself. I really need a lot of things. Old Chui smiled and nodded, because in the eyes of old Master Ling, he saw hope and momentum again. A man can have nothing in his life, but he cannot have no hope. Anything can be lost. But the momentum must not be lost. When will you leave? Once Ling Lai made up his mind, he did things very neatly. The sooner the better, at the latest tomorrow morning, you must reach Qingshui. Okay, do you have any other requirements? I will do everything in my power to satisfy you. Ling Lai went out of his way. I only ask the owner to keep it a secret for me. Cui Lao smiled slightly. A smile finally appeared on Ling Lai's old face. He glared at old Cui and said, Is that what you need to say? Just after midnight, more than 30 kilometers northeast of Qingshui City, Qingshui Bay. Under Ling Yan's careful guidance, Tai Xiaohu, who had just understood Dantian, meridians, and inner qi, was brought here by Ling Yun. The sea in front is like a person's Dantian, and the Qingshui River is the meridian of the human body. And this clear water bay is the connection between the Dantian and the meridian. Ling Yun stood on a dam with his hands behind his back, pointed to the distance ahead, and explained to Tai Xiaohu carefully. Listen, the tide is coming. Before seeing the tide shadow, first hear the tide sound. There was a loud rumbling sound in my ears, and the river was still calm. The sound was getting louder and louder, like 1,000 drums of war, deafening. Qingshui City is uniquely endowed by nature and has a famous tide that shakes the world. Tai Xiaohu's internal power of raging waves is very similar to this turbulent tide. Therefore, in order for Tai Xiaohu to experience it personally, Ling Yun did not hesitate to bring Tai Xiaohu to watch the tide in person. Without the lights, the darkness in front of him would of course not have any effect on Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu had reached the 4th small realm of the Great Evolution and gathering star treasure art, and his 5 senses had already improved. With the help of moonlight, he could see clearly. In the distance, a white line appeared on the foggy surface of the river, and it moved westward quickly, like a plane crossing the river, with a white rainbow rising from the sand. No matter how close, the white line turned into a wall of water, gradually rising. With the rapid advancement of a white wall, the tide came to the front, there were thousands of horses galloping, and the power of thunder was unstoppable. Tai Xiaohu was born in Qingshui City, grew up in Qingshui City, where there are all kinds of spectacular tides, such as first-line tides, turning tides, cross tides, and even T-shaped tides, which he has seen many times since he was a child. However, after learning the internal skills of angry waves, only this time, his experience of watching tides is different. Ling Yun didn't bother him and let him realize it quietly. After the tide passed, he turned to look at Tai Xiaohu and asked with a smile, How is it? Is there anything to gain? Tai Xiaohu replied excitedly, I seem to understand. Ling Yun nodded in approval and said with a smile, Try to run the inner strength of the raging waves again. Tai Xiaohu sat cross-legged on the ground without hesitation. He closed his eyes slightly, but the scene of watching the tide just now appeared in front of him. This time, he felt a faint airflow, which began to surge in the dantian below his lower abdomen. Tai Xiaohu was overjoyed. He worked hard to run the internal energy of the raging waves, and all the airflow was introduced into a meridian somewhere, guiding the airflow and surging forward in the meridian. It's a pity that Tai Xiaohu guided his inner qi to swim around in the meridians, until he closed his eyes and opened his eyes, but he was still calm as usual, there was no feeling of rushing tide at all. Failed. Tai Xiaohu said with a look of frustration and annoyance as he opened his eyes and said depressedly. Ling Yan was very satisfied. He laughed and said, "There is no failure, you have reached the fourth small realm of the great evolution and gathering star treasure art. The dantian is several times larger than the usual one. There is too little qi generated, and of course I can't feel the impact of inner qi on the meridians. Also, you forgot the most important point, which is the continuity of inner qi. You only focus on guiding the first wave of inner qi to swim away in the meridians, and do not force the new inner qi generated in the dantian into the meridians. In the middle, the feeling of the back wave pushing the front wave is formed, which of course, cannot form a raging wave. However, I haven't taught you in vain for more than 2 hours tonight. You can cultivate your inner qi on the first day of cultivation, which is enough to be proud of. Go, get in the car, the second wave has just passed, let's chase the tide." The Land Rover was galloping fast, along the Qingshui River embankment, galloping westward. The speed of the car reached more than 120 miles, and soon caught up with the second wave of water, and then caught up with the first wave that the two had seen. "Drive carefully and chase the tide." Ling Yan said something to Tai Xiaohu, then opened the car door and flew out of the car. He tapped his toes lightly, his sturdy figure immediately flew into the air, and his arms volleyed into the air like a bird, spanning more than 100 meters in the sky, extremely lightly landed in the heart of the river, standing on top of the surging tide. "Damn it! He's so handsome. Brother Yun's strength." Tai Xiaohu was stunned. Without a surfboard, Ling Yan was standing at the head of the tide, stepping on the rushing tide under his feet. Under the rapid operation of the one qi yin and yang art, the two qi of yin and yang in the body were agitated, and Ling Yan's body became extremely light, as if every splash of water had become the foothold of Ling Yan. Absolutely, it is impossible to fall into the river. This is Ling Yan's current limit of qigong. One of the reasons he showed it was because he was excited, and the other was to help Tai Xiaohu, who had just started cultivating, to broaden his horizons. It's really powerful, even more powerful than the legendary one reed crossing the river. Looking on the river, stepping on a white wave, confident and calm Ling Yan, Tai Xiaohu was so shocked that he almost forgot to drive. After walking on the white waves for more than 2,000 meters, a spur bar appeared in front again, and the first line tide formed a spectacular turning tide here. The roaring tide was reflected and turned back after encountering an obstacle, where it slammed into the opposite dike, and then rolled back with the momentum of the top of Mount Tai, and fell on the westward rapids, forming a row of snow mountains, which galloped back to the east. Run, the sound is like a lion's roar, earth-shattering. In the face of the earth-shattering, maddening tide that was 7 or 8 meters high, Ling Yan was not afraid, smiled leisurely, took a deep breath, and slammed on the tidal waves under his feet, punching both fists at the same time. Tiangang, subduing magic fist. One yin and one yang, one cold and one hot, two qi rushing out at the same time, tyrannical and unparalleled, without any tricks, they slammed back into the tide, making 2 loud bangs. Bang bang. This sound was even far higher than the sound of the waves crashing on the shore. Tai Xiaohu was in the car along the river dam, and he heard it very clearly. It looks so real. Damn it, the boss actually shakes the tide. Tai Xiaohu braked abruptly, looked at this scene without blinking, and let out an exclamation from his mouth. Ling Yan used the great evolution star treasure art, the yin-yang art of one qi, and the heavenly gang demon fist to the limit. This was his full blow. The yin and yang qi formed 2 arc-shaped qi walls, and the waves of the turning tide slammed into these 2 transparent qi walls, and the instant the waves hit the pure yang qi, the steam evaporated, and hit the yin. The waves of cold air instantly became icy and biting, and even some water droplets turned into fine ice slag. The head-turning tide was instantly shattered by Ling Yan, and white waves splashed everywhere. Brush. Ling Yan's body fell on the dam in the distance, a charming smile evoked at the corner of his mouth, and the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. At the peak of the 7th level of physical training, infuriating chi can rush out of the body and turn into astral chi to fight against the enemy. This is the real heavenly assassin's demon fighting fist. To be continued. The tide was rushing incessantly, the waves crashed on the shore, the momentum was violent and deafening. HP, //772E6F742E6F%6. Brother Yun, you are so amazing that you even broke the huge waves formed by the turning tide with your bare hands. Tai Xiaohu parked the car in the distance, rushed over by himself, and shouted excitedly from a distance. I just used the Tiangang Demon Fist, and you can learn it soon. Although Tai Xiaohu's voice was covered up by the tide, it did not affect Ling Yun's hearing in the slightest. When he spoke to Tai Xiaohu, he directly used concentrated sound to form a line, and the sound was transmitted into the secret. Brother Yun, when can I learn it? Tai Xiaohu hurriedly asked after seeing the power of Tiangong's demon fighting fist. When you practice the internal skills of the raging waves and can hear the sound of the waves and the meridians with your ears, you will be able to practice the Tiangang demon fighting fist. Probably, it will take 3 months. Ah? Why does it take so long? Ling Yan chuckled, you must not be impatient all the way through your practice. You should concentrate on practicing the internal skills of the angry waves first. This is fundamental, do you understand? In fact, Ling Yun is looking forward to it. If Tai Xiaohu learns the Tiangang subduing magic fist, and cooperates with the dragon elephant divine energy, when he displays it against the enemy, how powerful it will be. Yes, I understand. Tai Xiaohu nodded vigorously. Ling Yun raised his hand and pointed to the protective railing on the dam, and said to Tai Xiaohu, now, stand outside the railing, don't use the Dian Star treasure art, and use your body to resist the impact of this huge wave. Ah? Tai Xiaohu was immediately stunned, so he couldn't be beaten to death by the giant waves. Not to mention, it is difficult to breathe. Attention, you must understand with your heart how that wave after wave of tides came over. Ling Yun didn't bother to explain to Tai Xiaohu at all. To truly practice the internal skills of Nu Tao well, this kind of personal understanding was the most important thing. This kind of cultivation method, although destructive and self-abuse, is the most effective. He can force Tai Xiaohu's greatest potential. Let him in the shortest possible time, integrate the internal skills of the raging waves. It is good. Tai Xiaohu saw that there was no room for negotiation. He said okay very simply, and rushed towards the protective railing in the distance. When the tide receded, Tai Xiaohu gently jumped over the railing, facing the surging tide on the river, his heart turned. He closed his eyes abruptly, ready to meet the impact of this violent wave. In the beginning, grasp the railing with both hands first, so as not to be blown away by the tide. But don't stick your back tightly to the railing, you must use your body to withstand the impact of the tide, and I have to endure the pain. So fast, such a violent torrent hit him, and Tai Xiaohu's body was bound to be slammed into the guardrail. The pain was unimaginable for ordinary people. And, the moment you get caught up in the tide. He couldn't breathe. Ling Yan could imagine the pain Tai Xiaohu would suffer, but how could he learn real kung fu without experiencing unforgettable pain? How can you see a rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? Cultivation is something that defies the sky. 1 hour later. Ling Yan lifted Tai Xiaohu, who was about to pass out, from behind the protective fence, but still let him stand still and let him reply on his own. Tai Xiaohu has reached the limit, and he must not fall down at this time. If he falls, he can't push his own limits. Tai Xiaohu opened his mouth wide and greedily breathed the oxygen in the air. He was already exhausted now, and barely stood on the ground with his legs trembling, recalling the thrilling, purgatory-like hour just now. What you feel now is the feeling of the person who will fight with you in the future. This time, Do you know how powerful the internal power of the raging waves is? Taking advantage of Tai Xiaohu's recovery time, Ling Yun pointed at him with a smile. I see, I really know. Tai Xiaohu gasped and nodded, only to feel endless pain in his chest and back, including his limbs. Hey, you didn't scold me in your heart, did you? Ling Yun teased Tai Xiaohu. It hurts to forget. Tai Xiaohu said with a smile. Tai Xiaohu's physique is indeed strong. If an ordinary person had been like this for an hour, he would have been beaten to death long ago, and he would have been suffocated to death, but after he left there, he responded quickly. Hey, I feel like I've become a little stronger. A strange excitement suddenly appeared on Tai Xiaohu's face, and there was an indescribable wonderful feeling in his body. Hee, this is the feeling of breaking through the limit. Ling Yun said with a smile. In the future, you will continue to practice like this every day. You can choose your own place. However, I can't be by your side all the time. You need to find more Qinglong's younger brothers and let them drag you out. Ling Yun told him with a smile. Until now, he took out 9 gold needles and pierced them into the large acupoints around Tai Xiaohu's body to help Tai Xiaohu activate the meridians and recover as soon as possible. Once you have mastered the internal energy of the furious waves, and have enough internal qi in your body, I will start teaching you hidden weapons, acupuncture points, and some moves. As long as you have internal qi, those are relatively simple. The name is brother, but in fact he is master and apprentice. Ling Yun really said nothing to Tai Xiaohu. Thank you, brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu said inexplicably, excitedly. Hee, between our brothers, you don't need to be so polite, you have also helped me a lot. Ling Yun smiled and patted Tai Xiaohu on the shoulder. That can't be compared at all. Those things are just errands. Brother Yun can find anyone to do it. Tai Xiaohu scratched his head and said. Ling Yun turned around, looked at the river in the distance, and said with a faint smile, there are so many things in this world that aren't errands. That's it for today, the clinic will open tomorrow, I guess I'll have a busy day, go back. Ling Yun returned to Villa number 1 and found that xuanhuan's room was still brightly lit. He knew that the little demon girl must not have slept, so he smiled and flew upstairs. Yo, both of you are here, why don't you sleep so late? Ling Yun directly broke into xuanhuan's room, looked at xuanhuan and Miao Xiaomiao, and said with a smile. It's not just to wait for you. I haven't returned home all night long, and I don't know where I've been fooling around again. Miao Xiaomiao was still angry with Ling Yun, she said with a frosty face. However, Miao Xiaomiao and Ling Yun fought back, but did not ignore him. You can go wherever you like, you can't control it. Ling Yun was also angry with Miao Xiaomiao, his needle pointed at Mei Meng. Brother Ling Yun. Xuanhuan saw that Ling Yun was back. Immediately rushed towards him. Ling Yun stretched out his hand and gently blocked. Ninger, wait for me, I'll go back to my room to take a shower and change my clothes. Ling Yun went back to his room. After washing, he changed into a brand new clothes and came back to Ninger's room. Hey, beauty. I want to whisper to my Ninger, please avoid it. Please bring the door with you when you go out, and don't overhear. Ling Yun smiled and said to Miao Xiaomiao. Besides, who cares? Miao Xiaomiao stood up and left xuanhuan's room with a twist of her delicate body, but deliberately did not close the door. Hey, sister. Xuanhuan couldn't stop her, she only had time to shout. Miao Xiaomiao's figure had disappeared. Brother Ling Yun. You're true too. You're a man, can't you just let my sister do it? Xuanhuan saw that Ling Yun drove Miao Xiaomiao away as soon as she came back. She was in a dilemma and could only turn her head to complain to Ling Yun. Girls, they should be gentle and considerate like Ninger from my family. Being virtuous, and being so fierce all day long is outrageous. Fart. Meow Xiaomiao's whispered coquettish voice came from next door. The sound insulation of the room was actually very good. Naturally, xuanhuan couldn't hear Meow Xiaomiao's voice, but it was not difficult for Ling Yun and Meow Xiaomiao. They both spoke to each other at all. Ling Yun is really able to reverse black and white. At least compared to the unruly and willful little demon girl, the one who is gentle and considerate, virtuous, is definitely Meow Xiaomiao. Ah? I am gentle and considerate? Is it really me? The girls who fell in love seemed to be so easy to deceive. The little demon girl instantly believed Ling Yun's nonsense. Ling Yun spit out lightly. With a gust of wind, xuanhuan's bedroom door was pushed by his palm and closed with a snap. Ling Yun's hand was so beautiful that xuanhuan didn't even have time to let out a surprised coquettish cry when she found herself being held in Ling Yun's arms. Xuanhuan only felt that her delicate body was numb, and her whole body was full of electric currents. She was a little heroic. The last time the two made out was before Ling Yun went to sea. The little demon girl really missed the feeling of being hugged by Ling Yun. After some warm kisses, Ling Yun's big hand climbed onto the little demon girl's chest, and through the silk pajamas, she could feel the firmness and smoothness inside. The little demon girl was panting, her delicate body trembling slightly. Her delicate body shrunk in Ling Yun's arms, turning into an obedient kitten. Ninger, there are many things wrong with the meridian and acupuncture map on your wall. I drew a new one today, and you will follow that in the future. Well, I saw it as soon as my sister and I came back, and my sister said that you are amazing. She dares to enter my room without permission? It's really unbelievable. Ling Yun said in shock. I went in and took it out myself. Xuanhuan blushed and quickly defended. Ling Yun was disappointed for a while, thinking that Meow Xiaomiao still sticks to the principle. This is definitely not a good habit. Have you all memorized the Lingxi secret art? Ling Yun asked Ninger with a gentle tone, smiling. Although Lingxi Ju is extremely useful, the number of words is very small. It is not difficult to memorize, and it is not difficult to understand. With xuanhuan's IQ, it should not be difficult. The formula is very easy to memorize. It's only a few hundred words, and I'll be familiar with it very quickly. The little demon girl held down Ling Yun's big hand and said while twisting her delicate body. This feeling is unbelievable and unforgettable. Brother Ling Yun, can you stop bullying my sister in the future? She is really good. Your clinic will open tomorrow, and my sister has prepared a gift for you. Xuanhuan suddenly said to Ling Yun. Oh? Really fake? What gift? Ling Yun Xian said that this is the sun coming out from the west? Or is Meow Xiaomiao confused? Hey, it's right there, open it for yourself. Xuanhuan pointed at a corner with her hand at will. Ling Yun decisively swept away with his divine sense, and then he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It turned out to be a brick. Bright golden bricks. There are a total of 6 pieces of the same size, each of which is the size of a blue brick, with golden light flowing, solid and heavy, and a piece of at least 50 kilograms. 300 caddies of gold bricks. To be continued. When Ling Yun saw Qian's eyes open, his Adam's apple trembled, his eyes lit up, he came to the golden brick in a single stride, leaned over suddenly, and copied the 2 golden bricks in his hand. Ninger, where's your scale? Xuanhuan looked at it and giggled, no need to weigh, each piece is 50 pounds. 1 piece is 50 caddies, 6 is 300 caddies, a total of 150,000 grams. According to the real-time gold price, 1 gram is about 275 yuan. The value of these 6 gold bricks is at least 40 million. Qin Dongxue just gave him a check of 500 million yuan, but it has not been covered up yet, and the 6 gold bricks are in hand again. Ling Yun was so happy that the babble was going to flow out. Hey, such a big, heavy brick, hitting someone's head with this thing will definitely work well. Ling Yun held a gold brick in his left and right hands, and tossed it back and forth, but his heart was filled with joy, and he said with a smile, God, seeing these 6 gold bricks, the first time I was not thinking about how to hide them, but thinking about using the gold bricks to pat people's heads. Ling Yun could do it. Ah? Xuanhuan was a little silly, thinking that brother Ling Yun's idea was really different. Why didn't I think of it? She glanced at Ling Yun and whispered again. This is what my sister brought out when she came out. Now that she has seen her grandfather, these things are no longer needed, so I took them all out for you. Gold is definitely hard currency, whether it is sold to a gold store or a bank, it can be exchanged for the equivalent cash immediately. Miao Xiaomiao came out with so much gold, which shows the wealth of the Miao Border Gu clan. Ling Yun was shocked. Hey, your sister is too polite. I just opened a clinic and gave me such a big gift. How can I be embarrassed? Well, ha ha ha. Ling Yun said that he was embarrassed, but his hands were not idle. He put the 6 gold bricks into the space ring one by one, because there were more and more things in the space ring, but there was only about 1 cubic meter of space. Ling Yun had no choice but to throw all 6 gold bricks into the Shenongding. This space ring is too small. Now there are too many things in it and it has become very crowded. Ling Yun is going to find an opportunity to upgrade it and make the space bigger. Ling Yun put the 6 gold bricks into the bag without hesitation, but did not forget to slap it, and warned Ninger very unscrupulously, Ninger. Your sister suddenly gave me such a big gift, you have to be careful of her. Son. Be sure to prevent her from taking me away from you. I definitely won't agree. Fart. You unscrupulous greedy ghost. Miao Xiaomiao next door scolded shamefully. Miao Xiaomiao tightly covered her head and face with the sheet. She really didn't want to hear the conversation between Ling Yun and Ninger, but it was strange. Although she had already closed her 6 senses, Ling Yun's voice was still accurate. Sent into her ears, not a word was missed. Xuanhuan gave Ling Yun a glare and looked at Ling Yun like an idiot. What are you thinking? My sister gave you a gift, because you saved Grandpa's life. She also promised to help Grandpa and Grandma Miao recover. It's okay, she gave it to you to thank you. Ling Yun didn't care why Miao Xiaomiao gave him such a big gift, anyway, he accepted it unceremoniously. Ling Yun was about to start refining the utensils. These golds are very useful metal materials, so I bought them cheaply. No matter how precious. What a valuable metal, Ling Yun will never exchange it for money, because these are all high-quality refining materials. Take the real metal and exchange for some waste paper or illusory electronic numbers. That's what a fool does. Of course, in the eyes of ordinary people, if they knew that Ling Yun had refined all these metals, they would also call him an idiot. Look at Ninger, this is the 9-needle method of Lingshu that I wrote for you. It contains all the principles of acupuncture and the skills of acupuncture. You can take a look at it yourself. The 9 needles of the spiritual pivot are all based on the principle of mutual generation and mutual inhibition of the 5 elements and 5 Tibetans. This is not much different from the principles of traditional Chinese medicine. The emphasis is on understanding and practice. Ling Yun talked to Xuanhuan about serious business, his expression gradually became serious, and his tone was also very serious. Xuanhuan said in surprise, Brother Ling Yun, I know all this, Chinese medicine cures the root cause, I know all this, but why are you able to cure many patients in an instant? It may not be difficult to cure some injuries, but it is difficult to cure them instantly, because this can relieve the patient from the pain and suffering suffered during the long treatment process. This is Ling Yun's 9 needles, one of the most valuable places. Xuanhuan asked the key. Ling Yun smiled and said, Of course there is a mysterious method here, the method is the Lingxi art, only the person who gives the needle has the spiritual energy, and the spiritual energy can be transferred into the patient's body through the acupuncture method of the 9 needles of the Lingshu. to repair his lesions, directly suppress or resolve the source of the disease. The reason why the 9 needles of the spirit pivot is against the sky is that the acupuncture method and the spiritual energy complement each other and are indispensable, but the spiritual energy is more important than the acupuncture method. Xuanhuan understood, but she continued to ask, Brother Lingyun, my grandfather can also use acupuncture for qi, why can't he let the patient recover immediately? Ling Yunxian explained a cognitive error of Xuanhuan with a smile. Ninger, pay attention, the 9 needles of Lingshu can't make any patient recover immediately, this is just a relative statement. This is to separate people and diseases. Do you remember the old man we treated at the place where the car accident happened? He injured his brain, and I used the 9 needles of the spirit pivot to treat him at the time, but it will take at least 3 weeks for him to fully recover. He must be completely healed by now. As for Grandpa Shue's acupuncture and medical skills, he also needs to divide people and diseases. For those with mild pain, he can be cured in an instant, and for those who are terminally ill, he is naturally also difficult to treat. For example, Li Qingchuan, he can't help. Xuanhuan was fascinated by what she heard. She interrupted and asked, but Brother Lingyun only treated Brother Qingchuan once, and he cured him. Could it be that this is the secret of acupuncture and aura? Lingyun shook his head slowly and said with a smile, the magic of acupuncture against the sky and the magical effect of spiritual qi is only one of the reasons, and the other reason is that, to treat which part of the human body, it is necessary to use the principle of mutual generation and mutual restraint of the 5 elements to use acupuncture to cross the qi, and to use mutual generation. The 5 elements of spiritual qi to revitalize the injured part. Use the aura of mutual restraint to suppress the source of the injury. The 2 are combined, and the effect will naturally be good and fast. At the same time, the stronger the spiritual energy in your body, the more spiritual energy you can use at one time, and the better your healing effect. You can even achieve instant healing. There is a reason why Grandpa Shui was able to become the #1 doctor in China. Because of his physical attributes, which are wood attributes, the true qi he cultivates naturally carries a strong vitality. That's why Grandpa Shui has the confidence to use his medical skills to ensure that Li Qingchuan can live to 40. Ling Yan's analysis was incisive and straightforward. Xuanhuan nodded again, and finally said in shock, is that so? Then, Brother Lingyun, what kind of attributes do I have? Lingyun laughed and said, Ninger has 4 of the 5 elements, the water attribute is the strongest, and the only thing missing is soil. Soil represents thickness, and water represents change. Xuanhuan's character is sometimes unruly, sometimes gentle, and unpredictable. This is not unrelated to the lack of soil in the 5 elements. What about my sister? Her? She is with your grandfather. She is of the wood attribute, so the ignition is on. The first half of Lingyun's sentence was true, and the second half was a retaliatory nonsense. Hearing this sentence in Miao Xiaomiao's ears, he couldn't help but curse again. Xuanhuan was annoyed for a while. He pouted and muttered, then I lack soil in the 5 elements. Is it possible that some patients cannot be treated? People of this age imagine that they are the most perfect, and that nothing can be lacking. Xuanhuan has 4 of the 5 elements. In fact, it is already against the sky, but she is still not satisfied. Lingyun smiled and said, Ninger is wrong. In fact, what attributes the human body has and what attributes it lacks are relative, not absolute. Seriously, everyone has all 5 elements, you forgot the internal organs of the human body represent the 5 elements and 5 possessions, and they are indispensable. Now, I asked you to memorize the Lingxi art. As long as you learn this method, you can absorb the spiritual energy of the 5 elements. I teach you the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, just to lay a good foundation for you. I will teach you the 5 elements in the future. Needle, that's my housekeeping skill. Yeah. There are also the 5 elements divine needle? Xuanhuan exclaimed coquettishly and said in shock. She really didn't expect that Ling Yun had just started teaching her the 9 needles of the spirit pivot, and she hadn't started learning yet, so Ling Yun actually said the 5 elements divine needle. Ling Yun stroked Xuanhuan's long hair lightly, and said softly, "Of course there is. Brother Ling Yun has a lot to teach you. You don't have to worry, just learn slowly." When he said this just now, Ling Yun did not deliberately lower his voice, he even raised his voice a little so that Miao Xiaomiao next door could hear it clearly. In any case, Miao Xiaomiao is also the granddaughter of Dr. Shui, not to mention the opening of Ling Yun Clinic. Miao Xiaomiao gave him such a big gift, of course Ling Yun would not be really stingy. He didn't favor one over the other, and treated him equally. However, Ling Yun was not so filthy that he used his spiritual sense to observe Miao Xiaomiao's behavior. He had done what he should have done. Ling Yun taught Xuanhuan the 9 needles of the Ling Shu, on the mutual growth and mutual restraint of the 5 elements. Xuanhuan was shocked when she heard it, and Miao Xiaomiao next door heard it. Gu Miao is good at using gu poison, whether it is gu poison or some elementary illusions, they will be involved since childhood. Miao Fenghuang has always cultivated Miao Xiaomiao as a new generation of Miaozhong Saintess, and it is impossible not to teach her. Since she can use poison, she is of course good at medical skills, and Saintess Miaozhong's medical skills are not much worse than that of Shueshini. Therefore, Miao Xiaomiao's current medical skills are actually much higher than Xuanhuan. Ling Yun's long speeches are very simple and easy to understand. Most of Miao Xiaomiao already know it, but when Ling Yun talks about Reiki and Lingxi art, he really shocked Miao Xiaomiao. Lingxi art can absorb and invoke the 5 elements of spiritual energy, which is of great help to the cultivation of gu art. He's amazing. Miao Xiaomiao was heartbroken for the 3rd time, and suddenly felt that his heart trembled secretly and inexplicably. To be continued. Ling Yun explained to Xuanhuan the principle of the 9 needles of the Ling Shu, and then focused on explaining the secrets of the Lingxi formula and the cultivation method to her. He didn't return to his room until it was very late, fearing that it would affect Xuanhuan's rest. Ling Yun still used meditation instead of sleep. Time flew by in the frenzied practice, and soon ushered in the dawn of the next day. Today, Ling Yun's clinic opened. Ling Yun was the first to get out of bed. He did not disturb Xuanhuan, who was dreaming sweetly. He flew out of the window on the 2nd floor and came to the courtyard. The rising sun is rising in the east. Ling Yun wants to absorb the fire of the great sun and practice his great evolution of the stars. Since it was impossible for him to succeed in the past, Ling Yun madly absorbed the power of Sun Jingyu Hua and stars to further strengthen himself. An hour later, Ling Yun finished practicing. He was about to return to the living room of the villa, but saw Miao Xiaomiao dressed neatly and walked out of the villa. Miao Xiaomiao was wearing an aqua-green dress with short sleeves and waist, her skin was snow-white and crystal clear, her long black hair was flying, and her beautiful legs were slender and straight. The morning sun shone on her body, casting a faint halo all over her body. Simply beautiful. It's so beautiful. Ling Yun looked at it in a daze, but couldn't help but was stunned for a moment, before he stopped invisibly. Then, the next moment, Ling Yun was furious, he was going crazy. I saw Miao Xiaomiao coming outside the courtyard, beckoning lightly. A chirping sound suddenly sounded from a corner. Ling Yun turned his head and looked, angry. A chubby little golden silkworm fluttered its wings from Ling Yun's 7 luminaries grass, as fast as lightning, drawing a golden streamer, and instantly landed on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder. Xiao Jin was obviously too full to eat, his stomach was full and round, and he was lying on Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder, and he didn't even bother to flap his wings. I wipe. Ling Yun knew it was going to be bad. He immediately jumped to the place of the 7 lights grass. Looking down, sure enough, one of the leaves of my precious 7 lights grass has been eaten by Xiao Jin, and it is incomplete. I am going to kill you. Ling Yun was distressed and furious, and shouted loudly. Without hesitation, he flew up and landed in front of Miao Xiaomiao in an instant. Diane, gathering star treasures to protect the body, reach out to look at Miao Xiaomiao's shoulder like lightning. Xiao Jin is very spiritual. It knew something was wrong, and immediately fluttered its wings and flew high in a panic, at least twice as fast as before. The golden shadow flashed, and it flew high into the sky. Ling Yun, what are you doing? Miao Xiaomiao saw Ling Yun's palms whistling and his face was full of anger, knowing that he was coming for real. Immediately he shouted angrily. Humph! Ling Yun snorted coldly, but didn't answer. His left hand suddenly raised, a large needle shot straight into the sky, and shot at Xiao Jin in the air. Hey! Little Jin fluttered his wings and squeaked lightly, turning around suddenly in the air, avoiding the big needle. In an instant, he shot up dozens of meters higher, avoiding Ling Yun's attack range. Ling Yun, you dare to bully Xiao Jin, I will fight with you. When Miao Xiaomiao saw that Ling Yun saw her coming out, she started to attack Xiao Jin without saying a word, and she was also angry. As soon as the two prime hands were raised, they were about to fight Ling Yun desperately. Ah! Sister, brother Ling Yun, what are you two doing in the early morning? Ling Yun's anger woke xuanhuan, who was sleeping soundly. She hurried to the window, grabbed her head and shouted down. Humph, put away your poison, those things are useless to me. Ling Yun snorted angrily at Miao Xiaomiao first, then raised his hand to point to the sky, and said to Miao Xiaomiao, it stole my precious herb, do you think it should be beaten? Miao Xiaomiao blinked her beautiful eyes like a crescent moon, turned her head to look at the place where Ling Yun planted the 7 luminous grass, and then turned her head to look at Ling Yun in disdain. Oh, I thought it was a big deal. It turned out to be for a sunspot grass? And, look at your stingy. What? Sun-spotted grass? It turns out that the 7-spotted grass is called sun-spotted grass in this world. However, Ling Yun didn't have time to know what the name of the 7 lights grass was, so he said angrily to Miao Xiaomiao, look at this, co-author, do you know that Xiao Jin ate my sun-spotted grass? Ling Yun, this is just nonsense. Miao Xiaomiao and the top-quality golden silkworm goo have the same soul, so how can one not know? Miao Xiaomiao frowned and said, I know, isn't it a sunspot grass, it's worth your treatment of Xiao Jin, really. This kind of grass is not lacking in the 100,000 mountains in Miaojiang. Miao Xiaomiao has seen a valley full of it, so she is not very rare. However, when Ling Yun was transplanting the 7 glory grass, he once injected an immortal aura into the 7 glory grass, which was something Miao Xiaomiao didn't know. Without this immortal aura, with Ling Yun's current cultivation, the 7 lights grass would be of little help to Ling Yun, but with this immortal aura, the 7 lights pills produced would be different, they can still help Ling Yun to impact training air period. Ling Yun felt extremely distressed and shouted angrily, since you know, why did you let Xiao Jin steal it? This is stealing, do you understand the behavior of the thief? You pay me. Miao Xiaomiao didn't care, it was the first time she saw Ling Yun so angry and lose his temper, but there was a narrow smile in her eyes, and she curled her lips, if you pay, you will pay, when you go to our Miaojiang, how much we will give you these days. How many? Ling Yun heard a move in his heart, thinking that there are so many 7 luminous grasses in Miaojiang. Isn't that old man developed? However, he still stretched out his thumb, pointed at the 7 luminaries grass in the corner, and said in a cold voice, I want you to pay for that one, mine is different, it was cultivated by me with aura, the ones you told me different. Ling Yun did not say that he cultivated it with immortal aura. Immortal aura was one of his big secrets, and this was not a casual statement. Gah! When Miao Xiaomiao heard this, she was a little stunned. She knew that Xiao Jin liked to eat the 7 lights grass after she discovered it. She originally thought that Xiao Jin had not eaten the spirit grass that suits her appetite for a long time, but now she found that Ling Yun's villa had so many one plant, I just ate a few mouthfuls, but I didn't expect that this was actually poured out by Ling Yun with spiritual energy. Miao Xiaomiao suddenly knew why Ling Yun was so distressed. She knew that she was wrong. She suddenly showed a beautiful face, and smiled sweetly at Ling Yun. Ling Yun, isn't it just a sun-spotted grass, and Xiao Jin only not a few leaves? It's just that, it will grow soon. It has to be said that the sweet smile of this superb goddess, Miao Xiaomiao, is still very lethal. Ling Yun couldn't help but be in a trance when he saw it, but he still rejected all temptations, and said angrily, the most valuable one is the sun-spotted grass. It's those blades of grass. Now Xiao Jin gave me half of a blade of grass, what do you think I should do? Seeing Ling Yun not giving in, Miao Xiaomiao was also a little embarrassed in her heart. Her face was embarrassed, and she whispered, didn't I say, wait for you to go to Miaojiang? How much do you want this kind of sun-spotted grass? I will find it for you, this is not yet. Ling Yun scratched his head and thought for a while. Half a blade of grass was replaced by countless 7 luminous grasses, which was already cost-effective, but of course he wanted to take advantage of the victory to pursue, and then said, Guangri spotted grass is not good, you have to help me find other herbs. Since there are 7 luminous herbs in the 100,000 mountains of Miaojiang, it seems that there will be no shortage of other elixir and herbs. Of course, Ling Yun has to make a lot of money. I know you are greedy. Okay, anyway, there are so many in the 100,000 mountains. As long as you have enough time, you are not afraid of climbing mountains and wading water, and you are not afraid of those miasma poisonous insects, I will take you to find them. Miao Xiaomiao agreed without hesitation, but did not forget to give Ling Yun a threatening warning. Ling Yun is of course not from Shaman University. He smiled and said, don't worry, I haven't seen the miasma that can poison me, I'm just looking for a chance to see it. The two had reached a preliminary cooperation agreement, but Ling Yun said, however, you must not let Xiao Jin steal my sun-spotted grass. I will use this thing to refine the medicine pill, it will be of great use in the future. Did you hear that? Miao Xiaomiao said in her heart that Xiao Jin had already had enough to eat, and he didn't need to eat for at least 2 months, so he wouldn't eat your sun-spotted grass. So Miao Xiaomiao readily nodded in agreement. Brother Ling Yun, are you two just arguing about something like this? Xuanhuan ran out of the villa sleepily. After hearing the whole story, she couldn't help being angry and laughing. Brother Ling Yun, Grandpa is going to give you a lot of medicinal herbs today, including Tianshan snow lotus, and red sun grass. What do you do with such a rare grass? Ling Yun was stunned, thinking that old man, Shui, was going to bleed too much. At this time, Ling Yun still didn't know how many shocking gifts he would get when the clinic opened today, and he was going to give it today. He. Xuanhuan sneered and said again, okay, you'll know when the time comes, go and make breakfast, I'm hungry. Xuanhuan resisted not saying that her family was going to give Ling Yun a gift last night. She wanted to give Ling Yun a big surprise. Ling Yun raised his finger to the sky, looked at the top-quality golden silkworm that turned into a golden dot in the sky, and said, hey, don't fall into my hands, if you are caught by me, see if I won't hold you back. It's roasted, eat roasted golden silkworms. Dare to eat, Xiao Jin? It won't kill you. Miao Xiaomiao couldn't help but retorted when she saw Ling Yun was still holding Xiao Jin. However, thinking of Ling Yun's anger just now, that strange and erratic movement, and that domineering and fierce palm, Miao Xiaomiao really trembled in her heart, thinking that it had only been a month and a half, and Ling Yun's strength had reached such a terrifying level. If it wasn't for Xiao Jin hiding quickly, he would at least be shocked by Ling Yun's palm wind now. Stingy, if you turn your face, I've never seen a man like you. In order to hide her feelings, Miao Xiaomiao casually scolded Ling Yun, gave Ling Yun a blank look, and took Xuanhuan to go back to the house first. Ling Yun flew to the side of the 7 lights grass, looked at his injured 7 lights grass for a long time, and silently calculated in his heart how many pills would be less refined. Loss, definitely a big loss. However, if compared with the benefits that Ling Yun could get from going to Miaojiang, it was really insignificant. Thinking of this, Ling Yun laughed proudly again. He seemed to see that in the valley of the 100,000 mountains, there were countless seven lights grass, waiting for him to pick. To be continued. Qingshui City is really a rare good weather today. There are no clouds, the blue sky is like washing, and the sun is shining, which can dazzle people's eyes. It is also strange that this year's rainy season in Jiangnan province came very late. In previous years, it started to rain in the first 10 days of May. This year, it is late May, and God is still stingy, and not a single drop of rain has fallen. Probably, the super heavy rain at the end of March, which was once in a century, really exhausted the inventory of God, and it will take some time for the old man to recover. At 8 o'clock in the morning, at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road in Qingshui City, inside the ordinary clinic, Yao Rou is wearing a snow-white long-sleeved shirt, a black short skirt with a waist and a hip, high-heeled sandals on her feet, long hair and high plait, light makeup, swipe eyeshadow, red lips, and the whole body is beautiful. It looks elegant and sexy, giving people a very capable feeling. The ordinary clinic opened today. Yao Rou was so excited that she didn't sleep well last night. She got up early and cleaned the entire clinic by herself. Now, she is speaking to the 3 new nurses at the ordinary clinic. The 3 beautiful nurses were named Shang Xiaoming, Sun Yujiao, and Li Jinlian. Shang Xiaoming is 19 years old, not tall, only 1.60 meters tall, with a childish face, big eyes blinking and blinking, always looking very innocent. She is a cute loli. Sun Yujiao is 20 years old, with a slender body. She is 1.75 meters, her legs are very long, her skin is very white, she does not wear makeup, her eyes are very sharp, the bridge of the nose is pretty, and the corners of her lips are slightly pursed. She is cold and arrogant. Li Jinlian is 25 years old. She is of medium height, 1.68 meters tall, with a slender and embossed figure, her eyes are seductive, and there is always a bright smile on the corners of her mouth. The kind of bold and pungent, flirtatious coquettish. Mature woman. The 3 female nurses came to the ordinary clinic on their first day to work. They were wearing the same pink nurse uniforms. I'm very sorry, everyone came to work on the first day, which was Saturday, but there was no way. Our ordinary clinic opened today. However, our nursing industry is like this. There are 3 shifts every day, and there are patients who need to be taken care of every day. I believe everyone is used to it. Yao Rou smiled and said a few opening remarks, and then continued, the general situation of our ordinary clinic, I have already said it during the interview, now let's get to know each other first, and get familiar with the environment here as soon as possible. 10 o'clock. Open on time. Now. I need to go up to the 2nd floor and tidy up, let's chat for a while. Yao Rou didn't say too much nonsense, she briefly explained it, and turned around to go to the 2nd floor. Ling Yun is a doctor in attendance. He will definitely wear a symbolic white coat when he opens his business today. Yao Rou wants to iron him well. Li Jinlian suddenly stopped her with a charming smile, and asked, Head nurse, although we are a Chinese medicine clinic, we must have a Chinese medicine doctor, right? Just the 4 of us nurses, how can we open this business? Yao Rou replied with a smile, you can rest assured, before 10 o'clock in the morning. The doctor will definitely come. Seeing Yao Rou hurry to the 2nd floor, the 3 beautiful nurses couldn't help looking at each other, thinking that this ordinary clinic is really unreliable. Hello, my name is Li Jinlian. I used to be in the surgery department of Qingxi District People's Hospital. Hello, Sister Li, my name is Shang Xiaoming, I graduated from the health school. The internship has just ended. Sun Yujiao, Department of Surgery of the Provincial Hospital. All 3 are nurses. Li Jinlian has the longest nursing experience and the most extensive nursing experience. She has been a nurse for 6 years. As for the background, it was the cool and arrogant Sun Yujiao who was the most famous. She came from the surgical department of the provincial hospital and was very famous. As for little Lolita Zheng Xiaoming, needless to say, she has just finished her internship. The three women were in a show. As soon as Xiao Rou went upstairs, they quickly became acquainted with each other, and began to chat and express their own opinions. Of course, it was mainly the mature Li Jinlian and the little lowly Zheng Xiaoming who were talking, while Sun Yujiao sat there quietly and rarely interrupted. "Hey," I said, "did the two of you find out? Our clinic is a bit out of tune. Although the area is not small, there is not even a medicine cabinet in this clinic. It's really strange. Why don't we sell medicines? Make money?" Li Jinlian lowered her voice deliberately and said to Sun Yujiao and Zheng Xiaoming. Yes, there is not even a nursing instrument, a thermometer, a sphygmomanometer, and a stethoscope. How can you open a clinic like this?" Zheng Xiaoming stared at her big eyes and looked around blankly. She couldn't find any medical equipment in every corner of the clinic, she couldn't help saying. Li Jinlian went on to say, "Also, people who can open such a large clinic in Qingshui City have to be famous, but we still don't know which famous doctor is here." Sun Yujiao finally interrupted. She raised her head and pointed at the wall lightly. She pursed her mouth and said, "Look at the business license. Isn't the owner of the clinic named Ling Yun? I guess it should be him." Li Jinlian raised her head and glanced, curled her delicate lips, and said disdainfully, "Is it him? I have never heard of such a doctor in Qingshui City, and there is something wrong with this business license." There was indeed something wrong. On the business license, there was only Ling Yun's name, but there was no picture of Ling Yun. This was Ling Yun's deliberate request. Tang Meng had no choice but to do it. Ling Yun said, whoever dared to find fault with this, he would just shoot him away. Sun Yujiao said lightly, "This is not the point is age." It can be seen from this point that although Sun Yujiao is cold and arrogant and taciturn, she is a very careful person. Zheng Xiaoming stepped forward to take a closer look, and immediately opened her mouth wide and exclaimed, 18 years old? Officials stipulate that to open a personal clinic, after obtaining a physician's practice certificate, it is necessary to engage in clinical work in the same specialty for more than 5 years. Did you get the physician's practice certificate at the age of 13? This is simply not possible. Li Jinlian murmured, "Maybe he is just the owner of this clinic. He became a doctor at the age of 18. I have never heard of it, and Chinese medicine is even more impossible. An 18-year-old little boy would believe him. Fooling around?" Li Jinlian thought about it for a while, and suddenly her beautiful eyes swept into the clinic, looking at the 12 cubicles, then turned her eyes back, and said to the two nervously, "You said, this clinic will it be selling dog meat with sheep's head? This clinic, as long as the brand is changed, is a place for massage and pedicure, which is very suitable." Zheng Xiaoming was taken aback by Li Jinlian's judgment, her huge chest trembled, and she covered her small mouth and exclaimed, "No way? That's too outrageous?" Sun Yujiao frowned slightly, "Don't guess, it's going to open soon, we just need to wait for the doctor to come, can't we know at a glance?" Li Jinlian's eyes rolled, he smiled, but did not speak. Zheng Xiaoming clutched her towering chest and said, "Sisterly scared me to death. She is still a big girl, so she won't do that kind of thing. I came here because the salary offered by this clinic is high enough, the treatment is really attractive, and there is no need to spend money to find a relationship, otherwise, I would rather rely on a relationship to go to work in a big hospital." Not only Zheng Xiaoming, but also Li Jinlian and Sun Yujiao were willing to give up their bright future and come to work at the ordinary clinic, because the conditions offered here are too tempting, which is really exciting. Unless you don't believe it, as long as you believe it, you can't resist the temptation of this salary. The monthly salary is 12,000. This is a salary that only real white-collar workers can get in Qingshui City. It is 3 to 4 times that of a nurse working in a large hospital. Who can resist this temptation? Otherwise, Li Jinlian and Sun Yujiao would not be willing to subdue to Yao Rou, a college student who has not graduated yet, and obey her management. Although Li Jinlian was good at talking and laughing, she was actually jealous of Yao Rou in her heart, but she didn't show it for the sake of her salary. Wait and see, it's going to open soon anyway. The 3 beautiful nurses had their own thoughts and began to talk about the hottest topic nowadays. After Lingyun finished breakfast, he left Villa number 1 and walked towards the ordinary clinic. Villa number 1 is very close to the ordinary clinic, only about 3 kilometers away. Lingyun left the Land Rover at home on a whim and walked on foot. Shui Mining and Miao Xiaomiao went back to Shini Shui's house after breakfast. They wanted to come with Shini Shui. The clothing store has opened so early. It seems that Wang Hongyuan is very motivated. At the southwest corner of the intersection, Ling Yin stopped, and at the entrance of his clothing store, he used his spiritual sense to explore inside, and found that the inside had changed a lot. He couldn't help but nodded in satisfaction. When the green light came on, Ling Yun crossed the road and soon came to the northeast corner of the intersection, the door of the ordinary clinic, and looked around. Ordinary clinics, hey, unfortunately, it's actually better to call it a terminally ill clinic. Ling Yun shook his head regretfully, and walked in as soon as he pushed open the door. The first thing he saw was naturally the 3 beautiful nurses sitting together. Ling Yan's eyes lit up immediately, thinking that Tang Meng would really recruit people, and the 3 nurses' looks were all top-notch. When the 3 pretty nurses saw someone coming in, they turned their heads at the same time. As soon as they saw Ling Yun, they froze at the same time. How can there be such a handsome boy? Wow, so handsome! Shang Xiaoming called out first, and she couldn't help it. Li Jinlian's heart trembled fiercely, only to feel that her body was hit by a powerful electric current, her delicate body was numb, and her breathing became short. Sun Yujiao was also stunned for a moment, her pretty face flushed slightly, but she quickly turned her head and didn't look at Ling Yun again. Hello, are you looking for a doctor? Our clinic, still. Shang Xiaoming stood up, covered her huge and towering chest, and said with a blushing face with her small mouth open. There was no way, because Ling Yan's eyes were staring there, and she looked a little embarrassed. She had the heart to say that the ordinary clinic had not yet opened, but the words came to her lips, but she swallowed it back. Faced with such a handsome guy, if she could take one more look, she would of course not drive them out. Ling Yan's mouth curled into a charming smile, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly. He said with a smile, "Good morning, 3 beauties, I'm Ling Yun." To be continued. The second update is here, calling for a monthly pass, and you are still 20 votes away from entering the top 50 in the total list. Please support the fairy doctor. Thank you, there are 2 more today. Ling Yun? Why does it sound so familiar? Shang Xiaoming was confused for a while, her big eyes rolled up, she suddenly screamed yeah, pointed at Ling Yunjiao and shouted, "You are the boss of the clinic. Isn't the legal person of an ordinary clinic the owner of the clinic?" The first time he was called the boss, Ling Yun laughed and nodded casually, but saw the eldest nurse, with a smile on the corners of her brows and eyes, walking towards him in a charming manner. Li Jinlian came to Ling Yun and glanced at Ling Yun with ecstatic eyes. "The boss is here? How did you come here?" Ling Yun was stimulated by the unknown perfume on Li Jinlian's body. He couldn't help but touched his nose and said, "Come here." Hearing that Ling Yun had come over, Li Jinlian was unavoidably disappointed in her heart. Dao Fu Shui, Ling Yun occupied 2 of the words. He was indeed tall and handsome, but unfortunately he didn't even have a car, so he wasn't rich. No need to ask, it seems that this clinic is also rented. Originally, after looking at the business license of the clinic, Li Jinglian thought that someone's slutty boy wanted to open a clinic on a whim. She was also thinking about catching a golden tortoise-in-law. Now it seems that her plan is to miscarried. Li Jinglian knew that to be able to rent such a big house in this place with an inch of land and an inch of gold, Ling Yun's family could be considered generally wealthy, but this was far from Li Jinglian's requirements. Sit down, boss, I'll help you pour the water. Among the three beautiful nurses, Zheng Xiaoming has the lowest qualifications, and she is very knowledgeable about her work. Ling Yun, why are you here so early? Yao Ro heard the voice from the second floor. She felt a burst of joy in her heart, and rushed downstairs with small steps. Ling Yun just sat down. He stood up immediately. He smiled at Yao Ro. Anyway, it's okay to stay at home. Come over early to have a look. Today's opening, you can't be busy here alone. Yao Ro is happy in her heart. She twisted her body forward, in front of the three pretty little nurses. His arm suddenly wrapped around Ling Yun's arm. Come on, your white lab coat. I've ironed it for you. You can put it on and see if it fits? Ling Yun muttered, I don't wear that, don't screw it up. However, Yao Ro was still dragged up to the second floor. Zheng Xiaoming held the water cup, and turned her head 90 degrees as the two went upstairs. Finally, she turned around and looked at the other two nurses and said, is he really the doctor here? Li Jinglian and Sun Yujiao were also completely stunned. The three of them looked at each other, stunned. Come to the second floor. Ling Yun directly sat down on the sofa, then lay down comfortably on the back of the sofa, and said to Yao Ro with a smile, Ruer, didn't you tell me not to let you work? Tang Meng and the others will be here soon. Just let him toss. Yao Ro smiled with a blushing face, took out a snow-white coat from the master bedroom, and walked lightly in front of Ling Yun. He put his hands forward and said, Come on, try it. To be honest, Ling Yun really felt awkward looking at the doctor's professional attire, but he couldn't bear to touch Yao Ro's heart. So he stood up and said, Then wear it once, but only this time. I won't wear it in the future. Yao Ro sneered and waited for Ling Yun to put on the white coat. After looking back and forth, she blinked her beautiful eyes and said, Ling Yun. You are so handsome. The three of them have just straightened their eyes. Since losing weight, Ling Yun has become accustomed to the hot gazes of beautiful women, and he said indifferently, Hey, you have to look after me from now on, but don't let me be distracted by them. Yao Ro lightly beat Ling Yun with her pink fist, and said coquettishly, Fuck you. Ling Yun's big hands, however, were not honest, and walked around Yao Ro's body very skillfully, only 3 or 2 times making Yao Ro teased and panting. Who? Husband, I can't take it anymore. There are still a lot of business things to do today. Wait for tonight, okay? At this time, Ling Yun had already lifted up Yao Ro's short skirt that covered her hips, stroking Yao Ro's mysterious place with her hands, enjoying the smooth feeling to the fullest, her mouth beside Yao Ro's ear, and she said softly, Are you ready at home? Shall we enter the bridal chamber tonight? Yao Ro's delicate body had already softened completely. She trembled as if she had been electrocuted, her face flushed red, and she panted and said, Well. Yao Ro's body is like a prairie fire. She has long been speechless. After waiting for a long time, I finally waited until today. Where is there another one that doesn't work? At this moment, Tang Meng called Ling Yun, saying that he had already arrived at the door of the clinic, and also brought a few brothers over to help, and wanted to introduce him to Ling Yun. Ling Yun asked Yao Ro to rearrange her clothes. He himself flew downstairs in a white coat, passed in front of the 3 stunned beauties, and came directly to the door. When Tang Meng saw Ling Yun running out of the clinic wearing a white coat, he couldn't help but wanted to laugh. However, in front of the 5 brothers, of course he didn't dare to laugh, he could only keep it in his heart. Tang Meng coughed lightly, raised his voice, and then introduced Dandan, Rat, Brother Fei, Xiaoji, and Ah Bing to Ling Yun in turn, and then said to the 5 dudes, this is my boss, your name is Brother Yun. Brother Yun. A variety of voices rang out. Among them, Dandan was busy playing mobile games and kept his head down. The mouse was indifferent, and he didn't seem to take Ling Yun in his eyes, and the chick's eyes were direct wandering around. The streets are full of beautiful women. Only Brother Fei and being called Ling Yun. Seriously, Brother Yun. Ling Yun smiled and nodded at them without saying much. When he was dealing with Tang Meng for the first time, Tang Meng was no better than these guys. He was equally arrogant and domineering, and he didn't take Ling Yun seriously at all. Now he's still obedient? The brothers were incompetent. Although Tang Meng felt unhappy in his heart, there was nothing he could do. After all, the family background of these 5 people was not much worse than his. He wasn't their leader before, and he couldn't control them. Inside the ordinary clinic, Li Jinglian and monk Xiaoming crowded at the door, peeked out through the window glass, and whispered. Hey, what kind of person do you think our boss is? Although he doesn't have a car himself. But his friends drive all good cars, except for Hummers and BMWs. There is also a military license plate. Li Jinglian works in a large hospital and has seen all kinds of good cars. She was shocked. Shang Xiaoming blinked Mingming's big eyes, and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. They are all wearing famous brands, much better than what our boss wears. They're all rich and handsome. It's a pity that our boss can't do it. Li Jinglian stomped her feet in a hurry. Brother Yun, it's almost 9 o'clock now, and the guests will be here soon. I have to make arrangements. Ling Yun said with a faint smile, okay, you are busy with your work, I'm in. Just as Ling Yun was about to turn around, before taking a step, suddenly his consciousness swept away, and he immediately stopped. A black Big Ben slowly stopped at the door of the ordinary clinic. Tai Xiaohu got out of the car. Immediately afterwards, Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue, and Bai Xianer wearing sunglasses walked out of the Big Ben. Wow, damn. Goddess. All 3. Except for Tang Meng, the 5 dudes yelled in shock at the same time, even Eggy, who still refused to look up. After looking up and taking a look, they were all stunned, and even the mobile phone in their hands almost fell to the ground. The chick was the worst. He was directly blinded by 3 stunning beauties. When his Adam's apple trembled wildly, his legs softened and he sat on the ground with a thud. That Haratsi flow. I forgot to wipe it long ago, and I lay down straight along my chin. Ning Lingyu, Qin Dongxue and Bai Xianer, all 3 of them could not drive. Ling Yan had already instructed Tai Xiaohu to pick them up. The 3 stunning beauties were all over 1.75 meters tall, and their faces and figures were 1 in a million. As soon as they got out of the car, they attracted all the vehicles and pedestrians coming and going. So shocking. Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu was tall and big, with legs like 2 big iron pillars, and quickly came to Ling Yun. He saw the appearance of Xiaoji, Rat and others, and couldn't help but wrinkle in disgust. Frown. Elder brother. Brother Ling Yun. Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer spent their entire lives coquettishly screaming, and they quickly came to Ling Yun's face. They wanted to jump into his arms at the same time, ignoring other people's reactions at all. Ling Yun had no choice but to stretch out his left and right hands, taking Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer into his arms at the same time, and then said to Qin Dongxue with a smile, Auntie, are you here? Qin Dongxue looked up at Ling Yun's clinic, and giggled and said, Stinky boy, this is your clinic? It's quite like that. In the ordinary clinic, Li Jinlian, who was lying on the door and window, saw this scene, and suddenly felt a buzzing sound in her head, followed by a burst of hypoxia. Her pretty face turned pale. God, how can there be such a beautiful woman? And 3 of them came at once? Wow, they all look so beautiful. Shang Xiaoming was also shocked and speechless. Sun Yujiao, who had been sitting in the same place and quietly reading the newspaper, was surprised when she heard this. She wondered how a woman would be willing to admit that other women were prettier than her. She couldn't help standing up and glanced outside the door. Then she froze, battered badly, with an indescribable sense of frustration. How can that be? Tang Meng kicked the chick on the ground with his foot. Chicken, what the hell, get out of here, don't stay here, success is more than failure. At the same time, Tang Meng also blamed Tai Xiaohu. Why did he bring Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer here so early? Tang Meng just wanted to bring these 5 people over as soon as possible, meet with Ling Yun to get to know each other, and then each ordered them to go to work, but unexpectedly they bumped into one place. What a shame for him. Come on, Auntie, go in and have a look. Ling Yun smiled, greeted Qin Dongxue, and walked towards the clinic with Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer in their arms. I recommend an official book, Official Finance, which has just been put on the shelves today. Interested friends can go to enjoy it and sponsor a first order. The first book to be strongly recommended on the homepage is To be continued. Today is the 3rd update, but there are so few monthly passes, and my heart is cold. The chick fell to the ground, staring at Ling Yun as he walked into the clinic with the 3 stunning beauties. Tang Meng's foot kicked on him, unaware of the pain. Yuan. Yes. This grandson is still the same P, and he can't walk when he sees a beautiful woman. I really convinced him. Tang Meng kicked the chick with 3 legs. Seeing that he didn't react at all, he cursed in anger. Tang Meng ignored the chick. He turned his head to look at the mouse and Brother Fei, and saw that the 2 of them were also looking into the clinic on tiptoe. He sighed secretly, and waved his hand in front of the 2 of them. I said, one by one, can you have a little bit of success? Let me tell you, if I hadn't brought you here today, just like you just now, this fight would definitely not be able to escape. Tang Meng was embarrassed. Ling Yun didn't get angry today. If he did, he would have to suffer twice. The chick suddenly jumped up and rushed into the clinic like a mad tiger, but was blocked by a sturdy arm in front of him. You didn't come in here, get out of here. Tai Xiaohu shouted with a bad expression on his face. Tai Xiaohu has been the boss of Qinglong for more than a month, and now he has the momentum of not being angry and arrogant, and his speech and behavior are already different from before. What kind of green onion are you, you dare to stop me? The chick was anxious, and no matter who stopped him in front of him, he directly yelled. Crack! Without saying a word, Tai Xiaohu came to the chick's side in a single step, and with a flick of the back of his hand, he rewarded the chick with a big ear. However, he knew that the chick was a friend brought by Tang Meng, and he didn't use much effort, but even this one blow made the chick stunned. Except for Tang Meng and Bing. The other 3 were also stunned. When did Qing Shuiqihu suffer such an insult? They reacted quickly, shouted angrily, and wanted to find a place for the chick on the spot. Stop! Tang Meng suddenly shouted loudly and stopped between the 2 sides. He raised his finger to the mouse and Fei Guo and the others and said, you guys don't want to die. This is Qinglong's current boss. What? Qinglong's current boss? No wonder he spoke so eloquently. Start so simply. The word Qinglong can definitely be used to scare children in Qingshui City. That's not blowing, that's hitting. Tang Meng said in his heart that I made Tai Xiaohu anxious, and he might beat me up, let alone a few of you, so he quickly said to Bing, take them out of here quickly, I'll give them to you later. You call. I just heard Tai Xiaohu say lightly, no need, I have already arranged for people to go to Shangri-La Hotel, you can let them go where they come from. They are not needed here. He raised his finger to the chick and said coldly, boy, to be friends with Tang Meng, I know that your family must be rich and powerful, but no matter how awesome you are, this is not a place where you can pretend to be arrogant. Put away your Playboy set for me, go as far as you can. Tang Meng called you here to give you a chance to get to know Brother Yun. You will definitely benefit from you in the future. You are better. Come here to show off your playboy style, pretend to be arrogant, and really think that Qingshui City is apart from you. Is there no one else? Tai Xiaohu didn't care who the 5 people on the opposite side were. In his eyes, whoever dared to offend Ling Yun would be his mortal enemy. No one's face is sold. Tang Meng was very embarrassed. He knew that he had messed up the matter. He really didn't think that Xiao Ji would use that stalker for women on the woman beside Ling Yun. Tai Xiaohu was right. Tang Meng had a bright future ahead of him. He wanted to pull these 5 brothers into his circle before starting to prosper together with Ling Yun. Became like this. The reason is very simple. His brothers take themselves too seriously. Of course, this kind of behavior can work with others, but in Ling Yun, it is easy to be beaten. Tang Meng, you called our brother over to help you just to get beaten? The mouse glared at Tang Meng angrily and said coldly. The mouse didn't deal with Tang Meng last night, he endured it last night, and now he has reached his limit. Tang Meng glanced at the chick covering his cheeks, and said solemnly, the chick rushed into the clinic without saying a word, he was wrong first. The mouse glanced at the door of the clinic, and said disdainfully, isn't it just such a small clinic? If our brother wants to open it, we can open dozens of him at any time, and it is necessary to make it as difficult to enter as the Red Wall compound. Just as Tang Meng wanted to speak again, he heard Ling Yun's voice clearly entering his ears, hurry up and let them get out of here, stay where it's cool. I'll settle the account with you later. When Tang Meng saw that Ling Yun was really angry, he knew that the matter would be irreversible, so he shook his head helplessly and said, you all hurry up, sh*t, am I really him? I'm fed up, I'm going to shoot myself with a rock? Foot. Doing bad things with good intentions is not just shooting yourself in the foot. Tang Meng had overestimated these playboys. Bing saw the opportunity the fastest. He also knew that the chick was wrong first, and didn't want to embarrass Tang Meng, so he came out and said, it's alright, let's go first, we'll talk about it later. Just kidding, Qinglong's boss personally drove Ling Yun to pick up people. You can imagine how powerful Ling Yun is. If they still want to make trouble here, wouldn't they make themselves uncomfortable? The chick covered his swollen face, stared at Tai Xiaohu for a long time, and finally snorted coldly, and got into the car with the other 4 and left. Huh. Seeing that the 5 people finally left, Tang Meng let out a long sigh of relief, and said in a heartbroken manner, damn it, why am I so unlucky? Tai Xiaohu snorted coldly and said, you were kicked by a donkey in your own head, who can you blame? Look at their bear-like appearances, apart from the soldier you mentioned, who can do things. How dare you act in front of Brother Yun? I didn't let him lie on the bed for 2 months, it's already very light. Tai Xiaohu gave Tang Meng a look like just wait for Brother Yun to take care of you, and he didn't bother to care about him anymore. Tang Meng complained, they are my friends who I asked to help. You at least save me some face. How can you do it? Tai Xiaohu smiled, raised his finger and pointed upstairs, behind him, Brother Yun asked me to beat him up. Tang Meng was stunned for a moment, and stopped talking. When the little chick saw the beautiful girl he liked, he would be stubborn and stubborn. This time, he really kicked the iron plate. If Tang Meng had not brought him here, he would have beaten him harder than Tai Xiaohu. The 3 stunning beauties were shocked, and together with some inexplicable conflict, traffic jams occurred at the intersection. However, as the 5 dudes drove away, order was gradually restored. Ordinary clinic on the 2nd floor. Please drink water. Yao Rou obediently poured tea for Qin Dongxue and the 3 of them, and then stood quietly aside, not even daring to take a breath. Ning Lingyu gave her a sweet smile. Sister Yao Rou, you don't have to be so polite, just come and sit. Qin Dongxue was sitting on the sofa, her beautiful eyes staring at Ling Yun, who was wearing a white coat. She thought it was funny, she couldn't help sneering and said, "Stinky boy, I didn't expect you to wear such a white coat, it's quite like that." "Son." Ling Yun turned around from the window and deliberately flicked the dust that didn't exist on his body with his hands. He pretended to be serious and said to Qin Dongxue, "Auntie, please call me Dr. Ling here." This sentence made Qin Dongxue and Ming Lingyu giggled. Qin Dongxue was out of breath, and her beautiful face flushed. "Stinky boy, you are still panting when you say you are fat, let's see how I go back and deal with you." Ling Yun immediately softened. He came to sit opposite Qin Dongxue in a flash, scratched his head and said with a smile, "Auntie, this is in the clinic, why don't you give me some face?" Okay, give you face, Dr. Ling, okay?" Qin Dongxue smiled and covered her bright lips with the back of her hand. A few minutes later, Ling Yun noticed the movement outside. He swept it with his divine sense, and immediately stood up. "Auntie, there are guests here, I'll go down and have a look." Qin Dongxue waved his hand casually and said, "Go, you don't have to worry about it here." Ling Yun ran down from the second floor again and rushed to the door of the clinic again. The people who came this time were Zheng Ling, Liang Fingyi, and the beautiful anchor of the provincial TV station, Su Lingfei. Ling Yun. Zhang Ling's eyes lit up when he saw Ling Yun coming out of the clinic. He immediately shook off Tang Meng, who was talking to her, and ran in front of Ling Yun. Ling Yun looked at Zhang Ling, who was dressed up and flamboyantly dressed, and couldn't help but frown slightly. "Didn't I tell you not to come? The college entrance examination is important." Zhang Ling bit her lower lip and glanced at Ling Yun. "Your clinic is open, why can't people come? Anyway, you can't learn in the classroom. So I simply asked for a leave and came here with Liang Fingyi and Su Lingfei." Liang Fingyi now lives in Zhang Ling's house. She asks Zhang Ling almost every day when Ling Yun's clinic will open. Today Saturday, she and Su Lingfei are both off work, so they come to Ling Yun's clinic to join in the fun. "Hey, Ling Yun, why didn't you give me a call when your clinic opened?" Liang Fingyi was wearing a blue chiffon shirt and a white skirt. She was charming, mature, and extremely charming. As soon as she saw Ling Yun, she began to ask her for guilt. Ling Yun smiled and said, "You two, one is the attending doctor of the provincial hospital, and the other is the beautiful anchor of the provincial TV station. I'm usually so busy, I'm just opening a small clinic, how dare I disturb you?" Su Lingfei couldn't help but smile when she said a word. Ling Yun is really good at talking. "Come on, let's go in and see what Dr. Ling's ordinary clinic looks like." As Liang Fingyi spoke, she took the lead, twisted her waist and walked into the ordinary clinic. To be continued. Fourth more. Everyone can see how hard I work now. Can you vote for a monthly ticket? Dr. Liang. Sun Yujiao stood up awkwardly and greeted Liang Fingyi with a blushing face. Liang Fingyi was the chief surgical physician of the provincial hospital, and Sun Yujiao was the surgical nurse of the provincial hospital. The two of them naturally knew each other, not only knew each other, but also knew each other very well. Although Sun Yujiao successfully applied for the job and became a nurse in an ordinary clinic, she has not resigned from her original unit, but just made up a reason to take a leave of absence. The monthly salary is 12,000, which is 3 times the salary of a nurse in a provincial hospital. There is no such thing in the world, so Sun Yujiao gave herself a way out. Once she finds that the ordinary clinic is not good, she still has to go back. Nurse Xiao Sun? This. Liang Fingyi was also stupid after she came in. If there were 2 pretty nurses in front of her that she didn't know, she would have thought she had returned to the surgical nurse station of the provincial hospital. "Oh, Nurse Sun, you can do what you want. This is a clinic opened by my friend. I'm here to congratulate you." Liang Fingyi guessed the reason at once. She didn't point it out. She said something casually, and looked around the internal environment of the ordinary clinic. "This? Ling Yun, what kind of clinic is this? You dare to open it just like that?" Liang Fingyi observed it, and couldn't help but turn around and ask Ling Yun. Ling Yun was a little dazed and wondered, it's a clinic that treats diseases, so why can't it be opened? Liang Fingyi curled the corners of her seductive lips, the beauty mole on the corner of her mouth trembled slightly, and she exclaimed, "My God, there are no instruments, no medical facilities at all, and the most speechless thing is that there is even a medicine cabinet. None. What do you rely on to make money? Drink the northwest wind?" Ling Yun smiled and said confidently, "Of course it's from medical skills, to make money. As long as the patient can be cured, why can't we make money? Just blow it, the ghost will believe you." Liang Fingyi gave Ling Yun a white look, and sat down directly on a long stool, fanning the air with the scented handkerchief in her hand. He concealed his doubts and shock in his heart. No instruments whatsoever. Can heal. It was a little unbelievable for her, a surgeon who was used to using modern medical equipment. At 9 o'clock, Long Kuan and Long Wu came to the ordinary clinic on time. These two were heavyweights. Ling Yun went out to greet them in person. Together with Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng, they invited Long Kuan and his daughter to the ordinary clinic. What a powerful spiritual energy. But why did it suddenly disappear again? The moment Ling Yun felt the appearance of Long Kuan's father and daughter, he suddenly felt a powerful and unparalleled spiritual energy radiating from Long Wu's body. But it was fleeting. However, it was this burst of spiritual energy that Ling Yun had completely absorbed into his body. He felt extremely comfortable, and even the 8th level of training began to loosen. This surprised Ling Yun because he was on Long Wu before. Never felt any aura. Long Kuan and Long Wu entered the clinic. The three Liang Fingyi, who had seen them in Linjiang Garden, couldn't help standing up and greeted them with a smile. Bai Xianer on the 2nd floor got along well with Long Wu. She heard Long Wu coming and immediately flew downstairs, Qin Dongxue. Of course, Ning Lingyu and others followed immediately. Suddenly, the 1st floor of the clinic was overcrowded, and there were almost not enough seats. Well, everyone has met now, and Ling Yun, who has been saved, introduced them one by one. He transmitted voice transmission to Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu. Let them greet and introduce everyone separately, and act as a big shopkeeper. This is really fun. The most fundamental reason for the excitement is that there are too many stunning beauties in this clinic of more than 200 square meters. Ning Lingyu, Bai Xianer, Qin Dongxue, Long Wu, Yao Rou, Liang Fingyi, Su Lingfei, Zhang Ling, plus the 3 beautiful nurses recruited. If you know, you all know that this is Ling Yun's clinic opening, but if you don't know it, you think this clinic is going to hold a beauty contest. Undoubtedly, Ning Lingyu and Bai Xianer deservedly came out on top, but the 3 beautiful nurses recruited suddenly felt a deep sense of inferiority after seeing so many beautiful women. There are people outside people, there are days outside the sky. Li Jinlian felt the deepest feeling. She looked at the stunning beauties surrounding Ling Yun one by one, and suddenly realized that she was not so beautiful. Of all the people, Long Kuan is of course the oldest. Although he has seen countless big scenes, he doesn't know what to do when facing such a group of Ying Yen Yen, so he finally had to send a voice transmission to Ling Yun. Ling Yun, find a quiet place, and I'll have a few words with you. The quiet place is naturally the 2nd floor of the clinic. Ling Yun told Qin Dongxue and asked her to help support the guests, while he and Long Kuan went up to the 2nd floor. Only Long Wu and Bai Xianer followed. "Uncle Long, please sit down." On the 2nd floor, Ling Yun asked Long Kuan to sit down with a smile, and then asked seriously, "Uncle Long, what's the matter?" Long Kuan first glanced at Bai Xianer, secretly amazed at Bai Xianer's peerless beauty, thinking that what his daughter said was true. He didn't ask anything, just winked at Long Wu. Long Wu smiled sweetly, took out the green dragon jade pendant, carefully handed it to Ling Yun, and said softly, "Brother Ling Yun, congratulations on the opening of your clinic, this is my gift to you." Just as Long Wu took out the Qinglong jade pendant, Ling Yin felt the unparalleled aura once again, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Good baby. Peerless baby. However, the strange thing was that, just like the previous time, Ling Yin had just felt the spiritual energy, and then found that the spiritual energy had disappeared without a trace. It's really weird, Ling Yin said secretly in his heart. Long Kuan sat on the sofa, seeing the change in Ling Yin's eyes, and knowing that he really found the difference between the Qinglong jade pendant, he felt relieved. Ling Yun, this is a gift Wooer prepared for you, why didn't you accept it? Could it be that you think something is not good? Seeing that Ling Yun hadn't taken it for a long time, Long Kuan couldn't help saying through voice transmission. Ling Yin's expression was unremarkable, and he also replied with a sound transmission, Uncle Long, this gift is really too precious, In fact, Ling Yin really wanted such a good baby, but the person opposite was Long Kuan. He won't be so greedy, he should be polite. It's useless for me to keep this thing. I borrowed Wooer's hand and gave it to you today. I hope you can treat Wooer well in the future, but don't bully her. Long Kuan smiled indifferently, and continued his voice transmission, you look good. This jade pendant hides a great secret. When your strength is enough, go to me, and I will tell you everything. However, before you don't have enough ability to protect yourself, you should keep it carefully, so as not to invite death, understand? The two were talking through voice transmission here, but Long Wu had been holding it for a long time, and she couldn't wait. Looking at Ling Yun with a sullen face, he said, Brother Ling Yun, do you want it? Ling Yun calmly nodded to Long Kuan, and with a smile he took over the Qinglong jade pendant in Long Wu's hand, and with a slight movement of his mind, he put it into the space ring. This is the best gift I've received today, of course I want it. Ling Yun finally stopped using voice transmission to enter the secret, he patted Long Wu's shoulder with a smile and said. Really? Long Wu saw Ling Yun say so. She was even happier than when she received Ling Yun's 2 night pearls, and almost jumped up. Of course it's true. Ling Yun nodded to confirm, but at the same time he sent a voice transmission to Long Kuan, expressing his gratitude. Seeing Ling Yun accept the Qinglong jade pendant, Long Kuan felt a big stone fall to the ground, and his tense nerves relaxed all the way. He let out a long breath and said, You don't need to thank me, as long as you can help me take care of Wooer in the future, so that she will not be bullied by outsiders, I will be very happy. That's natural. Ling Yun agreed without hesitation, but he didn't know yet, for a dragon dance. How many life and death battles will he face in the future? Long Kuan got Ling Yun's affirmative reply, he smiled gratified, and immediately stood up and said, Okay, then I won't bother you young people, I'll go back first. Ling Yun tried his best to keep it back, Uncle Long, I have booked a few private rooms at Shangri-La Hotel, how about we go to dinner together at noon? Long Kuan laughed and said, Uncle Long is not bad for your meal, as long as there is a dancer here, I'm leaving. Long Kuan is very free and easy, and he will leave without any hesitation. Ling Yun had to go downstairs, sent Long Kuan out of the ordinary clinic, and watched him get into the car and leave. Long Kuan left, and before Ling Yun could come in, he saw a dark green military vehicle galloping toward him. Ling Yun felt a sudden shock when he saw the license plate. Lin Minghan is here. Since he came in a military vehicle, it must be Lin Minghan's father who is also here. Ling Yun made Lin Zheng so angry that this commander was not as easy to talk as boss Qinglong. Hey, it's a blessing, not a disaster. It's a disaster. It's true that you are the commander of the army, but I am also the director of an ordinary clinic. We are almost the same level, not to mention that I have a lot of people today. Ling Yun simply stood still, secretly encouraging himself in his heart. The military car soon came to the door of the ordinary clinic, the back door of the car opened, and 2 people got out of the car. It was Lin Minghan, who had an angelic face and a devilish figure, and Lin Zheng, who was dressed in military uniform and had a grim expression. The two got out of the car, and the military vehicle drove away immediately without stopping. Ling Yun. In front of his father, Lin Menghan was really ashamed to call out the word husband, but called Ling Yun with a blushing face. "This is my father." Lin Menghan quickly ran to Ling Yun's side and took the initiative to take his arm and said. Lin Menghan would never have thought that her habitual, subconscious action would offend how many people in the room. The eyes of the beauties in the room naturally revolved around Ling Yun unintentionally or unintentionally. Wherever Ling Yun was, their eyes followed. Now that Lin Menghan took the initiative to take Ling Yun's arm, is that still amazing? Of course, there is a big factor here. Except for Ning Lingyu and Zhang Ling, none of the other women have seen Lin Menghan. Ling Yun's ordinary clinic was instantly overwhelmed with jealousy. However, Ling Yun hadn't noticed this yet, and he was very polite to Lin Zhenggang. "Hello, Uncle Lin." To be continued. My God. I rely on. I'm dizzy. Ruined. Chicken, I'll wipe your uncle. Directly opposite the Ordinary Clinic, on the roadside at the southeast corner of the intersection, under a dense French plane tree, a spacious luxury BMW was parked, with the front of the car facing the door of the Ordinary Clinic. HP//772E6F742E6F%6. Sitting in the car were the 5 people who were driven away, including the rat, the chick, and Fei Guo. They drove away in 3 cars and came back in 1 car. They just wanted to see for themselves how awesome Ling Yun's clinic was. Why did Tang Mei respect Ling Yun so much? The current boss of Qinglong, why would he drive to pick up Ling Yun in person? Tai Xiaohu told them to stay wherever it was cool. It was really cool here. The first person who shocked them was Su Lingfei, who walked into the Ordinary Clinic with Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling. The beautiful anchor of the provincial TV station has a refined appearance and extraordinary temperament. As long as there is a TV at home in Jiangnan province, almost everyone has seen her. No one does not know. Seeing Ling Yun's expression as usual, he greeted Su Lingfei in a lukewarm manner. These 5 super dudes went a little silly. Because they all know that there are many powerful children 7 or 8 years older than them who are chasing Su Lingfei wildly, but Su Lingfei has a deep family background and is connected with the province, so they are just dismissive of these powerful children, and there is no one so far. After picking the Oiran, Su Lingfei's famous flower has no owner. However, Su Lingfei appeared at the door of the Ordinary Clinic and seemed to be chatting and laughing with Ling Yun. What does this mean? Tang Meng didn't lie to us, chick, you may have really made trouble this time, that Ling Yun is definitely not an ordinary person. Seeing that scene, A Bing's sharp eyes narrowed slightly, and he frowned and said in a complaining tone. In the conflict, just now, there was nothing wrong with A Bing, and he was also driven away. It was a pure and innocent disaster, and it was affected by Chiyu. Brother Fei also said in shock, yes, Tang Meng has always seen people very accurately. If Ling Yun didn't have 2 brushes, he would not have been so valued by Tang Meng if he used that magical medical skill. Eggy is none of his business, and he still keeps his head down. Playing wildly with the Samsung widescreen phone in his hand, he occasionally raised his head and said, yeah. Tang Meng doesn't have that much respect for boss Qin Chuan. I think the chick is a bit stubborn this time. However, the arrival of Su Lingfei was only the beginning. Then, when the 5 dudes saw Long Kuan and Long Wu get out of the car and followed Ling Yun into the clinic, they were all a little stupid. Because the 5 playboys have all heard of Long Kuan, and even the mouse and Fei Ge have seen Long Kuan with their own eyes. Their father once had trouble and needed to ask Long Kuan to come forward to settle it. These 2 boys also toasted him and respectfully called Uncle Kuan. That's really the boss of Qinglong. Uncle Kuan. The head of the mouse turned pale, and said with trembling lips. Tai Xiaohu, the newly appointed pink dragon boss, is usually addicted to cultivation, and has not been involved in the affairs of Qinglong. He is still unknown. However, Long Kuan is different. Brother Fei was completely dumbfounded. I'll wipe it, mouse, now, it doesn't seem as simple as opening a small clinic, right? If I guessed correctly, the person standing next to Uncle Kuan should be his daughter, who is studying abroad. Dragon dance. Crack. Ah Bing was so angry, he slapped the chick on the back of the head and scolded angrily, I said you were stunned by the woman all day, right? Tang Meng said today that he is here to bring we help, in fact, let's meet Brother Yun, to get to know each other. What about you and him now? You tell me? What to do? Long Wu is also very beautiful, that face, that figure, there is nothing to say, but this time the chick has become a good cat, and his heart is extremely bitter. Just now, I really shouldn't ignore it and rushed into the clinic. This time I stepped on the thunder, not only causing trouble for Tang Meng, but also turning a good thing into a bad thing, missing a great opportunity. Uncle Kuan is gone, leaving his daughter behind. Brother Yun sent it out alone. The mouse muttered to himself, and unconsciously Ling Yun called out to be Brother Yun. I rely on another military vehicle. This military vehicle is awesome. A Bing's father was a regiment commander and a deputy divisional level. He grew up in the army headquarters, and of course is very familiar with military vehicles. Another beauty, that body is super straight, so beautiful. Brother Fei shouted wildly, and the chick raised his head suddenly habitually. Damn, what is a beauty, a star, that's a major general. This time it was a Bing's turn to be shocked. He was stunned. Looking at Lin Jinggang and Lin Menghan, who got out of the military vehicle, he said in shock. Oh my god, I saw him from a distance the day before yesterday. He is the commander of a certain Ace Group army, accompanied by several chiefs and division commanders of our military region. How could he be here? Ah Bing is going crazy. Not only a Bing, but the 5 dudes in the car were all stunned, so there was the scene at the beginning, they kept complaining to the chick and scolded him. Is this still a small clinic? It's just the opening, and in a short while, the super popular beauty anchor of the provincial TV station, the old and new bosses of the Jiangnan underworld leader, and the commander of an army group all came to congratulate. How could these people get together? What rhythm is this? Ah Bing regretted it, and with anger, his intestines were all green, and he felt that the world was spinning for a while, and he could not wait to pull the chicken out of the car and beat him. Rat, don't you mean, can you open dozens of such small clinics in one go? You open dozens of clinics, can so many people come to congratulate you? Brother Fei was also furious, right shouted angrily with the rat. The rat clucked his dry lips, swallowed hard, and was completely speechless. Let me just say, Tang Meng was originally a little bully, and Uncle Tang just took the top spot in our city's public security bureau. Now the officialdom in Qingshui City is simply one-sided. How strong is the limelight? Brother Yun can make him do nothing and concentrate on doing things for Brother Yun. You can see how much energy Brother Yun has. You really think Tang Meng is a tiger, and whoever doesn't see it will follow along? Ah Bing found out that something was wrong and started to post it on Tang Meng's side. Today, he was disturbed by the chick and the mouse. At first, in order to fulfill the loyalty of his buddies, and to prevent Tang Meng from embarrassing him, he brought these 4 guys with him. Let's go. In fact, no matter what I think, I can't bear it. No matter what I think, how can I be unsteady? Now it's good, such a good opportunity is missed in vain. However, that boy Tang Meng never said anything. At this time, the mouse also regretted that he couldn't say it, and said with a whimper. It's one thing for 5 dudes to pretend to be arrogant, but they are not stupid. They are all monkey spirits. Now that they have reached this stage, how can they not regret it? Tang Meng, you don't know yet? Don't look at other people's arrogance, but he shouldn't say anything, he never says it. This time he tried his best to ask us to come and help us, and he wanted to do us a favor. Arrange a few private rooms in the hotel, drive people off on the road, make a few phone calls. Who the hell can't do this? Why did Tang Meng ask us to do it? Ah Bing's thinking is very clear. He has wanted to say this for a long time, and now he is hated in the car. Then what should we do now? Otherwise, let's apologize to Brother Yun now. The mouse was dumbfounded and said blankly. The mice now understand that Tai Xiaohu didn't lie to them. There really isn't a place where they can go wild. The funny thing is that just now, they wanted to throw off their arms and practice with Tai Xiaohu. Apologize now? It's too late. Didn't you see who Brother Yun was talking to? He didn't bother to talk to us just now. Now that he's a guest, where's the time to hear our apology? Then why don't we go to Shangri-La Hotel to help now? What should we do? Brother Fei said excitedly after being ashamed. Eggy finally stopped playing mobile games, stared at the door of the clinic and said, forget it, there are hundreds of people in Qinglong. Just a few people can do this work better than us. This stuff isn't a word. Ah Bing took a deep sigh and said depressedly, with so many people entering the clinic, Tang Meng must be very busy right now. After he has been busy for a while, I will give him a call. After he finished speaking, he turned his head and slapped the chick on the back of the head again. You must apologize to Tang Meng, and we must find an opportunity for Tang Meng to invite Brother Yun out, collectively. Apologize and admit your mistake. Yes, if it weren't for you and the mouse, Lao Tzu would have been in the clinic by now. That's right, if it wasn't for Tang Meng, who stopped him just now, the three of us would have been maimed by that guy long ago. You don't even look at the place when you pretend to be a rat. Brother Fei turned his head and cursed at the rat on the co-pilot. That's right, let the chicken and the mouse kowtow and admit their mistakes. The rat's face was red and white, and he kept scratching his head with his hands, and muttered to himself, how can it be so powerful? The five gangsters were chattering, expressing the endless remorse in their hearts, putting all their grievances on the little chicken. At this point, Ling Yan had already had a brief chat with Lin Zheng. He, the newly promoted director, finally got to know each other formally with the army chief. Lin Zheng didn't talk much. He always maintained the majesty of a senior officer, full of aura, and did not embarrass Ling Yun on the spot. However, Ling Yun didn't get engaged to Lin Menghan, so he ate his precious daughter. Lin Zheng would definitely settle this account with Ling Yun, but not now. No matter how awesome Ling Yun is, he will be Lin Menghan's husband and Lin Zhenggong's son-in-law in the future. However, now he is here to congratulate Ling Yun. After the reckoning is done, the congratulations return to the congratulations. Lin Zheng can clearly tell the difference. Of course, this was just before Lin Zheng stepped into the ordinary clinic. Lin Zheng just pushed open the door of the ordinary clinic, and after walking in, the powerful lineup of beautiful women in the room still startled him, the dignified army commander, and almost quit immediately. Halo, why so many beauties? This. To be continued. The second one is delivered. I don't eat dinner, and I continue to ask for a monthly pass. I don't believe that you can't see my efforts. Lin Zheng is the second generation of the army, and he is also a dignified army commander. He has long practiced the calmness that the Mount Tai collapsed before his eyes and did not change color. Although he was secretly surprised, his face was normal. See. The commander's aura is naturally not covered. In addition, his stature is sturdy and heroic, and his appearance is very handsome. As soon as Lin Zheng entered the door, he exuded a powerful aura that only high-level generals have, and the room was instantly quiet. Down. In addition to Bai Xianer and Qin Dongshua's stunning appearance, even Long Wu and beautiful anchor Su Lingfei, who had returned from abroad, were shocked by Lin Zhenggong's aura. It turned out to be him? Isn't this Commander Lin? Why did he come to cheer on Ling Yun? This. After Su Lingfei saw Lin Zhenggang, her pretty face was stunned for a moment, then stunned. The two major military regions are going to hold large-scale military exercises, and it is impossible for the TV station to not report on it. Su Lingfei has just interviewed and reported on this matter, and she has naturally met Lin Zhenggang. Hey, what, do you know each other? Liang Fingyi stayed with Su Lingfei all the time. She heard Su Lingfei's muttering and couldn't help asking. The commander of the Ace Group Army of a certain military region just went to the provincial military region for an interview 2 days ago. Su Lingfei whispered. Liang Fingyi was shocked. She covered her mouth and murmured, "Why does Ling Yun know everyone?" Lin Zhenggang frowned inadvertently, his eyes swept around the room without a trace, suddenly understood something in his heart, and secretly said angrily, "There are so many women, Ling Yun, you can really do it." Lin Zhenggang entered the door with his front foot, and Lin Menghan took Ling Yun's arm, and followed him with his hind foot. Lin Zhenggang barely kept his expression as usual, but Lin Menghan was stunned when he entered the door. So many people. So many women? Goddess Lin's skin was thin, and she was stared at by so many stunning women. Her face instantly blushed, and she suddenly let go of the hands that were holding Ling Yun. That speed was better than avoiding the god of plague. She's so beautiful. Seeing Lin Menghan's face, whether it was a man or a woman, everyone couldn't help but say in their hearts. Now, people who come to the clinic. All are on the first floor, inside the clinic. Those who knew Lin Menghan had a lot to say, only 3 women, Ning Lingyu, Zhang Ling and Yao Rou, and of course Tai Xiaohu and Tang Meng. Seeing that Lin Menghan took the initiative to hold Ling Yun's arm, and her tender body was so intimately attached to Ling Yun's body, Liang Fingyi was a little jealous. Yao Rou bit her lower lip, and Long Wu hummed softly. Stomping the floor with your feet. Bai Xian'er curled her lips and hummed. Qing Dongxue felt all kinds of bitterness in her heart, her delicate body trembled, and Ning Lingyu, Zhang Ling. All kinds of bitterness, all kinds of jealousy, all kinds of humming. But not a single woman really showed her rage on the spot. Every stunning beauty in the clinic saved Ling Yun enough face. Of course, they also made up their minds at the same time, gritted their teeth, they will go back and settle accounts with Ling Yun. Ling Yun's spiritual consciousness was condensed, covering the entire clinic. He sees every woman's performance in his eyes, knowing that he is doomed this time, and he owes a lot of romantic debts. However, in the face of the gazes that were so stunning that they wanted to eat people, Ling Yun's expression was as usual, and he continued to talk and laugh. Whether Lin Menghan held his arm affectionately, or suddenly let go of his hands. He was like this, with a calm expression, as if he was the only one in the room. What should he do? He walked quickly to Lin Zhenggang, smiled and invited Lin Zhenggang to go upstairs. Uncle Lin, the first floor is too crowded, you go upstairs for tea first. Rower, go up and make a new pot of good tea for Uncle Lin. Yeah. Lin Zhenggang snorted heavily from his nostrils, didn't speak, and walked up to the second floor. Ling Yun didn't follow, but sent Qin Dongshue's voice transmission to Qin Dongxue. Auntie, there are all the heavyweight guests behind, can you help me go upstairs and take care of it? Qin Dongshue's beautiful eyes flowed, and she also said with a voice transmission, Humph, now I think of my little aunt. Brat, after today, I'll settle the account with you. Ling Yu, follow me upstairs. After all, Qin Dongxue came from the Qin family, and she also understands that of the big secular family. Now that Qin Chuyue is not here, she is Ling Yun's elder, and she really has to come forward to receive a character like Lin Zhenggang. Seeing that Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu went upstairs, Ling Yun turned to look at Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu, and said to the two of them, Ninger's family will be here soon, follow me out to pick them up. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu followed Ling Yun out of the clinic. Tang Meng said to Ling Yun embarrassedly, Brother Yun, it's all my fault. Ling Yun said lightly, now is not the time to talk about this, these are all trivial matters, and we will talk about it after today. In the BMW in the distance. Brother Fei stared at the three people who walked out of the door and exclaimed, Brother Yun brought Tang Meng out. It seems that Tang Meng is not a big deal. Brother Yun didn't blame him, we still have a glimmer of hope. A Bing kept staring at the door of the clinic and murmured, I don't know who will be picked up this time. Holy shit, Maybach 62. That woman drives harder than me. Those two girls are so beautiful. I'm dizzy, isn't that xuanhuan, the ex-girlfriend of the boss of Qingchuan? Fart, boss Qingchuan has never caught up with Ninger. I forgot why we drank at a party last time. That was to commemorate his first love, okay. Divine Dr. Shui, it is Dr. Shui who came in person. Chicken, just wait to die. Brother Fei still didn't forget to ridicule the chick. My god, how come there are so many beauties? I'm counting. Eggy began to count the number of beauties in the clinic. A Maybach 62, after anxiously waiting for a red light, started the hurricane in an instant, then made an emergency stop, and stopped steadily at the door of the ordinary clinic. Xuanhuan and Miao Xiaomiao, the pair of sisters, came down from the Maybach in their costumes. Xuanhuan pointed at Tang Meng fiercely and said, Tang Meng, what are you still doing? Come and move things. Because there were so many things to take, Shini Shui's family only loaded the car for nearly an hour, and the little demon girl couldn't wait. Ling Yun's clinic opened, and Xuanhuan made her life's top priority. She was very excited today. When she was excited, she didn't drive her red Ferrari, but drove her birthday present, a Maybach 62. This was given to her by Li Yumin, from the Li family, in the capital. It was worth more than 10 million yuan. It was indeed enough to pull the wind. Brother Ling Yun. Xuanhuan had just been separated from Ling Yun for less than 2 hours, but when she saw Ling Yun, she still rushed into Ling Yun's arms without hesitation. There is no way, who made the little demon girl get the recognition of Ling Yun, who is the real girlfriend recognized by Ling Yun? She absolutely deserves the treat. You look so charming in a white coat. Xuanhuan's beautiful eyes almost blinked into a heart shape. Ninger is also very charming today. Ling Yun stared at a black Audi A6 car that was slowly approaching, stroked Xuanhuan's long hair, and smiled. Compared with the Maybach driven by Xuanhuan, this Audi A6 is not conspicuous at all, and it is very low-key. However, sitting in the car is the #1 doctor in China, Zheng. At this time, the 3 newly recruited female nurses in the clinic had already followed Ling Yun and the others to help outside the door, because they were too suppressed to breathe. There are guests in the room, and they are the employees of the clinic anyway, and they always help to pick up and handle things. Since Qin Dongxue, Ning Lingyu, and Bai Xianer appeared, the mouths and eyes of these 3 pretty nurses began to be too busy. Except for shock, they were shocked, and their brains were not enough. The playboy who drives a luxury car, the beautiful anchor of the provincial TV station, the attending physician of the provincial hospital, the boss of the underworld, the commander of the major general, the luxury sports car. Let's just open a clinic, okay? Still a clinic without any medical equipment, not even a medicine cabinet. Shang Xiaoming's big eyes are long enough. Today is her most shocking day. Sun Yujiao couldn't sit still, she had never seen such a scene before, she couldn't sit still. Li Jinlian's coquettish and charming face almost froze from laughter. Even when he was beaten to death, he never thought that the young boss who came to the clinic on foot was such an earth-shattering figure. Tall, rich and handsome? Gao Fushui came a few times, and they were beaten away, without even entering the door. Grandpa Shui, why don't you rest at home and get involved with my little thing? Seeing Shini Shui getting out of the car with a blushing face, Ling Yun quickly stepped forward, scratching his head and saying, Hee, a trivial matter? Ling Yun, the opening of your clinic is definitely not a trivial matter. This is a great event in the Chinese medical community and the world's medical community. Shuashini also looked far away. His expression was serious, and he was not joking. Then he patted Ling Yun's shoulder and said with a smile, "My old bones have been bored at home for too long, and I just came out for a walk. Besides, if I don't come, I'm afraid this unruly little girl by your side will pull my beard." "Grandpa, you always say people." Xuanhuan pouted and acted coquettishly. Ling Yun greeted Shani Shui, and immediately came to Shui Qingye and Zhang Manyun again, with a charming smile, and said, "Uncle Shui, Aunt Zhang, you are all so busy, why are you back?" "I'm so flattered." The mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, and the more she looked, the more complacent she became. Zhang Manyun smiled gracefully. "Ling Yun, we are all a family, what are you talking about? Your clinic is open, no matter how busy your Uncle Shui and I are, no matter how busy you are, I have to come back to congratulate you. Come on, this is a gift prepared by Uncle and Aunt for you, see if you like it." Zhang Manyun said, and handed a transparent file bag in his hand to Ling Yun's hand. Ling Yun took it easily, just glanced at the document bag, and his head was buzzing. The cover of the document clearly reads, Shui's Pharmaceutical Assets Transfer Contract. Ling Yun hurriedly lowered his head and used his yin-yang eyes without a trace, he couldn't help but see through it. Shui's Pharmaceutical Jiangnan Pharmaceutical Company, Limited, Shui's Pharmaceutical Jiangnan Medical Equipment Company, Limited, Shui's Pharmaceutical. Six companies, all shares were transferred to Ling Yun. Ling Yun was stunned and said in his heart, "This is going to be released. To be continued. The third one is delivered, continue to ask for a monthly pass. At this moment, I implore your support." Ling Yun is indeed going to post it today, but he still doesn't know how far he will post it today. Right now, it's just the beginning. Auntie, this. When Ling Yun was rarely shocked, he did not expect that the Shui family would give him such a big gift. Yuan. It's really just a small clinic opening. First, Qing Dongshui gave a check of 500 million yuan, then Miao Xiaomia's 6 gold bricks, and then the mysterious Qinglong jade pendant from Longwu. Now it's better, just take the company directly, or take 6 all at once. Take it, Ninger is celebrating her birthday. You gave her such a precious gift. Our Shui family doesn't have any special gifts for you. They are all mundane things. It is good. What a character Zhang Manyun is, he can talk a lot. In just a few words, he praised both sides over and over again. By the way, he did not forget to fight and win over Ling Yun, a good son-in-law. Of course, Shui Qingye didn't know that Ling Yun had yin and yang eyes. He also said with a smile, "It's just a few small companies, I have already arranged for you here, you can discuss with Ninger later, and bring someone over to receive it." Ling Yun was a little undecided, he turned to look at Dr. Shui. Shani Shui was holding his hands behind his back, watching Tang Meng, Tai Xiaohu, and the 3 little nurses moving things from the car to the clinic one after another. "Look at what I do. Little guy, just keep it for you. I'm usually so bold and greedy, but now I'm playing hypocritical with my old man?" Shui Shani said. "Hey, thank you Grandpa Shui, thank you Uncle Shui, thank you Aunt Zhang. Come on, stop standing on this street, come in and talk. I'm still called Grandpa Shui? I'll change my name to Grandpa in the future." Shui Shani glared at Ling Yun. "Hey, I'm glad I forgot. Grandpa, please come in and drink tea on the 2nd floor." Ling Yun turned around gently and said to Xuanhuan, "Ninger, you've been to the clinic before, hurry up and accompany Grandpa and the others in, there are many people on the 1st floor, take them to the 2nd floor." "I'm not. I want to accompany you here." Xuanhuan hugged Ling Yun's arm tightly and pouted. Ling Yun said to her in a low voice, "My aunt is here. It's on the 2nd floor now." "Huh? Really?" When Xuanhuan heard this, she immediately let go of Ling Yun and walked with Dr. Shui and her parents to the clinic. Tang Meng finally finished moving things at this time. He mysteriously came to Ling Yun's side and asked excitedly, "Brother Yun, what gift did Aunt Zheng give you?" Ling Yun smiled and threw the document bag in Tang Meng's hand, and said lightly, "See for yourself, but please keep it for me." Tang Meng took the document bag and took a look. Immediately stunned, he almost fell to the ground and exclaimed, "Damn it. This is going to happen." Tang Meng shouted, his hands were shaking, he couldn't wait to pull out the document, and he flipped violently. "It's over. I'm done, this is too cruel. How can this be managed? 6 companies, more than 1 billion assets, and thousands of employees." Tang Meng completely rolled his eyes, yelling like a madman, "Say nothing." In the next half an hour, it was really crowded with guests, and there was a lot of traffic in front of the ordinary clinic, and the cars parked at the door had already queued up to the bank gate 100 meters away. Among the guests who came to congratulate, some Ling Yun knew and some Ling Yun had seen. For those who can't be named, there are things he thinks of, and more things he can't think of. Luli came with a big belly, and the nanny hired by her family came with her. Ling Yun's head teacher, Kong Xiuru, came. Ling Yun came back from Diaoyu Island and hadn't had time to meet Kong Xiuru. He didn't expect that she would come too. However, Kong Xiuru came as the head teacher, so of course Ling Yun asked Zhang Ling to take her in. Qin Chuyue's neighbor on Linjiang Road, Li Hongmei, didn't know how she heard the news, and she also came. Dao Yong came in person. Ling Yun is now the boss of his boss, he dare not come. What Ling Yun didn't expect was that Su Bingyan, the proprietress of the speed bar, was also here. As soon as she came, she gave Ling Yun 800 yuan as a gift. The money was not much, but the courtesy was light and affectionate. Another chief surgeon of the provincial hospital, Zhong Qingshan, is also here. When Song Jingyang came, Tang Meng naturally received him grandly. The ordinary clinic was already overcrowded, but with the continuous arrival of guests, Ling Yun felt evil. When Shui Mining was celebrating her birthday, the old men who went to celebrate her birthday, many of them, all came. Lu Jinlai, the director of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau, also came and gave a big gift. Ling Yun's gift had already been received, and he couldn't be too busy, so he asked Tang Meng to clear the table near the door of the clinic, and called Ning Lingyu and Long Wu down. Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu were in charge of receiving the gifts, while Ning Lingyu and Long Wu were in charge of recording, and the 4 of them were all sweating profusely. Ling Yun is making a lot of money today. However, he saw that more and more customers were coming, and there were long queues of cars outside the clinic, on both sides of the road, and he couldn't see the end with a long glance. Ling Yun was finally completely puzzled. "Tang Meng, what the hell are you doing? Why are there so many people here? I don't even know them, what gifts are they bringing?" Ling Yun pulled Tang Meng, who was burying his head in accepting the gift, aside and asked in a deep voice. Tang Meng smiled and said mysteriously, "Brother Yun, you don't understand this. This is our Chinese characteristic. Brother Yun, what do you think Grandpa Shui is?" "Well, let's not talk about him, let's talk about Uncle Shui. What kind of character is he?" "He's all here to give you gifts. And of course he will notify some people who are usually in a good relationship to come and cheer for you. Do you think they can come? Think about it again, Boss Qing Long, Uncle Long is here to give you a gift. As long as he says hello and makes a phone call, who would dare not come to cheer? 1 past 10, 10 past 100. Also, don't forget who my father and Uncle Li are. They are holding an emergency meeting, and they will come to support you after the meeting. You said, those people in the official circle, who see the wind and the rudder, will they? Come on? Tang Tianhao and Li Yifeng had just finished the emergency meeting at this time, and the content of the meeting was only the issue of the ownership of the 100 acres of land. The people in the meeting were all officials from Qingshui City. During the meeting, a few text messages were sent out. Also use Li Yifeng to talk to Tang Tianhao? Qingshui City's medical boss, official boss, and underworld boss all greeted each other at the same time. It's the fool who doesn't come. Ling Yan frowned slightly and said to Tang Meng, any faces I don't know, don't let them wait here for the ribbon cutting, let them go to Shangri-La Hotel now. There is no way, there are too many people, and those who do not reach out to give gifts can only ask to leave. At this time it was already past 9:30 in the morning, and the clinic was about to open and cut the ribbon, but inside and outside the clinic, it was already full of people. At the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road, traffic was almost completely paralyzed, and there were long queues of cars on the avenues in 4 directions around the intersection. Shimizu City is crazy. Chicken, you've made a big accident. Beside the BMW car at the southeast corner of the intersection, 5 dudes had already gotten out of the car. A Bing looked at this unprecedented scene and said to the chick with a dark face. If possible, Bing would rather never know the chick at this moment. The 5 dudes have seen a lot of big scenes, but this is really the first time for Xiang to be so shocking and crazy. It's not because of the large number of people, but because at the door of the ordinary clinic, the people who come in and out are all too big, and many of them, they all know, are all prominent people in Qingshui City. Phineas and Rat even saw their father. Brother Bing, what should I do, what should I do? In addition to being able to eat, the mouse is usually not very courageous. Seeing this scene, he was so scared that he almost urinated. The chick was speechless for a long time, and he no longer had the mind to look at the beauty. His face was sallow, and although he was standing in the shade of the tree, he was sweating profusely. The face is too swollen. There are many people who are very good at giving gifts, congratulating them with a few words, and then walking away without lingering. There were also some people who gave heavier gifts, and they came here to curry favor with the bigwigs, so they stuck to it, and there was nothing they could do. Others didn't leave after giving gifts and waited for the opening of the ribbon to cut the ribbon, but they couldn't fit in the clinic, so they had to wait outside the door. Some people didn't even know what happened, they just knew that the ordinary clinic at the intersection of Gufeng Road and Qingxi Road opened and needed to come over to give gifts, so they came. Tang Meng obeyed Ling Yan's arrangement, and when receiving the gifts, he invited those who didn't know him to go to Shangri-La Hotel, saying that there would be a special person over there to receive them and treat them to eat and drink. The pressure on ordinary clinics has only begun to ease a little, otherwise, I don't know what the chaos will be like. Not to mention Ling Yan, even Tang Meng never imagined that today's scene would be so terrifying. In the end, Ling Yan looked at the people who came to congratulate inexplicably. He didn't bother to speak, he just smiled, watched them enter the door, gave away the red envelopes, and then left with relief as if he had finished the task. It's funny, I don't even know who I am, so that's fine. Ling Yan looked at these people who came in and out like ants, and said with emotion in his heart. Ling Yan looked at others, but he also had many eyes that were like water. His eyes penetrated countless gaps, and he was staring at him with tenderness like water. He had had an intersection with Ling Yan, and every beautiful woman around him was deeply shocked at this moment. Only this boy could unwittingly create such a grand scene. Is this still a small clinic opening? I'm afraid that there is no such scene in the family of a super big man in Qingshui City who married a daughter and a daughter-in-law, right? He's really good. The stunning beauties who came one after another, their eyes entangled in the figure outside the door wearing a white coat with a charming smile, trembling in their hearts and murmuring. At this moment, Ling Yan at the door moved in his heart. He gently separated the crowded crowd and walked towards the roadside. To be continued. Well, the 4th chapter is completed, the most exciting big drama has begun, and the 4th shift will continue tomorrow. Where is the monthly ticket? Ling Yan saw Zhuang Meina, and behind her were her parents, Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen. HP, //772E6F742E6F%6. Zhuang Meina, dressed up very beautifully today. If it wasn't for her delaying time by meticulously putting on makeup and changing clothes, their family would have arrived a long time ago. When Zhuang Tianda arrived by car, Ling Yun's ordinary clinic, at this intersection, was in a grand situation, with traffic jams like a tidal wave, slow as a snail. Came over on foot. It's really just a clinic opening? When walking to the clinic, Zhuang Tianda had asked this question many times, and Zhuang Meina was too lazy to answer him. Zhuang Meina saw Ling Yun. She was crossing the road in the gap of the car, twisting the soft waist of the water snake, ran towards Ling Yun, waving as she ran. Ling Yun. Zhuang Meina is full of confidence. No matter who is going to give 500 million to others, they will have this confidence. When Ling Yun heard this, he had an unspeakable feeling in his heart, saying that my sister-in-law is really unambiguous. To be honest, Ling Yun felt that Zhuang Meina had no feeling at all, no feeling at all. Zhuang Meina is Zhuang Meifeng's younger sister, there is no need for him to hate her. However, every time he saw Zhuang Meina, another beautiful figure would instantly appear in front of Ling Yun's eyes, and he would always think of Zhuang Meifeng. Ling Yun felt that it was because he blindly went to the pit without saying hello to anyone that Zhuang Meifeng was taken away by the Taoist nun of Jingxi nunnery. He had a great responsibility. He is now desperately cultivating and desperately improving his realm, just to get Zhuang Meifeng back as soon as possible. Get it back safe and sound. What a forgetfulness and pure heart pill. What bullshit, Jingxi nunnery, he doesn't take it seriously, he is a fairy doctor, he is a cultivator. Thinking of Zhuang Meifeng in my heart. Zhuang Meina had already run in front of him. Yo, what kind of wind is blowing today? Why did it blow my sister-in-law? Where's your handsome boyfriend? Zhuang Meina's boyfriend. Naturally, it was Xie Zhenyan from the Xie family, and Ling Yun was laughing. Don't forget Zhuang Meina's words. Fuck you. Who is your sister-in-law? My sister hasn't married you yet. Zhuang Meina jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This was her death point. Ling Yun liked her sister. She didn't want anyone to mention this, not even Ling Yun. Also, let me tell you solemnly, Xie Zhenyan is not my boyfriend, I don't have a boyfriend at all now. Zhuang Meina emphasized repeatedly. This is another dead spot for Zhuang Meina. Just like Ni Scales, who once liked Xie Zhenyan, for the current Zhuang Meina, it is a shame. Xie Zhenyan couldn't compare with Ling Yun at all, not even qualified to compare them together. Just kidding, why are you so excited? Ling Yun said with a smile. Then. He ignored Zhuang Meina because Zhuang Tianda and Zhao Baomen came over. When Zhuang Tianda saw Ling Yun, he was really embarrassed. He didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only laugh awkwardly. Zhao Baomen had no choice but to say, Ling Yun, I heard from Nana that your clinic opened today. Our family is here to congratulate you. Thank you, Auntie. Ling Yun didn't have a good impression of Zhuang Tianda, but that didn't mean he didn't have a good impression of Zhao Baomen either. She was Zhuang Meifeng's mother, so Ling Yun naturally had to respect her. Ling Yun, why are so many people here today? This is all. Zhao Baomen glanced at the door of the clinic and asked, instead of her husband. Ling Yun smiled slightly and said, yeah, I didn't expect it either. Many people don't know each other at all, and they came here out of nowhere. Zhuang Tianda is a veteran of the shopping mall. When he saw this scene, he already understood what was going on, but he smiled leisurely and did not speak. He claims to be the richest man in Qingshui City. He has made many appearances on TV and various media. Just one stop here, there are already a lot of people who know him and come over to say hello. It seems that Nana's judgment last night was correct. Ling Yun has such a large amount of energy. Zhuang Tianda murmured in his heart, and gave his daughter an admiring look. Auntie, you see so many people outside, it's really messy, you should hurry into the room, there are fewer people on the second floor. Ling Yun knew that Xuanhuan tree was a big draw, so he quickly let the three of them into the house. After all, Xuanhuan is also Zhuang Meifeng's father. Since he is here, it is impossible for Ling Yun to turn him away. Otherwise, it will be difficult to explain when he sees Zhuang Meifeng in the future. Hey, Ling Yun, I prepared a present for you, do you want to take a look? Seeing that Ling Yun didn't hate her, Zhuang Meina was overjoyed and couldn't wait to say it as if she was taking credit. Xuanhuan's face sank. How can anyone say a gift at the gate? I don't know the rules. The veterans in the business field all know that giving gifts to others is often to show importance, but also to show the depth of the relationship between the two parties, and finally to show off. Therefore, up to now, apart from the Qinglong jade pendant brought by Long Kuan and Long Wu, which was secretly handed to Ling Yun on the second floor because they could not be shown, Ling Yun had not received many heavy gifts. For example, Lin Minghan's Shueshini's. It's not that Lin Jinggang and Shini Shui they forgot, but because it was not in time. As for the asset transfer contract Zhang Manyun gave to Ling Yun as soon as they met, it could only be regarded as a meeting gift, in order to avoid the embarrassment of meeting empty-handed. Ling Yun called Tang Meng out and asked him to take Xuanhuan's family up to the second floor, thinking that this is enough for my auntie. This is indeed the case. At first, Qin Dongxue was only okay with Lin Jinggang. Later, with the arrival of Shueshini's family, Luli, Kong Shuru, and those important old men, she was too busy. When it comes to fighting, Qin Dongxue is absolutely unambiguous, but when it comes to receiving people and things, she is not good at it. She is a 9-day fairy, and she hates receiving such tedious things the most. In the end, it was Yao Rou and Liang Fingyi who came up to help one after another, plus Zhang Manyun and Li Hongmei's Zhang Luo, to cover the scene. Now, Ling Yun wanted to address elders on the second floor. Kong Shuru was Ling Yun's head teacher, so she naturally had a share. Luli was pregnant and had a big belly. She was a special person and needed special care, so she was also on the second floor. As for Li Hongmei, it was specially invited by Ning Lingyu. Ning Lingyu is kind-hearted and peaceful. Although time has changed, she is already a real princess, but she is still the same. Take people seriously. Hey, if Meifeng hadn't been robbed by the people from Jingxi Nunnery, she would be so happy when she saw a scene like today. Ling Yun watched Xuanhuan and the three enter the house and go upstairs. He couldn't help feeling emotional. At the same time, he was even more annoyed at the group of Taoist nuns in Jingxi Nunnery. Yeah, forgetting Qingxin pill, right? I will make a bunch of Yinyang acacia sands right away, and then I will see how you forget Qing and how to cleanse your heart. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and said in a hateful voice. Ling Yun was really cruel this time. He wanted to use Tianyang grass and Dian grass to make Yinyang acacia san. It didn't take too much, just a little bit could make those virtuous Taoists unbearable. What? Just when Ling Yun was secretly ruthless, he suddenly moved his consciousness, suddenly raised his head, and looked towards the east. Hee hee, little guy, haven't seen me for more than a month, have you missed me? Old Chui's figure appeared in Ling Yun's field of vision. He slowly walked towards Ling Yun, with his hands behind his back, his steps were not fast, and he was carrying a nondescript satchel, which looked very ordinary. Ling Yun's face was overjoyed, he quickly greeted him, and said excitedly to Mr. Chui, Elder Chui, what are you doing? I didn't leave a message before I left, but I was worried to death. Ling Yun was excited, Chui Lao was even more excited, his eyes were excited, but there were tears in his eyes, just like a grandfather looking at his own grandson, his lips twitched, and he said kindly, I have grown taller and thinner, Shenhua is completely introverted, nice, really nice. As Mr. Chui spoke, he excitedly patted Ling Yun on the shoulder, but he was a little choked up and couldn't speak any longer. This time, the first time the two met, was different. The Ling family suffered a tragic change. In order to comfort Ling Lai, Mr. Cui of course had to pretend to be nothing, and he was full of confidence. But when he really met Ling Yun, he remembered after the miserable Ling family, the white-haired Ling Lai and the missing Ling Xiao were choked up and speechless several times. Ling Yun didn't know why Cui Lao was so excited, but he knew that Cui Lao was really kind to him, and his eyes were all there. Old Cui, your old injury is less than 80% healed. This time, you can't steal it without saying anything. If you want to leave, you have to wait until I heal your old injury. Ling Yun's tone contained a trace of blame. Cui Lao stabilized his emotions, forced a smile, lifted the satchel in his hand, shook it to Ling Yun and said, "Where did you steal it? I know that when you come back from the sea, the clinic will open." "No, I'll go and give it to you. I went to prepare a gift, but luckily I caught up, I almost missed it. It's just a small clinic, where do you need any gifts? Come in, go up to the second floor for tea." Ling Yun didn't bother others this time. He personally accompanied Mr. Cui into the clinic. Amid the crowd's attention, he brought Mr. Cui upstairs and briefly introduced him before coming down to pick up the person again. Qin Dongshui had seen Cui Lao once, and knew that this old man was willing to live with Ling Yun, so he was very polite to Cui Lao. When Ling Yun came out of the clinic again, he saw Long Tianjiao, and beside him, there were 3 or 4 people, all of whom were in their 40s and 50s. At first glance, they were the kind of people with real power who were usually pampered and used to issuing orders. However, these middle-aged people, beside Long Tianjiao, were like mice seeing a cat, smiling flatteringly, their waists bent into shrimps. "Damn it, he hasn't left Qingshui City yet? Isn't his face swollen enough?" Ling Yun muttered to himself, but he still greeted him lazily. "Brother He Shiling, the opening of the ordinary clinic is auspicious, Gong Xie Kai." When Long Tianjiao saw Ling Yun, he quickly took 2 steps forward, clasping his fists and cupping his hands, not to mention the intimacy he showed. To be continued. The big accompanied the big outbreak, but I couldn't ask for a monthly pass, and I was in a very low mood. But brothers and sisters, rest assured, today is still the 4th watch. Happy together. I'm just opening a small clinic, and I can't think of being able to wake up Mr. Long's big driver. It really makes me feel full of brilliance. Ling Yun pursed the corner of his mouth lightly, evoking a meaningful smile, and said neither humble nor arrogant. HP//772E6F742E6F%6. The closer Long Tianjiao and Ling Yun behaved, the more hesitant Ling Yun felt. He deeply understood a truth. He was diligent at all times, and he was either a traitor or a thief. What's more, Ling Yun also robbed Long Tianjiao's woman, gave him a super big green hat, and beat him severely, so he could act like a normal person. To say that Long Tianjiao has no purpose, the devil believed it. Long Tianjiao saw that Ling Yun was dealing with him lukewarm, but he didn't take it seriously. He was still full of spring breeze, and very elegantly introduced Ling Yun to the few people who came with him. "This is the General Manager of China National Petroleum Corporation, Qingshui City Branch, Yukong Ping, and General Manager. This is the Chairman of China Mobile Headquarters, Qingshui City Branch, and Duan Dihai, the General Manager. This is China Construction Bank." Everyone is a figure in the top circle of Qingshui City, and ordinary people can't get in touch with them at all, and it is impossible to have a relationship with them. At this moment, he could only stand against the scorching sun and endure the noisy and chaotic environment, obediently accompany Long Tianjiao to stand in front of Ling Yun, waiting to be introduced. Following Long Tianjiao's introduction, Ling Yun nodded respectively, and finally introduced himself lightly, the doctor and boss of the ordinary clinic, Ling Yun. Ling Yun didn't shake hands with them. He didn't even bother to clasp his fists, he just pointed at the ordinary clinic with his thumb. "Thank you all for coming, but I'm very sorry, my clinic is too small. You guys are too late, the inside is already overcrowded, you have to stand outside." In Ling Yun's eyes, there is no big man at all, everyone is immortal, and he will not have the power in his hands, because of the name of the other party. And the halo above his head, and even the slightest shake. People can be ruined at any time. The power in his hand will be taken away or replaced at any time, and the halo may disappear in an instant. Only one's own strength is what truly belongs to him, and those are just floating clouds. Baba came here on this hot day, and he was not allowed to sit in the house? Too much of him. On the faces of Yukong Ping, Duan Dihai, and the others, a trace of uncontrollable anger appeared on their faces. It was only because of Long Tianjiao's presence that they forcibly held back and did not break out. Long Tianjiao could not have imagined that Ling Yun would be so drawn. However, the corner of his mouth twitched violently, but he finally endured it. There was no way, there was a family secret order. Not only could he not get angry, but he had to continue to fawn over, and his work to please Ling Yun was not done properly. Cough cough. It's all right, it's going to open the ribbon soon anyway. We stand here and take a look, it's spacious outside. Long Tianjiao was talking to himself, and he looked up to the sky and made a ha-ha, as if he really felt that the outside was very spacious. Ling Yun smiled slightly, and suddenly said to Long Tianjiao, "Young Master Long, your news is really well informed. You even know when I cut the ribbon for the opening." Long Tianjiao was stunned for a moment, but then he covered it up and said, "So many people know it, if I don't know, wouldn't I be too sorry, Brother Ling?" Long Tianjiao is the deputy leader of the Huaxia Shenying group. He has been busy studying Ling Yun these days. If he doesn't even know about this, then his deputy leader should not do it. The road crosses diagonally. I just went in. It's the family of Zhuang Tianda, the richest man in Qingshui City. I can't believe that he is also interested in this small clinic. Now, the eyes of the five dandy are straight, and they are staring at the door of the ordinary clinic. The shade of the tree has shifted, and they are all beginning to bear the scorching sun, but they are not aware of it. Heaven, that's Mr. Duan, from China Mobile. I rub it, President Yu of PetroChina. Why are they here? Damn it, who is that young man beside them? Why are you so arrogant? Can you gather all these people together to congratulate Brother Yun? The five dandy exclaimed, unable to believe their eyes. These giants are all characters who can't see the end of the dragon. They are busy on both sides of the business and political circles all day long. There are too many meetings and inspections. It is difficult to invite one. In one place, the stars and the moon are generally accompanying the boy. Moreover, that young man actually came to congratulate Ling Yun's ordinary clinic. He seemed to be trying very hard to please Ling Yun, but even so, Ling Yun still ignored him and didn't mean to go to the house at all. Brother Yun is really awesome. This time, the five gangsters were full of admiration, and they were completely honest. At the same time, they were thinking about how to ask Tang Meng for help after today's incident, and let Ling Yun give them another chance to perform. Look, the car of the municipal party committee and municipal government. My God, it's the #1 car. Uncle Li is here in person. The mouse has sharp eyes and can see Li Yifeng's car from a distance. The Public Security Bureau's car and Uncle Tang's car are here too. Brother Fei also pointed to a police car not far away, and shouted as if he had discovered a new continent. A Bing raised his wrist to look at his watch, and said excitedly, "There are 15 minutes left, and the ribbon cutting will be soon." Dandan has long stopped playing mobile games. He looked at the crowd inside and outside the ordinary clinic, and the voices were full of people. He asked curiously, "Who do you think will cut the ribbon?" Brother Fei turned his head and rolled his eyes at him and said, "You don't need to ask, Shueshini, that army commander, Uncle Li, Uncle Tang, and Zhuang Tianda, the richest man in Qingshui City, these are definitely indispensable." The chick nodded as if pecking at rice, and there must be the 3 top beauties from the beginning. He didn't open the pot and lift it up. Sure enough, when he said a word, he was immediately besieged by the collective scolding of the other four. "Fuck you, uncle, if it weren't for you, I would not be standing here basking in the sun and roasting suckling pigs long ago. I must be hosting these big men. Is it all his fault? Yeah, you idiots don't have long eyes, and the 5 of us were driven away, and you dare to mention it again." A being simply said half-truth, "Don't say that I know you in the future, it's a shame." And the rat, "You don't even have a count of him. You didn't deal with Tang Meng last night. Are you stupid now?" The mouse was also shot while lying down. He scratched his head desperately and said, "Didn't you scold the chick? Why did you fire on me again?" A being smiled lightly, "I don't care about the rest. Anyway, the ordinary clinic is open. All the expenses today, you two can cover it all." "No problem." The chick and the mouse nodded in agreement without hesitation. They were honored to be able to spend money for Ling Yun. "Uncle Tang, are you here?" Seeing Tang Tianhao getting out of the car, Ling Yun immediately walked up to meet him, and said to Tang Tianhao, with a warm smile, "Tang Tianhao will come." This is something Ling Yun expected, of course he will not be surprised. Under the eyes of all the people, Tang Tianhao grabbed Ling Yun's hand tightly and said with a smile, "Come here, I'll show you Uncle Li." Uncle Li in Tang Tianhao's mouth is naturally the top leader of Qingshui City, Li Yifeng, secretary of the Municipal Party Committee. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao got off the bus at the same time, but Ling Yun had never seen Li Yifeng, didn't know him, and he didn't understand the mystery of the license plate, so he called Tang Tianhao first. However, according to Ling Yun's temper, even if he had seen Li Yifeng on TV and knew that Li Yifeng was the leader of Qingshui City, he would still call Tang Tianhao first. It's the same sentence, everyone envies the power they want to have. In Ling Yun's eyes, it's not even a fart. There is only one criterion, that is whether it is pleasing to the eye or not, and the degree of closeness to Ling Yun. This is the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee of Qingshui City, and also my eldest brother, Li Yifeng. Tang Tianhao was very serious and very solemn, and introduced Li Yifeng to Ling Yun. "Hello Uncle Li." Ling Yun smiled brightly, bowed slightly, and greeted Li Yifeng. He didn't call Secretary Li, but Uncle Li, which represented Ling Yun's attitude. Although he has attracted much attention, Li Yifeng has long been accustomed to seeing this kind of scene. He took Ling Yun's hand very naturally and kindly, looked up and down, and smiled slightly. "You are also very good, young and promising. Sure enough, a hero comes out of a boy. Uncle Li has won the award. It's just a small clinic opening, and I have to bother Uncle Li to go there in person, which makes me feel really sorry. From the height of the building, although your clinic is small, this is your first step. How could I not come for such an important step?" Ling Yun and Li Yifeng, one was there trying to humble themselves, the other was praising them, and they communicated cordially and naturally, but there were more and more people around, and everyone was really shocked. Who doesn't know Li Yifeng? That is Shimizu TV station, you can see it in the news every day. My God, Secretary Li actually came in person. Someone murmured and exclaimed. Yes, I said that a small clinic opened here, how come so many people came to congratulate? It turns out that this clinic is connected to heaven. Someone suddenly realized. This relationship is too fierce, and it will definitely make headlines tonight. Someone was very excited. It's broken, the gift money was short just now, can you give it again? Someone was very annoyed, and this was said by stomping their feet. Everyone quickly surrounded the place where Ling Yun and Li Yifeng were located, until the water was blocked, and they expressed their own shock and annoyance, as well as all kinds of envy and hatred. Ah! My father and Uncle Li are here. At this time, Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu went out and arranged for someone to hang and set up firecrackers, ready to cut the ribbon and set off the whip. When they saw this scene from the doorstep, they immediately said excitedly. To be continued. The second update is coming, and there are 2 more updates. I beg for a monthly pass. Brothers, can you give me a hand? Dad, Uncle Lee, are you here? Why are you standing there talking? Come in. There were too many people around Ling Yun and the others, so Tang Meng couldn't rush in at all, so he had to stand on the steps at the door and yell at them. Uncle Lee, shall we talk in the room? Ling Yun said to Li Yifeng with a smile. Li Yifeng nodded slightly, and a group of 3 walked towards the door of the ordinary clinic. His aura and majesty were so powerful that he didn't need to speak at all, and the people around them took the initiative to make way. That's the benefit of power. Ling Yun doesn't care, it doesn't mean that ordinary people don't care. In China, a deputy provincial cadre, how dazzling existence is that? Ling Yun could raise his hand to kill someone, but Li Yifeng naturally couldn't. But Li Yifeng could make people who had never seen him take the initiative to make way for him without speaking, but Ling Yun couldn't do it either. Hearing Tang Meng shout, Su Lingfei squeezed out of the clinic with all her might. When she saw Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, and Ling Yun walking side by side towards the ordinary clinic, she regretted it. If she had known, she would have taken a photo. Here comes the teacher, this is the headline news. However, even if she came with a photographer, Ling Yun would not be able to accept her interview. Long Tianjiao, who had been standing outside the door looking at Ling Yun and the 3 of them entering the house, felt aggrieved and annoyed, but he was very helpless. Ling Yun didn't rape him. As a playboy of the Long family, he couldn't be embarrassed by himself. Face drilling into the clinic, right? Ling Yun, I saw a few people I know next to me just now. What are they here for? Li Yifeng said as he walked, that of course he was asking the business leaders around Long Tianjiao when they were walking all the way. These people greeted him with embarrassment. Ling Yun smiled and said, Did you come here to congratulate? There are too many people in the clinic, so they didn't let them in. Li Yifeng was speechless, thinking that Ling Yun really didn't take these big men seriously. All of these people were big taxpayers in Qingshui City. No matter who they came from, they came to congratulate him. He actually let them be at the door. Standing outside? This kid. It's more than a wonderful thing, it's simply a wonderful thing. Ling Yun. These people are standing outside. It's not very good. Li Yifeng probably understood Ling Yun's temperament. He was inconvenient to say it clearly, so he had to use deter tactics and attack from side to side. Since Uncle Li said the influence is not good, let them in. Ling Yun smiled and sent a voice transmission to Tang Meng directly, asking him to call Long Tianjiao and others in. Tang Meng had seen Long Tianjiao and his group. It's the job that suits him best. Uncle Lee, there are too many people on the 1st floor, let them be busy here, let's go to the 2nd floor to talk. It's almost time, and those who should come are almost here. Ling Yun knows that Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao should be the last wave, even if there are more people coming. It was impossible for him to receive it himself. At this time, Tang Meng went out to pick up Long Tianjiao and others, while Tai Xiaohu arranged for the dozen or so younger brothers he called to start various preparations and wait for the ribbon cutting. It is true that Qinglong is underworld, but this does not mean that the members of Qinglong are all bad people. Fighting and killing is normal, but the real bad guy, Long Kuan, will not take it for himself. Qinglong's business mainly includes underground casinos, bars, karaoke nightclubs, bathing centers, and high-end leisure clubs. As well as the transportation of the hotel vegetable market, as well as the collection of loan sharks, but resolutely do not do white powder business. But loan sharks must do it. If you don't do this, you let the underworld eat whatever you want, and drink the northwest wind? Don't underestimate the vegetable market, because citizens eat meat and vegetables every day, and Qinglong monopolizes the business of pork, beef and mutton, which is a huge amount of income. People in the underworld, the so-called turf, is actually robbing the secret control of these edge businesses. Whoever has a big turf will make money. Of course, they have to raise enough younger brothers. The dozen or so little brothers that Tai Xiaohu called are actually serious people without any criminal record on their bodies. On the contrary, it is easier to use than the 5 gangsters that Tang Meng called, and will definitely not delay things. The second floor of ordinary clinic is actually full of people now. Except for Qin Dongxue, Shueshini, Lin Jinggang, those old men, and Zhuang Tianda and other prominent figures, many young people have no place to sit at all, so they can only find a place to stand on. As for Lu Li, Li Hongmei, Zhang Manyun, and other women, they all sat on the bedside in the bedroom and talked. Now, the protagonist on the second floor, the beautiful Qin Dongxue, has taken the initiative to be downgraded to become a foil. Although she is sitting on the field, she rarely speaks. She just smiles and listens to these people chatting quietly. Qin Dongxue was actually very annoyed. What kind of people came here? There are genius doctors, army commanders, the richest man, Cui Lao, and pregnant women, a lot of mess. If she wasn't the only elder in Ling Yun's family, she had already run away. Seeing that Ling Yun finally came up, Qin Dongxue finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying that it was finally over. Li Yifeng came to the second floor, and he saw Shini Shui sitting in the middle of the sofa at first glance. He didn't hesitate, and immediately rushed over, came to Shini Shui very respectfully, bowed and said, "Hello, Uncle Shui." Shini twitched his beard and smiled, but he didn't sit still. He smiled and said, "Here comes Yifeng? Don't be too polite, sit down." Shini's identity is there, and he is the great benefactor of Li Yifeng's family, and he is qualified to sit still. Li Yifeng looked respectful and serious, nodded to Shini Shui, and then looked at Lin Jinggang beside Shini Shui. He was slightly stunned, and immediately extended his hand to Lin Jinggang. "Commander Lin, are you here too?" Do Li Yifeng and Lin Jinggang know each other? Don't know each other, they've never met each other or even talked to each other on the phone. However, just because they haven't met in reality doesn't mean they don't know who the other is. As Lin Jinggang, when his precious daughter goes to work in a place, he must understand all aspects of that place. As for Li Yifeng, the Jiangnan military region and another military region are going to hold military exercises, so he should also pay attention to it, right? Therefore, although they have never met or eaten together, they both know who the other is. In China, the military world and the political world are two distinct paths. The important people in the military world and the important people in the political world, whether local or high level in China, should not be too close. Rarely do you see a general sitting with the secretary of the provincial party committee of a certain province for a meal, chatting, or a meeting, even on TV. For some reason, the state is very taboo about this, which is a big taboo. Leading the military and political circles, only the real number one chief of the country has this power. Whoever plays with others will die. The more joyful they are, the faster they die. Lin Jinggang got up slowly, stretched out his hand and shook Li Yifeng briefly, smiled and said nothing. He is inconvenient to talk much. In fact, Lin Jinggang is also very annoyed now. He really did not expect that the opening of a small clinic in Lingyun would cause such a big disturbance, which is almost better than his military exercise. On this occasion, he is a dignified major general, and it is really not suitable for him to appear. When he came, he originally thought that he would bring his daughter here to congratulate Ling Yun on the opening of the clinic, give gifts by the way, and then teach Ling Yun a lesson before leaving. But now that it's like this, after he goes back, he can't even explain to the old man, can he not be annoyed? But since he was here, he would leave without waiting for Ling Yun's clinic to open. He couldn't save his face, so he had to sit here and talk nonsense, like sitting on pins and needles. Next, Li Yifeng began to greet everyone one by one, his face full of spring breeze, without any omissions. Tang Tianhao was also busy for a long time, but he was caught off guard and sweated profusely. The most relaxed is Ling Yun. If it wasn't for him to stay here to introduce the parties, he would have gone to Yao Rou's room to play at this moment. Now, Bai Xianer, Miao Xiaomiao, Shui Mining, Yao Rou, Zhang Ling and others are all in that big bedroom. These people don't know what they are talking about. Anyway, when they hear Ling Yun coming up, none of them can come out. Find him. Sitting in the bedroom next to them were Lin Menghan, Kong Xiuru, Liang Fingyi and others. They were a little older and could talk a lot. In the bedroom next to him, Zhang Manyun, Li Hongmei, Lu Li, and Su Bingyan were sitting on the edge of the bed. Zhang Manyun, as his mother-in-law, was stalking Ling Yun's past and collecting all kinds of useful information. The most pitiful one was Zhuang Meina. She seemed unable to fit into Shui Mining's room, and she didn't want to be with the older ones, so she had to be alone, which was very desolate. It's very lively, this time it's a bit big. Ling Yun observed all this easily with his divine sense, couldn't help rubbing his nose, and said secretly, "Stinky boy, this is the good thing you did, wait until today and see how I clean up you." In Ling Yun's ear, Qing Dongshua's coquettish voice came, of course it was a sound transmission. "Auntie, I don't want to do this either, who would have known so many people would come today?" Ling Yun gave a lot of money. Qing Dongxue hummed, "Humph, don't pretend to be confused with me, you know that's not what I said." Of course, Qing Dongxue didn't say how many people came today, she said how many women came today. It's just too much. No two hands can count. And it's not as simple as a woman, almost all of them are goddesses, the best goddesses. Seeing that Ling Yun couldn't get around, he had to stop laughing. He decided that after the clinic opened, he would not return to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay if he was beaten to death. He swore that he would not see Qing Dongxue because the clinic was busy with studies, lest his boat would fall to the ground. No way, this can't be explained at all. At this moment, Tai Xiao, who ran upstairs, came to Ling Yun's side and said, "Brother Yun, everything is ready, is it ready to open?" Ling Yunqin said that Tai Xiao, who came in time, he said without hesitation, "Opening. To be continued." Following Ling Yun's opening, everyone in the room, regardless of gender, age, or child, all stood up one after another. Many stunning beauties in the bedroom also filed out, and they all gathered around Ling Yun. Copy address access 777772E766F6474772E636F6D. Of course, the main ones are Bai Xianer, Shui Mining, Yao Rou, Zhang Ling, these young people. Although other women have hearts, they are too shy in front of so many people. Water's eyes are entangled with today's focus person, Ling Yun. Shueshini stood out from the crowd, strode to Ling Yun's side, and said with a kind smile, "Go, let's cut the ribbon." "Oh, let's cut the ribbon. Brother Ling Yun's clinic is finally open." Shui Mining cheered and clung to Ling Yun's arm tightly, not to mention the excitement on her pretty face. She didn't care about the jealous eyes around her that could kill her a million times in seconds. At this time, as long as anyone dares to hold Ling Yun's arm, Ling Yun will naturally not refuse, but it seems that except for the little demon girl Shui Mining and Bai Xianer, others really have to stand aside. Lin Menghan didn't dare, and Yao Rou naturally didn't dare. As for Miao Xiaomiao, she is simply impossible. If Ning Lingyu and Long Wu were to be on the second floor, the two of them would definitely dare, and even compare their speed with Shui Mining, but at this time, they were busy downstairs, collecting gifts and red envelopes. These important people began to go downstairs in order, each with a very powerful aura, and the aura was so amazing that the people downstairs couldn't help but look up at each other and exclaimed in their hearts. Ling Yun was the last one to go downstairs. He accompanied Shui Mining on the left and Bai Xianer on the right. He chose to ignore Zhuang Meina's complicated and inexplicable eyes when she came downstairs and passed him by biting her lip. The second floor was soon empty. In the eyes of all the people, Ling Yin brought xuanhuan and Bai Xianer downstairs, enjoying everyone's envy and worship, I have to say. This feeling is really cool. On the second floor just now, everyone seemed to have already negotiated who would be in charge of cutting the ribbon. When Ling Yin came to the door of the clinic, he found that everyone was almost ready. In the middle of the door, an open space was deliberately set aside. This was of course Ling Yin's position, and no one was standing there. Count to both sides. They are Qin Dongxue and Shueshini. Li Yifeng, Lin Jinggang, Tang Tianhao, Xue Qingya and his wife, Zhuang Tianda and his wife, a long row. Zhuang Tianda did not come in vain. After all, he is the richest man in Qingshui City. When Shini Xue and Qin Dongxue were discussing who to cut the ribbon, they once sent Ling Yin a voice transmission and asked Ling Yin if Zhuang Tianda would cut the ribbon. Ling Yin agreed. It was impossible for Ling Yin to disagree, because Zhuang Tianda was Zhuang Meifeng's father, so he couldn't afford to lose Zhuang Tianda's face in such trivial matters as cutting the ribbon. However, these people are not enough. Ling Yin walked towards the center and came to the center of everyone's attention. He thought for a while. He opened his mouth and called Ning Lingyu, Long Wu, and Lin Menghan over. These three people, one is the younger sister, the other is the fiancé of the baby, and the other is married to Ling Yun. He pondered for a while, and then called xuanhuan and Yao Rou over and asked them to stand on either side. There are big people in front of them. Yao Rou felt ashamed, she shook her head resolutely and waved to Ling Yun, indicating that she couldn't come, but Ling Yin insisted on letting her come over with a smile, and even used Shenlong Shao to cover the audience and said, "You should come." This is what makes Ling Yun most fascinated by women. What he thinks should be done, he will do it, without caring about the occasion, let alone who and who is who. Domineering. Ling Yun wanted to call Bai Xianer and Kong Xiuru over again, but they firmly shook their heads and refused. Bai Xianer didn't like to be involved in such things in the world at all. As for Kong Xiuru, she was beating a drum in her heart, so she was resolute. Miao Xiaomiao didn't leave the clinic at all, so she naturally wouldn't come to cut the ribbon. Ling Yun was still thinking about whether to call Liang Fingyi and Zhang Ling over, but at this moment, Qin Dongxue broke out with thunderous anger, and Chuanin said, "Ling Yun, are you finished yet? So many people are with you. I've been standing for a long time. Let everyone look at it like a monkey." Everyone else is relying on Ling Yun, but of course Qin Dongxue can't do this. She has to take care of her. Besides her, no one else can control Ling Yun. Immediately. Ling Yun walked to a corner with a smile on his face, and invited old Chui, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, to stand beside him. Ling Yun always felt that Chui Lao had an inexplicable relationship with him, and he was very kind to him, and he would never ignore Chui Lao. "Little guy, I'm a lousy old man, so I'm free? This is inappropriate." Old Chui was extremely excited. He didn't expect that Ling Yun didn't forget him. Under everyone's astonished eyes, he waved his hands to refuse, but he was still hijacked by Ling Yun. Except for Qin Dongxue and Shueshini, and Long Tianjiao, who was watching the ribbon cutting, everyone was puzzled. Why was this old man so unremarkable and ordinary? Why was Ling Yun so important? "Little guy, I won't stand beside you, I'll stand behind you." Of course, Lao Chui couldn't match Ling Yun's strength. When he came to the field, he was too excited to speak, but he still took the initiative to ask to stand behind Ling Yun with a firm attitude. Ling Yun was helpless, so he nodded in agreement and said, "Okay." It is said that Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu are also eligible to participate in this ribbon cutting, but they are so busy now that they have no time to think about it. Damn it, this ribbon cutting scene is really crazy and cool. At this time, the 5 gangsters had come to the front of the ordinary clinic. They were shocked beyond words when they saw the ribbon cutting staff. If it wasn't for a sign hanging on the door of the clinic, I don't know, I would have thought that this was the relocation ceremony of the municipal government building. A very long red ribbon was brought up, and several MCs in red cheongsam brought scissors and distributed them to the people who were going to cut the ribbon. Next, Li Feng, the secretary of the municipal party committee, said a few words in a simple but solemn manner, and then Shani Shui announced the opening with a smile. I wish Lingyun's ordinary clinic a great opening. During the firecrackers, the scissors were pulled out, and the red silk was cut into several sections in an instant. At the same time, there was warm applause from all around. Crackling. Dozens of firecrackers slid away and were ignited at the same time. The sound and the scene were shocking. In the warm applause and the sound of firecrackers, Lingyun's ordinary clinic opened. Congratulations. Wish you prosperity and wealth. Happy with joy. Thanks. Everyone came over, congratulated Lingyun, praised him for his youthful talent, and complimented him in all kinds of ways. I really didn't expect. Li Jinlian stood at a distance, watching this scene in surprise, muttering to herself, today, she has said this sentence many times. What kind of boss are we following? Lingyun is so capable, why does he open such a small clinic? I really don't understand. Even if Shang Xiaoming scratched her scalp, she couldn't figure out what happened today. So many important people come to support him, it must be because of his deep background. Now, I believe he can pay us wages, but if he doesn't have medical skills and can't cure diseases, I still won't stay here. Sun Yujiao seemed to be hit hard today. She tried her best to maintain her cold, arrogant look, said Jiao Jiao. I don't know if I'm speaking from my heart. These three little nurses had their own thoughts, but the other girls or women who came today didn't think so. They all stared at Lingyun with different expressions, but they were all deeply for him in their hearts. Bless. At this moment, Lingyun was in the limelight, and it was a moment of great scenery, and it could be said that it was the limelight. Lingyun wanted the ordinary clinic to open in a low-key manner, but he didn't expect that when he was unprepared, this opening would be earth-shattering and high-profile. Apart from standing at the door for more than an hour and picking up a few important people, he didn't do anything at all. Brother, you are amazing. Standing in front of Lingyun, Ning Lingyu said in a daze. Lingyun raised his hand, stroked Ning Lingyu's long hair lightly, and said with a smile, it's just the opening, what's so great? It's amazing, and the opening is also amazing. Ning Lingyu's rare act of coquettishness can't help but say, and Lingyun is not allowed to deny it. Lingyun could only helplessly smile, maybe, it's a little bit powerful. His words made all the beauties around him laugh, and no one would eat Ning Lingyu's vinegar. Come in, Lingyun. To celebrate the opening of your clinic, our elders have prepared some small gifts for you. Lingyun grabbed the red silk and was trying to hang it around Ning Lingyu's neck, but heard the voice of Dr. Shui, which rang in the clinic. The ribbon cutting has just ended, and now is the time when the voices are full of people, and it is a good time to give gifts. Shui Shani was the most senior, so it was naturally up to him to say this. Of course, when giving gifts at this time, it is not for the party who gives the gift to show off, the big gift is for the party who receives the gift. Isn't this the end of the opening? Why are there still gifts? Lingyun was stunned, and was very puzzled. Just now, the red envelopes and gift money had been collected a lot, and they had already filled the 2 drawers of the table. How could they still be given? Brother Lingyun, come in quickly. Shui Mining smiled and seemed even more excited than Lingyun. She hugged Lingyun's arm with both hands and rushed into the clinic. Wow, there are so many big people today, let's see what gifts they gave Lingyun. Yes, come and see what gifts Lingyun can receive. Li Ji didn't leave either, it looks like he has a gift for Lingyun too. I'm more concerned about what the richest man in Qingshui City will give. I'm really looking forward to it, the main event is about to be staged. Ling Yun listened to these people's words and phrases. He was Zheng King Kong confused, and was surrounded by Shui Mining, Ning Lingyu, and others, and pushed them into the clinic. To be continued. 5 updates today. The first update is here. Big, ask for a monthly pass, let's burst into the top 50. At this time, the clean and elegant desk that was close to the door of the clinic has been moved to the inside, very close to the stairs, and it is still against the east wall. 3 chairs are placed behind the desk, lined up, waiting for people to sit. Copy address access 7777772E766F6474772E636F6D. Right in front of the desk, there is an open space 3 meters long and 2 meters wide for people to walk. Directly opposite the desk are the benches that are more than 3 meters long. At this time, the benches are already full of today's important people. Shani Shui, Lin Jinggang, Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, and others sat in the first row, and some old men who had a good relationship with Shani Shui sat in the second row, and so on. Shui Qingya and his wife Shuang Tianda sat in the second row. Last row. These benches were not suitable for Long Tianjiao and others to sit on. Fortunately, Tang Meng was good, so he found a bench for them and let them sit beside the bench. There were all the guests who were reluctant to leave after the congratulatory gifts were delivered. Some of them wanted to curry favor with the big man, some were waiting to watch the fun, and some were thinking about going to the hotel for a free meal after this is over, and also the red envelopes. Can't give it away. There are at least 100 people in the clinic of more than 200 square meters. At first glance, all the heads are covered in blackness, rubbing shoulders and heels, enclosing the small space in a watertight space, standing on tiptoes, staring intently. That desk, sit and wait for the main event to start. There were even more people outside the clinic. There were some who couldn't get into the clinic, and there were pedestrians who were attracted by passing by. They were all crowded around the door of the clinic and around the windows, looking inside with their feet crossed, and talking a lot. The 5 gangsters were used to this kind of process since childhood, and they knew that this was the most exciting moment. At the risk of being beaten again, he desperately squeezed to the door of a window, waiting to see what kind of heaven-defying gift Ling Yun could receive. In fact, the 5 gangsters never left. Ling Yun, Tang Meng, and the others had already discovered them, but Ling Yun knew that they were all arrogant little brats, and it was enough to teach them a lesson once, so he didn't make it difficult for them. Such a scene. Someone has to preside over it. Li Yifeng turned his head. After searching in the crowd for a while, he finally fixed his eyes on Su Lingfei. Lingfei, it looks like Uncle Li is going to trouble you once today. Li Yifeng stood up and said to Su Lingfei with a smile. Li Yifeng naturally knew Su Lingfei. Only Su Lingfei can really host such a scene. Feeling the various gazes around her, Su Lingfei's pretty face was a little red. She hesitated a little, then nodded lightly. Then he dragged Liang Fingyi to the highly anticipated desk. Liang Fingyi didn't want to go up, but Su Lingfei dragged her and didn't let go until the two came to the back of the table, then let go. Why did you pull me here? Liang Fingyi bit her lip and complained to Su Lingfei. So many people give gifts, someone has to keep a record, right? Give you a chance to show your face, you don't even know how to appreciate it. Su Lingfei said in a low voice, with a smile. Seeing the 2 beauties sitting upright behind the desk, Dr. Shui smiled and nodded. He fixed his eyes on Song Jingyang. Jingyang, you also go up and help. Song Jingyang was named by Shani Shui on the spot, so he naturally did not dare to neglect. He respectfully replied yes, and came to sit beside the 2 beauties. Ling Yun was surrounded by Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, and other beauties. Standing at the desk, waiting to receive the gift, he must be here because he has to thank him on the spot. Ling Yun was standing next to Liang Fingyi. Liang Fingyi was wearing a comfortable and loose low-cut chiffon shirt today. Ling Yun only had to look down to see two plump and towering fair skins and a bottomless ravine. It was so beautiful and wonderful, it made him feel dark. The woman's sixth sense was extremely powerful. Liang Fingyi seemed to sense Ling Yun's malicious gaze. She hummed in shame and anger, raised her hand calmly, and gently lifted the front of her clothes on her shoulders. There's still a lot of exposure, Ling Yun deliberately said to Liang Fingyi through voice transmission. Liang Fingyi's beautiful face was slightly hot. She now has the heart to kick Ling Yun to death, but in front of so many people, she couldn't attack, she could only turn her head and ignore Ling Yun. Su Lingfei is worthy of being a beautiful anchor. She stood up and said a few words. The noisy voice in the clinic disappeared immediately, and it instantly became quiet. After she said a few opening remarks very briefly, the gift-giving session began, and the big play was officially staged. At this time, who was the first to give the gift became the crux of the problem, but all the people present were powerful people. After they politely pushed back, they still asked Xuanhuan to give it first. Xuanhuan's identity and status were there, and he was the oldest. He gave gifts first, and no one thought it was inappropriate. Then I'm an old man, but I can't do my part, let me throw some bricks and attract jade. Xuanhuan said a few words with a red face, and just waved his hand slightly. Zheng Manyun got up with a smile, and handed the gift list in his hand to the master of ceremonies, who took it up and handed it to Su Lingfei. Xuanhuan's gift had already been moved in by Tang Meng and others, so naturally, there was no need to fiddle with it at this time, just a few gifts were placed on the table symbolically. Those were several exquisite boxes, including jade boxes, wooden boxes, metal boxes, and the document bag that Tang Meng had held in his hand. Su Lingfei took the gift list with a smile, and browsed it habitually just like reading news releases. Then she opened her mouth slightly, took a sharp breath, and was stunned. My God, this gift is too much, too much. Shocked but still shocked, Su Lingfei started to read it out in the silence. Used in traditional Chinese medicine, gold needles, made of pure gold, 365. 18 snow lotuses in Tianshan, 9 red sun grass, 7 green grass, heartbroken grass. A 200 million yuan cash check. There are 6 companies of all sizes in the south of the Yangtze River of Shui's Pharmaceutical. As Su Lingfei read out the names of the gifts on the gift list one by one, the tranquility in the clinic was broken, and everyone was shocked. The shocked beards of the several old men sitting behind Shini Shui turned upside down. After looking at each other for a while, one of them couldn't help raising his hand and patted Shini Shui, who was twitching his beard and smiling, blushing and saying, I say old man. Shui, you can't do it? You gave all your family to that kid Ling Yun? The family background he said did not refer to the 200 million checks and the 6 companies whose assets were worth more than 1 billion yuan, but to the famous herbs and elixir. Another old man hurriedly echoed, that's right, I'll buy you a Tianshan snow lotus with 30 million yuan, but if you don't give it to me, it's better now, give it to Ling Yun in one breath. As far as I know, there are a total of 18 snow lotuses in your family, right? And the red sun grass, the blue flame grass, you are really willing. Seeing the anxious faces of the old men with blushing faces, and thick necks, blowing beards and staring at him, Dr. Shui laughed happily, as if he didn't send out these elixir, but received so many treasures. I have a bunch of old bones, and it's useless to keep those things. I hide them at home and watch them all day long. After speaking, Xuanhuan turned his head and let a few old guys jab him in the back of his spine. This is just a shock to know how to do it. These old men know the value of those medicinal herbs, and they know that they are rare and hard to find, and even if you have money, you may not be able to buy them, so they will say this. But ordinary people are not interested in these, and others are shocked by the 365 golden needles, the 200 million checks, and the 6 companies. My God, Shue's pharmaceutical, 6 companies south of the Yangtze River have all given to Lingyun. It's at least 1 billion. Yes, there are still 200 million checks. How long will it take, and what are you doing to open a clinic? Go against the sky, and suddenly became a billionaire. He is directly rich and handsome, even taller than rich and handsome. Li Jilian's mouth was enough to put an egg in her mouth, and her face turned red with excitement. Except for the gift giver, the people around were all dumbfounded all of a sudden. Lingyun was also extremely shocked. He never imagined that Xuesheni would be so generous this time. Money is one aspect, but the most important thing is that he understands the value of those herbs better than anyone else. Grandpa Xue, how can I accept this? Lingyun was so excited that he forgot to use sound transmission to enter the secret. In fact, there was no need for sound transmission at this time. Sheni Xue waved his hand gently and said with a smile, "The medicinal herbs in my yard are no longer used, and they are all for you. You can pick them up when you want to use them." Lingyun was speechless, feeling that this happiness came too soon. To be honest, if I had known that I could be so rich, I would have opened a clinic. He can earn 10 million a day, and he will earn more than half a year. Tang Meng was even more overjoyed. He was more excited than everyone else. Now he really doesn't have to worry about funds. He also added 6 companies all at once. His Tiandi group has finally come to the real main force. Zhang Manyun had enough face at this time. Shi Yingying got up and said to Lingyun with a smile, "Lingyun, you take out that document now, and sign on the last page. The contract will take effect, and the 6 companies are yours. Sign. 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 Sign." The people in the room began to shout passionately, and they all wanted to witness this shocking scene and watch the 6 companies change their owners. "Hee, brother Lingyun, what are you still doing? Sign it." Xue Mining's pretty face flushed with excitement, and she personally helped Lingyun to take the contract out of the document bag. Dr. Xue couldn't help but frown and smile. This upside-down post is really too porcelain. Lingyun took a deep breath, took the signature pen in Liang Fengyi's hand, bent over, and signed his name on the contract. When he stood up again, there was a deafening applause from the clinic. To be continued. The second update is sent. The monthly pass is not good. Such a cool story. Don't even have 10 monthly passes in the first update? Brothers, please give me some strength and stimulate me. Brother Lingyun, the 200 million, but I gave it to you. After Lingyun signed, Xue Mining put her charming little mouth close to Lingyun's ear and said excitedly, 777772E766F6474772E636F6D. Lingyun smiled slightly, scratched Xue Mining's pretty nose lovingly, and said, "You are amazing. Old Tang, how is it? Our 100 acres of land are not so conspicuous, right?" Watching the MC remove the gift box from the table, Li Yifeng whispered in the ear of Tang Tianhao, who was already shocked. Tang Tianhao swallowed madly, thinking that Lingyun, this kid, is getting money faster than stealing it. In the blink of an eye, he has the money and the company, and he directly enters the billionaire club. Even a strong wind can't bring so much money, but if it can, it has to be a tornado. Another person was stunned, Zhuang Tianda. He is a medical practitioner, and he can roughly judge the value of the elixir sent by Xuesheni, which is roughly 1 billion yuan, and it is still worthless. If you want to buy these things, it is very difficult to buy them. They are all given to him by Xuesheni, who healed the sick and saved people. Although the box of gold needles was of great use to Lingyun, it didn't weigh a few pounds in total. As long as they could afford the same weight of gold, they could be made. Therefore, although the box of gold needles is extremely precious and of great significance, in terms of value, compared with the check of 200 million yuan, compared with the 6 companies, it is simply a drop in the bucket. Zhuang Tianda has been in the pharmaceutical industry for decades, and he knows the pharmaceutical industry in China like the back of his hand, and the value of the 6 companies in Shui's pharmaceutical Jiangnan. He knows best, but even if there is no 1.5 billion, at least 1.2 billion pure assets are there. All these things that Shuishini gave to Ling Yun, all add up to at least 2.5 billion. Zhuang Tianda suddenly lost his calm. He claimed to be the richest man in Qingshui City. If you took 5% of the shares to Ling Yun today, not only will you not gain face, but you will lose face if you don't. Being ridiculed. But 500 million is enough to make his flesh hurt. If he asks him to take out the money, it will be a small knife to gouge out his heart, and he will die. Just when Zhuang Tianda was thinking secretly in his heart, Zhuang Meina, who had always been reluctant to lose to others, came over from nowhere. She hurriedly gritted her teeth and stomped her feet, and she bent down on Zhuang Tianda's shoulder. Dad, 5% of the shares are not enough. Fill in another 500 million. Zhuang Meina didn't want to be compared by Shui Mining, and she didn't want the Zhuang family to lose to the Shui family on such an important occasion. Zhuang Tianda shuddered when he heard it. Fill in another billion? You think it's $10, and you say fill it in? However, Zhuang Meina plausibly said, Dad, so many people are watching, look at who is sitting here. You claim to be the richest man in Qingshui City. If you only took out 500 million shares, it would be a shame today. Besides, how powerful brother Ling Yun is, and how great his potential is, you can probably see it. He is so rich now. Do you still care about our 500 million? Before she knew it, Zhuang Meina had started adding the word brother after Ling Yun's name. Although it was a little awkward, it made her feel closer to Ling Yun. Give more than 1 billion to brother Ling Yun, our family can't be poor, but in this case. Not only did we give brother Ling Yun enough face, we also earned enough face for ourselves. What do you think? Zhuang Tianda gritted his teeth, frowned and made up his mind desperately. To be honest, he knew that his daughter was right, and he actually thought so in his heart, but the money was too much for him to make up his mind. 1.5 billion is only a fraction of Zhuang Tianda's total assets, at most 1/10, but if he gave Ling Yun 1.5 billion today, he would be able to earn face and get a good impression of Ling Yun. And if it's only 500 million, Ling Yun won't take it seriously at all, then Zhuang Tianda has saved $1 billion, but if they don't take it seriously, your 500 million is like a waste of water, and even a spray is turned over. Don't get up. That would be a waste of time. With a smile on his face, Ling Yun glanced in the direction of Zhuang Tianda's family inadvertently, and then looked away instantly. With Ling Yun's current consciousness and 5 senses, how could all the movements inside and outside the entire ordinary clinic escape his investigation? It can be said that Zhuang Meina's words directly saved Zhuang Tianda and the banker. Zhuang Meina dared to give out 1.5 billion to Ling Yun, which changed Ling Yun's impression of the banker. Ling Yun is not because of the 1.5 billion. He doesn't care about 500, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, 000, How much? Ling Yun was happy. In fact, the banker hadn't gotten all the money into his eyes, and Zhuang Tianda hadn't been confused yet. Knowing his mistakes and being able to correct them was a good thing. Sure enough, after struggling and hesitating for a while, Zhuang Tianda finally made up his mind, 1.5 billion. Okay. Listen to you. Zhuang Tianda nodded and agreed with his daughter, but, the contract has been drawn up, how can I change it now? Zhuang Meina had already planned, Dad, don't you carry a checkbook with you? Isn't it enough to write a check now? Zhuang Tianda smiled bitterly and said, Hey, listen to you, just your daughter makes me poor. However, there are only 9 digits on the check, and the largest unit is 100 million. At most, it is 9 nines. It is only $1 to open a billion. At this time, the difference of 100 million from top to bottom is not very important anymore. What matters is face, it is the scene. What's more, Zhuang's pharmaceutical group, with 5% of the shares, the minimum is 500 million, and the stock may rise several times. As long as you make up your mind, these are all small things. Although many people around could not hear what Zhuang Tianda's father and daughter were discussing, they all noticed Zhuang Tianda's actions. While secretly guessing, Zhuang Tianda had already handed over the equity transfer contract and the 900 million check to Zhuang Meina. Send it to the front. After Zhuang Tianda finished all this, he suddenly felt a sense of relief. He was all relaxed, watching the confident and proud steps of his younger daughter Zhuang Meina, but he thought of his eldest daughter. Zhuang Meifeng. Meifeng, I'm sorry Dad, I'll make you compensation today. Dad gave all of your 10% to Ling Yun. Unfortunately, you can't see it. Zhuang Tianda said in his heart, thinking of the sad part. Eye circles are turning red. At this time, Zhuang Meina had already handed 2 things to Su Lingfei's hands. At the same time, he did not forget to glance at Ling Yun affectionately. Ling Yun still pretended not to see her, and Zhuang Meina snorted inwardly. However, she was actually very happy. At least, Ling Yun didn't drive her away today, at least Ling Yun didn't reject Zhuang Tianda's family. When Su Lingfei saw the check in her hand, she only felt a buzzing sound in her brain, thinking what happened today, this is too much fun. Doing so, will cause an economic earthquake in Shimizu City. With so many companies changing ownership, all of them were given to Ling Yun. Ling Yun instantly became the hottest figure in the business circles of Qingshui City, and even Jiangnan Province. Su Lingfei speaks clearly. The words were eloquent, and the voice was clear. Zhuang Shizhuang, the gift to Ling Yun is a cash check of 900 million, and 5% of the equity of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group. My God. I wipe. This is going crazy. As soon as Su Lingfei finished reading, the whole clinic was inside and outside. There was another exclamation. That excited shout almost toppled the roof of the entire clinic, and the dealer was bleeding profusely, 1.5 billion. Zhuang Meina had the most face at this time, her almond eyes were full of spring, and her peach cheeks glanced at Ling Yun with a smile, and said heartily. See you ignore me in the future? Feeling the exclamations of the crowd, Zhuang Tianda suddenly felt that his decision just now was correct, and he did have face. Although he was not Ling Yun's father-in-law for the time being, he really used the 1.5 billion to earn enough face. Brother Ling Yun, what are you waiting for? Come and sign? Zhuang Meina also followed suit. Following Shui Mining's example, she took the initiative to take out the equity transfer contract in the document bag and handed it over to Ling Yun for him to sign on the spot. Shui Mei pouted her little mouth and stomped her feet, but there was nothing she could do. What came out was that Ling Yun didn't show any humility. Under everyone's calm gaze, he simply bowed his head and signed, and pocketed the 900 million check. "Thank you, Uncle Zhuang." Ling Yun stood up, and amid the cheers that overturned the roof, he unleashed his dragon's roar and sent the sound into the ears of everyone present. With a thank you and Uncle Zhuang, it means that Ling Yun has forgiven Xuanhuan, and it can be regarded as an approval of the banker. Of course, the banker will also be under his protection in the future. "Mei Feng, don't worry, with me, no one can touch your family," Ling Yun said secretly in his heart. Ling Yun is not stupid. Although he didn't pay attention to the banker's affairs, he could guess with his but that Xuanhuan's life was not easy. He was here to beg him. After all, he was in the 2 villas of the banker, and he killed nearly 100 people twice in total. This kid. Shui Shini and Shui Lao smiled and nodded, showing their approval and support for Ling Yun's approach. My God, 1.5 billion, Xuanhuan really dares to give it. All the money in our family is added up, and if we sell my family, it will not be 1.5 billion. Outside the clinic, Brother Fei, who was standing by the window watching, rubbed his teeth in excitement, and his eyes were about to pop out. What's the point of daring to give it away? Brother Yin calmly took over 1.5 billion, that's how awesome. A being's sharp eyes flashed with excitement that had never been seen before, and said excitedly. Now, he finally understood why Tang Meng followed Ling Yun so desperately. Hey, how much is Brother Yun's worth now? The mouse is more excited than anyone else now. There are not 4 billion, but 3 billion, right? Ah Bing said. Eggy kept her eyes fixed. Look, it will soon exceed the sum of the 5 of US. To be continued. The third one is delivered. It's 3 shifts, and there are still 2 shifts left. Bu Zheng has shown his sincerity. Can you rest assured to vote for the monthly vote? Ask for a monthly pass. In fact, as long as the sensible people present can see that this is giving gifts, it is clearly giving dowry. You don't have to look at it, you can figure it out with a little brainstorming. Whether it's a company or shares, these are all hard-earned industries. Just a little observation, this room full of stunning beauties, looking at Ling Yun's eyes, everything is obvious, it's just the lice on the top of the head, it's obvious. Even those who watch the lively can see that these big people who are among them are not aware of it. Shui Shini, including Shui Qingye and Zhang Manyun, Lin Jinggang, Xuanhuan and his wife, which one of them did not come from the storm? Everyone is tacit. Dowry? Value. There is no way, there are billions of people on the entire earth, and there is only one Ling Yun. And, who makes their children like it? I had to post it backwards, and I had to try my best to post it backwards. Hey, even when I was engaged, there was no such scene. Long Tianjiao was sitting on the bench, but from time to time he glanced at Lin Jinggang in the front right. He was full of mixed feelings, and he really didn't know how much courage and thick skin he needed to sit quietly. It's here. Long Tianjiao was guessing what the Lin family would bring out. He dared to look at Lin Jinggang, but he had never looked at Lin Menghan before. He was really frightened by Ling Yun's beating. Ling Yun turned his face and didn't recognize anyone. Long Tianjiao knew it better than anyone else. After seeing the congratulations from Shini Shui and Xuanhuan, Lin Jinggang kept his expression as usual without any special change in expression. After the commotion passed, Lin Jinggang raised his hand and called Lin Menghan over. Lin Menghan naturally knew what to give to Ling Yun. No matter her face or figure, she is amazingly beautiful, and has always been one of the most intense focal points of men in the room. No way. Among all the women in the clinic, Lin Menghan's breasts are well-deserved number 1. That kind of upright, that kind of arrogance. That kind of round towering, coupled with the willow waist that Ying holds. With an unparalleled face, no man can resist the ultimate temptation of this vision. In addition, Lin Menghan has now broken the melon, and is already a young woman. The amorous feelings naturally conveyed from the corners of his brows and eyes and the twisting of his waist are truly against the sky. The so-called wind with love and water with a smile is nothing more than that. However, a situation like this is true no matter where Lin Menghan appears. Lin Zheng had no choice, and Ling Yun had no choice either. Unless people don't love beauty anymore, or Lin Menghan becomes ugly, otherwise, she will never be able to avoid such gazes. It is precisely because of this that after Lin Menghan came to Qingshui City, he lived in a seclusion. She rarely goes out, she is only this way. When Lin Menghan came over, Lin Zheng raised his hand, patted the military canvas bag that he never left his hand today, and smiled slightly. Go to Ling Yun. The military canvas bag is not very big, but it looks quite heavy. This was no problem for Lin Menghan's current realm of strength. She easily took the canvas bag to the desk. Lin Menghan blinked at Ling Yun and smiled playfully. Open it and see. Saying that, he took out another check from his handbag and handed it to Su Lingfei behind the table. It was a check of 200 million denominations, for a military family. It's already a lot of money. Ling Yun did not pay attention to the check, but immediately opened the military canvas bag. Not only everyone was curious, Ling Yun was also curious. What was it wrapped in canvas? It looked very heavy and mysterious. When I opened the canvas bag, it was stuffed with some old newspapers, and then peeled off the old newspapers layer by layer, and finally, there was a layer of black cloth. Something the size of a shot put is not a regular circle, but a very irregular shape. Everyone moved forward, wanting to see what it was, but when Song Jingyang saw that it was so tightly wrapped, he was already happy to see it. Even divine Dr. Shui, Qin Dongxue, Lao Chui, Long Tianjiao, and others were a little itchy. For these ancient martial arts masters, money is simply a vulgar thing, and no matter how much money, in their eyes, it is just a number. What is a good thing? The rare things in the world are good things. Like, it's too similar, isn't it? Ling Yun became more and more excited, and he muttered to himself, if it was true, it would be too heaven-defying. What is it? Yeah, open it up and take a look, it's terrifying. Many people were urging Ling Yun. Ling Yun rubbed his hands lightly, took a few deep breaths, then stretched out his hand like lightning, and suddenly pulled the black cloth wrapped around it down. Damn it, it really is it. What a baby. Ling Yun was really excited this time. At this moment, he could not wait to run up to Lin Zheng and hug him and kiss him fiercely. Refining God Taishu Stone. Refining God Taishu Stone, except for its extremely irregular shape, looks no different from ordinary stones on the side of the road. Its appearance is gray, extremely ordinary, and very inconspicuous, and it is even interesting to kick people. No. However, this kind of stone is very hard and heavy, with the same size and weight at least twice as much as a lead put. This kind of stone has a very powerful spiritual effect on ordinary people, but its main function is to refine the spirit. As the name suggests, the spirit refinement Taishu stone is of course used for spirit refinement. Ling Yun is about to break through the 8th level of physical training. The next step is to enter the Qi training period, refining Qi to transform into God. Help, Ling Yun's spiritual cultivation will definitely improve in a day. Moreover, it is not only in the realm of refining Qi and transforming into a god, this kind of stone, in the stage of training the spirit and returning to the virtual, holding it to cultivate, the cultivation speed will be more terrifying, and the effect will be better. At this stage of refining the virtual and combining the Tao, it can be used. Moreover, this kind of Taishu stone is a kind of space spirit stone with no way to use it. It doesn't need to be engraved, and the Taishu stone has its own space inside. There are some extremely magical storage treasures in the world of self-cultivation, such as storage bags, space rings, and xuanhuan bracelets, etc., all of which are made of this kind of stone. What are you missing? Someone will give you a pillow when you are dozing off. Seeing such a large piece of God-refining Taishu stone, can Lingyun not be excited? He was going crazy with excitement. Such a baby, let alone 1 billion or 2 billion. Even if you give him 10 quadrillion, he won't change it. My God, this is the spirit of purity stone. It's really a pure stone. Real baby, this is of great help to cultivation. Not only the cultivation speed can be increased several times, but also with this thing to accompany you to pass the test, you will never go crazy. Several experts who knew goods couldn't help but communicated through voice transmission. Qin Dongxue, Shueshini, Chui Lao. When Long Tianjiao and the others saw the Lianshan Taishu stone, they were all stunned, and their mouths were wide open all of a sudden. Lingyun couldn't help but feel amused when he heard it. Qingshan? Qingshan is just the most rubbish function of refining the God Taishu stone, okay? Refining the God Taishu stone can not only clear the mind, but also test the strength of the divine consciousness, and it can also refine the spirit. Refining Qi and transforming into God, practicing God to return to emptiness, refining emptiness and combining Tao, all can be used. It's just that Lingyun's current realm strength is not enough for such a treasure. With his little consciousness, he couldn't even get into the inner space of Taishu stone, at least not until the early stage of Qi training. Lingyun's hands and feet were as swift as never before. With a lightning-fast copy, he grabbed the refining God Taishu stone into his hand, and with a thought, threw it into the space ring. Love who is shocked, who is shocked. Whoever likes to say anything can say anything, he can't control that much, such a good baby must not be shown to others. Hide and talk. What is it? Why don't you even see it, so there's no shadow? I'm very disappointed, it's just a broken stone, not much dust. Hey, it's so mysterious, I thought it was such a good baby. I don't care what it is, I just want to know where it went. How did it disappear out of thin air in the blink of an eye? Lingyun's hand was too fast, most people didn't see it at all, only a few people saw it, those ordinary people were just a broken stone, they couldn't help but feel disappointed and a little disappointed. More people are concerned about Lingyun's ability to instantly disappear the stone, because it is amazing and unbelievable. Lingyun put away the refining God Taishu stone, and in front of everyone's eyes, he specifically walked in front of Lin Zheng, bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you, Uncle Lin." This must be thanked, but also in person. Not only to thank, but also to return gifts, return gifts. You don't need to thank me, this is Meng Han's grandfather. During the war, he suffered a serious gunshot wound. At that time, the weather was cold and freezing, and Grandpa Lin was completely unconscious. He was supposed to die, but he should not have died. He was lucky enough to go against the sky. When he fell, his head just hit the stone. Grandpa Lin was in a coma for only one night before he woke up. He felt that it was this stone that saved him, and he felt extraordinary, so he carried him with him all the time, and then caught up with the army. Lin Zheng slowly told the ins and outs of this stone, which was also a page of the Lin family history. Lingyun knew clearly in his heart that the Qingshan stone had a strong effect of clearing the mind, and it took him a whole night to wake up after smashing his head on it. Until the night before, the old man put it next to his pillow when he slept, and now I give it to you. Grandpa Lin is so nice. Lingyun said uncontrollably, thinking that he had to find a time to meet the old man and ask where the stone was found. He had to look for it, if he could find more, it would be one. In the future, you are not allowed to bully Menghan. Lin Zheng is a soldier. He speaks directly and simply. Hee, Uncle Lin thinks too much, how can he? Lingyun laughed. Lingyun is really happy, all the masters are envious, and they are happy for Lingyun in their hearts, but Long Tianjiao is jealous and hateful, what he hates is that his intestines are knotted. Such a good baby, when I got engaged to your daughter, why didn't your Lin family take it out? Long Tianjiao wanted to cry without tears. To be continued. Originally from Reading Net. The gift from the Lin family is a 200 million cash check, and a piece of. As soon as Su Lingfei's voice started, it was interrupted by Lingyun's rough voice transmission, and he directly asked Su Lingfei not to read it. He doesn't care how much money is given to him if his wealth is not revealed, but this will not work, even if the refining god Taishu stone is regarded as the Qingshan stone by the ancient martial arts masters in China, it will not work. In fact, even the Qingshan stone in the eyes of Chinese ancient martial arts masters is definitely a rare treasure, and it is also a treasure that cannot be exchanged for gold. Just think, this god-refining Taishu stone can increase the cultivation speed of ancient martial arts practitioners several times. What does this mean? This means that two ancient warriors with the same talent, the same aptitude, and the same realm, after cultivating for the same time, have the refining god Taishu stone. The realm of strength is far greater than the realm of strength, and when they hit the big threshold, they are not yet there will be any possibility of going crazy. This is equivalent to adding countless amulets and countless lives. Who would take their own life for money? Lin Jing just finished sending the congratulations, and was very satisfied with Ling Yun's performance. He stopped talking, but sat on the bench and quietly waited for the end of the congratulations, and then left. At this time an hour or so has passed since the opening of the ribbon cutting, and it was past 11 o'clock in the morning. Old Chui glanced around and saw that no one stood up anymore, so he smiled and said to Ling Yun, "Little guy, the old man has also prepared a few inconspicuous gifts for you. Do you want to take a look now?" Ling Yun shook his head decisively. "Old Chui, we are all cultivators. If you want to give me a gift, you can just go home alone and give it to me after today's work. You don't need to take it out here." Ling Yun deeply understands the truth that wealth is not revealed, and the tree is big to attract wind. He is not worried about the other people in the clinic, but there is still a Long Tianjiao sitting in the clinic. Who knew that Long Tianjiao was sitting here so shamelessly? What are you thinking about? It had been more than a month since Ling Yun had parted with Mr. Chui. If Mr. Chui left for this period of time, it was to go back and give him a gift, which shows how precious the gift would be. Taking it out on this occasion might cause an uproar. The thing spreads out. On the contrary, you will be troubled by trouble, which is not beautiful. Good for stealing. Those who don't make a sound take advantage of them, hide their merits and fame deeply, and leave things alone. This is the only principle of Yun Ji's life. As for today, Ling Yun simply didn't expect it to be so popular. He was driven to the shelves by ducks, and he had no choice but to show such a big limelight. There are many people who are using mobile phones to film and record this scene, but it is estimated that after they leave the ordinary clinic, will be disappointed. Ling Yun had already said hello to Bai Xianer. All those people who were filming with their mobile phones were nothing but phantoms, not to mention videos and photos. There was no sound. After leaving the ordinary clinic, chi chi la la, a piece of snow. With luck, seeing the first stairs on your phone is a great victory. This trick, Bai Xianer was on Daogui Island, and Ling Yun had already played it when Ling Yun put the flag on the highest peak of Daogui Island. At that time, she had not succeeded in transforming, but now she has succeeded. Is it not easy to use Tianhu fascinating magic? The clinic gradually became quiet, and when Li Yifeng saw that no one was up, he slowly got up, left the bench, and walked to the desk. "Ling Fei, can I ask Uncle Li to say a few words?" Li Yifeng said with a smile. "This is the leader of Shimizu City." The aura was big enough to scare people to death. As soon as he stood up, everyone held their breaths and dared not make any noise. How could Su Lingfei not let him? Su Lingfei was very straightforward. She directly pulled Liang Fingyi next to her to stand up, walked out of the desk slowly, and stood aside lightly. Li Yifeng came to the back of the table and stood still. He coughed twice, cleared his throat, then smiled, and said naturally and kindly, "Ladies and gentlemen, hello everyone. I'm glad to see you here today." To everyone. Applause. Warm applause. Li Yifeng raised his hands, pressed it in the air, and said, "First of all, I would like to express my deep gratitude and sincere greetings to the friends who came here today to congratulate the opening of Lingyun's ordinary clinic." Naturally, there was another round of warm applause. This eloquence, this aura. Lingyun secretly admired him, thinking that Li Yifeng, the leader of Qingshui City, did it for nothing. He wanted to hear what Li Yifeng was going to say. Lingyun is a very good, top-notch doctor, and he is a Chinese medicine doctor. Why do you say that? Here, I don't need to hide everyone, because even if Lingyun cured my son's terminal illness, Lingyun is our Li family, forever benefactor. After Li Yifeng finished speaking, he pushed the chair back slightly and bowed deeply to Lingyun. "Uncle Li, you." Lingyun could not have imagined that Li Yifeng would make such a move, even he was in a hurry. After all, Li Yifeng let him get 2 villas at half price, and he was also investigated by the Disciplinary Inspection Commission for this. Lingyun's life-saving grace to Li Qingchuan has already been paid back. This time it was not applause, but dozens of uncontrollable exclamations. What? Secretary Li's son is terminally ill? And was Lingyun healed by himself? Lingyun can even cure terminal illness? Li Yifeng's words undoubtedly dropped a blockbuster among the hundreds of people. This is what the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee said, and this is said by the leader of Qingshui City. Lingyun is Secretary Li's family, forever benefactor. If that's the case. So everyone, looking at Lingyun again, immediately became different again, more than 100 times eager. In front of so many people, Li Yifeng certainly couldn't lie. Li Yifeng's simple words were more effective than sticking gold directly on Lingyun's face. In just an instant, everyone present understood the relationship between the two and Lingyun's magical medical skills. This kind of support is sometimes worth more than real money. This is a gift. So that's how it is. Su Lingfei suddenly thought thoughtfully in her heart. Lingyun is great. I don't know who took the lead in shouting such a voice. Good job. Great, really great. No wonder, I just said that at such a young age, a clinic opened. How could such a big scene be created? Looks like it's the right thing to do, genius doctor. Now my son's neuropathic toothache is saved. My dad has gout. I have high blood pressure. My wife has diabetes. My grandfather has cataracts, I don't know if it can be cured. For a time, there was a lot of discussion in the clinic, the voices were full of people, and it was extremely noisy. Li Yifeng had no choice, but to press his hands again, signaling everyone to be quiet first, he still had something to say. Since Lingyun's medical skills are too miraculous. Recently, in Qingshui City, the Municipal Party Committee, Municipal Government, a total of 11 standing committee members, and some senior leaders of the Health Bureau held several meetings one after another. Finally, today, we with 10 votes in favor and 1 abstention. An important and great decision was passed. One abstention, of course, the one who abstained was the Xie family, Xie Zhenting, who was about to collapse in Qingshui City. Everyone knows that the critical moment is coming, and they hold their breaths to see what the great decision is. We decided. The more than 100 acres of land in a certain place in Linjiang district will be separately planned and used to build a large-scale medical and drug research center. In this way, Lingyun will be able to cure diseases and save people and help the world. A quiet, professional place to do research on medical drugs. I believe that with Lingyun's medical skills, we will definitely be able to build this place into a top-notch medical research holy place in the whole of China, and even the whole world. Everyone said, "Is it good for such a research decision?" After Li Yifeng finished speaking, he said with a smile to the silent crowd. "Could there be a bad one?" The secretary of the municipal party committee said it himself, and the leaders of the city held a meeting to discuss and pass it. Who dares to say it is not good? If it's bad, what are they doing here to send gifts and red envelopes? Enough support? It is good. Wise. It's a great decision. Even if some people are dissatisfied, it is impossible to say bad at this time, and they have to pretend to be elated, and take the lead in applauding. I have to say that Li Yifeng's eloquence is really good. He doesn't have any speeches, every word is very smooth, his thoughts are clear, and he is thoughtful, which is perfect. Moreover, when he speaks, the punctuated emphasis is like a hammer, hitting the audience's heart bit by bit, so that you will accept it subconsciously. This is the art of speaking. Li Yifeng won a lot of praise, and ordinary people would never say these words. Lingyun, in the future, you will be the director of this medical and drug research center. Therefore, you will be responsible for all the decisions, construction drawings, construction style, construction process, construction quality, etc., and everything is in accordance with your wishes. Build. Of course, the construction funds and all expenses will be paid from the government's finances, you don't have to consider this. After Tang Meng heard this, if it wasn't for Tai Xiaohu next to him, he would have foamed at the mouth and fell directly to the ground. My God, this is a one-stop process of sending land, building a building, and paying for it. This is definitely a good thing in the sky, the Center for Medical and Drug Research? Research shit, this is simply giving a piece of land to Brother Yun to build a back garden. After the construction is completed, one day Brother Yun will be unhappy and smash the sign with Kacha. Isn't it all Brother Yun's? Of course, Ling Yun couldn't be so stubborn, and he couldn't do that. What did he do with the brand? In such a big place, the management fee of water and electricity in the future would be expensive to maintain, and he would have to point to the government to pay for it. The 100+ mu of land alone is worth more than 10 billion yuan. If it is built again, how can it cost 20 to 30 billion yuan? If you play a little more tricks from the inside, if you have a little fun in the procurement of raw materials and construction, you will go directly to 5 billion. Anyway, Brother Yun is in charge. Tang Meng suddenly thought of countless possibilities, the beauty in his heart, thousands of words finally turned into one sentence. Older gingers are more spicy. To be continued. Ginger is indeed old and spicy. At any time, you can't accept this sentence. Tang Meng went back and forth, over and over again, tossing for so long, it was better than Li Yifeng simply holding a few meetings. Sitting in the office, Li Yifeng drank tea and listened to all kinds of flattery from the experts, and got things done. It was done without leakage, and it was done so that no one could pick it out, and it was done with confidence. Even if you know what's going on, you still have to praise it. Why? Because this is the image project of Qingshui City, this is the achievement of Qingshui City. Li Yifeng not only gave Ling Yun a great favor, but also gave him a political future, so he made a lot of political achievements. In the face of such a powerful operation of God, what is the money? This is what Tang Tianhao said, with one fell swoop, it is truly one with one fell swoop. Li Yifeng said in one sentence, and was shocked to accompany the big men who accompanied Long Tianjiao, and almost jumped up. This handwriting is really too big, and this hand is too beautiful to play. With such a character, Luo Zheng and Xia Zhenting want to bring him down? Daydreaming. That's it, Brother Yun's worth is more than the sum of the 5 of us in an instant. Don't forget it, just kill us in seconds. Outside the clinic, the 5 dandies who were drenched in oil by the sun above their heads were stunned, shocked, envious, and excited. I'm so happy to be his nurse. My choice has never been so right. The newly arrived lowly nurse, Shang Xiaoming's eyes have completely turned into heart-shaped eyes. She is so excited that her 2 huge breasts are about to float up. Ling Yun, please don't close the clinic, even if you can see him every day, it's good. The flirtatious and coquettishly Jinlian was so excited that she could hardly sit still. She didn't know if she would take the initiative to get into Ling Yun's arms if she had the opportunity to be alone with Ling Yun. Humph. How is that possible? Sun Yujiao was still cold and arrogant. It was just the flushing on her face that betrayed her true thoughts. It's getting late. This concludes my speech, thank you all. Li Yifeng successfully retreated, and after bowing slightly, he took the initiative to leave the desk, and walked back to the opposite bench with a smile. Greet him. It was Dr. Shue's smile and approval, and Tang Tianhao's secretly extended thumb. There is also Lin Jinggong's profound eyes. Li Ji, if you have time tonight, can we have a meal together? When Li Yifeng sat down, Lin Jinggang took the initiative to speak to Li Yifeng for the first time in a low voice that only Li Yifeng could hear. Li Yifeng's face was full of spring breeze, I'll make arrangements. As Li Yifeng sat down, everything seemed to be settled. Ling Yun is indeed only a small clinic opened, but he has gained these few days. It's really amazing, it's terrifying. Qin Dongxue gave him 500 million, which was the first shot of Ling Yun's foray into billionaires. The next thing I received was Miao Xiaomiao's 6 gold bricks, a full 300 caddies, worth at least 40 million. Not to mention elixir herbs. Just talking about mundane things, the Shui family gave Ling Yun a check of 200 million, plus 6 companies worth at least 1 billion. This is at least another 1.2 billion. The Zhuang Tianda family gave Ling Yun a check of 900 million, plus at least 500 million in equity, calculated at the lowest price of the stock. There are also 1.4 billion. The Lin family gave Ling Yun a check of 200 million. Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao gave Ling Yun more than 100 acres of land, and only the current price of bare land is about 1 billion yuan, but smart people know that even with the land belt built in place, there is number 3 billion yuan. Don't try to build it. All of the above, if calculated at the current lowest price, add up to 4.4 billion. 4.4 billion. Moreover, this does not include the spiritual herbs that Shueshini gave to Ling Yun, and the ones planted in the courtyard of his villa. Not counting the spirit refining Taishu stone that Lin Jinggang gave to Ling Yun. Not to mention the blue dragon jade pendant that Long Kuan gave to Ling Yun. Not counting the more than 100 acres of land given by Li Yifeng, in the process of construction, there will be huge monetary benefits derived from it. What's more, there seems to be a bunch of treasures in Mr. Chui's place, waiting to be given to Ling Yun. Compared with these things, the gifts Ling Yun received this morning were nothing but drizzle, not even a single hair on Jionyou's body. Ling Yun now, if adding the entire Qinglong, plus the real estate properties that Ling Yun had in the past, Ling Yun's real worth is 500 million. If Ling Yun's assets are counted in vain, it is worth tens of billions, and it is very reasonable. In just a short period of time, Ling Yun has transformed himself and successfully advanced to the ranks of the billionaires. Now, Tang Meng can completely say that with so much money, even if a tornado blows into the house, it won't be able to blow so much. Of course, if you have to be serious and count the night pearls on Ling Yun's body, as well as his 1,000-year-old ginseng, 1,000-year-old blackberry, and dragon saliva, then you can't count them. Those are simply priceless treasures and not for sale. After a short period of excitement, Ling Yun quickly regained his composure. His expression was as calm as usual, as if so much money had never appeared at all. What really aroused Ling Yun's interest was the jade pendant that Long Kuan gave him, the refining god Taishu stone that Lin Jinggang gave him, and the spiritual herbs and herbs that Shini Shui gave him. As for the box of gold needles that Shueshini gave to Ling Yun had already put it into the space ring without anyone noticing. Although this thing was not valuable, it was of great use to Ling Yun. It's almost noon, and it's time to invite the guests who came to join us to go to Shangri-La Hotel for dinner. Ling Yun arranged for Tang Meng and Tai Xiaohu to handle the rest of the matter. He himself wanted to invite Shueshini and other important people to go up to the second floor to talk. Just as Tang Meng walked behind the desk and was about to speak, a man suddenly stood up abruptly. Long Tianjiao. Congratulations to Brother Ling for opening the business. Brother Ling, we also have a gift from the Long family in the capital. When Long Tianjiao talked about the Long family in the capital, he was very proud and even shook his head. Shini Shui didn't say anything, Lin Zhenggang looked as usual, and even Li Yifeng was very calm at the moment. As the deputy leader of the Huaxia Condor Group, Long Tianjiao naturally has some privileges. His news is absolutely well informed, so he has been busy in Qingshui City these past few days. Long Tianjiao visited Shini Shui, Li Yifeng and Tang Tianhao. As for Lin Zhenggang, that was his former husband. I've seen it before. So all three of them knew him. Only Zhuang Tianda, when he heard the word Longjia. Suddenly his ears pricked up. Everyone in the clinic was instantly attracted by Long Tianjiao and stopped their movements. Oh? Since you are here, I will accept the congratulations, but I will not accept the congratulations. Ling Yun frowned slightly, and he didn't even bother to call him Brother Long. He hated Long Tianjiao's arrogance at this time. After a whole morning of tossing around, Ling Yun felt a little bored. Ling Yun's response was indifferent. The tone was very calm, which made Long Tianjiao very embarrassed, but in order to complete the family task, he had to bite the bullet. Brother Ling, you have to finish listening to the gifts from our Long family. Are you going to accept it or not? Are the gifts from our Long family poisonous? Will it harm you? Long Tianjiao raised his head and made a joke, deliberately making a joke. Too bad this joke isn't really funny. There is nothing to be courteous, and it is either a traitor or a thief. Ling Yun was on guard against Long Tianjiao. He said with a faint smile, it's not that your dragon family's gift is poisonous, and even if it is really poisonous, it is probably difficult to poison me. Ling Yun really didn't brag about this. He continued, it's that we are neither relatives nor friends, and we have nothing to do with each other. You come to send me a gift, how can you say I can accept it? Long Tianjiao was stagnant for a while. He never imagined that the money-loving ghost Ling Yun he had heard about had no interest at all in the gift he was about to give. Looking at the way Ling Yun saw the check just now, Long Tianjiao said that Ling Yun should at least look at the gift I want to give. This is hell. No wonder Long Tianjiao was so depressed. He brought 3 checks today, each with 900 million on it. A full 2.7 billion. It's a pity that Ling Yun didn't even have to watch, let alone accept it. When Long Tianjiao saw that Ling Yun's oil and salt were not coming in, he was anxious and couldn't help but said through a voice transmission, Brother Ling, I brought you 3 checks, a total of 2.7 billion. Brother Ling, don't you really like it? Ling Yun was happy. He thought it was very funny. The dignified Long family gave him a congratulatory gift with the most worthless money. In Ling Yun's eyes, this was simply an insult to him, and he wanted him to ask for it? Bullshit. I'm sorry Brother Long, you should keep your 2.7 billion by yourself. I don't seem to be short of money now. Long Tianjiao used voice transmission to enter the secret, but Ling Yun did not. Instead, he used Shenlong Shao to deliberately let everyone in the clinic hear it clearly. My God! 27 billion? Ling Yun doesn't want it? Don't even look at it? This. The people in the clinic couldn't help, but there was another commotion. Everyone exclaimed, Ling Yun was too reluctant, others gave him 2.7 billion, why not? Brother Yun, isn't this your style? Tang Meng's heart instantly turned cold when he heard it, and he quickly reminded Ling Yun in a low voice. You know what, my style is to make money cheaply. The Long family has nothing to eat and eat? Give me 2.7 billion all at once? Even if they don't want anything from me, they will definitely want to take advantage of me. As long as they accept the 2.7 billion, we brothers will not have a quiet life in the future. Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Tang Meng, and taught him a lesson. This kid is a rat who serves as an escort for a cat, so he won't die if he earns money. Tang Meng was stunned, but he asked again, Brother Yun, if the Long family becomes angry, what will they do with us? This kid's brain is fast. Ling Yun is very satisfied with him. He smiled lightly, idiot, if you can do it, the Long family has already done it. With their family's strength, why wait until now? Before Ling Yun could finish his words, he saw a person with a panicked expression and hurriedly walked into the clinic. He desperately squeezed in front of Ling Yun, bit Ling Yun's ear, and said a few words. After Ling Yun heard this, his expression changed. To be continued. Ling Yun instantly exerted his condensed consciousness to the limit, and searched outside the clinic, but within the range shrouded by his consciousness, he did not find any suspicious people. He withdrew his consciousness, his face became extremely dignified, a pair of sharp sword eyebrows were knitted together, and he asked the Qinglong younger brother who came in to send a message, where is the person who told you this? The younger brother Qinglong looked very shrewd and capable, but he was scratching his head in a hurry at this time, wondering, I didn't see anyone, just heard this, and rushed in a hurry. Sound transmission secret. Ling Yun understood in an instant. Without hesitation, he immediately used Shunlong Shao and said aloud to the more than 100 people in the clinic, I'm really sorry, please go outside the clinic now, and take the initiative to open the door, thank you all, it's gone. When everyone saw a person come in a hurry, and after whispering a few words to Ling Yun suddenly drove people out for no reason. The festive scene began to become a mess. What happened? Why did you suddenly let us go outside the clinic? Ling Yun asked us to open the door, is there another important person coming? Look at Ling Yun's appearance, but it's not like that, his expression looks very solemn. I think something must have happened. Everyone was talking about it for a while, but they basically stood there and didn't move, all guessing what happened. Ling Yun couldn't care about this at all. He immediately turned his head and said to Shini Shui, Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, and others, Grandpa Shui, Uncle Li, Uncle Tang, please control the order and evacuate the people in the clinic as soon as possible. Make room. There will be a lot of critically ill patients coming over soon. Tang Meng was very close to Ling Yun at this time. He said in astonishment, Brother Yun, what happened? Where did the critically ill patients come from? Ling Yun said solemnly, life is at stake, there is no time to explain now, hurry up and do as I say. Evacuate the crowd. When Li Yifeng saw Ling Yun's expression, he immediately guessed that something big had happened, and he didn't ask any more questions. Immediately got up and started the evacuation work. Tang Tianhao had already stood up, but he frowned, severely ill patients. The clinic has just finished cutting the ribbon. Why are there so many critically ill patients? And there are many more? The clinic is said to open. It is to make money by treating diseases. Of course, the more patients, the better, but this patient came too quickly. Shuashini sighed slightly, his eyes flashed brightly, and he stood up and said, it's still a question, it's Ling Yun's trouble, someone is going to smash the scene. Shuashini is a mature and skilled person, and he is an innate first-level expert. After listening to the whispers of the younger brother Qinglong and Ling Yun, he already knew what had happened. He could hear clearly. Qinglong's younger brother rushed in a panic and told Ling Yun that someone told him that more than 20 critically ill patients would be sent to the ordinary clinic immediately, and Ling Yun would be treated on the spot, as long as one person could not be cured. Let Ling Yun shut down the clinic immediately. The guests who came to congratulate hadn't left yet. They sent so many critically ill patients all at once. No matter how serious the patient was, as long as one of them couldn't be cured, they had to close the door immediately. There are many experts in the clinic, and many people heard what the younger brother Qinglong whispered to Ling Yun. Some people are angry, some people are annoyed, some people are anxious for Ling Yun, but some people are gloating. Long Tianjiao looked calm on the surface, but his heart was already blooming with joy, and he said, Ling Yun, aren't you awesome? How dare you not even accept the congratulations from our Long family? You will look good in no time. I want to see how your clinic closed down. But although Long Tianjiao was gloating in his heart, he also muttered secretly, thinking who is so bold, to dare to do such outrageous things in Qingshui City? Now, almost all the important people in Shimizu City are gathered in this small clinic. In the political world, there are the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee and the chief of public security of Qingshui City. In the business world, there is the Xue family represented by Xue Qingya, Xuan Tianda, the richest man in Qingshui City, and Yukong Ping and Duan Dihai, who accompanied Long Tianjiao to congratulate them. Moreover, in addition to this, there are nearly 10 ancient martial arts masters such as Ling Yun, Bai Xianer, Qin Dongxue, Xue Shini, and Shui Lao. Who on earth had eaten the gall of a bear's heart and a leopard, and dared to come and stroke the tiger's whiskers at this time, and also made Ling Yun's face become so dignified, as if he was facing a great enemy? Seeing Shini Shui, Li Yifeng, Tang Tianhao, and others busy evacuating irrelevant people with worries on their faces, Long Tianjiao felt so happy in his heart that he was about to be immortal. Didn't you praise Ling Yun to the sky just now? Magical Chinese medicine? I'd like to see if your genius doctor is as good as the legend. The crowd was in chaos, rushing towards the door in a swarm. They had everything on their minds and what they said on their lips. Through their respective discussions, it was possible to hear that there were actually many people who had the same thoughts as Long Tianjiao. Li Yifeng said lightly. Ling Yun cured his terminally ill son. Although no one dared to refute because of Li Yifeng's identity, few actually believed his words in their hearts. You have 2 skins on your mouth. Anyway, your son is still alive and kicking. In order to promote Ling Yun, you can say whatever you want. This is the real thought in most people's minds. Who can't brag? As the saying goes, hearing is false, but seeing is believing. Ling Yun couldn't care about these things at all. He had already taken advantage of the chaos in the clinic to come to the door of the clinic in a flash, and then tapped his toes to the limit, and followed the ancient peak. The road goes back and forth more than 200 meters from east to west in an instant. Found it. At east. Ling Yun's consciousness locked onto a jet-black luxury car. This car was parked far east of the ordinary clinic, and it was not very conspicuous in the long queue of dozens of cars. Ling Yun snorted coldly, and came to the side of the black car with a flick of his figure. Then, he lightly raised his hand and knocked on the black window. The window slowly lowered. There is no driver, there is only one person in the car. A long-haired woman wearing a pure black gauze was sitting on the back seat of the car. Her figure was extremely hot and enchanting, fair and crystal clear, and on her face that could be broken by bombs, she was covered with the same black gauze, revealing only 2. Seduce the soul. Charming eyes, with a playful smile, are looking at Ling Yun outside the car. Demon Sect Saint. I already guessed it was you. Ling Yun saw that it was indeed the holy maiden of the demon sect, and he couldn't help but sighed inwardly. Now, who dares to provoke Ling Yun so much in Qingshui City? Where else is there other than the holy maiden of the demon sect? At this time, Qin Dongxue and Bai Xianer had also come out of the clinic, and they saw Ling Yun standing here. Obviously found the enemy who came to smash the field, and at the same time, the pretty face was filled with cold powder mask cream, and he was about to fly over. I'm fine here, you don't have to come here, just protect our people. Ling Yun's voice transmission stopped them. Ling Yun knew that the tempers of these 2 beauties, one of which was hot with the other, were both irrelevant types. If they knew that the holy maiden of the demon sect was playing tricks. had to fight on the spot. Moreover, since the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect dared to come, she was obviously well prepared. Who knows what else she has arranged to follow. Bai Xian'er and Qin Dongxue are the two most powerful people on Ling Yun's side, besides him. With them protecting Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, and others, Ling Yun felt at ease. Tell me, what exactly do you want? Seeing that there were more and more people outside the clinic and the chaos, Ling Yun frowned slightly and went straight to the point. Ask the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. The beautiful eyes of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect blinked lightly, her long eyelashes trembled, but her soul-stirring eyes could make people fascinated. She raised her slender pink neck and sneered, "Isn't everyone told you? Do you want to ruin the game? People are still here, just want to watch your clinic close with my own eyes." The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect is really direct. To be honest, it seemed that closing Ling Yun's clinic was a piece of cake. However, her voice is better than the silver bell, it is charming, and soul-stirring. Anyone who hears this voice will be moved. It's impossible to close the door. My clinic is about to close as soon as it opens, so where can I save my face? Ling Yun said casually, then smiled at the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect and said, "It's too dazzling for me to stand here, dare I not? Dare to let me sit in? Since it is impossible to fight, it can only be negotiated. Come in if you want to come in, the door is not closed, and no one is blocking you." The Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect gave Ling Yun a look with her soul-like eyes, and said in a charming voice. Now it is broad daylight, in the bustling city, both of them know that it is impossible for them to fight here, because with their strength, the fight is earth-shattering, and no one can do anything for a while. It is better to sit down and talk. A charming smile appeared on the corner of Ling Yun's mouth, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, he blinked at the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect, opened the rear door without hesitation, and sat in. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect let out a snarl, but she didn't see any movement, her delicate body floated gently, and instantly moved to the left side of the carriage, giving Ling Yun the place she was sitting. Ling Yun closed the car door smoothly, and the two sat side by side. The body fragrance of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect wafted in the car. Ling Yun couldn't help but sniff it hard, and said with a smile, "It smells so good." When outsiders see this scene, they will never believe that they are enemies of life and death, but will only think that they are a pair of lovers made in heaven. "Hey, little witch, my clinic opens today, can we stop making trouble? If you want to make trouble, wash it up tonight and go to my house. Then you can make trouble as you want, and I'll play with you. Happy child, do you like it?" At the beginning of the negotiation, Ling Yun leaned on his side, with a wicked smile on the corner of his mouth. He looked straight at the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect with sharp eyes, admiring her enchanting devilish figure, and said with a gentleman's demeanor. The Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect sneered, and with the hazy and seductive body trembling, her soul-stirring voice rang out, "Bad man, which family is not accompanied by a stunning beauty?" The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect said something coquettishly, but she immediately glared at Ling Yun provocatively and said, "Who is making trouble with you? Do you think it came from the intensive care unit of the major hospitals in Qingshui City? Is it easy to get those patients out? I spent so much effort just to make you embarrassed today." Ling Yun deliberately sighed and said, "I said, why are you doing this? We have no grievances and no grudges. What are you always doing to trouble me?" The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect let out a burst of laughter like a silver bell, and said with a tender smile, "No injustice and no enmity? You have killed so many masters of our heavenly killing organization, can this be called no injustice and no enmity? Ant is killing you. 100 times, it's all light." "Humph." Ling Yun sneered and said disdainfully, "Kill me 100 times? Then you can come and kill me at any time, young master, I will accompany you at any time. Do you think it's interesting that you are playing with me now? Also, I open a clinic to treat and save people. That's to make money. There is no diagnosis and treatment fee. I won't treat any of the patients you sent. Ling Yun was firm. The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect did not accept Ling Yun's threat, she said with a smile. None of them can be cured? Yes. Anyway, many of the patients sent today are only breathless. I can tell you clearly, as long as one of them died in your clinic, and your charming Xiaomimi will be buried with you. To be continued. The first update is sent today, and there are 7 more. In addition, Chapter 593 was written in a hurry and I didn't feel perfect, so I made changes immediately, and everyone who has read it can go back and watch it again. The perfect and seductive body of the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect was slightly sideways. Facing Ling Yun, she didn't care about Ling Yun's unscrupulous staring at her cannibalizing gaze. She still blinked her beautiful eyes lightly, and said calmly, "If one more person dies, I guarantee that one more person will die in your clinic. If you don't believe it, we can try. As for the medical expenses, you robbed us of more than a dozen brand-name luxury cars. I think it should be enough." Ling Yun xuanhuan, he is very strong, but the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect is not weak, she is really ruthless. Copy address access 7777772E766F6474772E636F6D. Threatened by the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect, Ling Yun's anger rose in his heart, his eyes turned cold, and he said solemnly, "Do you really think I dare not do anything to you? I can tell you now, if you dare to touch Xiaomimi, believe it or not, I will turn you to ashes?" The beautiful eyes of the Saintess of the Demon Sect turned, with a horrified expression in her eyes, her graceful and delicate body shrank suddenly, and at the same time she covered her tall and attractive breasts with her plain hands, pretending to be afraid and saying, "Yeah. Ash? What you said is so scary, people are really scared. However, the premise is that you can find me and catch me, okay?" The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect did not eat hard or soft. Ling Yun was completely helpless. Xiaomimi's life was in her hands, and Ling Yun knew the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect and knew how ruthless she was. If she wanted to kill someone, she wouldn't even blink an eye. The two had played against each other, and with Ling Yun's current strength, they were barely able to not suffer under the hands of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. To truly defeat her, it was simply impossible. Not to mention any spikes. Now, in Ling Yun's clinic, there are at least 20 of his relatives, women and friends. If the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect really turned her face and killed her on the spot, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Besides, even if Ling Yun had enough strength to kill the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect in one move, he would still be reluctant. Although Ling Yun couldn't see the whole picture of the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect. But he is reluctant to rush to the beautiful figure of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, really reluctant. This body. Among all the women Ling Yun knew, it is estimated that Bai Xian'er can compete with it, and it is estimated that it is slightly inferior. What do you want? Being caught by the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect, Ling Yun could only compromise temporarily, and he endured it. It's very simple. You just need to do as I say. In fact, it's not too difficult for people to make things difficult for you. Your medical skills are so good, people want to see it. Do you have what it says on the file? Awesome. The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect used her charm, blinked a pair of innocent eyes, and said as if all this had nothing to do with her. Besides, they didn't force you to do bad things, they asked you to treat illnesses and save people. Isn't that asking too much? Not too much, very good. Very good. Ling Yun gritted his teeth and nodded. Since he couldn't refuse, Ling Yun simply agreed. At the same time, he did not forget to say viciously, "Little witch, listen to me, sooner or later, I will spank your ass." The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect smiled and ignored Ling Yun's words. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes blinked again, and she gave Ling Yun a look, and said coquettishly, "Okay, it's almost time, the more than 20 patients will arrive soon, you have to work hard, if there is one person who can't be cured. Don't Weird people are ruthless? After the negotiation was over, Ling Yin smiled lightly. Would you like to come in with me to have a look? The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect smiled and shook her head. People really want it, but I'm just afraid that the bunch of stunning beauties in your clinic will not like them. Ling Yin smiled lightly, and he stared at the beautiful eyes of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect and said, Do you dare to take off the veil on your face and let me see what you look like? Ling Yin has now reached the peak of the 7th level of body training, and he is only half a step away from breaking through the 8th level of body training. The true face of the saint, but unfortunately the saintess of the demon sect was infuriating to protect her body, and there was no flaw in the defense, so Ling Yin still failed to succeed. The Holy Maiden of the demon sect listened, her perfectly delicate body trembled slightly, and she deliberately raised her crystal white, slender hand to block her own. In front of the veil, cautiously guarding Ling Yin said, People don't dare, people are very ugly, I'm afraid you will ignore them after seeing it. Ugly? Go cheating. Just rushing at the crystal white, delicate skin that can be broken by blowing bullets, and those big eyes that can talk to the soul, they have already smashed the soul of a man, and the part under the veil is ugly, and how ugly can it be? Go? However, Ling Yin was annoyed in his heart, and he was naturally not polite. He smiled and said, I guess it is also, you must be an ugly monster who can't be ugly anymore. You will definitely scare people to death if you come out in the middle of the night. The Holy Maiden of Demon Sect said that she could be ugly, but when she saw Ling Yin talking about her so rudely, her eyes changed, and she said in an angry voice, Bad man, if you don't want to die, go as far as you can. When Ling Yin saw that he had finally pulled a game back and successfully defeated the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, he couldn't help laughing proudly. In any case, being able to sit side by side with the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect in this narrow carriage and smell the seductive body fragrance on her body is definitely a very wonderful enjoyment. Just as the two were talking, Ling Yin suddenly moved his consciousness and noticed that 2 large cars were coming towards the Pordon clinic, and soon stopped at the door of the Poron clinic. Little witch, don't leave if you have the skills. When my brother is done, watch me come back and spank your ass. Ling Yin knew that the 20 or so patients had arrived, so he left a sentence, quickly opened the car door, and returned to the door of the clinic in a flash. As the 2 cars stopped, a disgusting and unpleasant pungent smell emanated from the 2 7 or 8 meter long carriages and drifted into the air. Everyone covered their noses, and many of them frowned and hid away. Far, do not want to move forward at all. This smell is mixed with a strong smell of blood, the smell of sweat caused by the patients sweating in the hot weather, the smell of various medicines and disinfectant, and even the smell of excrement of patients with incontinence, which can be smelled well. No wonder. It's fucking cruel. Ling Yin swept the inside of the carriage with his divine sense, and instantly found out the general condition of the patients in the carriage, even if Ling Yin was used to seeing all kinds of bloody and disgusting scenes. He couldn't help but frown and curse. The 2 carriages carried a total of 22 patients, and each carriage was exactly 11. They were all lying on stretchers in the carriages. People were crowded and lay in a row. There is no room for 8 meters. Almost none of them were stacked. Of the 22 patients, at least a dozen were completely in a coma. Life was already at stake. 6 of them had serious trauma, all of them were bloody on their head, face, and body. They had stab wounds, bumps, falls, and burns. There were also 2 old and rare old people who were terminally ill and skinny. So to speak, remove the layer of skin that wraps it. Just a skeleton, lingering on. The other 2, one is a vegetative person who has been in a coma for an unknown amount of time, and the other is tied up and unable to move. Terminal illness. Severe trauma, internal injury, vegetative state, lunatic, all done. Some of these patients simply had gauze wrapped around their heads. Some wounds were simply bandaged, others had hanging needles inserted in their arms, and some had no treatment at all, the blood was blurred, and the pain could no longer be heard, and there was groaning. There is no doubt that most of these patients were taken out of the intensive care units of major hospitals in Shimizu City. Some of them may be taken away directly from the operating table, before the operation, and some may be taken away by God-killed people as soon as they are sent to the hospital, and I don't know how long they have been taken out of the hospital. They haven't died yet, it's definitely their fate. Of course, it's not that they are really dead. Ling Yan can see that these people have been simply dealt with by congenital masters. Those with serious trauma have their acupoints sealed to prevent them from bleeding too much and dying. On the other hand, there is a trace of innate qi that hangs their lives, but it's just hanging their lives. It's really like a snake. Are you still a human? Ling Yun was a little cold, and scolded the holy maiden of the demon sect in the distance, rudely. The charming and indifferent voice of the holy maiden of demon sect immediately came back. It was just an order, and it was not made by them personally. Besides, at least 100 people died in your hands, right? Is it time to start caring about human suffering? The holy maiden of demon sect retorted. Ling Yun had to shut up obediently. Ling Yun didn't care about the suffering of the world, but was just a little annoyed. The driver who drove the car was obviously a master of the gods, and his realm had reached the level above the innate level. After they parked the car, the two got out of the car at the same time, and one of them shouted to the crowd at the ordinary door, "The patient is here, hurry up and unload the car." Unload the car? God killing these killers is really ruthless. The two cars are all dying critically ill patients, they are all people, but listening to their tone, it seems that these people are directly regarded as goods. Not to mention, for killers, human life is business, and they make money by killing their lives. What kind of killing methods have not been used? These people are not dead yet, and they will not take it seriously. Unloading the car, please open the carriage for me first. Ling Yun had nothing to do with the holy maiden of the demon sect, but he was rude to these two heavenly killers. He made a decisive decision. As long as today's incident was over, he would definitely take their lives. Tai Xiaohu, call your subordinates over and have them prepare to carry people into the clinic. Rower, you and the 3 nurses go to the clinic to prepare warm water and let them wash the limbs of the patients. Ling Yun looked calm, watching the 2 heavenly kill members silently open the carriage, and quickly issued orders, one by one. At this time, Liang Fingyi and Zhong Qingshan looked at each other, then walked to Ling Yun's side at the same time and said, "Ling Yun, can we help you?" Ling Yun said solemnly, "You can't help with this, but if you want to help, you can work with the nurses to clean up the wounds of these patients as soon as possible. I must treat them as soon as possible." To be continued. The second one is delivered. There are 6 more. Today, I will keep writing, without eating, until midnight in the evening, just a few votes away. Please help me rush up. Pull the monthly ticket. Ling Yun, can you do it? Liang Fingyi's beautiful face showed obvious worry. She asked nervously with some anxiety. Ling Yun did not hide his solemn expression. He said solemnly, "I will try my best." Zhong Qingshan had seen Ling Yun perform acupuncture and knew that his medical skills would not be useful in front of Ling Yun, so he silently nodded to Ling Yun, turned around and walked into the clinic. As the door of the carriage opened, a mixed stench that was 10 times more pungent than the previous one rushed toward the face. Look inside the car. My God. How can you treat the patient like this and just leave it in the carriage? Halo, there are so many comatose people who don't even know what their illnesses are, and their family members are not around. How can this be treated? Ouch. Someone was about to vomit. With trembling fingers, he pointed at a patient in the carriage and said, "Look, that person's face was splashed with sulfuric acid, and it was so hot that it was not human-like. I mean, what's wrong with that person? He's covered in blood, and he even sent it to this small clinic. How can Chinese medicine treat it? What nonsense, how come I still see one tied up? This person doesn't look sick? Is he still laughing there? Idiot, please read carefully, okay? That person is laughing like crazy, he's just a lunatic. Crazy can also be cured? How is this possible? It's over, it looks like this clinic will close soon. For a time, most of the onlookers were shocked by the tragic situation in the car and were speechless, and finally knew that this time it was not a caregiver. As China's national conditions lie, many people thought that this was an arrangement arranged by Ling Yun, but now they all know it. This is not a care at all, but a lot of trouble. This is really someone coming to smash the field. If it is a care, you can pretend to be a toothache, a headache and cough, or even lie that you have cancer, so you can come to Ling Yun for treatment. Anyway, as long as it is a person, it can be played. But how does this play out? Who would throw acid in their face? Who would stick a dozen knives on themselves and wait to be treated in the clinic? Even if someone was willing, Ling Yun would have to be able to cure it. He was disfigured by throwing sulfuric acid. How can the current medicine cure him? Ling Yun's troubles are big, and ordinary clinics are in big troubles. Come on, people will definitely die today, Ling Yun's clinic will definitely be closed. Someone has already started to whisper. More than a dozen Qinglong younger brothers were also smoked, if not for Tai Xiaohu's order. They wouldn't come and lift people at all. In this situation, even lifting dead people is better than lifting these patients. Everyone hid far away, but at this time, Ling Yun still stood firmly beside the car, did not cover his mouth and nose with his hands, calmly instructed the dozen or so Qinglong younger brothers to move patients to the clinic. These people. More than half of them are people who enter the gate of hell with half a foot. If they move around, they will lose their breath if they are not careful before they enter the clinic. Tai Xiaohu, you have to move those two in person. Remember, try not to cause any shock to him. I understand, Brother Yun. Tai Xiaohu agreed, enduring the stench, and got into the carriage himself. With Tai Xiaohu's current strength, he is enough to complete the task that Ling Yun gave him and meet Ling Yun's requirements. When the patient with sulfuric acid burns to his face and neck was carried off the carriage. On the anxious face, the bright red tender meat turned out, ferocious and terrifying. Many onlookers could no longer bear it. Some people began to bend over and vomit on the spot, almost spitting out their bile. Ling Yun, can you cure it too? After seeing the Dr. Shui, his expression became extremely solemn, and he immediately asked Ling Yun through a voice transmission. Ling Yun remained calm, nodded slightly, and sent a voice transmission to Dr. Shui. Don't worry, Grandpa Shui, this kind of patient is the best cure. As long as it's trauma, you don't have to worry at all. Ling Yun calmly finished speaking, but he raised his hand to wipe the cold sweat that did not exist on his forehead, secretly rejoicing in his heart. Fortunately, he had saved a hand and made several bundles of healing talismans, and there were 2 bundles of 4th-level clearing talismans. Yu Fu, otherwise, he is bound to make a big fool today. Sure enough, you're well prepared. Ling Yun said inwardly as he looked at the dozen or so severely injured patients. The 3rd-level clearing healing talisman can already achieve real muscle growth and bone continuation, and the 4th-level clearing healing talisman can not only instantly restore the person who was severely scalded by sulfuric acid, but also help him restore all his vitality. Shueshini was a little relieved after hearing this, but he muttered in his heart, does Ling Yun really have a way to cure such a serious trauma? Is this too mysterious? This is no longer a medical technique in the category of traditional Chinese medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine mainly focuses on conditioning the body, not treating the root cause, but not the external appearance. It can be said that it is completely helpless for external trauma. With a few golden needles, what can be done for external trauma? Although Ning Lingyu and Shui Mining covered their mouths and noses, they all came to Ling Yun's side at the same time, Mei Mei looked at Ling Yun, her eyes were full of fear and worry, and what they were thinking was self-evident. Qin Dongshui had already come, Lin Menghan had come, Long Wu had come, and Zhang Ling had come too. Kong Xiaoru and Su Bingyan came to Ling Yun's vicinity, without making a sound at this time. They couldn't stand by Ling Yun's side, but they stared at Ling Yun with gentle or hot eyes, and did not move for a moment. Surprisingly, Miao Xiaomiao, who has not been dealing with Ling Yun for the past 2 days, has been using voice transmission to speak to Ling Yun, comforting him. "Do you want me to help you?" Miao Xiaomiao was rarely gentle. "No, just let Xiao Jin stare at the 2 drivers who drove by today, and I will kill them myself," Ling Yun said lightly. 2 angry flames shot out from Bai Xianer's beautiful eyes, her pretty face turned pale, and she tightly locked onto the black vehicle in the distance. If Ling Yun hadn't stopped her from copying it, she would have already shot against the holy maiden of the demon sect. Bai Xianer is going crazy. Seeing that 22 patients were carried into the clinic one by one, the crowd was in a commotion. They were all about to die. There were even vegetative people who remained motionless from beginning to end. How can this madman, who is tied up with giggling giggles, be cured? Even if it is really a genius doctor, it is impossible to cure such a disease, right? What God heals is sickness, not life. The lives of these people are now in the hands of the Lord of Hell. Who has the ability to take them back? No, not even a genius doctor. The #1 genius doctor in China, Xue Jingqi, was at the scene. At least he had nothing to do with the severely injured patients in a short period of time. Also, even for those terminally ill patients, he could only temporarily save the lives of 1 or 2 people with all his strength. If all these people were treated together, he would only be able to sigh and sigh. Tai Xiaohu, you and these brothers have already taken your hands anyway. Let's bring them in to clean the wounds of these patients. These patients can't move one by one, and those female nurses can't turn their bodies at all. After the patient was carried, Ling Yun sent a voice transmission to Tai Xiaohu, and Tai Xiaohu immediately drove the brothers back to the clinic. Ling Yun ignored the discussions of the people around him. He followed closely into the clinic. His mind was calm, and his expression was calm like never before. God, not a single one leaked, all of them were carried into the clinic. Ling Yun is so bold, could he really be cured? I don't believe it. Wait to carry the dead out. This clinic is over, hey, what a pity. Shui Mining was furious when she heard this, and she said on the spot, I said, can you guys stop for a while? Let my brother Ling Yun treat the patient with peace of mind. Shui Mining turned her head and saw Tang Tianhao. Uncle Tang, hurry up and send someone to maintain order. Look at how many people are around the door of the clinic. At this time, there were only 100 or 200 people watching, so many patients were carried into the ordinary clinic, and the passers-by had already been alerted, and those who were walking would not leave, and those who were driving would not open. Traffic is completely paralyzed, blocked in all directions. The number of onlookers had already exceeded 1,000, and the crowd was full of people. There was only a little open space in front of the ordinary clinic, and no one had stood on it. When Tang Tianhao saw that the little demon girl finally couldn't help but get mad, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. My little aunt, as soon as the incident happened, I called the police station, but now the 4 directions of the intersection are blocked for at least 1 kilometer. The police have to run over too. With such a big event, Tang Tianhao, as the police chief of Qingshui City, can he not make a phone call? He called the traffic police, the criminal police, the riot police, and the special police, and asked them to rush to control the chaotic scene, but the police cars of those people are now all blocked in the middle of the road, and they are running towards the inside. The incident happened in Qingxi District. Lu Jinlai, director of the Qingxi District Public Security Bureau, was naturally responsible. He also desperately called and ordered the police to come to maintain order. Now, he himself has already rushed to the front line, turned into an ordinary traffic policeman, and went to evacuate the traffic in person, but unfortunately it can't play any role at all. The 5 gangsters were completely dumbfounded. They watched Tang Meng, sweating profusely, rush in and out of the clinic one after another, and then looked at the crowd of onlookers who were rubbing shoulders outside the clinic. Halo, I thought the scene just now was big enough, but I didn't expect the clinic to open. It's just a small scene. It can't be compared to now. It is estimated that half of the traffic in Qingshui City has been paralyzed. The patients who were carried in just now are about to die at any time. Can Brother Yun really cure them? I think it's boring, this time it's boring. Yeah, at first I thought it was hired by Tang Meng, but now I realize that someone really dares to trouble Brother Yun? Isn't this a slap in the face of Brother Yun? Who the hell is that big? Courage? Stop arguing, Brother Yun has entered the clinic and is about to start treatment. This time, the 5 gangsters took advantage of the time they had been watching the patient just now. They found a good spot and looked in through the window glass. The situation in the clinic was unobstructed. To be continued. The 3rd update is here, and there are 5 more. Once again, I sincerely ask for a monthly pass, just ask for one, thank you. Inside the ordinary clinic. Pinshu Network. At this time, the main personnel on Ling Yun's side, both men and women, were basically standing in the clinic, waiting for Ling Yun to ask them to help. Only Tang Tianhao and his son, relying on their tall and mighty stature, stood at the door, discouraging the crowd who desperately squeezed in, wanting to see how Ling Yun healed. Ling Yun had warned that apart from the real people, idlers and others were not allowed to enter. Looking at more than 20 people, under the guidance and personal help of 4 nurses including Ling Yun, Shini Shui, Zhong Qingshan, Liang Fingyi, and Yao Rou, cleaning the wounds of the more than a dozen patients with serious trauma, Cui Lao was worried and anxious. Voice transmission to Ling Yun, little guy, this time is troublesome. Ling Yun felt old Chui's concern, he smiled and comforted old Chui through voice transmission, Elder Chui, please rest assured, no trouble. There is no disinfectant, no anesthetics, just use warm or cold water to clean the wounds of the patients, not even the most basic saline, these are simply not available in ordinary clinics. Not to mention Zhong Qingshan and Liang Fingyi, even Yao Rou and other 4 little nurses, as well as Lin Jinggang, Li Yifeng and others, were shocked to see it. As for the onlookers outside the clinic, let alone several patients who passed out due to serious injuries, the wounds were irritated by water, and immediately groaned in pain. Some of them simply screamed like killing pigs. The person who was scalded by sulfuric acid had layers of red tender meat that turned out, and his appearance was so terrifying that no one wanted to touch him. However, to everyone's surprise, Ling Yun was the first to walk over to him. My God! Ling Yun went to rescue the person who was burned by sulfuric acid first, this. No way, is Ling Yun the first to save him? He doesn't have anything in his hands. Even if he is a Chinese medicine practitioner, he needs at least a few needles, right? How can he treat it with empty hands? If this can be cured, then it would be hell. If he can really cure that person. In the future, whoever wants plastic surgery will not need to go to any plastic surgery hospital. Just come to Ling Yun directly. The voices of discussion are endless. However, Ling Yun seemed to have not heard, and slowly crouched down in front of the patient who was burned by sulfuric acid. Although that little witch is crazy enough, it's really your luck that she can choose you. Ling Yun sighed in his heart. 2 4th-level healing talismans had been secretly clasped in his hands. Actually, according to the burn area of this patient, a 4th-level healing talisman was enough, but since Ling Yun was treated, he would definitely be able to recover completely, so he simply took 2. Now, Ling Yun has become the center of attention, and he is the only focus. The people in the clinic couldn't help but start to move forward. Outside the clinic, there was a rush of people, all of them tiptoeing their heads, wanting to see what Ling Yun had in his hands. Ling Yun's hands were like lightning, and in a way that was difficult for anyone to see clearly, a fourth-level healing talisman was pasted on the patient's face and the neck between the two collarbones. At the same time, he snorted softly, "Come. Witness the moment of miracles." Under the gazes of everyone, the severely burned patient, the charred skin on his head, face, neck and front chest, as well as the red tender flesh that was turned out, were undergoing incredible changes. Disappear. And gradually new skins appeared. Not even 10 seconds had passed. The patient's burned symptoms had completely disappeared, and his appearance had returned to normal. The newly born skin was clean and smooth, just like a baby's skin. It was only at this moment that everyone could see clearly that this man was actually a young man in his 20s, with clear features and handsome features. Silence, the audible silence of the needle drop. Whether it is inside or outside the clinic, anyone who can see this scene is dumbfounded and dumbfounded. This is no longer a medical skill, this is simply an impossible miracle. To describe Ling Yun's medical skills with a rejuvenating hand or something is simply too weak. Qing Dongxue was stunned, Shueshini was stunned, Li Yifeng was stunned, Lin Jinggang was stunned, Liang Fengyi, Zheng Qingshan, Su Lingfei, and so on, all of them opened their mouths to the maximum, and they were completely honest on the spot. All stopped. My God, what Ling Yun told me turned out to be true. Before Ling Yun went to sea, in order to prevent accidents, when he gave Qing Dongxue some various talismans, although he said it solemnly, Qing Dongxue did not take it seriously. She thought that what Ling Yun said was too illusory, but now she knows, what Ling Yun gave her are some heaven-defying babies. Shueshini knew that Ling Yun had 9 needles in the Ling Shu, and believed that he had supreme medical skills. However, he would never have dreamed that Ling Yun's medical skills had really reached the level of life and death, and it was in an instant that what I saw with my own eyes today is more real than real money. Ninger didn't lie to me. It turns out that he can really do it. What is the name of that thing? It seems to be called Qingyu Talisman. When Li Yifeng gave Ling Yun 100 acres of land just now, he made a big statement, but he knew that after the accident, he was really sweating, and he was sweating frequently, so he could only keep calm. The secretary of the municipal party committee should not think about being one more day, but now. I didn't say anything wrong, and I didn't do anything wrong. This is the greatest and most brilliant achievement in the history of world medicine. Ling Yun, it's too defiant. Lin Jinggang, Liang Fengyi, Zheng Qingshan and others had their own ideas in their hearts, and they looked at Ling Yun as if they had seen a god, a glorious and holy god. After Su Lingfei was stunned, she stomped her feet in a hurry. This is definitely a headline news, breaking news. This is no longer the news of Qingshui City, this is the world's super big news. It's a pity that even though she had already called the photographer of her TV station, that idiot is still 5 kilometers away. Su Lingfei had no choice but to start filming with her mobile phone, and no one paid attention to her at this time anyway. It's a pity, you can see, if you want to shoot, but there is no door. Baixianer has not forgotten the task that Ling Yun gave her. As for the outside of the clinic, people witnessed this amazing miracle with their own eyes, and they were already crazy with excitement. They began to squeeze forward desperately. Tang Tianhao and Tang Meng couldn't stop the crazy crowd, and many people rushed into the door. My God, what did I see? The man who was burned by sulfuric acid was healed in the blink of an eye, as if he had never been hurt. A miracle, definitely a miracle. No, it should be a miracle. This is the manifestation of a fairy. Ling Yun is so amazing, a real genius doctor. My grandfather's cataract is really saved. This man is very filial, and he still remembers his grandfather's cataract at this time. This, even if I say this, no one will believe it. Forget it, I'll shoot it. Someone excitedly took out his cell phone. People's mouths are really two skins. They were waiting to see Ling Yun's joke just now, but in the blink of an eye, they were all crazy for Ling Yun's miracle. God, me, how come I don't have pain anymore? How can I move? The handsome young man had already noticed his change, but he couldn't believe it, thinking that he was still in a coma and dreaming. It wasn't until Ling Yun patted his shoulder and made him get up that he raised his hand and stroked his own face, murmured, am I not dreaming? Ling Yun laughed and said, you are not dreaming, you are already well. Look, there are so many people around, if you don't believe it, you can pinch yourself. So the young man pinched himself, and after a cry of pain, his eyes, which were already completely dead, immediately shot out a ray of excitement. Agulu turned over, but did not get up immediately, knelt in front of Ling Yun, kowtow like garlic. The floor where the forehead knocked shook the sky. Thank you for saving me, thank you. The boy was so excited that he couldn't say anything except thank you. You don't need to thank me. When you do things in the future, be more careful, walk the right path, and do more good deeds, so that no one will throw acid on you in the future. Ling Yun helped him stand up and said lightly. The handsome young man heard what he had done, his face suddenly turned red, and he lowered his head to Ling Yun and said, I know I was wrong. Now, you can go. If you need help, you can talk to them, and they will definitely help you. Ling Yun raised his hand and stood near the desk, looked at Ling Yun's beauties without blinking, and said lightly. He even saved other people's lives. Making a phone call to give some money or something is not a problem for these beauties around Ling Yun. I'm not leaving, I haven't repaid your life-saving grace. The handsome young man was very stubborn, and he couldn't leave. Of course, at this time, he just wanted to go, and Li Yifeng wouldn't let him go. No matter how many patients Ling Yun could cure today, Li Yifeng wouldn't let them go. These people have great respect for him, Ling Yun, and Qingshui City. Use. Ling Yun laughed and ignored him, but looked at the other dozen or so trauma patients whose wounds were cleaned up. Okay, that's about it, get up and help go to the door to maintain order. Ling Yun's clear healing talisman has the magical effect of clear water talisman and has a powerful cleaning effect, so there is no need to wash the wound too clean. This is also the reason why Ling Yun doesn't need any disinfectant or saline. He has done the cleaning and healing, and he doesn't need to worry about bacterial and viral infections. The clear healing talisman can heal in an instant. Of course, Ling Yun had to treat the trauma patients first. So many people were screaming in pain in the house, and the roof of the clinic was about to be overturned. Under the eyes of everyone holding their breath, Ling Yun quickly healed a traumatized patient who weighed more than a dozen knives. This time, he used the second-level healing talisman. It's already a waste. Ling Yun didn't care about that person's gratitude to him, he immediately started to treat the third, the fourth. To be continued. Fourth update today. There are 4 more updates. Since you can't ask for a monthly pass, let's not ask for it first. Let's watch it happily, thank you. Among the trauma patients treated by Ling Yun, there were burns, knife wounds, falls, and bruises. There are also 6 or 7 patients with various complications due to severe trauma. Because of their severe condition, they have already been completely in a coma. Although these people were injured for different reasons, their injuries were all on the verge of dying. If they were treated in the hospital with ordinary medical techniques, even if they were able to save their lives, they would eventually end up disabled. It will become a typical example of the disabled. However, Ling Yun healed them one by one with only the healing talisman in his hands. After using a few of the healing talismans, the patient's internal injury and trauma were instantly healed. The rotten flesh grew into muscles, and the broken bones continued. The skin was as smooth as ever, even the scars. None were left. 22 patients, a total of 14 trauma patients. These people can be easily cured with the clear healing talisman. Ling Yun cured them all. It took less than 10 minutes before and after, the average healing time of each patient, in less than a minute. Seeing those who were seriously injured, those who were in a coma, those who had broken a dozen ribs, and those who had been hit with more than a dozen knives, the people who were involved in the car accident stood up one by one, walked and talked like normal people again, and knelt there desperately. Ling Yun kowtowed to thank him for saving his life, and no one spoke again. Crazy tears flowed silently on the faces of many people, everyone was short of breath, flushed with excitement, and every cell in the excited body was trembling. This is life. Ling Yun is not curing disease, he is killing his life at the hands of Lord Yen. What's more, what was brought back were all vigorous, energetic and fresh lives, and no longer had to be tortured by pain. No need to worry about any sequelae. Everyone thought of themselves. If the injured or sick person was themselves, they could invite Ling Yun to come, or be sent to the ordinary clinic. After being treated by Ling Yun, how lucky and happy he must be. Ling Yun can even cure such a disease. What other diseases cannot be cured? Everyone is thinking this way, and everyone is happy, proud, and satisfied that they can come today and see this scene. They suddenly found out that when the ordinary clinic opened, the red envelopes they gave to Ling Yun were really too little, too little. Compared with Ling Yun's medical skills, compared with the benefits they might get in the future. It's really too little. Ning Lingyu was in tears, Shui Mining was in tears, Lin Menghan was in tears, Long Wu, Liang Fingyi, Kong Xiaoru, Zheng Ling Su Bingyan. Even Su Lingfei, who was busy filming non-stop, and who had personally reported on the once-in-a-century earthquake, couldn't help but burst into tears again. The fairy traces on Earth, the real fairy traces on Earth, Su Lingfei was able to witness it with her own eyes, she suddenly discovered. I need to reacquaint myself with the big boy who was silent and only cared about saving people. Just a month ago, Su Lingfei was still worried about Ling Yan's recklessness. No, it was too crazy. Annoyed at her being rude, but now, she finds herself wrong. It turned out that the reason why he did that was because he was too strong, so powerful that he could disdain everything in the city, so powerful that he could not only kill, but also save lives. Ling Yun, he is really the best man in the world, no wonder, Fingyi, she. Su Lingfei didn't know what to think, suddenly her heart was like a deer, and her pretty face blushed. Can I also? Su Lingfei suddenly didn't dare to think about it any longer. Zhuang Tianda and his wife learned for the first time today that Ling Yun can not only kill, but also save people. This made Zhuang Tianda stunned, he completely understood why his daughter gave up even studying these days, and desperately wanted to pursue Ling Yun. At the same time, he has also realized that his eldest daughter Zhuang Meifeng has found such an excellent boy. 1.5 billion? Give too little. While remorseful, Zhuang Tianda once again secretly rejoiced that what he did today was so correct, so lucky. If the outside world knows about Ling Yun's anti-sky medical skills, if the outside world knows that Ling Yun holds 5% of Xuanjia's shares, then the business of Xuanjia's pharmaceutical group has become so hot, and the stock of Zhuang's pharmaceutical group has gone crazy. How many times? In the face of countless people's fear of disease, what can the Sun family's economic suppression of the banker count? God, Zhuang Tianda couldn't even think about it anymore, he was trembling all over with excitement. Lin Zhenggang, he really opened his eyes today. He originally came here rashly for himself, but Ling Yun made such a big move and felt uneasy. He was afraid that when he went back, he would arouse the anger of the old man and arouse the dissatisfaction of the senior leaders. Now, the idea has long been thrown out of the sky by him. He decided on the spot, no matter what, he must come up with a reason to stay in Qingshui City for a few more days, he must have an interview with Ling Yun alone, and he must say something to Ling Yun. Such a son-in-law must never be let go. My daughter's choice this time is too correct. Mother, how did I raise such a good-looking daughter? The Lin family is about to rise. This is the biggest thought in Lin Zhenggang's mind. It seems that this old man of mine is going to learn medicine again. Hey, I have to take this grandson-in-law as my teacher. There is no way. The master is the teacher. Xuanhuan was shocked and excited again, and his beard was upturned. Today, he was rejuvenated for the second time. After preparing for today, he will learn a few skills from Ling Yun, and he cannot only teach his granddaughter. The most shocked and excited were Qing Dongxue and Cui Lao. The Qing family is saved, and my sister is saved. The Ling family is saved. Ling Xiao Lingyu is saved. This is Qing Dongxue and Cui Lao, the most real thoughts in their hearts. Even, Cui Lao even thought boldly, maybe, Ling Yun's biological mother, the saintess of the previous generation of demon sect, it is possible. Of course, this idea is really too amazing, Cui Lao dare not think about it anymore. However, if Mr. Cui knew that this incident happened to be caused by the new generation of the saintess of the demon sect, he would probably vomit blood. As for whether he vomited blood because he was funny or angry, it would be hard to say. At this time everyone, in addition to being shocked, has their own thoughts in their hearts. A thought came up, and then it was instantly replaced by an even more amazing thought. The complexion changed, and it was as excited as a chicken blood. All of this is because of the handsome and firm eyes on the field. The young man who silently heals and saves lives, Ling Yun. Looking at 14 patients who were completely cured by him standing aside. Looking at him with an expression and eyes like worshipping a god, Ling Yun slowly exhaled. There are 8 more. Among them, there are 4 terminally ill patients, and all of them have reached the advanced stage, and major hospitals have issued critical illness notices. There are also 2 old people who are over-old, with thinning hair, lost teeth, and skinny because of their age. Suffering from cancer again, they will dry up and die at any time. In addition, there is a vegetative person who is in a severe coma. I don't know how long he has been in a coma, and there is no possibility of waking up at all. In the end, it was naturally the tied madman, in his 40s. He was staring at Ling Yun, who was walking towards him with straight eyes. He giggled. What? Ling Yun went to that madman. Could he really be able to cure madness? Crazy disease is a problem in the brain, it must be stimulated by something. How can it be cured? Of course it can. The dead can be saved, not to mention madness. Just watch it will be fine soon. At this time, more than 90% of the people inside and outside the clinic had completely become Ling Yun's crazy fans. They support Ling Yun one-sidedly, thinking that Ling Yun is incurable. Ling Yun has not yet reached the chi-refining stage, his consciousness is not strong enough, he is mad, it is a brain disease, and now, if he only uses the 9-needle method of Ling Shu, he is really powerless. However, Ling Yun now has one more magic weapon, the refining God Taishu stone. Xianer, I'm going to take out that stone in a while. Remember to use an illusion so that no one can see the stone. Ling Yun secretly warned by Xianer, and at the same time, he was deeply grateful to his prospective father-in-law, Lin Jinggang. Ling Yun did not untie the rope for the mad patient, but directly raised his right hand and pressed the top of his head. At the same time, he used his consciousness to the limit. Ling Yun forced the spiritual energy in his body into the palm of his right hand, and plunged it into the head of the mad patient. At the same time, he used the sound-focusing line to cast a dragon's roar, and asked the mad patient, "What's your name? Hey. Are you hungry? Do you want to eat? Hey. Ling Yun frowned slightly, thinking that he was seriously insane, so he didn't even know what he was talking about. Seeing Ling Yun frowning slightly, Shani Shui and Miao Xiaomiao, as well as Qin Dongxue and Ning Lingyu, couldn't help but start to worry. Shani Shui asked, "Ling Yun, what's wrong? There's no cure." Ling Yun shook his head slowly, and said lightly, "Grandpa Shui, don't worry, it's not that there is no law, I'm using inner qi to test which nerve is stimulated and wrong." In fact, Ling Yun did not use internal qi at all, but spiritual qi. In addition to spiritual qi, there was also a powerful spiritual consciousness. He attached the powerful spiritual consciousness to his spiritual qi to check the mental nerves of this mad patient. It may be difficult for many people to understand, but everyone has heard of the polygraph. Using the polygraph to test people's brain waves is actually similar to what Lingyun is doing now. Lingyun gradually increased the input of spiritual energy, and also strengthened his own consciousness. However, at this moment, the patient had not experienced any abnormality, but Lingyun's body had undergone earth-shattering changes. Lingyun has reached the peak of the 7th level of physical training, and his dantian has grown again, and it is already close to 20 centimeters in size. Some people may say that if the dantian is so large, if the waist and lower abdomen are not thick enough to 20 centimeters, wouldn't the dantian be outside the body? That's exactly what happened. Dantian is not a physical thing in the first place. In clinical medicine, dantian cannot be found at all. Lingyun is now able to get out of the body with astral qi, and the qi and blood all over his body have already leaked out, so the dantian is so big, it is not enough. It is Lingyun's dantian who has undergone earth-shattering changes now. To be continued. Hey! I'm dazzled. Why do I seem to see a flash of electricity on Lingyun's waist? Some people tried their best to wipe their eyes with their hands, thinking that their eyes were too big for too long, too tired, and dazzled. Damn it, Lingyun's waist really seems to be surrounded by a little electric current. No, there is no wire on his body. Ordinary people think their eyes are blooming, but some people don't think so. Bai Xianer, Qing Dongxue, Shueshini, Chui Lao, and others could see clearly. There were indeed lightning snakes around Lingyun's waist, in front of and behind him. Electric snakes are not big, and they are not 1/10 as thick as a hair, so ordinary people will think that they are dazzled when they see it. But Qing Dongxue and the others are all experts who are above the innate level, or are close to the innate level. Their eyesight is so powerful, of course, they can see clearly. In the clinic, all the ancient martial arts masters were shocked to an incomparable degree. Outside of Lingyun's body, there is actually an electric current entangled. Without any hesitation, Dr. Shui immediately looked at Lingyun's hair, because if an ordinary person was electrified, their hair would burst upright, forming an explosive head, but Dr. Shui found that Lingyun's hair was not abnormal, still very elegant. How is this going? The emotion and excitement just now turned into shock in an instant, which has exceeded everyone's understanding, including ordinary people and ancient martial arts practitioners. Where is the electricity coming from? Only Bai Xianer could probably guess. Her beautiful eyes first shot a puzzled look, and soon it turned into excitement, and her expression flashed. Back then, Lingyun went to Diaoyu Island to protect Bai Xianer from the transformation, but as a result, he himself encountered a more terrifying thunder calamity. In the thunder calamity, Lingyun looked at the sky, crossed 3 thunder calamities in a row, and successfully advanced to the 7th level of body training, at the same time. He also got endless benefits. However, there is one advantage that Lingyun himself does not know. He does not know that the inner and outer surfaces of his dantian, as well as the countless meridians, are attached to countless powers of lightning. They turned into countless golden and silver electric snakes, inside and outside Lingyun's dantian, circling around each other, shining in turn. Now, Lingyun is concentrating on attaching his divine sense to the spiritual energy, and it is extremely difficult to detect the mind of a mad patient. Until now, the human brain has only developed a very small part, a little more. They are all geniuses with the highest IQ among human beings, which shows how terrifying the limit of the human brain is. Lingyun now uses his divine sense to attach to the spiritual energy that is separated from the body, as an invisible tentacle, to probe a person's brain. Of course, how difficult it is. Not only is it extremely difficult, but it can be said to be extremely dangerous. Just when he felt extremely exhausted, Ling Yan's dantian suddenly moved, and the countless electric snakes transformed by the power of infinite lightning began to frantically swim around his dantian. At the same time, countless electric snakes started rushing towards Ling Yan's meridians as if they had received some kind of order. The countless electric snakes attached to the meridians naturally followed the large army, but the target was Ling Yan's right hand that was pressed on the mad patient. To put it simply, the electric snakes wrapped around the walls of Ling Yan's dantian and meridians are all dead. Now, they are all alive. Countless electric snakes replaced Ling Yan's powerful consciousness, attached to Ling Yan's spiritual energy, and instantly rushed into the brain of the mad patient. The insane patient, who had been indifferent and laughing all the time, suddenly shuddered under the impact of countless tiny electric currents, and for the first time stopped his smirk. At this moment, Ling Yan felt very divine. He felt that those electric currents seemed to have turned into his hands, his eyes, and his divine sense, probing the minds of mad patients. In the human brain, there are brain waves, which are also extremely subtle electric currents. The electric current that Ling Yan rushed out of his palm instantly drove the electric current in the brain of the mad patient and connected it in one place. Through the palm of his hand, Ling Yan can clearly feel that there are several places in the brain of the mad patient that the current does not pass through. The source of the disease has been found. Ling Yan showed a relieved smile, and instantly withdrew his palm. His consciousness had already been withdrawn, and the vision of his body naturally disappeared instantly. Only a blink of an eye, not even 2 seconds. Thank you for the robbery. Although Ling Yan still couldn't look inward and couldn't see the vision in his body, he knew that he had indeed absorbed the infinite power of lightning, helped him a lot. Unfortunately, although the body has absorbed countless power of thunder and lightning, it is a pity that I can use it too little. Otherwise, if you use this collar, you don't need to call, and the person will be alive and tender, and I will be alone. Let you cross the thunder tribulation in advance. So much power of thunder and lightning, I don't know how useful it will be in the future. I really look forward to it. Ling Yan pondered secretly in his heart. A wicked smirk appeared on his face, the dimple on his left cheek trembled slightly, and he didn't know how much he was dazed by the gentle gaze staring at him. It's a pity that I can't look inside. If I can look inside, I must study what's going on with the power of lightning. Ling Yan said secretly in his heart. Ling Yan had already found the source of the insane patient. He no longer used his divine sense, but pretended to dig in his pocket and secretly took out 9 of the golden needles that Shani Shui had just given him. Golden needle. Ling Yan finally took out the golden needle. Seeing that now, he has just used acupuncture to treat his illness. Then what was he doing just now? Why is there an electric current on his body? My eyesight is very good, it is definitely an electric current, although it only takes a blink of an eye. You ask me, who do I ask? Seeing that Ling Yan took out the golden needle, many people were excited again, and they were busy discussing. After handing the 9 golden needles to his right hand, Ling Yan once again warned by Xiener, and took out the Lianshan Taishu stone in his left hand. Holding the spiritual refinement Taishu stone in his left hand, he used the 9 acupuncture needles of the spirit pivot in his right hand, piercing the 9 acupoints on the top of the mad patient's head like lightning, and began to slowly enter the spiritual energy. One-handed needle, one-handed needle. This scene shook many eyeballs again, but all this is no longer important. Ling Yan 9 needles are really too skilled and easy for Ling Yan. After finding the source of the disease, use the 9 spiritual needles once to repair the cranial nerves in the minds of mad patients. The mad patients can immediately recover. However, this insane patient has been mad for too long, and it is not enough to repair his brain. Ling Yan has to clear his mind for him. This is the most rubbish use of refining God Taishu stone, and it just comes in handy. Ling Yan grabbed the Lianshan Taishu stone in his hand, and his fingers lightly cut a bloody opening under the back of the mad patient's head, and brought a sharp corner of the Lianshan Taishu stone up to it. A few minutes later, everyone in the clinic was pleasantly surprised to see that the two big, dazed eyes of the mad patient changed from being absent-minded, to dazed, to thoughtful, and gradually began to focus. In the quick memory, deep pain appeared in his eyes. The opportunity could not be missed. Ling Yun instantly used Shunlong Xiao, and shouted at the mad patient, "I haven't woken up yet." The mad patient shivered suddenly, and finally raised his head, looked at Ling Yun, and then looked at the crowded and moving heads around him, and murmured, "Who are you? Where is this? Why am I here?" Here? Then, as if remembering his past, the insane patient suddenly struggled violently, but unfortunately his body was tied and unable to move, so he had to drop his head suddenly, burst into tears, choked up and sobbed. So far, everyone knows that Ling Yun really cured the mad patient, because he has memories, thoughts, and pain. No one answered the mad patients. At this moment, they were already stunned by Ling Yunshan's medical skills once again. It's against the sky. It's really against the sky. It's true that even madness can be cured. How can it be so fast? Has it been 10 minutes? Oh, sure enough, it's only 6 minutes. Ordinary clinics are not ordinary. I want to learn medicine from Ling Yun. He is so powerful, he is simply a god. Fuck off, what is it? Ling Yun is a god. I'm going to marry my daughter to him. It's up to you? Let's prepare a dowry of 1,080,000,000. Ling Yun consolidated the mad patient a little, and then put away the Taishu refining god stone. The stone was not stained with blood, and it was still gray. It looked very ordinary. Accept the pain, try to forget it. People are born with suffering, escape is not the way, you should choose to face it. Ling Yun said to the mad patient indifferently. He didn't treat the wound on the back of his head, it was numb for too long, it might be better to let him hurt. This time, Ling Yun didn't ask the name of the insane patient, he didn't need to ask any more. Calm down first, I'll pull the needle for you later. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he turned around gently and walked towards the next patient. Inside and outside the clinic, there was thunderous applause. Not only because of Ling Yunshan's medical skills, but also because of the reasoning he said to the patient after curing the patient. Although he only had a few words, it was deafening and alarming. Even the ethereal madness has been cured, and the remaining 4 terminally ill patients, including the 2 old men who are over 100 years old, are not to mention. And now Ling Yun doesn't have only 9 golden needles. He has enough golden needles to treat the symptoms. After acupuncture is completed for a patient, he immediately takes out 9 new golden needles to treat the next one. Soon, the 7 people lying down gradually regained their vitality as the lesions in their bodies were completely expelled by aura. Ling Yun's body was as vast as the sea at this time, and he didn't care about a little bit of aura. Help them recover. Half an hour later, Ling Yun got up and came over to pull the needle for the mad patient. All the 9 golden needles were pulled out and retracted. Ling Yun vomited lightly with the palm of his hand, and broke the rope tied to the mad patient. The mad patient did not say a word and bowed to Ling Yun. Little man Wang Dashuang, thank you benefactor. To be continued. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. This is true. However, Ling Yun did not accept Wang Dashuang's kneeling, but raised his hand to help him up. Ling Yun just smiled at him. As Ling Yun began to remove the golden needles for the last 7 patients, there was no suspense in the next time, and every patient was completely cured. Moreover, Ling Yun used the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to help them restore their vitality. After Ling Yun pulled out the golden needle, the 2 old people could stand up and try to walk. They stood up first, their mouths trembling, their lips trembled, their bodies trembled, and they were about to support Ling Yun's body and kowtow to him. Ling Yun was absolutely unwilling to accept this. He called Tai Xiaohu over and resolutely stopped the 2 old men. It's good. Two old people, you can go home now and enjoy your old age in peace. Ling Yun knew that these two old people, after his treatment, it was not as simple as being cured. They could live at least 15 more years until they reached the end of their lives, and it was very difficult for them to have any more illnesses. Uncle Li, Uncle Tang, it's up to you to arrange these patients. I'm going out now. After Ling Yun finished speaking, he walked out of the clinic in a hurry. People now finally know who Ling Yun is. Without him speaking, one by one took the initiative to make way for him. Everyone looked at him as if they saw the god in their hearts. Only Ling Yun didn't pay attention to these, and he didn't care about them. What he wanted was not a name, but to save Xiao Mimi's life. 22 lives, 1 life for Xiao Mimi. Ling Yun could probably guess that even if he didn't treat the 22 critically ill patients, the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect would not really kill Xiao Mimi, but he didn't dare to gamble, and he wouldn't bet either. Ling Yun would never bet on the life of a woman who was willing to die for him. Ling Yun is going out now to find the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, and he wants the Saint Maiden of the Demon Sect. Put Xiao Mimi back. Unfortunately, after Ling Yun went out, he swept to the east and found that the black car was still there, but there was no one in the car. Humph, stinky boy. Even if you win today, those dozen or so luxury cars will be regarded as gifts for you when you open the clinic. It's up to you, and I'm sure there won't be any trouble. Ling Yun came to the side of the black car. Finding that the car door was not closed, he found a purple shampoo in the car, with these lines of words written on it. Looks like I'm afraid of being spanked by me. Ling Yun smiled lightly, took the scented handkerchief in his hand, and put it on the tip of his nose to smell it. Then put it into the space ring. Ling Yun slowly paced back, but he was thinking about how to trace the whereabouts of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. The enemy is dark and we are clear, there is no way to do it, otherwise, every critical moment, he will be met by the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect, so he doesn't have to do anything. Ling Yun decided to take the initiative to attack this crossroads where the ordinary clinic is located. Many police officers are already in place, and they are starting to evacuate the crowd, restore traffic, and do their jobs. However, even these police officers who maintained order looked at Ling Yun when they saw him. It is all sincere respect and reverence, it is worship from the heart. Ling Yun had no choice but to smile and came to the door of the ordinary clinic. Ling Yun said to Tai Xiaohu, if you see that black car, send someone to drive it home for me. 22 patients could not be treated in vain, of course Ling Yun could not let go of the car of the Holy Maiden of the Demon Sect. In an inconspicuous corner, the Holy Maiden of Demon Sect heard Ling Yun's voice. She couldn't help but her beautiful eyes flashed, she laughed out, and said in a coquettish voice, "Humph. I knew you wouldn't let that car go." Amidst the attention of all the people, Ling Yun walked into the clinic in a dashing manner. This time, he walked straight to the field and said to everyone with a smile, "Thank you for your support today. It's already 12:30 noon, Shangri-La Hotel, the food and drinks have also been prepared, please move your car. Today at noon, everyone can eat as much as you want, drink as much as you want, and you can order whatever you want, everything is mine." This is the first time Ling Yun has communicated with everyone present since the ribbon cutting of the ordinary clinic, but it is also the conclusion. The crowd was enthusiastic, and everyone agreed with a bang. Those who didn't want to go now have to rush to go, because this is Ling Yun's treat. If you don't go, isn't that a show that you don't give Ling Yun face? Looking at Ling Yun, who was very handsome and calm, Long Tianjiao's face was ashen, and he was a little lost. Now, he finally knew where he was inferior to Ling Yun. Apart from his identity as a Wanqian of the Long family, he is not as good as Ling Yun anywhere. On appearance, Long Tianjiao was indeed tall, mighty, and imposing, but compared with Ling Yun, Long Tianjiao lost more than a little bit. On strength, Long Tianjiao's realm is even higher than Ling Yun's 3 realms, but so what, Ling Yun slaps him away, in front of Ling Yun, he has no power to fight back. On medicine? There is no need to compare medical skills, except for simple bandaging and the use of gold sore medicine. Long Tianjiao can't do it at all. The only thing that Long Tianjiao could compare with Ling Yun was the Long family, but what was the use of the family? Compared with the young masters who joined the Dragon Group and the Sky Group from the Long family, he is now insignificant. Now, Long Tianjiao no longer mentions 3 checks as gifts, because for Ling Yun, who has such medical skills, how much money he wants is within easy reach. For example, a core elder of the Long family is dying from a serious injury. Only Ling Yun can cure it. What benefits does he want or not? Unless the Long family gave up the life of the core elder, and even so, Ling Yun had to be willing to rule. It's ridiculous that he has 2.7 billion, thinking that he can impress Ling Yun, who is greedy for money. Long Tianjiao can't wait to slap himself with 200 big mouths. Looking at Ling Yun with a complicated and incomprehensible look, Long Tianjiao glanced at Cui Lao and Long Wu in the clinic, respectively. Ling Yun noticed this with his divine sense, and he was very puzzled. When Long Tianjiao was leaving, why didn't he look at Lin Menghan or Lin Jinggang, but went to see Lao Cui and Long Wu instead? The crowd who sent congratulations to watch the fun was excited, and they left with high eyebrows. In the ordinary clinic, their own family was soon left. But even these people, there are still 20 or 30 people, and everyone is standing or sitting, not moving, as if waiting for Ling Yun to speak. In front of everyone's eyes, Ling Yun was very strange and tasteless. He fell to the ground and said with a pale face, "I'm exhausted. Today's vitality is seriously damaged." Of course Ling Yun pretended, but he pretended to be very similar, which made every woman in the clinic feel distressed for him. Qin Dongshui immediately panicked, and didn't care about the shocking world. The delicate body embraced Ling Yun and said in a panic, "Stinky boy, what's wrong with you? Tired?" Ning Lingyu, Shui Mining, Lin Menghan, Long Wu, Zhang Ling, Kong Shouru, Liang Fingyi, all panicked. Ling Yun was held in Qin Dongshui's arms without any scruples, feeling the fullness and softness of the 2 balls on Qin Dongshui's chest. He snickered in his heart, but he gasped and said, "I have treated 22 patients in succession just now, and the overdraft is too large. I can't stop, I need a good rest." No one can see Ling Yun's realm of strength. Similarly, Ling Yun is now pretending to be physically exhausted and his vitality is severely damaged, so everyone naturally believes it. For this point, Shani Shui felt the same way. He used his own qi to treat a disease, acupuncture and qi. After trying his best to treat a patient and save his life, he was so tired that he almost collapsed. This is often the case. Ling Yun treated 22 dying patients in a row, and still managed to sit down until now. In Shueshini's view, this was an impossible miracle. Miss Qin, from the old man's point of view, Ling Yun really needs to rest now. I don't think it's better to find a quiet place for Ling Yun, and let him take a good rest, so as not to fall into the root of the disease, which will affect his cultivation in the future. Qin Dongshui's pretty face flushed with urgency. She panicked completely, and scolded coquettishly, "I made you show your strength just now, that life force has been given to others, but I am so tired, let's see if my aunt goes back." Qin Dongshui didn't say the words "hit you," but she was so distressed that she swallowed it again. "Then, where are you going now?" Qin Dongshui hurriedly asked after scolding Ling Yun in distress. Ling Yun was half lying in Qin Dongshui's arms, feeling her anxiety and tenderness, and was very moved in her heart, thinking that my aunt really didn't say anything to me. "I want to go back to Villa number 1. Ling Yun had already made a plan. No matter what, he was determined not to return to Villa number 9 in Qingshui Bay, otherwise, he would have no freedom. "Okay, go wherever you want, go." Qin Dongshui agreed this time very succinctly. She said she would leave, but when she bent over and wanted to hug Ling Yun with her pink arms, she suddenly felt that countless eyes were staring at her. Qin Dongxue stopped the movement of her hands instantly, her pretty face blushed suddenly, she stood up in a panic, raised her hand and pointed at Tai Xiaohu, "Come here and carry Lingyun to the car." Unexpectedly, there was no need for Tai Xiaohu to come over. Cui Lao appeared beside Lingyun at some point. He leaned over and hugged Lingyun without any hesitation. "Little guy, don't be so arrogant in the future, let's see how tired you are." Old Chui's anxious look was not much worse than Qin Dongshue's. "Hey, Cui Lao, there is really no way today, the knife is on the neck." Lingyun was moved, he didn't want to lie to Cui Lao, but he couldn't stop pretending now. Everyone chased Lingyun to the outside of the clinic. Lingyun lay on old Chui's shoulder, raised his hand weakly, waved goodbye to everyone, and then was put into Tai Xiaohu's big band by old Chui. Lingyun successfully performed the Great Escape technique and was pulled by Tai Xiaohu, and left the ordinary clinic in a hurry. To be continued.